Who sang that one then?
My AI.
Gotcha, bitch.
Damn.
Yeah, the latest songs I've been making are all in Icelandic because that's where I'm basically gonna start my record label, and then it's expanding worldwide.
Keep in mind, a lot of foreigners like foreign language because if they can't understand the words, then the whole piece is essentially music. Follow me?
I can play you one of the new songs I just made if you want. It's groovy.
Do it. I used to have the Shakira all Spanish album. I used to like that one. And a whole bunch of different opera singers.
I get that. Me and Karma also listen to foreign music. We even use the AI to both make Sindarin, Elven music from the Lord of the Rings, and a made-up language that she and her or Karma and her middle sister, or my middle sister, they made up a language together, and she made.
We didn't make it up. It's an old shit. It's just super rare that people know it.
Okay, it's an old made-up language, like kind of like pig Latin, that kids used to play around with, and we made songs in that as well, and also gibberish songs. Gibberish songs also sound really good for some reason.
Yeah, freestyle and gibberish is crazy.
Yeah. But anyway, here's the song. This is gonna be by the artist Brynja Uvu, and I'm going to be using the AI model for this artist.
Saman förum við hærra og hærra. Ekki stoppa núna, ekki fara að læra. Yeah. Sætu strákar, flottu frábær. Brynja og þeir skákar. Við erum hér, við erum fjós. Erum tilbúin að kyssa hás. Lyftum okkur í takt við lagið. Að skemmta sér okkar fagið. Tíminn stoppar, hjartað hamast. Strákar stara, allir saman lamast. Great. Gjafmildi hjörtu, við erum saman. Við okkur alltaf gaman. Byðum öxa, lítum aldrei tilbaka. Með okkur gaman, svo svaka. Yeah. Sætu strákar, flottu frábær. Brynja og þeir skákar. Við erum hér, við erum fjós. Erum tilbúin að kyssa hás.
Where'd you find this?
Í gegnum nóttina stjörnur skína. Við munum sigra, það okkar lína. Saman förum við hærra og hærra. Ekki stoppa núna, ekki fara að læra. Yeah. Lyftum okkur í takt við lagið. Að skemmta sér okkar fagið. Tíminn stoppar, hjartað hamast. Strákar stara, allir saman lamast. Great. Gjafmildi hjörtu, við erum saman. Með okkur alltaf gaman. Byrjum það gaman. Byðum öxa, lítum aldrei tilbaka. Með okkur gaman, svo svaka. Yeah. Brynja og þeir skákar. Hér við erum fjós, erum tilbúin að kiss a house.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm on a sofa, drinking this Coca-Cola. Oh, that llama stole my crate. Give it back or I'll slap your face. That's what she was saying.
I love misheard lyrics. That's one of my favorite things.
That was very cool, man.
That beat was good. The beat was good too. LDO's son is having technical difficulties. I guess he has an Android because he's broke.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
That's fire.
That's cost money, dude. Listen. Just because Android has a plethora of devices and a wide range of economic accessibility doesn't mean that Androids are cheap. It just means that you could buy one that's inexpensive, that only has what you need, rather than being forced to buy an expensive one like a hoity-toity snob.
Listen, if you're broke, just say that. It's fine.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
What's the retail on your iPhone model right now?
I'm totally kidding, bro.
That's what I thought. I
would have thought it'd be the other way around, CB. You're broke after having the iPhone, and we're not broke because we've got cheap Androids.
I see what you did there. You triggered my trap card.
Yeah, dumbass.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you guys. I've been saying this for years. As a cross-platform user, and I worked for Verizon. Every time I try to do something on an Apple, there's an intentional limitation that literally doesn't exist in any other platform.
Boomer detected.
It's like they tried hard to make the iPhone unique by limiting things and making it more complicated.
Okay, Boomer.
You know how long it took iPhone to be able to warp to the settings from the icon? You know how long it took them?
Warp to the settings of the icon.
Yeah, so any setting icon that you hold for an Android would take you to the settings page immediately.
Okay. I mean, I'm not denying that Android does good stuff like that.
Dude, Android can literally emulate the iOS environment, dude. So it's like,
right.
That's the point. But it can't emulate the hardware functions that are integrated. So in some ways, the iPhone has superiority in that sense. But those functions are so. I guess what I'm trying to say here is like there's no necessary function. So, for example, there's a game my son likes to play, and I have an Android, he has an Apple, but I don't like using the touchscreen, so I want to use an integrated controller, right? So, like when he's away from me, I can play games with him. The iPhone allows you to integrate a Bluetooth controller directly to the game, and the Android doesn't let you. But it's not that it can't do it. It's that there's a specific software block because iPhone just wants to have a unique feature so that people think iPhone has unique features. Even some of the apps, like some apps, they intentionally alter the way the app looks and the way the app functions just for the iPhone version. And it's like the functional difference is like, it's pointless. It's not like a functional difference to take advantage of the pressure press. Like iPhone used to have pressure press where you'd hold the button for a long period of time and it would sense the pressure.
Yeah.
Now I phrase that the way I phrased it very specifically. Because if you knew the technology, you'd say, oh, you don't have to hold it for a long time. You just have to press it real hard. But guess what? On an Android, if you press the screen hard, the amount of time it takes you to press hard is time. And the Android just reads the time, and it doesn't need a pressure sensor. So Android was able to achieve the exact same effect without a pressure sensor.
W. Yeah, I think they ended up getting rid of that technology, sort of.
Well,
Why do
yeah,
you need
because it
Changed it. They changed
because
it.
it's functionally a waste of time, dude.
Right.
I remember I had an Android. I could find the settings on my TV and then calibrate my phone to be a remote control. That was the dopest phone
Yeah,
I've had.
yeah. There's a lot of cool things. The one said that I don't think they have it anymore, and I haven't looked. But I know in the old version that I had, you remember like Apple Pay and all these other things where they were starting to come out.
Yeah.
So the Android had a payment feature where it actually had a magnetic, I don't know, for lack of a better term, a magnetic strip on the side of the phone, and it would literally blast out the same magnet signature of your credit card in like but it was like a token. So what it would do is instead of having, you could use it at any mag swiper. As long as the plastic on the side of the mag swiper wasn't like 2 inches thick. If it was like a standard one, you just put your phone there and it would blast the magnet on the side and just make the device think that you swiped your card. And you didn't need any fancy nothing. The store didn't need to accept Apple Pay. You know, like people go into stores are like, do you accept Apple Pay? And they're like, no, we don't. Or yes, we do. But this technology that the phone had, it didn't matter. As long as they had a mag swiper, it would work.
Yeah, that's some gangster shit right there. Some OG technology. But you can't do that on the globe. I bet you won't do it.
You know what else? iPhones, people don't properly disconnect their accounts from them when they give them away as gifts. And so you receive a used iPhone, and it's essentially a useless piece of a coaster.
True. Paperweight. A coaster is crazy.
It's so bad that the people are like, oh well, it doesn't work because you have Verizon and I had AT&T. Meanwhile, it's an unlocked phone. And what I told them was, you locked the phone with your account. Okay.
Right.
You put an activation lock on it with your Apple account. Oh, I think it's because of the network. No, you did it with your Apple account. Oh, I think it's because you're on Verizon and I'm on AT&T. And then I'm like, okay, I guess I got a new coaster.
Yeah, that's annoying.
What's annoying is not even the sheer that it does it. What's annoying is that the people who do it to you, when you explain it to them, have no clue what you're talking about. It's like, dude, do you even know how to use your phone? Nope.
Right. That's one crazy talking about now. Huey snuck out. Took the ops with him. Who's in like prime hours right now? Where's like Flat Earth Dude and the West Coast guys?
5:30 could have come in for another hour.
Like the East Coast time, we're always carrying. I feel like we're always carrying, bro.
Dude, the East Coast guys, man, the East Coast guys carry it all, bro.
For real, bro. Like, where's all the other time zones, guys? I'm about to go to sleep. You guys need to keep this thing going.
Nah, it's okay, dude. It's okay. We got 3 servers with intermittent activity based on circumstances, time zones, available personnel, et cetera, et cetera.
True.
It's all right.
Yeah, that's true. We did a good one today. We had a good panel today. Like back to back to back nights here in 247, folks. 40 plus. Let's go.
I am headed to bed. Thank you guys. Have a good evening.
Shout out to Lynn. W Lynn in the chat.
Behave yourselves.
You can't make me.
Dang it.
See you later.
CB, today a coworker got that ludicrous song "My Chick Bad" stuck in my head. So all throughout work today, I've been like, "Earth so big, I'm too small. The Earth so big, I can't see the ball." And then like
That's good.
trying to make other rhymes, but I don't know the song well enough.
That's brilliant. That's how you get started right there.
I like it. Let's work together on it. So instead of saying I can't see the ball, say Earth's so big that I can't see it all. And if I can't see it all, then it must be a ball. And it is a ball because I can't see it all. All right, it's a work in progress.
That was good. Write that down.
Like I always say, if you get enough circular logic, you can revolve them around each other and get a ball.
Damn. Just telecircular logic makes a ball? That's insane. Spherical logic.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. CB, I'm poor.
You're wrong.
Yeah. Well, I've been on a pseudo vacation for a couple of weeks.
W. You need breaks. Everyone needs breaks.
I make good money. But I have a lot of intermittent time. So
Like that Bangladesh kid that you talked to earlier, I genuinely felt so bad for it. I feel like he's on the edge. He's like gonna have a nervous breakdown any minute.
too hard on him.
It just felt not even that. It's just like he wore his heart on his sleeve. It's I don't know. It's just interesting kid. Interesting kid.
Well, he said he's going to dedicate a week to learning something, so when he comes back, he knows what he's talking about.
Was he given material?
Huh?
Was he given the material to study?
No, dude, he's going to go and learn how level is curve and then come back and tell us.
I don't know if we can.
I don't
say
think
that.
I don't think I like that term, the final expedition. I don't like it.
No, it's trash. I don't understand what's so final about it either.
Well, you go to Antarctica, and the only thing to see there is whether there's the sun or not for 24 hours. And so if you see it or don't, you're done, and you can come home rather than explore. Get it?
I'm just already seeing the headlines now. 33 flat earthers crashed and died on their way trying to explore. Right? Like they're already gonna spin it like, oh, these stupid flat earthers died
So
trying to
therefore,
jump off the
it would
edge.
If that happens, CB, therefore it would be the final expedition.
Exactly. They're trying to kill us,
Yeah.
bro. They're trying to kill us. Hell no, we're not doing that.
Come on, guys, go see the container.
Exactly, bro. Like, dude, when I grew up, they were like, okay, if you ever have a man in a van, he pulls up and he has candy, don't get in. That's exactly what this is. They're like, hey, we've got candy flat earthers, we got puppies, and we got ice walls and sextons. Get in.
Hey, there's a little short going around of an Asian school where they actually like kidnap a kid in front of the other kids on purpose. So like a strange man comes, intentionally gives one of the kids candy. As soon as the kid accepts the candy, he grabs the kid and his other buddy come and they take the kid right out in front of all the other kids. And then they come back and like try to give candy to the other kids. And then the kids are like, no, I won't accept your candy. Because they saw the consequences immediately, right?
We're supposed to take this candy. And
then the rest of the kids, right, never accept the candy from strangers. But meanwhile, the first kid is in counseling for the rest of his life.
I got it right. Traumatized. Actually, I have this will take a little bit of work, but I have in Dragon Ball Z abridged. Maybe you know this tactical droid, but there's a scene when they're trying to get someone to come, like, go somewhere they don't want to go, and they're like, "Come on, we've got puppies and rainbows and stuff." I need to make a little like meme of that when they're like, "Come on, Flat Earthers, we've got like things that they think we would like, right? We've got the ice wall. What else would be like? I don't know. We got water. What's level? I don't know."
Well, I actually have it on good authority that this is all a scheme by the Thing to get out of there.
I think someone expressed that earlier.
If you go down there and McCready's there waiting for you, you need to run. Hey, dude, if I was the crew, so let's say I was the crew that was at Antarctica, and I knew Duffy and those flat earthers were coming, I would totally prank them. That the real thing type stuff is going on. I'd freak them out.
Wait,
and then they'd come back and you'd be like, "What's that?"
All right, I agree. Pranking them would be really, really funny. That's hilarious.
So they go down to see the 24-hour sun or whatever, and they come back like, "Dude, we found Tesla, we found the Nazis, we found aliens. Jaren got butt probed."
Oh my.
Yeah, too bad we couldn't be there before they show up. Like, hey guys, we've been chilling for a while already.
That would be super hilarious if. So they know when Duffy's going, and they just charter a plane ahead of time, show up ahead, do all the thing, and then when Duffy gets there, they're like, "Hey, we already did everything. You guys are late." Did that guy earlier think I was making it up that Duffy said what he said to like try to save face for the flat Earth community that Duffy's a schizo or something?
Well, no, I couldn't tell if he was just trying to gather more stuff to go look at or not.
Yeah, he kind of had that impetuous attitude, like he wasn't being sincere, like it was kind of like a "give it to me right now" kind of demand. He wasn't even allowing me to say, for example, if he kicks it back to me to allow me to respond, I would say something like, I was actually in the middle of saying it. I don't have it right now, but I'll look for it for you. Well, and then I might say, or you could go to his channel and look for it, because I think I might have sent it to someone via a DM or maybe to Nathan Oakley's server, but I do want to find it now. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's not there anymore, if it's now a dead link.
That's too bad that happens as often as it does. That's why I'm often screen recording stuff when I can. And honestly, if you're screen recording, you can end up with some pretty exclusive stuff. Like having an NFT. They end up wiping off that video that you recorded. Well, now you've got how many copies of how many? Of course, you can make more, but now you've got like the original file. I don't know shit about NFTs either, so don't ask me. But I will say, because of that, I've ended up with some pretty exclusive content. There's a video of a Pizza Hut commercial. I've played it many times here before. I'm sure some of you have heard it. Where they start hinting at a flat Earth. Oh, let's go to the edge. And don't tell your manager we went to the edge and stuff like that, right? Which is kind of funny. Speaking of this expedition bullshit. That ad is gone. You cannot find it. You cannot search it anywhere. It's gone. Well, we've got the only copy here.
You talking about that rabbit motherfucker they used to have?
Yeah, I forget the actor's name, but it's on my computer here in a second. I can drop the link for you guys. He's like, yeah, just tell your manager we took it to the... Like, it's so ominous, and like, if you're a flat earther, you're like, yeah, dude, you can see right through it.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That video no longer exists. Let me play it.
I remember my wife talking about we weren't. I don't remember the start of the conversation, but she was like, "Yeah, they've been taking shit off the fucking internet lately." Like, I remember watching OJ tossing shit out the window of his SUV as he's running away from the cops. And then you look for videos now, and there's no shit getting tossed from the windows. It's like, at the time, the live feed showed you him tossing things out, but later, there's nothing tossed out.
Got the clip here ready. I'll just go and play it. It's not very long.
Masterpiece. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off with a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Tell your manager you took it to the edge.
I don't know that he'll accept that.
The Edge is back with 4 new recipes.
Like, come on. If you can't, if you don't have the eyes to see with that one, I don't know what to tell you. What are they talking about? Like, what salty globehead wrote that? Yeah, fun stuff like that hits the internet all the time. I just recommend try to save it when you can. Not everyone has the eyes to see. Obviously, I can't watch every podcast. I'm sure you guys aren't watching everything either. So it takes us all. Guys, I'm going to be landing a plane here shortly, so sure it's late where some of these other people are. So wherever the prime time zones are, now they're up. Make sure you follow us on Rumble. We're like 916 or something like that. Getting closer to that 1,000 mark. So get us there, guys. We'll do a little party celebration stream off Discord. Let loose, talk about whatever type shit on Rumble. Shout out to Rumble. So yeah, 1,000 followers. We're almost there. And shout out to you guys for getting us there as well.
I recently discovered that it's Indio who's uploading clips from the live stream to Spotify.
Drop a link as well. And also, I'm thinking we should build more of a presence on Twitter or X. So if you have a Twitter account or X account, drop that shit in the chat too. Let's start grouping up and have like a 24/7 presence on Twitter. I think that'd be fun. Actually, speaking of Indio, so random. I'm not even gonna give out his whole business, but I joined a Twitter. I got on Twitter today and joined a Twitter space, and guess who's in there? Indio's in there. he's talking. He's talking to Andrew Wilson. I'm like, hell yeah! What the hell? So that was really cool. And he didn't announce he was going to be there. He didn't tell me he was going to be there. Just so random. I just happened to join, and he was in there. So I just think it'd be cool to see us have more of a presence over there in general, whether it be different topics, because in Discord we try to keep it to Flat Earth. We don't really expand into other areas, but over there, we're not dirtying up our platform by maybe I don't know, having a presence over there. We could do whatever essentially. So yeah, if you want to do that, drop your link in the chat. Just making some tea real quick. Who's there? So I heard some people leave. But yeah, it's good chat.
Ego Rebirth. You have been unmuted and you are able to speak. Chime in when you're ready, brother.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just curious about this being still active. So I asked where you guys were talking. I thought I was going to talk on text, but like, how are you guys this evening?
Chilling, bro. We're chilling. How are you?
I'm good. It's about 2 a.m. my time, Eastern Canada. I'm just curious what you guys think on this topic.
I think on the topic. Well,
No, the topic in Flat Earth, like, this is how I found it, right? Like, if you guys were to convince me on, like, it's not that I've made my mind up on the topic. I mean, like, the same way that, like, something that I learned in 5th grade, like I no longer believe in. I'm just curious, like, how you came to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. I mean, like, the same way that, like, they told me in, like, grade 8th, like, it's like Galileo. Fucking, like, I just don't know where you guys come from, and I'm curious.
Hey, sis, you got it?
How I came to it, well, it's measured flat, utilised flat, as in flown across, sailed across. Yeah, it's sort of not really a belief system, mate. So that's.
I'm not saying that exactly, but like, I'm a fisherman. I'm a commercial fisherman. It doesn't look flat, like, to my mind's eyes. Like, when I am out on the ocean fishing, like, it doesn't look flat as the pictures do. I'm not one of them people that thinks that the fish eye, like, makes it look round. Right? Like I'm curious as why that, like, I know you could use a certain distance to, like, gauge.
So, how far out is this curvature from your position?
I mean, like, depends on what I'm fishing. I've been about 44 miles off of shore.
Yep.
So, like, that's, like, where I see that. And I know that, like, from left to right, it's like my mind can only gauge so much. But I'm just curious. It's like, if you were to tell me, a sailor, like, how would you tell me, a sailor, like how would you prove what you believe to me?
I thought you said you weren't worried about beliefs. What I know and what I believe are two different things.
I mean, like, but, like, well, okay, well, rationalize what you believe to me.
Well, like I said, what I know and what I believe are two different things.
Oh, no, it's not exactly. I'm saying rationalize.
It's not a belief system.
Hold on. Rationalize what you know to me, then.
Well, I've already told you what
curious.
I know. It's measured.
Hey, hold on, man.
Flat.
I want you to convince me. Like, I don't know what else I'm supposed to say.
I just want people to think for themselves. I don't
think for myself
that I can wave around and go, ta-da! You're now a flat earther. It doesn't work like that, mate.
No, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm telling you, and I'm not here for an argument. I said, like, how would you, like, I'm not trying to set you up for something, but I'm curious as how you would rationalize your beliefs. I know you don't like that.
I've told you that already.
No, you didn't really. Like I mean, like, how did you come? Okay, well, here's the thing. Okay, I can understand why you said that. I said, how did you come to that conclusion then?
How did I come to the conclusion that it was flat? Well, it is flat. There's no come to a conclusion of flat.
So you were born knowing that the world was flat then. I just really want to know how.
No one's born knowing it's flat.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Born, they get told a story. Some people accept it, some people don't.
I mean, like, but can you tell me why it's flat?
It's a belief system.
Can you tell me why?
Can I tell you why it's flat?
No, I mean, like, can you tell me how you came to the conclusion that it is flat? I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm curious. Like, I just want to know.
It's measured flat. It's.
I mean,
it's
what's
almost
measured flat though?
The Earth is flat.
No, but I mean, like that. Like, okay, look, the Earth is flat.
Okay, let's just do it nice and easy for you. You've said that you're a fisherman. Now I'm going to take your word as for what you've said.
I am.
Right. If I was to give you a glass half filled with water, what shape is the top of the water?
It's flat. Like,
Excellent.
I mean, you could say flat.
Cool. If we fill up your bathtub, what shape is the top of the water?
Flat.
If we fill up a lake, what shape is the top of the water?
Flat.
And now let's go out to the ocean. What shape is the top of the water?
Oh, well, it's not. Depends. Like I know.
Hold on a minute. Where's the magic wand in between? What changed?
No, hold on. I want to give you that exact same answer, but what I'm going to say is that people that fish off like so close to the shore have to deal with the wake of the change of the tide. It's not immediately like relevant to like the mind that is flat, but I will also say it's flat. Like if you fish like within a certain.
So you've just said it's flat. So why do you believe it's a ball?
I don't believe it's a ball. 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 I came into this conversation. There's no animosity between you guys. I asked you how you came to the conclusion where you believe that it's flat. That's how I came here. I didn't antagonize you at all. I answered you truthfully. I am curious how you came to this conclusion. And what you told me was that a glass of water, it's flat. I really want you to...
No, that's not what I said at all. Right at the start, I said it's measured flat, utilised flat, i.e. sailed across and flown across. That's what I said at the start.
What's the first thing that sparked your mind to like believe?
Oh, so what
it's not just believe. Like
back in 2008. For me, it was watching hot air balloons, and someone questioned me one day, "What do I think of the shape of the Earth?" And this is back in 2008. I said, "I don't know, but one thing that makes my skin crawl is watching hot air balloons. They lift up in the air, they go up, and the Earth doesn't spin underneath them. We're supposed to be spinning. Why doesn't it spin underneath them?"
That's wild. It's like, yeah, I can see that. I can see why that would be. That's wild, eh? That's probably the first thing you thought, right? Was like unfucking believable. Like we're supposed to be we're supposed to be moving at thousands of kilometers a minute.
Yeah,
right?
the equator allegedly 1,038 miles an hour.
Well, a second, but like that's what I mean. Like that's how unbelievable it is.
Everything they tell you is happening, and it is the reality. Regarding the nature of the surface that we live on. Go outside into reality, and you don't see it. You do not experience it.
I'm more in tune to the philosophy of the nature of things, but like observable reality, I'll say that I'm a newbie to it. And then like when it comes to observable reality and trying to test it with philosophical means, because you guys are on the cutting edge. When it comes to the flat Earth, is you guys are on the cutting edge of fucking questioning something. They teach us in like when we're like fucking 10 years old, like Galileo. But like you guys do realize that you have something in your hand and it's not tangible, but it's like you may as well have it in your hand, and people want to fucking criticize you for it. And then my entire intention here is not just to insult you guys. I'm just curious as why you how you came to this conclusion. That was my entire question. And like he told me as well, like the hot air balloon, but like Like, is there anybody else here that has like a similar story, or like, how did you come to this conclusion that can't be true? We can't be fucking spinning on a ball. It's hard for one to think about such a subject and want to be a pariah in their own community. Like, do you guys like tell your mother this? Like, and I mean, like, I don't mean that in insult, but like immediate family. Like, what would your immediate family think? Like if you went through that?
We do not care.
Pardon?
Yeah,
Some
don't worry
people
about
are
him.
willing.
He's a bit rough, that one, whoever that we do not care was.
Oh, that other guy who just talked there is like a ruffian.
No, not CB's cool. There's just, yeah, don't worry. It's all good, mate.
I'm just curious.
Depends
Like,
how long you want the discussion to go for, man. I mean, that's a lot.
I mean, like, I'm just trying to talk to you. So, I mean, like, I want a dialogue.
Well,
like,
when you go outside, do you see the curvature?
Not particularly. Like, when I go outside, I mean, like, the closest thing I'd see to where, like, they see the curvature is, like, when I've been out on the water. But, like, I'm also seeing the same breath of an image that my mind can take in through my eyes. I see from left to right. Like, it's no bigger a breath of an image when I'm out on the water, but, like, I'm telling you, like, I don't go too far off the water. About 40 miles, 40 miles, I guess. I might have said kilometers before. I think it's 40 miles. It's the farthest to go off.
You go outside and the curvature, right? That, you know, it's not self-evident, right?
Yeah,
so you go outside and into nature.
Yeah, like, I can't tell you
that you're on a ball, right?
I don't believe that I'm on a ball that's, like, spinning and it's going at a certain fucking, like, I don't believe that there's, like, this. Like, I don't believe, I don't eat soup. I'm not just eating the soup that
it's not self-evident. It's not intuitive, right? It's counterintuitive to your natural experience of reality, right?
Well, I think so. But, like, I live on an island in the Atlantic Ocean. Like, I don't know how, I cannot, like, you know, people who, like, try to discount your argument where they say, like, I can see Chicago from wherever. The curvature should be at so many degrees or whatever. Like, I live on an island in the Atlantic Ocean. Like, I don't have the opportunity to, like, see across a plane. And, like, do you think, like, nobody, like, in Hungary tells you that, like, fucking, oh, this plane, I can't see across it. Like, they're, like, what I mean is, like, if you guys were to convince me, how would you give a baby this? What you guys believe? Say, like, you have a 7-year-old. You have a 7-year-old son. And tell me how you would tell them that the world is flat, and what you're going to learn in fucking geography is
You need to be told, man. You need to be told. They're not going out into reality and going, oh, holy shit, I'm on a big spinning ball either. They're just left to their natural experience.
I mean, like, they are during elementary school. They are told that they're on a big spinning ball.
That's right. You shouldn't need to be told. It should be self-evident, right? It should be obvious. You shouldn't need to be told.
It should be. I can grant you that. But listen, is that you do know that they go, oh, the Catholic Church, you know, they persecuted Galileo. Like, that was tough to you in school. They teach that to people in school today. I'm not saying that's where I'm coming from, but it's not just that, like, you can't just say it's evident. Like, I want you to tell me why you said, oh, fuck, they shouldn't have persecuted Galileo. They should have persecuted Galileo. Like, that's something that all people are taught in the Western world. Like, I want to know where you came to this conclusion. Like, was it YouTube? Like, it doesn't need to be just YouTube, but like I found this not just today, but I was familiar with the stream that came from this Discord, and I've used Discord over the years. But I wanted to see what was going on here, and it's not necessarily that I believe. Like I'm not some Neil deGrasse Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Wow,
That was starting to be annoying.
Thanks for that.
That's rough.
Who's next?
Hey, mate, come back when you've had a few less drinks and you're not as tired.
Surely we can scrape something off the bottom of the barrel better than that. Is this what we're reduced to, people?
We went under the barrel for that one.
Yep.
Always give Gainstat Ninharat another go. I had a nice chat with him in chill chat, but he spiraled out on me and took off. It was just getting good. Anyway.
Did you just say getting good, like, on purpose?
Yeah, he was having a bit of a whinge about QE.
Hey, Heretic, you're seeing this, right? That is some weird coincidence right there. What's that, sorry? Okay, so he said it's just getting good. You just timed out somebody named Getting Good. Oh, yeah. Holy shit.
I didn't even see that. How's that?
Like, and he did it
all
right
lining up.
too. It was like the exact same time. So that was strange.
Can't be coincidence.
And CB, do you remember that dumbass that dared challenge my recollection of events?
No, me neither.
Oh yeah, that's because I vaporized him from the timeline.
I knew it.
Got him.
Yeah, but I mean the guy that was asking about the final experiment already having begun socially. Was his name Anchovies? Archives? Something like that.
Chovies, or was the other dude? Yep. Russell.
Anchovy.
I'm actually quite proud of us this afternoon or this evening. Not 1, 6 and 9 on the ceiling. Or maybe we didn't even get that far with them. I don't know.
All right, there you go, Anchovy. Read it and weep.
Gotcha, bitch.
If none of you have seen this little video, it's 5 minutes long. It's actually entertaining, and it does reveal quite a bit of stuff about the let's just say the social culture surrounding the inception of the final experiment. For example, you may or may not know that some flat earthers have verbatim said, if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the Earth's a globe. For example, one such person is Dean Odell, who is quoted in this video. Nathan Oakley said something, not exactly verbatim, but a lot of bigwig flat earthers, quote unquote, are in this video, where Duffy's calling them out, saying, wait a minute, guys, you said in the past that the 24-hour sun has a bearing on the shape of the Earth. So now if none of if you guys specifically, or if flat earthers in general are denying this quote unquote experiment now, then that's suspect, basically. But then he says, to his audience, who keeps asking him, hey, what if nobody goes to the final experiment? What if all the flat earthers say, nah, we ain't showing up? He's telling them, his audience, you guys are missing it. You're missing something. The final experiment has already begun. Right? It's not just about what happens in Antarctica. It's about all the social stuff leading up to it.
He just hasn't been watching material published post 2017. No.
Yeah. Yeah, like the clip he got of Nathan Oakley is like, I don't know, man. It's got to be like 8 years old. It's like people went looking for these clips. Which is a good idea, for rhetorical force when you're presenting it to your audience and be like, hey, look, Nathan Oakley, Dean Odell, Whitsitt, Jaron, Dave Weiss. Who's another guy that's in that cadre? Oh man, who's that guy, man, that narrates all the books and does yoga? Holy crap!
Eric Dubay.
Yeah, him too. So he's like naming all these names, and mentioning things that they've said about the sun before. You guys know what's that other guy's name? Early Bird Show. He's mad at Oakley. He wants Oakley to give him $500.
Arwen.
Arwen, yeah, but he had a good model of the Earth, bro, and it was a transspatial looping Pac-Man model, essentially.
There's a looping model.
So wherever you go, coordinately from the center, right? When you arrive at the perimeter, you end up back on the other side on I don't know what trajectory you end up at, but you essentially just appear on the other side, just like Pac-Man. So for you, you'd be like heading straight and arrive back where you started. You'd be like, wow, the only way this is possible is if the Earth is a globe. But Arwen was like, no, dude, you could just be transposing through space and time, just like Pac-Man. Now,
this actually came up earlier with a conversation with Gay and stuff.
What's funny, though, is Globers will laugh at Arwen. Globers actually called him all kinds of names for this. But guess what? All them stupid Globers watched that stupid movie called Interstellar, where the girl took a piece of paper and folded it in half and poked a pencil through and be like, look, if we bend space-time in half, we can travel to another place immediately without actually traveling. So when a flat earther says it, it's retarded, but when a stupid chick on a TV movie says it's physics, then everyone's like, yeah, that's physics.
So you
Ladies
actually
and gentlemen,
believe
I'm about to travel through time. I bid you adieu.
The world, the Pac-Man theory, right? Where you teleport to the other side when you go east. Are you actually saying that that's a possible explanation for the world? The Pac-Man theory?
Hey, listen, Pac-Man theory is just as valid as any other affirming the consequent logical fallacy.
Do you think it's a possibility then?
Well, let me ask you this question.
No!
Is Einstein-Rosen possible?
I don't even know what that is.
Well, yeah, then you're not equipped to have this conversation.
Well, I wouldn't pay Arwen $500 for that explanation either.
I mean, I've never heard of that. Like, how many people here have heard about that? That's the real question.
Well, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there was fictional movies that posited the idea that because of Einstein's bologna sandwich that he wrote on a scribbled napkin, that if you take that napkin and you fold it in half, that's like folding time and space in half. And then, rather than having to travel across the napkin with your pen by tracing a line on the surface of the napkin, you can just stab your pen right through the napkin and arrive at the other side without traveling.
Okay. Well, I'm not really a fan
Now-
of Einstein, so
Fair. Okay, that's cool. I'm just saying, dude, that out there in the zeitgeist of the social sphere, there are people who, if a scientist or somebody who alleges to be a scientist, like an astrophysicist who's not a scientist at all, but all these fake scientists and real scientists or sciencey types or even actresses can say this whole mumbo jumbo about the folded napkin, and people will believe it's real. That you could actually travel from one location to another by going through a different dimension and arrive at a transspatial location without actually traveling to it. But if a flat earther says it, then it's retarded.
I'd say both positions are batshit crazy. Like
Maybe, but I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm just saying that's how I see it. They're both shit crazy, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Who
fair.
knows?
Yeah, but you got to understand that the napkin is just a representation. It's a crude representation of something that would be happening in a higher dimension, right?
Who knows?
So you'll admit. So I mean, you know that if you travel in 3 dimensions, you can arrive at 2-dimensional locations, right? Without actually having traveled in one of those dimensions.
Well, wouldn't that be like just? Yeah, I mean, I assume so. Yeah, I mean, you're like X and Y instead of Z. Like, let's say it's a flat 3D world like Minecraft. You have X, Y, and Z coordinates. Like, you'd have to get. You could just use the X and Y coordinates to get to a specific spot. Z would just be up and down. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So if we know higher dimensions and lower dimensions can exist or coexist, right? Then it's perfectly rational to think that you can travel in a higher dimension and transpose yourself through a lower dimension and essentially arrive back where you started without actually traveling through any space, because space is a lower dimension.
I don't know, that just sounds really strange, like, to explain it that way. Saying that you're just moving in a different area. Like, I just don't see how that could even logically make sense. But that's just me.
Well, it makes perfect logical sense. There's nothing illogical about it.
I mean, like, for the Pac-Man model, just by, like, so you're, like, shifting upwards. By, like, going east, you're actually going upwards? The vector? Or
No.
How would you explain
No. See, you're still talking in 3 dimensions, dude. I'm talking about traveling through a 5th, 6th, 7th dimension.
You gotta watch the movie Event Horizon, and then you'll freaking understand it all. Am I right, AI? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. A lot of this scientific research is done in movies.
Mental
He uses
gymnastics,
that where he
okay.
punches the holes through the thing that's folded, I think.
They do it in a lot of movies, dude.
I don't know, that just seems like mental gymnastics to me.
Really? Let me ask this question. Do you believe in evolution?
No.
Good. Would you trust an evolutionist?
I mean, not. What do you mean? Like, just because they believe in evolution, you don't believe them in everything else they say? What do you mean by that? Like, if you have a friend who believes in evolution, would you not trust them? Yeah, I could definitely trust someone who believes in evolution. Like, if they're a friend. I mean, you just disagree on that one thing, but I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, cool. So when you think of an evolutionary scientist, let's say specifically an evolutionary psychologist, so their body of work is studying behaviors in humans and human psyche, human consciousness, these types of affairs, right? but they're also studying it under an evolutionary paradigm, which also includes biology, so evolutionary biology, right? And part of the evolutionary biology and psychology paradigm requires a evolutionary cosmogony. And what that means is where the universe came from. And then you end up with the cosmology, which is what we have today. So the cosmogony, where the universe came from, cosmology, how the universe is working today, evolutionary biology and psychology is the quote-unquote history of organisms, specifically sentient organisms, and how they arrived where they're at today. Does that make sense? So this is what these guys study, right?
Yeah, that's what they study, sure. And you're arguing that the base of what they're studying is false, and like everything else they're studying is built on top of that falsehood. So everything they're doing is false.
No, not at all. I'm just saying that's their worldview. Like those 4 pillars, right, are part of their worldview. Usually guys that are in that type of vein are kind of towards the more secular side.
Yeah. Sure. I don't think that person absolutely loses all credibility because of that. I mean, sure, you disagree in that one area, but I wouldn't assume they're going to lie to me about everything. I mean, if they say something untrue, if they believe it's true, it's not necessarily a lie. They're just wrong. They're just incorrect in what they're saying. It's different than trust. Unless you're trusting if someone's credible. That's a different kind of trust.
Okay, so check this out. If that's their worldview, and they say that they're scientists and they want to arrive at conclusions about the nature of reality based on their quote-unquote science, but they believe all the things that we just talked about, and they're saying that this conclusion I'm making is based on all of the history of those fields that I just mentioned, would that give any credence to their conclusions?
You mean their conclusion that what you're saying is batshit crazy because it's going by everything that they're already believing in?
No. I'm actually leading this towards these types of guys don't think what I just said is crazy. In fact, they think that's the way the universe works. And they've arrived at that conclusion from those paradigms I just mentioned. And
interesting. So you're saying that they wouldn't say you're batshit crazy because you're using different dimensions. You're going outside of the 3 dimensions that we see.
Right.
But for
In
me,
fact,
that seems like mental gymnastics, but who knows?
Yeah, but see, you got to keep in mind that these guys are scientists. Right? So they can't be wrong. Right. How could they possibly be wrong?
I mean, they're always changing their minds. I mean, you have scientists disagreeing with each other. It's always changing.
Yep. So, there's 3 types of paradigms, generally, when it comes to the nature of reality. One is materialism. On the very far, let's just use left and right. So on the very far right-hand side is materialism, right? And the most staunchest, furthest point you can get is that matter is all that exists, in energy and time, of course, because those are all intrinsic to matter. And then on the opposite side is what's known as idealism. And idealism is that all is mind, right? So matter, energy, and temporal states are just circumstances of the mind. They don't actually exist beyond the mind. And so these 2 views are like the polar opposites of each other, right? And then there's a gray area in the middle where they kind of, you have both. So if the further you go towards any state of idealism, away from materialism, a lot of the assumptions of materialism and the subsets of physics within it are no longer necessary. Right? And so this idea of what seems logical based on an interpretation of reality that's filtered through the lens of materialism, you don't need it anymore. You can just abandon it.
I know, it just seems like you're trying to... It kind of seems like you're just trying to believe flat Earth so hard that you're coming up with these explanations. I don't know. That's just how I see it. I just don't see.
Stop. Hey, when did I come up with this explanation?
No, I'm just saying like that. You even have to like contemplate the Pac-Man theory. Like, I mean, I know. You see, land appears to be flat. Water appears to be flat. Okay. You're going from a very like that's like the base level, right? Belief. That's the main reason you believe the Earth is flat, right? It's like water is flat. The world just appears flat, right?
So
that's your main argument.
Oh, it is flat.
If something
You're saying it's flat, but like, okay, how do you know it's flat? Like, have you measured it with a ruler and a tape measure?
There's guys that have put laser pointers across these, and I'm not talking across their
No,
backyard.
but those laser points, they're just trying to hit their target on the other side.
Yeah, but what you need to understand, if it's a ball, they would be shooting out into the nothingness of your space.
No, I get on the ball without any weird bending light. They're gonna not without any bending light on a ball. They're not gonna hit their target. Like we do see light bending.
Targets. That's the problem.
I do see that, but like if you look at like the Black Swan, like those oil rigs, and I believe it was California. Based on like different times of the year, in different weather conditions, it might appear that part of those oil rigs are obstructed by a curve, and sometimes they'll appear like there's a concave curve, convex. Optics can really change how we see things.
They never appear to be obstructed by curve. Never.
They have. I could try finding.
No. You could say that they appear to be obstructed, but not by a curve. That part is not apparent. Would be your interpretation of it.
Fair enough. You could say they appear obstructed by something. They appear obstructed by water or something. Right? I'm just using the term curve, but yeah, you could say that, they just
not
appear
a hill
obstructed.
of water.
Oh, yeah, you definitely would say hill of water.
Not a hill of water.
Oh, that's just a soundboard. Oh my gosh. I'm heading off for the night.
Gotcha, bitch.
Enjoy your echo chamber, bitches.
I'm so upset.
It's this damn Aussie accent, T-Dub. It sounds aggressive. We keep scaring them off.
Hey, let me ask this question. I did in passing mention that Arwin posited the recurring loop rectangular transspatial model. And then I went on to show the parallels in alleged mainstream science. The kid couldn't even catch on. That I wasn't talking about people trying to cope to believe in flat Earth. I was talking about mainstream scientists. Kid couldn't even get it, man.
Yeah, and then also when he put it
what happened with him in chill chat. Sorry, I'm talking over the top of somebody. Sorry.
Oh, you can go. I'll go after.
No, that came up in chill chat when I was talking to the same guy. There we go. And he brought that up. He's like laying out dichotomies for me. Like, it can only be the AE representation, or somehow it's looping. Like with circumnavigation, and that's how it came up. And I pretty much said exactly the same thing as you, AI.
Yep. Interestingly enough, dude, the guys I do talk about this occasionally, but the guys who I'm talking about have arrived at their conclusions through the paradigm of Big Bang, evolutionary cosmology, cosmogony, biology, and psychology. Right? The whole mainstream science kit and caboodle, right? That's the upbringing that they had, the belief system that they have, and then the modern era with new experiments and all the things that are going on, they are deciding that reality is this way. And I pointed out to him, and notice how he is telling me, notice what he told me, that this sounds like a cope to hold on to your quote-unquote worldview. Now, he used the word flat Earth.
I replaced it with worldview because obviously I was talking about people who were using this to cope with their worldview, and they believe in globes and shit. But he couldn't get it. So basically, what was he doing? Just like I said, the flat earther does it, it's stupid. The mainstream scientist does it, it's okay. Even though he said, I think mainstream scientists who believe this are stupid as well. He kind of alluded to that. He didn't really say that, but he did say it, like. But he only said it with the Earth. See, this is what's weird about these guys. They believe, and like CB, you do this to those guys all the time, where you say the parallelisms between the universe at large versus the Earth, right? They believe all this wonky shit. They just believe it happens outside of the Earth, in the universe. But they still believe the same stuff. I mean, dude, these guys literally believe that motion and objects can appear in our reality from nowhere, just spontaneously appear in our 3 dimensions, from a dimension that doesn't possess dimensions of 3, like length, width, height, and stuff. So they literally believe the same shit that they're mocking.
Yeah, I did find that strange that he was like, and you're coping by believing in this looping model when you clearly said that both of those ideas side by side were silly. And so I don't know how he missed that.
Yeah, what he said to me was it's easier for him to believe that circumnavigation is explained better on a sphere, right, than to believe that a laser is traveling straight across a planar surface and reaching its target. What he said to me.
Bruh. Where is even an alleged path of travel of circumnavigation that would actually be a singular vector without left or right that results in you traveling in a circle and arriving back where you started? Is there any travel that's ever been done that's accomplished that they could show us?
Negative, to the best of my knowledge.
Well, there is a guy that said yes. Just take a car and start driving, and then India was like, "Oh, just drive right through the ocean." He's like, you didn't think that one through, buddy. Guys, you want to go to the edge of the universe? Guess what? You can't. Want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because these schmucks said the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. And since you can't travel faster than the speed of light, you can never reach it. So you can never validate whether it actually has an edge or not. So you can never take a picture of the edge to prove whether your universe is actually expanding faster than the speed of light. So how do you know it is doing it if you can't take a picture of what it's supposed to be doing?
Well, then how did Captain Picard do it in season 6 of Next Generation?
Well, you see, what he did is he taped a napkin to the tritium drive, folded it in half, and then stabbed a pencil into it.
Right. Of course.
Hey, I want a sci-fi show to actually do that, to literally have the engine bay be like a piece of flatness that, in order to engage the drive, you have to grab the bottom, pull it up to the top, stick it to it, and then take this rod and stab it through both, as a homage to that iconic move that people like to do to explain traveling through space and time without actually traveling. You know what I mean?
If they ever redid Spaceballs, that's probably what they'd do.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
Hello, my ragtime gal.
Who would play Rick Moranis? Who would play Dark Helmet in the remake of Spaceballs? And who would play John Candy's role?
The guy who would take Rick Moranis' place would be that guy from, I think, The Office.
McLovin?
I
Yes.
think so. He went on to play Tom Clancy movies or show, which I think he's horrible for. He's got way too much of a baby face.
Who would play John Candy, though? Who would play Pizza the Hut?
Rosie O'Donnell. Hands down.
Dude, Lizzo was already in Star Wars with Jack Black.
What? Jack
Yeah,
Black?
and so I want to say it was in one of the Mandalorian episodes where they went to this palace place, and Jack Black. Yeah, he was like, I think he was the king, and Lizzo was his queen.
Oh shit! What's the best Jack Black movie ever? Come on, man.
Oh, Shallow Hal?
The Jackal.
No.
Yep.
Jackal, yeah, that was a classic scene.
His group. What the frick? Tenacious D, man. That was funny as shit, dude. Oh. Year one was pretty funny.
Cable Guy.
That might be the only Jack Black movie I did not care for.
Oh, come on, man. When they were on that cart and they started to go a little bit fast, they put their hands up like they were on a freaking coaster. Freaking great. Dude, David, whatever his name was, he paid, didn't he play Kane? And he's like, oh no, I killed him again. My brother. He kept hitting him over the head. Oh my gosh, that movie was freaking hilarious.
School of Rock was Chaos Spies.
Not bad.
Summoned.
Dude, wait, what about the one where he's like, was he a fat guy? What the hell was that one? Where he played a fat guy, but he was skinny? What the hell was that? I'm remembering.
Oh, Shallow Hal. Yeah, that was pretty good.
He was also in the movie Enemy of the State.
Oh my God, it's hilarious. You remember that he played the guy zooming the
I have to watch
satellites
that
around.
now.
He was
I
zooming
have to
the
watch that
satellites
now.
around. He's like, yeah, freaking. Here's a guy. Get me a couple Humpty Dumptys and a couple, like the CIA guy played by Rourke. Rourke? No, not Rourke. Damn it. The hell was his name? The guy in charge of the.
Does anyone remember the movie Airborne?
No. Airborne.
90s movie with rollerbladers.
John Voight.
Yeah, John Voight. John Voight was the one. Give me a couple Humpty Dumptys. You know. Blah, blah, blah. And Barry Pepper's in it. With Barry. Shit. Who's his father? His father's in that stupid Drop Zone movie. Gary.
Busty?
Yeah, Gary Busey. His son was in it as the one of the guys that ran out. Yeah, and you know who else was in it? It was a bad guy, the guy that played Hawaii 5-0. This is so funny. This is how oh my God, this is so dumb. Oh gosh, Richard Kahn's son, or James Kahn's son, the one who plays in Hawaii 5-0 on TV. He played one of the bad guys, one of the bad little guys that Jamie Kennedy, is that his name?
Yeah.
He played one of the bad guys. It was like, oh, and who else? You know who else is in there? Frickin' Seth. Seth frickin' Green was one of the satellite guys too. He was like, I'm blending. He stole his blender, remember?
Yeah.
They're blending in the van or some shit. Yeah,
that movie's free on YouTube right now.
Enemy of the State. Taking off all those. Dude, the whole satellite thing, dude, that shit will have you believing some crazy tech bullshit, man. They're like zooming in on freaking bags. You know, like, oh, zoom around. Oh, we've got software that can tell what the bag may look like from this side. Does it have the tape in it? No, it's too big to be what we're looking for. Dude, that movie was freaking wild, man. Back when it came out. Shit.
So satellites don't exist?
Not like that.
Did the movie age? Is the movie age well or no?
Enemy of the State. I mean, no, not once you see all the space shit. It's freaking hilarious. But actually, it doesn't age well because it becomes a comedy at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's great.
It says in this little blurb on one of these movie websites where people ask questions about movies.
Yeah.
That a recurring question is Enemy of the State based on a true story? Are the events real? And then it says, no, it's a fictional story. However, years after the movie, the Patriot Act went into fruition, and the movie is essentially considered a play out of the Patriot Act, to where people were against the violations of civil liberties for the government having an overreaching spy program, and then just years later, they instituted it, essentially making the movie villain succeed in reality. So the movie villain came out of the movie, broke the fourth wall, came into reality, and executed the Patriot Act on us.
Oh my gosh, dude, that's hilarious. Wait, when did it come out compared to
92?
The towers coming down? I was just saying when the towers came down, like, dude, it was like right after that then, right? Shit. Like,
yeah,
3 years. 3 years.
3 years.
Dude, it literally made it come true. Holy crap.
Predictive programming.
And they're priming everybody.
Nah, dude, you guys are missing it. You guys are missing it.
I understand what you're saying.
No, listen, dude. You guys aren't thinking fifth dimensionally. Okay, so I have to help you as an agent from the future. I'm going to teach you. Okay, so
Yeah.
Don't think of it as not being based on a true story, because most people say think based on a true story must mean that the story occurred in the past. But if you think fifth dimensionally, maybe it's based on a true story from the future.
Right?
Yeah, dude, you got to think like Jean-Claude Van Damme, Time Cop. You know,
There's probably
Right, dude.
100 movies like that. Easy, right?
Oh yeah, dude.
like Enemy of the State. Like I don't know, I heard that the Eagle Eye one was kind of weird like that. Like the kid was being that kid from I think that was like one of his first movies after he got popular after Transformers. That little kid, he was an Eagle Eye. I know too much shit about movies, dude.
I was going to say,
I don't know
man,
names, but I'm freaking a retard.
you watch a lot of movies, huh?
Well, dude, when you're freaking in a wheelchair, like, you know, you got a little
Roof or
time.
something, isn't it?
Oh man.
I got you, bro. I get
Hey,
you.
Bear.
Yeah, yeah.
What about Dark City? Who's seen Dark City?
Shit.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember it, but did it have Keith Sutherland?
Kiefer Sutherland? Yeah.
Prequel
Yeah.
to The Matrix.
Yeah, he's a big Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah, he's got his son Efer Sutherland, big Efer guy, Efer Sutherland.
That's funny.
Hey, so next time Quantum Eraser says, "What is Efer?" you'd be like, Kiefer Sutherland's son, dummy.
Yeah, Efer, and his son Efer Sutherland. Yeah.
My favorite celebrity name was that Moonbeam Zappa. Like, you named your kid Moonbeam. Really? Okay.
Oh my God! I saw
Unit.
Frank Zappa.
Moon Unit.
Frank.
It's the Moon Unit, right?
Oh Lord.
Diesel and
Frank Zappa.
Moon Unit.
Google on YouTube. Frank Zappa plays the bicycle. He's on
Yeah, I
like
saw
an
that.
old. Did you see that?
Like 1961 or some shit.
Yeah, dude. He's like all clean cut, and he's like,
Yeah.
he gets this. He's on the stage with this bike, and he takes a violin bow and plays the spoke, and it sounded freaking wild.
It was like
And then
real crazy.
he's
Yeah.
blowing through the freaking handlebar, like the hand grip, and it's like sounds
Yeah.
a little bit like a freaking some kind of a wind instrument of some sorts. But he's getting the Johnny Carson guy. I don't even know what show it was. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
some guy like that.
It was
He's getting
talk
into
shows.
blowing that freaking thing, and they kept freaking making those noises come out. It was freaking pretty damn funny. The guy couldn't stop laughing. But yeah, it was pretty funny. Frank Zappa plays the
have you
bicycle.
seen all of his like truth interviews where he's talking about the government and the CIA
man.
and all that
No,
shit?
I haven't.
Oh, dude, he's like a
Zappa's
ton of them,
freaking
bro.
wild, though.
He's calling out
man.
the government for all kinds of shit, you know. For years he was doing it.
Hey, CCB, I told you you'd be here in about an hour.
You were right. That's funny when you popped in. I was like, damn, bro, you got some good timing.
Wait, he's here.
Welcome.
Who is it?
CB.
I thought CB's been here.
No, they're talking about you, FED.
We're talking about me.
We predicted. We used the globe model to predict that you would be here. At exactly
Oh, shit.
the time.
Dude,
Well, that's
I've been
fantastic.
telling everybody my good pal FED about the trans-Pacific race. Now, tell me this. Where is the trans-Pacific race? Is it from Hawaii to California? Is that what it is?
California
The
to
real one.
Hawaii.
Right,
Southern
California to Hawaii.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. Yeah. So I was like confused. I was going, it can't be from freaking Japan to Hawaii. That would be
No,
yeah.
they
Okay.
they
right.
would never do that race because it would take too long, and all the sailors and
Right.
Everybody be like,
what the
why
hell,
did it take
dude?
so long
I
for these
freaking,
mangas to get here, man?
I just freaking.
It's only 6,000 miles.
Yeah,
I mean,
dude, I figured it out on the globe model, you know, and I'm like, I figured I'd be home for freaking dinner on Thursday, and shit, it's like freaking a week later. What the hell's going on? You know?
Yeah.
Maybe the Earth isn't a globe. That
the
damn
maps
Coriolis didn't help me
the
either.
maps are wrong, man. The maps are all wrong.
The 1,000-mile-an-hour wind didn't freaking help me out any on the sail.
Yeah, you'd think they could do it in like 10 days, but no, it takes like 30 or something. Anyway, don't believe me, look it up, man. Trans-Pacific sail race or look up transatlantic sail race. It's like it's been going on for like 150 years, 200 years, something like that. But then Trans-Pacific sail race, you'd think it would go all the way across from California to Japan, but it doesn't. It just goes to Hawaii. And in my opinion, the reason is it would take way too long, and everybody would be like, those guys should have been here by now. What happened?
Yeah, they should do a race from tip to tip on from the tip of Africa to the tip of Brazil. That would be ridiculous.
Then it wouldn't be a trans race.
If you look at the record books for California to Japan, they're all solos, man. There ain't no crew.
Yeah.
It's bullshit, man. It's total bullshit.
Yeah. What was that one kid that freaking like apparently went around?
There was a few.
She circumnavigated single or whatever.
Yeah, there's been a lot of circumnavigation singles. Young, youngest, oldest, smallest boat.
Oddly, they never do it freaking north to south, though. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
What's that?
They just do it north to south. Well, oddly, nobody ever does it north to south.
Well, that's very odd. It's too cold. Let's see. What kind of excuses can I make up? It's too much ice. It's too cold.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? Just to prove you flat earthers wrong? I mean, who would be that stupid?
Obviously, if you look on the globe, you go, oh, yeah, there's too much ice. They couldn't do that. But, they're just like, oh, maybe they should try a plane. Oh, no, they can't do that either. The engines might shut down over the freaking North Pole. We can't do it. Billions of people can go the other way, east to west. But it's definitely, I'm no red flags here that nobody goes north to south. That's all plausible.
That's pretty, that's probably in my top 5. Yeah.
It's pretty silly, man.
It's pretty silly, man. Nobody's ever gone north-south. Circumnavigation. Why? And the excuses will come up. It's just kind of... They don't even do it with boats that got heaters and motors and all kinds of shit, man.
Wow, dude, I know why they don't do it. It's very simple. How are they going to do it with that giant metal cylinder in the way?
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yeah. Oh, man. Woo.
Have you guys ever seen the TV show? It was quite a few years ago. It was called Whale Wars.
I watched one episode.
Oh, dude,
I used to watch the shit out of that. I used to watch the shit out of that because it made you feel freaking sorry for the damn whales. Wait, did they prove it was bullshit or something?
No. My whole point was they brought all kinds of ships down there, and the progression over the years. And I have a point.
The Bob Barker.
The Bob Barker. But it wasn't an icebreaker, was it?
No.
Later over the years, they obtained an icebreaker, and they traveled. I'm not saying they traveled completely around Antarctica, but they traveled like in the area, right?
Yeah.
Patrolling the whale areas, defending them from the
Dude,
Japanese
it was pretty
whalers.
nasty though.
Yeah,
like,
but here's
when
my
they'd
point.
Be like, oh, we're here for science, and they'd just be dragging whales up, and then you'd see them like pull into port with all this whale meat and shit. Like, nah, dude. Like, yeah, it's pretty. I felt bad for the whales at that point.
One time
like, damn it, go Bob Barker, get them, man.
One season they brought in
take a clue, brother.
In one season they brought in a carbon fiber boat, and it got trashed and damaged because of the ice, and it got ran over by a fucking Jap ship.
Dude, wait a minute. A carbon fiber whaler?
No, a carbon fiber boat. It was a catamaran. No, a trimaran.
Yeah, it was supposed to be able to catch up to him real quick and blah blah blah.
Super fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it couldn't handle the ice, and they had to stay away. So there's pretty good reasons why people don't just frivolously travel around Antarctica because of the ice. I mean, there's just like honest reasons, right?
They had a copter. They had a bunch of the little. They would chase them down in the little sea, like the Zodiacs or whatever.
Yes,
they'd chase them down in those, but then they'd run out of it. Dude, they would go up right next to it, and like it was crazy. And they wouldn't use weapons, but they'd use like wouldn't they use like stuff that would like mess up the meat or something? They use like non-lethal stuff, man. It was wild, man.
Now there was one episode, and I watched it, and there was a report that there was people traveling to Antarctica, and they had a SOS, and they had to bail overboard in what do you call it? Like what is it when you got to like chuck a inflatable out, like a survival boat? And they got the call, and they searched the grid, and they found part of the boat, and it turned out. Years later, I found out that it was one of those flat earthers that would try to go to Antarctica, and they never were seen again. And this was on the frickin' TV show.
What?
Oh, yeah.
It turned out it was them, and I didn't know it at the time.
Oh, no. Yeah, because they were like, oh, they were just lost. Dude, you know what happened to them. You know what happened to them. Yeah.
You guys
any information.
You guys ever heard of organization called Greenpeace?
That's where the Whale War show came from.
That's
right. Stemmed from Greenpeace.
They were Greenpeace.
Captain Watson, man, he was this crazy fucking dude. Was wanting to stop the whalers.
Ex-Greenpeace guy.
He was absolute fucking hardcore guy. They actually, there's a bunch of video of him.
They got locked up in a bunch of places.
And he get arrested, fucking run over in his boats. But he was like the first to really go out there and try to stop those Mongos from killing the whales.
Dude, one of the craziest things I ever watched. It was one on the dolphin. You ever seen the place where they
herd the dolphins?
Catch dolphin, right? They'd herd the dolphins. And they would pick out the really cute ones for the like sea frickin' whatever. What the hell is that place? SeaWorld, right? Yeah. So, but dude, you'd be like, oh, well, they're just gonna get a couple cute ones and then like let the rest go. No. Dude, they just freaking murdered all of them as many as they could. And it was crazy because these guys, it was the Japanese guys, they'd have these boats with these big freaking pipes sticking down the water, and they'd bang on them with freaking hammers, and it would hurt them all going one way. Shit. Yeah, it was evil, man. It was pretty freaking evil.
Dolphin Cove.
Yeah.
You all right there, AI, man?
Yeah. The dude, he showed up. Didn't he show up at like some national? He showed up at a world meeting of leaders, and he was wearing this TV, like an old before flat screens were real. He was wearing like this TV screen on his chest, showing these dolphins getting murdered.
Wow!
He's trying to get. He's basically showing it right, like flat out in front of everybody. That might even have had something to do with the whale wars too, but he basically I know that whale wars, like, basically, they had to get enough people in the world, other countries, to say, yeah, we agree, they should be able to do scientific work. So Japan had enough money to, like, buy off, like, you know, a couple South Africa, a couple African countries, this one, that one, and they would get enough votes to keep their scientific mission or whatever going, you know?
Yeah, it was all a scam, 100%. They were like, everybody's like, okay, we're just doing, and then the Japanese would go out there and fucking kill the whales, man, and they
Dude,
bust.
have you ever seen the Eskimos? Frickin', they have this new frickin' thing. So it's a spear you throw, but it's got an explosive tip, so that it kills the whale really quick, because they allow them to harvest like one of those right whale, not a right. It's a big freaking whale, but they just they whatever it is, man. But man, dude, they come up on and just throw it, and just like boom, it just blows their freaking back. Just what? It's freaking mean, man.
Wicked,
yeah,
man.
it's gnarly, dude. Like,
But
I mean,
the
look,
Eskimos, man, you gotta let the Eskimos slide on that, because you know they're living up there, and
yeah,
you know,
somebody I heard a statistic about
they get one.
they live the least. They're like, somebody was like talking about the carnivore diet, and they're like, you want to hear the people that live the shortest life out of anybody in the world? It's the freaking Eskimo, because he eats 80% seal meat or something. Like, I'm like, man, I bet you that's not true. But
I've heard the opposite from some people, man, years ago. I was like, not they lived like the longest. I was like, what? That's all they do is eat, like, you know, seals and blubber.
Yeah, and they carry around their seal
fat,
oil.
all that freaking
I watched
freaking.
I watched the freaking show called Yukon Men, and I watched like that Ice Below, Life Below Zero, all that crap. So they
never watched.
Yeah, the one kid was trading. I remember he had this little jar, and he traded it for like 2 cords of wood, which at the time, cords of wood were going for $300 cash. This is like 15 years ago. And he just traded this little teeny jar. It was like, couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 ounces. It was seal oil, rendered seal oil. And apparently you could just freaking take a little sip of that and just be like, you know.
That's all you need to eat all day.
Like, it's freaking wild, man. Like,
did it get you high, or is it like
I don't know, dude. Like, what they were charging for it, I was just like, you know, I'm surprised you don't see it on the street.
Better get you high. That's what I'm thinking.
Something.
Ain't that something, man? Wow. Oh, fuck. Does anybody ever shout out to YouTube Mongos? No, nobody does. All right. Love you, YouTubers. You're out there.
Listen to that song, you bum.
All right. I'll be back. Talk to the YouTubers. Yell at them.
Hey, YouTubers. How's it going? Are you enjoying our little show?
I used to watch YouTube before I knew anything about Discord, and that's when Helio would say hi to me, and Helio made me a freaking mod. Then everybody started like attacking me because he made me a mod. All the freaking followers like started attacking me like nothing. Where's your coffee company? What's the address? And I'd be like, here's my phone number. Call me right now. And they'd be like, oh, well, I asked for your address. I'm like, I gave you my freaking phone number, you prick. I'm like, and you're going to act like I didn't give you enough info. I'm like, unbelievable. Sheesh.
Yeah, they are special. One of their many tactics of trying to character assassinate They feel that going after the individual defeats their argument because they have no other evidence. So they're dirty, dirty tricks. Saul Alinsky was very conversant and aware of these tricks.
Yep.
So I urge people to look into
Why,
it.
dude? I remember when Saul Alinsky, that's all they would talk about back when Barack got in, and be like, Barack has connections to the Weather Underground and Saul Alinsky and the whole, I don't know, it was that one black dude he would come by and advise Barack, and that's the kind of crap they like when Fox News first came out. They'd be talking about all that stuff.
Yeah, rules for radicals.
Yeah. Can't believe. Yeah, that's it. What was his name? What was that black kid's name that kept going to the White House? And they'd be like, "Oh, he was at the White House again today." Some freaking they, act like he was a big troublemaker. I don't know who the hell he was, but
Steve
always
Urkel.
talk about Steve Urkel. Maybe.
Frickin' Platter. I'll get you, Platter.
Did you guys hear about Big Mike speaking at the DNC, and she pretty much ratted the Obamas out when their chef drowned?
Oh, right. What happened?
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, people were drowning all around us." It's like, "Oh, wait a minute. I thought you guys weren't there." "Oh, so you were there." And then the guy drowned in 4 foot of water.
What do you mean people are drowning all around us? What the? What do you?
Yeah.
What do you,
And it was only 4 foot of water. And then the official reports are like, "Oh, much deeper water." It's like, yeah, that's because you're accounting for the tide. But at the time it happened, it was low tide. It was 4 foot of
We're
water.
accounting for curvature.
Are we talking about the New Orleans?
No, Big Mike and his chef that drowned allegedly.
Yeah, it's right because they ordered a bunch of they ordered too many hot dogs and hamburgers. Remember that whole thing?
What the?
Remember Pizzagate? Like, yeah, they were in the whole thing was, oh, they're in Hawaii. What's this email about? Ordering hot dogs and hamburgers for blah blah blah, because we all know what hot dogs are. It was like some Pizzagate,
the hot dog gate
propaganda. Well, yeah,
What the hell?
We all know what that's code for. That's for code for young little, whatever. Boy, that was a mess. That whole thing.
Unless you're totally hammered drunk, or high as fuck on something, 4 feet of water, man. Yeah, you're gonna be all right, man. You might freeze to death if it's cold, but
shit, there's been kayakers that freaking drowned in like 4 inches. They got turned over on their side in a weird rapid thing. They freaking died because they got smashed. But that's
Yeah, I bet that chef got a look at Big Mike without the clothes.
Yeah,
and they were like, right,
he
you
was
gotta
like,
go.
"Oh Lord." Yeah.
Yeah, the dude was like, "Hey, look, come on over here,
Big
girl."
Mike's little Mike.
Hey, baby.
Hey, what is that? Holy shit!
Oh, I'm holding the tree trunk. What the hell?
Chocolate soda balls. Uh-oh. Something went very wrong.
no, you're good. Did you guys see the super blue moon? Super amazing, super duper blue moon? I don't
Super
know.
blue duper moon. What happened?
Oh, nothing, man. It was just a full moon. The second one and the month. That's all.
Ah, we had 2 this month.
Had 2. Yep.
How does that happen?
I don't know. It's just amazing. Within a month, not in it. Like, well, yeah. That's how they call them blue moons.
Blue moon. Blue moon.
Blue.
Blue moon
Smell.
shining on. Blue moon. Blue moon of Kentucky, bro.
Isn't it Kentucky Blue Moon? I don't know. I forgot.
Yeah, you know the song, Blue Moon of Kentucky. You know that one, don't you?
Oh, Elvis, baby. Come on.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Come on, man. I got that.
What's going on?
Do you guys like the band Sublime?
Love them.
Fucking great band, right?
Never heard of them.
Never heard of Sublime?
Nuh-uh.
All right.
He predicted his own death. He predicted his own death and overdose in his own song.
Yeah, Brad was a bit of a maniac, dude. I knew people that knew him. He was a pretty wild dude, man.
What up, mate?
How was that?
You roboted that.
There's a group that sang frickin' Machine Head. The frick was that song? What the frick was that group? That was during the grunge years.
I know it, and it's at the tip of my tongue, and I feel retarded because I can't say it.
Machine
Head. Oh, I know it.
Yeah.
Damn. 40 ounces to freedom. Hey, Logi, man. 40 ounces to freedom. 40 ounces to freedom.
Check out that Machine Head.
Wait, what are you talking about? Frickin' isn't that the size of a
Sublime, bro?
What the hell did the black guys used to call it? Yeah, 40s. What the? I'm a retard.
40s, yeah.
It's Bush.
Yeah, how much? What's the size of that? Isn't that what they used to call? Wow, I'm an idiot.
Fuck, man. Hey,
40s. Yeah.
My favorite satellite is the Samsung space selfie satellite balloon.
The one that crashed.
Yeah.
Space selfie satellite.
Dude, here it is. I'll put it in the man. Oh, it's so good, man. It's so amazing. Oh shit.
Hey, I got a confession to make.
Yep.
I'm not drinking beer tonight.
He's a flat earther.
All right, well then
drinking his own piss.
you have to leave. You have to leave immediately, man. You gotta get out of here.
Tequila on the rocks with lemon juice.
Shit! All right, you can stay. That's a backdoor pass. You're good to go.
So just hold
tequila on the rocks. Ugh. Jeez, man.
It's like
I never understood any of it, man. Like the first time I drank, what the hell was it? Made me sick as hell. Oh, Seagram's and 7. Right, we were drinking Michelob's down at the park. Oh man, it made me puke everywhere. Oh my gosh, Michelob's and Seagram's and 7. Oh my lord,
it's trash, bro.
And Southern Comfort. Ugh.
Total trash.
Dude, I know how you feel, man. One time I drank so much Southern Comfort I couldn't feel my legs anymore.
Oh, do not. Dude, that's like poison, man. It's like drinking poison.
Bear, I didn't put it together until 2 nights ago that your name implied that you were in a wheelchair.
What?
I had no idea. I'd never heard you talk about it or anything. I thought it was just a funny pun.
Do you want it to be more obvious?
Shot and paralyzed 1993, June 23rd, 1993.
Shot.
It was my current girlfriend's birthday. The other night, the guy in here, he was on Google Earth, and I'm like, dude, go zoom into Baltimore. I said, we'll go to the gas station.
Yeah, that was me. That was me, man.
So he zoomed all the way into where I got shot. I'm like, yeah, right there. I was laying on the ground. Yeah.
What'd you get? What happened? Like, why? What'd you get shot
on my motorcycle? I took the city home that day. I was down at my mechanics because my chain had like a little bend in it, and I took it down him, and he didn't have an extra. He didn't have a chain off another bike. That's what I was hoping he had because he had so many bikes, man.
Right.
But he adjusted my tension out, and he's like, "You better take the city home, bro." He's like, "Cause if that thing freaking hops, because it had hopped off one time, and it'll just lock up, you know. And if you're doing 60 on 95, dude, you're just gonna die."
Yeah,
so
you're
he's
gonna
like,
go fly.
"Just take the city home." He's like, "Take the city home," and I took the city home. and my 82 GPZ 550. They don't have gas gauges. They just when the thing gets low enough, it goes and you switch over to reserve, and it starts sucking from the bottom of the tank. And so when you switch to reserve, you don't want to be sucking all that trashy gas off the bottom, so you go and get gas. So I went to get gas in a shitty neighborhood. Obviously, in hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have, but yeah, a guy came up to me with a gun, asked for my money and blah, blah, blah. Ended up getting shot in my back. Shot me in my back.
I'm sorry about that, man.
Did they, the guy ended up with
5 minutes later.
The guy ended up with
5 minutes later.
They got the guy, right? They got
He's driving away with some white girl, drove red Mustang. They found the gun under the seat. Dude didn't even try to get rid of the gun. What an idiot. I'm like, why didn't he try to take my motorcycle? If he's trying to freaking rob somebody, why didn't he take the motorcycle?
Exactly.
Well, it's a rookie mistake. You don't ever actually shoot somebody with the gun that you're threatening them with when you rob them.
Yeah,
fucking idiot.
Platypus is an expert.
So I'm assuming that you. I'm assuming you go to every parole hearing.
I went to the one that they were going to let him out early, and I went to. They were considering letting him out in 7 years.
Oh shit!
At Eastern Correctional Facility, me and my mom drove all the way down there, and yeah, they told me I wasn't allowed. I wasn't invited back. So I used some freaking choice words. My mom she kept shaking her head, looking at the ground when I was freaking yelling. Yeah, I was just,
I don't blame you.
Like,
if somebody shoots me, they've lost the privilege of my politeness.
Well, sure.
That's all.
So what was messed up is that, dude, I had all kinds of friends that are like, let me do this. And I'm like, dude, he's in jail. Calm down. Whatever. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Not even that guy. That's how freaking, it's messed up. I wish he could, feel what it feels like for a couple of years, but, I don't know. Just, I'm over it, but, dude, I was a mess. I was a mess at the time.
I would be too, man.
I was a mess. But, no, besides that, I was a mess. My mom's like, yeah, God slowed you down. You like going fast on everything. Motorcycles, skateboards. He's like, God gave you 4 wheels for good or something.
Oh my God. I actually almost threw up. I threw up like a little bit in my mouth just now. It's such a gross thing to say.
Oh no, Mom was she a joke. She was a joke. It was a joke. Mom used to say. She goes, God, she thought I would have killed me and whatever girl I was with on the bike because I used to go fast everywhere.
Yeah,
and she's like, I probably wouldn't have you around if you wouldn't have got shot.
Now your mission in life should be to make your wheelchair literally as fast as you possibly can. What are those?
Get a trike. They have trikes where you can drive this from a wheelchair.
Yeah, they know how, dude. I used to go to Goldwing conventions selling motorcycle gear with my grandparents when I was a kid. We saw people riding like that all the time.
Some guys will have people lift them up on there and have a saddle. Nah, I'll drive from my freaking chair. And,
I've seen the ones where
they have a sidetrack.
It's like a little trailer, man. You roll up in the back,
right? You roll up in back, and the little door
strap
shuts
yourself
behind
down.
you.
And
I need one of those with either a Honda CBR 900 or maybe a Ninja, at least a 750 or something.
Hey Bear, look at the voice text, man.
No, somebody doing the meme? Is somebody doing the meme where the guy falls over again?
It's a cat in the wheelchair. It's hilarious.
Oh no!
All right.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Holy crap! Poor kitty cat.
Poor kitty cat.
I love cats. And my girlfriend's named Cat.
I have a
We got
cat.
2 cats.
I have one cat. That's it.
My girlfriend's named Cat, and I have 2 cats. We have 2 cats. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so sweet. It's so sweet.
I sent you that other song. Check it out.
Okay.
Let me go. Let me go to be.
That's crazy.
You like that? It's great, isn't it? You should check out the Not a Wheelchair Company. Jerry Rig Everything. He's got some good good bits and
Coffee
bobs.
boxes. One of the coffee boxes that went out the other day. You got to zoom in and see the freaking hilarious comedy that's on the box.
That's what I was laughing about. That was awesome.
Oh man, cripple conga line. It's freaking hilarious.
Oh man, I like that other one.
That song, man. Oh, what a trip, man. What a trip.
Like that.
Wow, man. The checkerboards are out of control, bro. What happened there? Oh my
God. Like that.
I gotta get some sleep. So I'm gonna go, you guys.
Be well, dude.
Have a good night.
Catch
all
you,
right.
VC.
Cheers, bro.
Bless, man.
All right, man.
Honeybone, don't you be my thing.
It's got the little wheelchair stamp for on the box there. That's hilarious.
I
like it.
GE Platypus. You know who Owen Benjamin is, right?
Who?
Owen Benjamin.
That nigger stole my bike.
Yes. Yeah.
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't know who he is?
Oh,
he's a very famous comedian. Long story short, he has his YouTube channel now because he's one of the most canceled people in the world. And Paraplegic Bear, he makes fun of him a lot because a lot of it, they're like listeners, they use bear names. So like you'll see a lot of bear names like Creation Bear, Paraplegic Bear. So that's their hook, bear names.
Right. They got a lot. If you see bear anywhere, yeah, you're like, oh, you're Owen Benjamin kind of dude, chick, whatever.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If I was like flat Earth bear, man, I'd be like, what?
Yeah.
The fuck?
I think I'm gonna go to bed too. It's a shitload of tequila I had tonight.
11:15, man. Oh wait, no, it's
2:15 for me.
2:15? Oh shit! Go to bed.
But I'll put it this way: the only 2 people that would be able to keep me around would be Bladder, and he's not in here anymore, and Adam Unsalted if he ever grew a pair and unmuted.
Oh, this is good.
I saw Flatter over. I think it might have been Geo's or
Adam Unsalted would mop the floor with you, Geo.
Flatter's
memes only.
See, I miss the old days where I could look at you guys like a menu and be like, you drop down to the arena, you and me, 1-on-1, right now. Get me a referee.
Yeah. We all miss those days, man. They're long gone, but I miss Vichy check-in. I really do. I used to check a lot of people in. It was fun. Damn, miss those days.
If you get one tonight, Flat Earth dude, I'll take you up there. You can talk to them, and if we're happy, I'll want them in.
Yeah, I only got burned once, man. It was a good one though.
You got your newbie license revoked. You let a troll in.
I just I even came in and said, "Sorry, man, I fucked that one up, man. I didn't see it coming." Yeah.
You ever see people play that computer game, Papers, Please?
Mm-mm. I don't think I have now. Yeah, but
it's the whole game is Papers, Please. It's like it's so funny. These people come into a booth and you gotta as quick as you can. You gotta look at their paperwork. You gotta make sure everything matches.
Right.
In case you're an alien. Yeah.
Okay, the alien one that you're thinking of, that's the newest one that somebody made. The original game that one is based off of is Papers, Please. It's awesome. But you get written citations if you stamp someone and say, okay, you're good to go. As soon as they walk out, if you made a fuck up, your little citation printer prints a little pink piece of paper that you fucked up. Their weight didn't match. You fucked up. That's what you did. You got a citation.
I like it. Hey, Adam left you a nice comment in the chat, bro.
He said, "Go fuck yourself."
He said, "Go take a piss." No, he can't. He usually maintains civility in the chat, but I don't like hardly any of you. I love that. So
hey, Adam, I don't really give a fuck if you can be civil or not. I just care if you can carry a conversation.
You don't like any of us, so there's that. So keep that in mind. That's hilarious.
You smell that?
I just want to save all my money up so I can send Adam a microphone so he can tell you to get fucked.
I know he has a microphone.
I'll chip in. I'll throw $100 in, man. How about that?
Yeah, you've had too much to drink thinking you can take on Adam. Just calm it down, bro.
Bro, I've been in here 6 years. I'm not afraid to take on anybody.
Yeah, you don't know when you lost. That's the problem.
I'm not afraid of taking on anybody that calls in here, but there is like a very short list of people that I prefer not to try and get into a debate over.
No, you just get wrecked.
Chicken?
It's got nothing to do with being a chicken. It's got everything to do with how those particular people like to conduct a quote-unquote one-on-one. I know it's a death trap.
Yeah, some debates are just like whatever, you know.
Case in point, Quantum Eraser. I can't try. I know better. I've been here long enough.
It's going to be it's just not going to go well, you know.
Yeah, it's like taking a swan dive into a bear trap. You got no chance.
It's like,
dude, that was
no way, man.
I had some liquid courage in me like a month and a half ago over in Flat Earth debate. Decided it would be a wise move to unmute my microphone and announce that I was a Glover.
Yeah.
Nathan was on my ass in about 15 seconds.
Woo!
That was my introduction to Nathan.
You done got fucked, boy?
He's on the list now.
Yeah, I was listening to him this morning over at, I think it was live streaming on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, but it was the politics server, I believe. And there were some people in there, you know, newbies coming in and taking on Nathan, which is always kind of interesting, you know. But I was, you know, doing housework, you know, mopping floors and shit, listening to this newbie try to take on Nathan, man. You know, and Nathan's got very specific points. He's just going to ask you to prove, you know. And
he's going to ask you for evidence, and then you're not going to provide anything, and you'll fuck.
And you don't have it, and these newbies don't have it. You know that, platypus, they don't have it. But you know that they try, man. It's like, well, all the scientists, bro, all of them, you know,
all the cartoons,
all the scientists all agree everything's great.
Stories in the cartoons, man.
It ended up being stories about stories, you know, stories. I guess stories.
Hey, I got a quick question. That expression "liquid before beer," you're in the clear. That's the truth, right? Because I'm about to switch to beer and stay on here for a little bit.
Oh no, he's gonna get more liquored up and brave.
I only got. Well, here's the thing. I just opened my fridge to get a water, and I noticed I only have 2 cans of beer left. So it's like, it's just mocking me.
It depends. If it's Coors Light, I'd say go ahead and drink it. If it's Budweiser, I'd leave it in there and drink some water.
No, I'm in Michigan, man. It's craft IPA.
If it's a craft IPA, that baby's going down.
Yeah, I already. I don't know why I asked the question. I already cracked it open. I'm halfway through it. Full disclosure.
I'm drinking some beer. Wait. I'm drinking beer from Indiana right now.
I should send you some. What part of Indiana? Northern Indiana?
Iowa. It's in Iowa. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus. It's a huge difference. I should mail you some Dragon's Milk Stout.
Dragon Stout sounds good.
Dragon's Milk.
Dragon's Milk.
They make like 4 different beers, but their stout is the first thing they ever made. It's like a 13.5 proof beer. 13%, 13.5%.
Oh shit, dude, that's as strong as wine. Careful. That's not what you're drinking right now, right?
No, God, no.
Okay. Because I'd tell you, man, just put it back in the fridge. It'll be good tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's 11%. It is stout beer aged in used bourbon barrels.
Oh. The whole craft beer thing has been a phenomenon that I've got to live through in my lifetime, and when I moved here 30 years ago, there was no breweries near my house, and now there's like 20. And if in my county alone, man, there's probably 100. I'm like, what the hell happened, bro?
No, look in VC chat. If you're ever at the store and you see this on the shelf,
yeah,
yes, it's expensive. Yes, you only get 4 of
wine, basically.
Yeah, I highly recommend it, man. Yeah. Especially if you like stouts, like beer that you almost have to chew. Stouts.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Do you know that the British Navy during the colonial days were only allowed? Each sailor was only allowed 1 gallon of beer a day. Okay. They had limits. They had to keep it tight there.
Only a gallon. What kind of shit show was that?
Exactly, right?
Hey, those were men. How dare you?
But from what I understand, there's a great documentary, man. You got to go see it. It's only like 40 minutes long. It's not even a documentary. It's a TV show that they went
Hey, hold on. Hey, Adam, if the alcohol is only going to make every successive debate easier, you should have no problem unmuting your microphone right now, my guy. Topic of discussion is up to you. You call it.
Let me try to find the damn thing here. It's called How Beer Saved the World, man.
How Beer Saved the World.
It's so good, dude. You will laugh your ass off. I promise you, by the end with the last 3 or 4 of them that they mention how beer saved the world, you're going to be laughing so hard. You're going to be like, that's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, how beer saved the world, man. What a great. Yeah, I'll look it up here.
Adam.
I think this is it, man. There's a bunch of clips from it. I'll tell you that.
Adam, I've never gotten stumbly drunk, but have you ever gotten so drunk that you suddenly, like, something happened and you had to look up, like, real quick, like you looked up and you just kept looking up further and further, and then the next thing you know, you're falling backward.
Yeah.
Like, ah, shit, I overdid it.
Overdid it, bro. Overdid it. Gotta go. See you guys later. All right.
Be well, dude.
No,
Adam.
I'm good right now, actually, but yeah, I have overdone it, you know.
Not again.
Adam, more like Saddam.
All right.
Oh, dear.
Flat, man, you're trying to throw your hook out there, man. He's not going to bite, man. I've never seen him bite, so good luck.
Adam?
Yeah. Even I tried to get him to bite.
Adam, at least demonstrate that you have a functional microphone.
Nah.
It works. I've spoken to him before.
Okay.
I know I've heard him before.
All right. I trust you, brother. Matrix.
Only because I asked one night when there wasn't many people. We did take it, so.
Yeah, you're on different time zones, different days, so you probably catch him in some weird hours. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
But there's no way G's arguments are good enough anyways. Adam will destroy him just with memes. Seriously.
All right, I'll keep it civil. All right.
I've lost the ability. I can still speak in complete sentences, but I have lost the ability to navigate my keyboard. So Adam would have to approach me on the microphone. I don't understand why he can't unmute.
Yeah,
I'm telling him, come get it.
I'm not much of a keyboard warrior myself, man. I get it. But some people, man, they can rock the keyboard, man. I'm like, all right.
I'm like that. Yeah, I'm like that meme of that dude that's out in the fog, and he's like, "Oh no, I'm stuck out here in the ominous fog. I sure hope nobody runs out of it and fucks me." It's like, right. oh no, I'm a Glober drunk in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I sure hope Adam doesn't unmute and change my worldview.
Fucking wreck you, destroy you. Fucking, yeah. Take your fallacies and shove them where the sun don't shine. I love this. There you go, Adam. Yeah. Outer space is real. Space travel is real. Man land on the moon. Man will land on Mars down there at the bottom. That's pretty funny, man. I got to mooch that one. That's pretty good. I'm going to steal that one.
Looking at my tequila bottle, I'm somewhere between space is real and man landed on the moon, although I'm definitely closer to man landed on the
moon. I'm like I'm maybe in between space travel is real and outer space is real.
Take care, everyone. Be well.
See you.
Cheers, man.
Behave, Mongos.
All right, Mongo.
Now make like a turtle and get out of here.
Terrible.
That was terrible. I agree.
Yeah, it was awful. Who the fuck is the Gambit at the bottom?
I don't know, man. What do we got?
Oh, he's got the Globe Earther tag. Okay. There are now more unmuted Globies than there are unmuted Flat Earthers in the room.
That's fucked up, man. We got to change this.
Adam, you got to do something about that, man.
Adam, man. I need some help in here, bro. All right, here we go. Matrix is back. Okay, we're good. We're even now. Now we're even.
No, I've been turned. I was using push to talk, but I've been using the thing. So I've been here, but yeah, if I
know,
go open mic. Yeah.
Maybe I missed it, Adam. Just type in the text why I'm asking you to come out and engage in a conversation. What is the reason why you are unable or unwilling to engage in a conversation at this particular moment? And then I'll leave you alone.
He might be busy. Might be doing laundry.
Where he is, and he's like doesn't want to wake anyone up.
That's why I'm asking.
He might live.
That's what I'm asking.
He's got kids. If I talk on the mic, I'm going to wake my kids up, and then they're going to bother me. You don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. Adam's kids are asleep. That's why he can't unmute. I got a bridge in New York to sell you too.
What about some swampland in Florida, man? I like that.
Got some bendy water over here.
Mickey Mouse already owns all that.
You got bendy water?
Bendy water.
You got waves. They're just called waves. I've seen the bendy water.
I really can't, and maybe this is a part of my brain trying to get on board with the flat earth thing. And then maybe this is also the alcohol talking. I am going to bring this up again because it's just been baking my noodle for 6 months now.
Get it out. Go ahead.
This argument that I make that you can have your gas pressure without needing a container to simplify the flat earth view, I still can't unrationalize that in my head.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Okay, as quickly as I can and as coherently as I can. Hold on. As simple as I can, Matrix. So every other state of matter that we see on Earth moves toward the surface of the Earth, right? If you just allow, and remember, this is an argument for the flat Earth. Okay, I mean that. If you just let gas be subject to whatever that thing is on your flat Earth that makes things move toward the surface of the Earth, then you'd have your gas pressure, because then gas pressure is just the weight of all the gas above you. And then that would explain why it gets thinner. What's that?
A lot of you guys come in here and go, gravity, gravity, gravity. It's like some broken record that just keeps skipping back to the one word.
No, I'm not saying gravity.
No, listen to me. What if, like in the movie The Matrix, it is just a rule? The rule is very simple. Solids go down, liquids go down and spread out, gases go where they like within their container. Now, all complying to density. That's it. There's nothing more to it. It's as simple as that. What if that is the case? The scientific method, the scientific everything. That is the lot of it. It's as simple as that.
I'd still argue the thing I'm proposing is even simpler than that. It's just, it doesn't matter what state your matter is in. Matter has mass, and all that stuff moves toward the surface of the Earth. I'm not saying it does that by gravity. You and I both know I acknowledge gravity in my globe model. I'm talking about whatever it is that causes things to separate by density on a flat Earth.
That's the density that causes them to separate by density.
Yeah, but why can't
more dense than the other? Therefore,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, I got that, but why can't gases just be doing that too? I get gas expanding to fill the available space. I understand that, but that's still like a measurable force, like the force that gas is, because all that is molecules of gas smacking into one another, and the more energy they have, the more rapidly they want to disperse, right? But what if you've got something
them pushing against the side of their container? The container. What do we measure gas pressure in? Pounds per square inch. So ask yourself a basic question: what is the per square inch? Square inch of what? The container that it's in. That's it.
I would argue it could just be the weight of all the gas above you pushing down on you, because it's also being pulled toward the surface.
Yep.
And this isn't a fucking gotcha.
You're right. You're right. It works both ways. It does work both ways. But in reality, what we can do in our labs and right here on the workbench, it doesn't work that way. But it could, in theory, work both ways.
Yeah, but usually here in reality, the only reason you would want to put gas in a container is either because you want gas at a desired pressure, or you want a gas at a desired concentration. Like the only two times we ever put gas into a container is if we want a bunch of it to use for like work, for like mechanical work, like to make like pneumatics and shit, or we want a specific gas for a purpose, like propane tanks or
I don't know. Scuba divers are very dependent on the gas, right?
But they're dependent on the concentration. But then the pressure is just a consequence of how much gas they have available to breathe.
And they usually carry 2 tanks, on their backs, kind of like a backpack, right?
I need to go scuba diving.
I think each tank is good for maybe like 30 minutes.
I don't know. I've never gone.
I think it's like that. At least that's what I've heard.
Breaking news. I am opening the last beer, and as soon as it's done, I'm gonna go and pass out. So I'm in here for like 5 more minutes.
Mm-hmm. But I know that
I'll give you a live one. Hold on.
Divers.
Real quick, hold on. Is anybody else about to open a beverage with me?
I am for sure, 100%.
You got it ready?
Nope. Hold on. Let me go get it. Hold on.
All right. I'm not trying to be your enemy when I state that notion that I have, Matrix. I'm genuinely trying to make because the idea that there is an unseeable, untouchable membrane over the surface of the Earth whose only purpose is to maintain like some kind of to maintain.
Can we just agree it's a barrier that keeps the gas in here? Can we just say whatever
you want to call it?
I don't know what it's made of. You don't know. And you guys say it's just air, keeping the air in, and we're like, no, man, show me that in the lab, and we're like, we can't. And then you're like, okay, and I'm like, yeah. All right, I got my beverage ready. You ready?
Yep. All right, last beer of the night.
All right. Me too, bro.
There we go.
Cheers.
Can you explode when they get scared?
Something keeps gas in, man. And it's usually, in our world down here, it's solid. Up there.
I would have thought FED that after opening so many cans, he would have realised that.
There you go, bro. Shit, that's the funniest thing I've heard all week. It's fucking genius, bro. Thank you.
That was funny. I don't know, man. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get on board with Flat Earth over like
you gotta show
like 3 things, man.
You brought it up, man. It's gas pressure, and we all know the argument super, super well. We don't want to argue it, but we can make fun of it and laugh at it and go and say in all reality down here where I live, man, you got to have a container, hard walls, rubber walls, whatever, balloon. I got to have something, man, that holds the gas in, man. And we all know that. That's undeniable. And then you take it to outer space and it totally changes. What? What do you mean it changes? Well, there's gravity, bro. We're like, oh, fuck. Come on.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You'll get there, man. You'll get there because, there's no way to prove it to yourself. Even
I don't think you will, man. Not with that one. With the one thing I don't think you'll ever be able to get me on board with, unless I can see it or touch it, is the barrier, the container over the entire Earth. I have so many questions about the container.
Sure, we all do, bro. It's not you're not alone. I mean, I got lots of questions about it too, man.
Okay, the biggest one being
is it a box,
because I want to hear Matrix's answer to this. I want to hear. I'll hear your answer too, Flat. But I got to hear Matrix's. Matrix. Oh Jesus, I've had too much to drink. Matrix's answer to this. First question I have to get an answer to, a legitimate answer to, about the container. How did the container get there in the first place? I have to know the answer to that, and I have to get an answer that I find believable and acceptable and practical in order for me to get on board with the idea that there could be a container. And I'm hoping Matrix didn't go to sleep.
I'm not asleep. I just turned my mic off, so I'm not hot micing.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know why I'm saying I'm sorry. I'm joking.
Antecedent to gas pressure is container.
No.
A container. One could say there's containment. That's it. There's nothing more. We don't know what it's made of, how high it up is, any of that. It's just if you have gas pressure, you need a container for it. That's why we keep annoying you ballers. Can you have gas pressure without a container? No. That's it. Done.
I got it. See, like I said, that's one of my hang-ups. I got to have a more complete answer.
Gravity.
It doesn't even need to be gravity. It doesn't even need to be gravity.
But that's been the chant for years, man. Gravity is holding it in, bro. I mean, oh, what? Okay.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I've heard that 1,000 times. 1,000, easy.
And you know that's what I actually think is going on.
Sure. Fine. I'm good with that. So, yeah, man, that's what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? You guys ever hear that? All right, anyway. Hey, welcome to Friday night, Saturday morning. And Matrix is in Saturday evening, I believe.
Yep, she's about 4:45 in the afternoon, mate.
All right. Afternoon, evening, close. I was close.
Matrix lives in the future.
That's right. I'm a time traveler.
It's so weird, man. How do you explain that on a flat Earth, man?
Do doorknobs go the opposite way in the future?
Oh, hey, tip your wages.
Dude, have you heard that? Have you actually heard that one? Dude, the whole Coriolis thing, like, toilets drain in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Dude, people used to come up with the funniest. That happened in the server like 3 years ago. People came up with the funniest backwards.
Yeah, there's some funny shit, eh? That's what if you're ever in here listening to FED, he just takes the piss out of it all the time. It's funny as, man.
Taking a piss. My super genius friend, man, ran his own business for 30 years and retired and is like, well off, whatever. Smartest guy I know, man. World traveler. Could talk to you about anything. And he's like, dude, I was in Australia and the toilets flush the other way. And I'm like, it's all about the plumbing, man. It's not about that's what you brought to the table, is the toilets flush a different way in Australia. Really? I mean, that's your evidence for like a globe. Really? I mean, that's pretty shitty. It's pretty shitty, bro. Anyway, funny stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, the beer is finished.
No way. You did not drink a beer that fast.
Yeah, I did.
You did? Are you in the movie like what do you call Beer Fest? What the hell's going on over there, bro?
Bro, so I used to when we would pull into Scotland. You know those people that have learned that trick where you could take you could take a huge glass of liquid and just tip it straight backward and it's all gone.
Yeah, they open their throats. That's what I heard. Yeah,
learned how to do that shit 15 years ago. Used to go to the pub in Faslane all the time. Tell the Scottish guys, I can drink a glass of beer faster than you. I'll bet you 10 pounds.
Yeah.
Won 10 pounds every fucking time.
Every time, bro. Every time. You've seen the movie Beer. You've seen the movie Beer Fest, right? Come on. It's up flat. If you'd seen Beer Fest, I'd be like surprised.
The movie Beer Fest?
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie Beer Fest is hilarious. When they kill off the one character and then they bring in his old twin brother.
Yeah. Okay.
And they just pretend like, oh, it's almost like he never died.
The best part of that movie, man, was the end when Willie Nelson's like, "Hey, man, I'm going to this pot smoking competition. You guys want to go?"
Yeah, I thought they were going to make that movie. I wanted that to be a real movie so bad.
Best ending to any movie I've ever seen in my life, dude. I laughed so hard. I was like, "Holy shit! You got to be kidding me!" Yeah,
dude. Do you ever hear Snoop Dogg talk about how Willie Nelson's the only person who could smoke more pot than him, and it's not even close?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, the guy can smoke a lot of weed, man.
It's got like 70 years of practice at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's harmful, damaging things. Reefer madness. Oh my God. Did you ever see?
I'll tell you what, pot's never been anywhere near as harmful to Willie Nelson as the IRS was.
Ooh, yeah. I knew it was percussionist, man.
Hey, Matrix, can you guys smoke pot over there? Is that legal yet?
No.
You can get medical stuff, but I've never been into that. So, if you're not in the right circles, I suppose you don't know.
I've never done it either, but I live in one of the states where it's been totally, like recreational use, totally okay.
Totally decriminalized.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's weird though is it gets tricky. You can at the state level it's legal, but at the federal level there are still things you can do that'll get you federally in trouble. It's totally fucked up.
I can grow 12 plants here in California in my yard legally.
Yeah, California.
Without anybody bothering me, but
that's right. I have not heard of any excuse for my company to send me out to California again anytime soon, but I will keep you posted.
Yeah, man. I'll be around.
What?
Matrix. What was dude?
I can't hear what he's saying.
What did you
hint? No, we're gonna hook up, man. He's coming out to Burbank. I'm gonna take him up to Black Swan. We're gonna check it out together, and he's gonna go,
holy shit, it's flat.
Holy shit, it's a globe, man. He's gonna go, holy shit, it's a fucking globe. I can't believe it.
The last I think it was on Tuesday, the last open panel that QE did, I got the notification on my phone that he had gone live, but I couldn't open up for the first 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I guess what was happening before I joined on YouTube was he was talking about getting his roof redone. Okay. I didn't know any of that. All I know is when I opened the YouTube stream, the first two sentences I heard come out of QE's mouth out of context were they didn't even bother knocking. So then they just started pounding away. I was like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
What the hell did I get into, man? Yeah. That sounds like the cops are coming to break your door down kind of thing, right? I
sent that as a super chat. He giggled a little bit. All right, I I am.
Now get out of here. Hey, we got to put a team together, man. Let's go drink some beer, man. Come on.
Well, step 1 is going to be getting a beer together. Step 2 is going to be trying to figure out how both of us can get to where the black swan image was taken at the exact same time. Because I know I'm going to crawl up there the next time I'm out there.
All right, well, DM me or you'll find me. I'm around.
Well, dude. All right, you guys have a good night.
Man, cheers.
I'll be back on in about 18-ish hours. So everybody have a good night. Take it easy.
All right, man. You too.
And Matrix, but watch out for those fucking kangaroos, man. I'm telling you, they're planning something. Hold on. There was a video. You ever seen that video of that dude that's out with his dogs and that kangaroo ties up one of his dogs and he fucking punches him in the face?
Gives him a right hook. Yeah.
That is the most Australian video I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Dude, you're so American, bro. You're so American.
It's so funny, though.
Well, look, if you do ever come over here, GE, don't forget Vegemite beers. Stop the drop bears.
So, I was told... hold on. I was told... So, I hated Vegemite when I tried it, and I was told by another Aussie that it was because I didn't eat it correctly. You tell me if this was an appropriate use of Vegemite, okay? It was just a piece of toast with a little bit of butter on it and then a little bit of Vegemite.
Right, there's two methods when you put Vegemite on toast. Number 1, you put it on like road base, so you can't see through it. Method number 2, you put it on so you can see through it. If you go anywhere in between, you're probably not going to...
I don't know if I caught that, but it sounded fucking hilarious, man. What? Did you say road base? What the?
Yep, you chuck that shit on like road base.
Like a holy shit. That's disgusting, man.
That's the two ways. You either go all or nothing. So yeah, that's the only way to have that stuff.
It doesn't fucking taste like anything. It tastes like
Vegemite.
It tastes like a brand. It tastes like a brand new pair of sneakers in the box at the store. A brand, like you go into the store, you're looking for a new pair of shoes. You pull the box down because it's your size, and you open the lid to look at them. Okay, how those shoes smell? That's how Vegemite tastes.
That's hilarious. Oh my god,
that's great.
Oh, it's dead yeast.
Drop your mic, man.
That's all it is, man.
Drop your mic.
Hey, Flat Earth. You know when you get done grilling a bunch of food on the grill and then you go back the next day and you see all that like congealed black shit on all the grill bars?
Grills,
okay. Yeah. Vegemite tastes like how that smells.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, dude, I've had Vegemite. It's years ago, but yeah, I mean, it was just like Spam or some shit that they sell here, man. It was this weird fucking substance that you put on bread or whatever.
Oh, I'm noticing. I think it's a scheme. Listen, here's what I think is going on. You ever notice how Vegemite, like stores here in the States, will announce that we got Vegemite in. We don't carry it all the time. We've got it. Okay. They always do that right after Australia has a really bad bushfire. Now, what I think is happening.
Okay.
I think every time Australia has a really bad like wildfire,
which
they
is
look around
every summer, yeah.
Right. Exactly. Which is always when everybody says we got Vegemite here in the States. I think what happens is they stand in the burned rubble and the burned vegetation. They think to themselves, "Man, how are we gonna put together enough money to pay people to come plant all these trees and dig all this shit out of here. And somebody in the back said, I got an idea. Let's take all this burnt shit from the wildfire, put a little bit of water in it, mix it together, put it in jars, and sell it to Americans.
Sell it to the rest of the world.
And it still tastes the same.
It tastes the same.
Exactly the same. Vegemite tastes like a bushfire smells.
There you go. I don't know.
Okay. I'm done. I'm walking away. I gotta walk away.
Drop the mic, bro. Drop it. Boom. Poof. Yeah, that's the only thing I knew about Vegemite was from a song, and you probably know the song. You get a Vegemite sandwich.
Oh yeah, everybody knows Men at Work.
Men at Work. That's the only time I ever heard of fucking Vegemite was through a hit song, and that's just my opinion. I don't know shit, but yeah, I tasted it, man. I'm like, nah. It's not something I'm going to eat, bro. I don't want to eat this shit.
No, I didn't get it at all. I've never felt compelled to waste an entire container of food by throwing it immediately in the trash.
Yeah, I get you, bro. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go to bed, or I'm gonna ramble.
Vegemite, it's hitting the can, man, pretty quick.
You guys know that Vegemite is just industrial waste. It's dead yeast. That's all it is trash. Hey, how can we sell this shit? Let's put it in a jar and let fuckers eat it.
Let's write a real cool song about
Vegemite. Fuck you. Fuck you. I love Vegemite.
You know when you go to a shop and in the back corner they've got like the grinder for like grinding the rust off
ground beef, yeah.
And it always builds up that like brown colored like molten metal dust shit underneath it, like in a pile. Okay. Vegemite tastes like that smells.
All right, we'll keep that in mind.
Metal shops have got their own unique smell.
Vegemite shops? Did you say?
You know the guy that works in the metal shop. Vegemite tastes like that guy smells.
But listen, G, I know you're an ex-sardine, but we don't need to know what you do in your spare time.
Oh, hey, tip your waitresses. You go here, Rodney Dangerfield.
He's thinking about it now. He goes, "Oh shit, he got me."
Rodney Dangerfield. Oh, it's a dangerous field out there sometimes.
That was the only thing people ever had, man. But we get all creative with the Marines and the armies coming up with fucking, especially the Air Force and the Coast Guard. All the other branches, the only jokes they could ever come up for submariners was gay jokes.
Square hats to fit their square heads.
So,
hey, I'll post a picture of me in my uniform with all my medals on. I think I like the Cracker Jacks, man. I think that's a really cool uniform.
I thought you were going to bed.
I was going to bed, but then I discovered beer and how funny it is to make fun of.
I discovered beer. It's so amazing. It's so good.
I'm a great drunk. I can't do a Donald Trump impression. I'm a great drunk. I've been told that I'm the best drunk.
I'm the best drunk ever. Everybody knows it.
I like to get drunk off tequila, and I'm gonna make Mexico pay for it.
That's pretty good. I'm gonna get drunk on tequila, and Mexico's gonna pay for it. It's so amazing. They're great people in Mexico. There's some great tequila. So good,
dude. I used to get drunk on. When I was in the Navy, I used to do double shots of something that doesn't even exist anymore. Do you remember a thing called Bacardi 151?
Oh, Bacardi 151.
Are you talking 151 rum?
151.
151.
Oh, dude, my buddy, my business partner had a file in his cabinet called Bacardi file, and in it was the 151, bro.
Dude,
if you were having a bad day, man, he encouraged you to go and get yourself some 151.
Dude, it is the only liquor I've ever purchased in my life where when you took off the cap, there was a fucking flame suppressor stamped on the top of the bottle.
Yeah.
You remember that little... Did you know that's what that was? That little metal grate on the top of it? I asked somebody one time, I'm like, why do they put that little... Why do they put that little sheet of metal with the little holes in it? It pours so slow when you do that. Dude, that's a flame suppressor, so you don't fucking set it on fire. Yeah. And it fucking explodes in your hand.
Dude, yeah, it's like a Molotov cocktail, man.
Yep.
In a bottle is what it is. Yeah, 151 is that was real shit, bro.
Yeah, they don't make it anymore.
No, they don't make it anymore.
151 stands for 151, 151 proof.
151 proof.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was like 51.5% alcohol by volume.
No. It's whenever you look at the proof of a liquor, you divide the number in half, and that's how much alcohol is in it.
Yeah, so 151 would be like
75.5% alcohol by volume.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge, man. Yeah, man. I miss Ron Bacardi, man. I miss that guy. I really do. I miss.
Okay, for the final time, and I'm actually going to disconnect from the call so that it's final. I am getting off for the night. Everybody have a good one.
All right. Do a mic drop for me, bro. You got a mic drop? There you go. That'll work.
All right. Later, guys.
Cheers. Oh, yeah. So I know a couple of moonshiners over the years. I met some guys that made their own distilled alcohol.
You know something really cool about that?
What's that?
FAD? When you line up all their bottles with all their grog in them, all the liquids level.
I checked it out, man. You're right.
Am I right?
No, you're right, 100%. I mean, we measured the levelness of each bottle, and they're totally level, unless the floor was crooked. Now, if the floor is crooked, they're not level. They're angled level, which is because of the floor being crooked. But, you know.
So the liquid stayed where it should be, but the container didn't. It's like when you have a mouthful of beer. When your beer is sitting on your table, it's flat and level, but even as you tip the container to have a mouthful, the liquid still stays level.
It's an interesting phenomenon. We can check it out. And we checked it out. For 10 years, we've checked it out. And, man, no. Water ain't bending fuck all nowhere. And it's weird. It's kind of weird. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of weird.
What he means is kind of weird. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if it was a globe, man, we should see all kinds of bendy water, and we don't. In reality,
but like, okay, no, keep going.
It presents itself in reality as what it is. It's like very simple observations of what's happening is that water's level when it rests, especially in large bodies. Without a doubt, it's level. I mean, there's no way of getting around it, man. You can grab a water bottle and check it out for yourself, man.
I'm trying to figure out why there would be this big lie. Like, what's the incentive for lying for so long and by so many people?
I mean, I don't know if you understand psychosis.
Yes.
Maybe you do, maybe don't. But there are people out there, man, that have tendencies to be extremely greedy, man.
Yeah, but of course,
greed's a funny thing, man. It's just one of the things that I've seen people that are making $2 million a year, and they rob the company that they're running for $100 million. And I've seen this a dozen times minimum, that something goes on in their brain when you want to control a bunch of shit. And it's just becomes into psychosis. There are people out there that really want to rule the world, man. And if you don't think there are, I don't know what I can do. I don't want to convince you of that. I want you to check it out for yourself. But
I mean, yeah, of course.
It seems logical to me that there's some people out there, man, with some very, very large bouts of money, and they want to rule the world, bro. And they'll do whatever it takes to do it. And it don't matter who they lied to or what it takes, man. It's crazy, man. They don't care. And they get into a zone in their head, and they just keep going, man. And that's the kind of world we're living in right now. It seems a little bit out of control in a lot of aspects, and it probably has for all human history, in my opinion, that they've been doing this shit for thousands of years, and they've just perfected it. And we have to go to work and pay our bills, and we don't get to question reality all day long every day. We have to go to work. But reality presents itself as the most beautiful thing, is because,
it's fucked up though. No, it's fucked up that we don't get that luxury.
We can get it. That's kind of the point I'm getting to, is we actually can get that luxury of knowing that we live on a flat, stationary plane, and whatever they told us about where we live is kind of exactly opposite of what we observe in reality. So you just got to take it back and say, hey, no, I'm looking at the moon. Okay, there's the moon. There's the sun. There's the sunset. There's the ocean. I'm always looking at everything in reality, man. Not what if I'm in outer space and I'm shooting around Mars, and I'm like, no, I don't go there. I go into objective, personal observation of reality. That's it, man. That's all I do every day. And if the reality presents itself as something else than what I'm observing, then I'll look into it. But when all reality is the be all and end all of all laws, in my opinion, is objective reality, it's the end of the day. If you can't discern that from, Disney outer space, I can't help you, man. I'm sorry. I can't help you. But I can help you observe reality for what it presents. It's 100% honest. That's the beautiful thing about objective reality. It's totally honest. And you have to be honest with yourself at that point. You have to be honest. Like, if I drill this drill in my finger, I know I'm going to bleed. I've done it, I don't know, hundreds of times, probably accidentally, not on purpose. But yeah, you need to keep your fingers away from the saw blade in reality. You have to have gas pressure. Gas pressure requires a container in reality. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without the vacuum sucking out all of your gas pressure, man. It's impossible. So that's objective reality, man. If I stick a knife in my tire in my car, the air is going to escape and my tire is going to go flat, and that's reality, man.
Yeah.
So just keep it real. Check it out. Don't believe anything I'm telling you.
But why is that different than what I should believe, or what is supposed to be believed?
Well, belief is the enemy of knowing things. And when you know things versus believe things, that's where the paradox really begins, and you have to address yourself on this one and say, hey, man, do I believe this or do I know this? Like, I know for a fact what an eighth-inch drill bit is, bro. I mean, I don't have to fucking... I know that if I drill a pilot hole with an eighth-inch drill bit, I can stick a number 6 screw through that, and it's going to be tight, depending on the wood.
Yeah.
I might go 7/16, 7, 8. Yeah, I might go smaller, but I know things in reality, man. You know, combustion engines work. I know that for a fact. I've worked on them. You know, that's a fact. That's what I know. You know, if you tell me, man, like there's like a rock on a place, 38 million miles away, how the fuck am I going to check that the fuck out, man? I mean,
yeah, but you could also say that for like the like atoms, like how do you know these atoms are made out of? Like, you know what I mean?
Relevance is.
That's my fucking question. You stole my question, bro. How do you know that atoms are real? And does anybody have a picture of one atom? That's all I'm asking for. Do you have a picture?
Why? Okay, so the question is like, what's the incentive? What's the incentive for the these people lying about it? What's the incentive? Why are they lying about it? What's the incentive? Nothing?
Well, you've got to ask yourself, if you're going to ask why the lie, who's lying? See, the problem with asking why the lie, there's all these other things that can be thrown into the mix. So if you're saying why the lie, well, the first question comes to mind is, well, who's lying? Have you been taught a lie, or have you just been passed down information that people have never really checked in the first place? Like, for example, at school, you were told you live on a ball. They would have shown you, probably held a globe up in front of you. Hey, little kids, you live here. And they probably would have got one of the kids to come up. They would have spun it around. Where do you live? And kid would have spun it back to the position and said, I live here, miss, or sir. That would have been about it. And then to reinforce that, they made you sit down and do a test so you know where all your countries are. And that's how you reinforce it. It's quite simple, because none of the kids want to fail their tests. No one ever questioned it. They just went, hey, that's what I was told. I accepted it because the kid next to me accepted it. No one's ever questioned it. We just go along with our lives, and that's it. Happy days.
Yeah, but
eat KFC, drive to work, do whatever you do. It doesn't matter.
But this is no different than like accepting the fact that atoms exist, correct? Like it's just like it's actively rejecting science, correct?
It's what's called a red herring. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's all we're interested in here.
No, but like it's actively rejecting like science.
Science, okay. So we're on the same page.
No. What do you mean no shit?
Hold on. No. That's a category error, mate. We're not saying we're against science.
We love science. I love science, bro.
So the category error is, this is not a scientific question. This is just a geometry question. What shape is it? Shapes is geometry, mate.
Exactly. It's a category error.
I would say sphere because I learned that it was a sphere.
Exactly. We all learned. We all learned.
I just said to you earlier, you were told it was a sphere. You've accepted it. Have you ever looked into it to verify it?
No, because
There you go. That's exactly what I said earlier.
Yes.
So
No. It's a blind trust thing. Yes. It's a blind trust thing. Yes.
Yeah, it's a belief.
Yeah, but like, why wouldn't you blindly trust it? Like, why wouldn't you?
Wait a minute. This was too easy, bro.
Whoa, hold on. Yeah. Why wouldn't I blindly trust that the Earth is round? Yes. Why wouldn't I?
Why would you not blindly trust that the Earth is round?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Blind trust, man.
I wish the rest of the boys were in here for this one.
This is too good, Matrix. We're gonna love this one, bro. So
I'm listening.
Listen.
If you are lost in a city, you go find a blind guy and tell him, please, can you show me the road?
I'm listening.
You
Go
cannot
ahead.
blindly just believe something. And you said it blindly. I believe blindly.
It's the same as us believing in atoms. Like, so do we not believe in atoms?
Show me a picture of an atom.
So the flat Earth is related to like not believing in atoms.
No, it's not.
Yes.
That is just a red herring, and you're just trying to drag it away from the fact that
No, it's not a red herring. I'm
It is.
literally
It has no
asking.
relevance. Stop. It's a red herring. It's like in Little Red Riding Hood, and you telling us, oh, but it was this flavored porridge or it was that flavored porridge. We have no. It's not a part of the story. What brand of porridge or what flavor porridge it was. That's it. That's what you're trying to drag us back to these atoms. Nobody cares. It has no relevance to the shape of the Earth.
It does matter though,
You're still stuck on science, mate. We've told you already this is geometry, not science. You keep trying to tell us this is a science category and that we're denying science. We are not denying science. We are denying speculative cosmology.
Of course, I'm relying on science. Yes, that's all I've known. So why would I not rely on science?
Okay, let's just use some common sense here. Do you feel the Earth spin right now?
Hold on, Matrix. Micah.
Whoa. Yeah.
Micah. Science is a method, not.
I'm listening.
It's not a person. It's not a thing. It's not a belief. Science is a method. And I want you to slow back down and say, hey, man, science is all about, trying to come up with an idea why something we observe is happening. It's a cause and effect thing. Okay?
Yes. I would agree, yes.
It's not a bunch of people that all agree. I mean, that's ridiculous, man. It's like nobody.
Okay, so
not everybody's a Chicago Bears fan, man. We agree with that, right?
Yes.
So, but you can't just like throw science as like everybody believes the Chicago Bears are the greatest people ever. I mean, whatever. You can't do that, man. You have to get back down to reality and say, hey, man, what is science? Well, it's a cause and effect relationship, and we're trying to figure out what the cause is and what the effect is, and there's a certain method that we use to do that, and it's called the scientific method, bro. And when you can go through the scientific method, you can look at things from both sides of the argument. All right, and that's all we're doing here, man, and we love science. So if you have a cause and effect for gravity, we want to hear about it, man. We're here for that purpose. Where we live is Earth, man. And the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary. So that's why we call ourselves 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, is because we literally see a flat stationary plane. And there's a lot of that's what we observe in reality. Okay, I'm done.
I would agree. Like I observe this Earth as flat and stationary. Yes,
exactly. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Yes, I would completely observe that. But like, again, I observe my skin as being comprised of like
cells and.
Yeah, but the only reason I believe that is because of scientists. Like,
wait, no, you are the scientist of your own reality. I want you.
Yeah, but you could say that about anything.
No, you're selling yourself way too short, man. You are your own observable reality scientist, man. You can observe what's real, man, and. When you can admit to yourself that you can't see atoms, and none of us can, but they tell us we can see them, and they also tell us that we can see like 1 billion trillion miles away, bro. with our own eyes. Now, which one you want to believe? You can see atoms, or you can see billions and trillions of miles away. You see a light in the sky at night, and it's minimum. It's 26 trillion miles away. Minimum. That's the stars, not the planets. The planets are, only a few, 80, 90, 100 million, 93 million miles away, whatever, They come up with all kinds of crazy numbers. Now, you verify those numbers, or you can say, nada. No, man. Now,
I don't know. I would,
dude. There's a lot.
I would hope that there's not a conglomerate of scientists that just aim to mislead.
No, that's a misconception. Here's how it works, man. Is that there was an overlord that said, "Hey, man, this is the curriculum that you have to teach, and if you teach that and you study that, we'll give you money, and we'll let you keep teaching it, and you learn it, and we'll just keep pushing that agenda down the line."
So why is this overlord have power?
Because they probably control the money system, in my opinion. And if you control the money system, you can control all of information. Because everything's business in this world, man. That last time I checked, man, everything's about a business of some sort.
Yeah, everything's about a business, but I'm trying to figure out why this.
The ones that control the money control the information. The information gets spread, and it's literally a higher up curriculum that's been handed down, and it's been handed down so hard that the teachers that taught you about the globe still believe in the globe because they were told to teach it this way, bro. And they taught it, however, whatever information they got from their higher lords, that they taught that in school systems, man. And they do that shit to this day. And there's just no getting around it, man. They're not lying to you. They think they're teaching you the right shit, bro. They're like, hey, man, this is what we learned in school, and we're going to teach it to you. And then it just gets handed down the line, man. But there's been a misconception about outer space, man. We've been busting NASA up the ass, man. They're not going to space, man. There's no way. We've watched.
Yeah, no, it's not about NASA. It's about you. So you think Elon Musk is completely fabricating the Starship tests that he's been doing?
No, man. Things go up into the sky. Now, they can go to very high elevations, higher than we probably know, but I don't think they're breaking out into a place that will let you float like in the air, like a 0G plane, right? You look like, when you're on a 0G plane, man, you look like you're floating inside the plane, right? But really, you're just falling at the same speed as the plane. You're just falling. Now, can they do that and do a magic trick? Probably. I know Hollywood, man. Hollywood does some great shit, man. But
I mean, yeah, but I also have been doing VFX for a living, and it's very difficult to replicate the shots that were done. And
dude, have you seen the movie Gravity? Have you seen the movie Gravity? Oh my god, dude.
No, I have not.
Oh, you got to go see Gravity. Go rent it, buy it, whatever you got. Pay the $3. Fuck, I'll give you the $3. Go watch it. And it's just so outrageous how space would be under those circumstances. It would be incredibly difficult. And they shot it. It looks so real, bro. It looks totally real. It's amazing, bro. It's amazing. Anyway, I use that movie as an example of could they fake outer space. I'm like, yeah, fuck, they can fake the shit out of it. It looks so good. It's crazy, man, how good it looks. But They all did that shit out here on Earth, and they did it with green screens and wires, bro. Harnesses, people flying around in harnesses, floating in on harnesses, but it was all magic Hollywood shit, 100%. But it looks great, man. It does. So go watch a clip, man. Just go watch a clip, like 2 minutes. You'll be like, holy shit, man, that looks amazing. Anyway, and that was done like 15, 20 years ago.
I'm sure you're right.
Maybe not that long. But anyway, dude, we can make things look great, man. Back in 1929, they had, what was it? King Kong was hanging off the fucking Empire State Building, bro. 100 years ago. So, yeah, trickery in photography is one thing. Going to outer space? Nobody's going to outer space, man. Do you know how many people have ever been claimed to have left Earth in a rocket? How many people total? It's less than it's like 600 people, bro. That's it. According,
it just doesn't make sense to me why Elon will lie about that. Like, out of all people, like Elon Musk, like the most anti-government person that I know.
According to your point of view, yeah, he's the most anti whatever. Go ahead, Matrix. What do you got on that?
I was just going to say, it's all part of the show, mate. Sit back,
part of this jam.
Watch.
So, Micah, there's a guy named Robert Simmons, and he created that picture you see in the live stream voice text on his computer.
That was his job.
That was his job, dude, and he admitted it. And it's just so interesting that it would. Yeah, I mean, it didn't look right. I had to change, some things. It just didn't look right. We added spectral highlights, and we did some.
They took a flat map and wrapped it around a ball.
Well, it was a high altitude data sets taking pictures of Earth from high altitude airplanes, and they stitched them all together. And he put it together, man. He was the guy that stitched it together.
He added a bit of blue, a bit of brown, a bit of green.
I'm gonna add little clouds here, there. Yeah. So Robert Simmons made up the fucking globe, and it was called the Blue Marble 2002. Is that it? Is that what it was?
Yeah, something like that. It was on all the iPhones' home screens.
It was on all the iPhones' home screens. Yeah. Interesting. Mike, watch as many movies as you can, man. You'll see like every movie will have at least one globe in the movie, guaranteed.
I mean, of course, because that's. But like, what's the incentive for lying about it? What's the incentive?
Oh, dude, here's your incentives, man. These are my favorite ones. Dude, you get to have your own island with your own airport and your own jet and your own yacht and your own helicopter with your own fucking golf course and complete spas with servants, and all you have to do is hang out at the beach and on the yacht, or with. Not only does your yacht have like a yacht, it built inside the yacht, it has complete jet skis and it has a helicopter pad on it, and you get to fucking cruise the world with no passport to go anywhere you want. Okay? What about that for an incentive? How about that?
God, this is fucking.
That's what those Mongos have, bro. I'm not making that shit up, dude. I've seen those fuckers. I tune their fucking pianos. I know who these people are. And they just fucking jet set and go anywhere they want, anytime. And that's their incentive, in my opinion. That's their incentive.
And I will respect that opinion way more than any other person that I've talked to that's flat earth, because
dude, I'm talking about greedy people, bro. Greedy people.
Yes, that makes so much more sense than any other bullshit that I've heard.
Yeah.
That makes so much more.
Mika, go and have a look up how much money NASA generates, how much money they get from the government, because they are a government.
They get like
donated by the public, and it'll spin your head, mate. Seriously, it's unbelievable.
Then the numbers is like it's like $30 billion a year, which works out to like $80 million a fucking day, bro.
Yeah, but $80 million a day does not mean that much to the American government. Like it just doesn't. Like it.
Well, it should, but that's my opinion. It should.
Yeah, but there's not that much of an incentive. Like
that's all your tax money going towards entertainment.
Wait a minute, fucking $80 million a day isn't anything. It's nothing. What?
Not to the American government, no.
You're talking about, they spend $5,000 on toilet seat covers. Yeah, those guys? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I trust them, man. Fuck.
No, I'm not saying I trust them. No, I'm not saying I trust them. I'm saying that's just how the spending works.
Well, you're accepting it. And you're not like questioning it. You're like, okay, that's how it works.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, okay, so
you gotta question it more, bro. You gotta say, hey, man, why? Yeah, I agree.
No. If you're wondering if this is like a questioning thing, or like if I should like accept what's happening with the government and all that, no. That's it. No.
No, I don't want you to accept it. I don't accept it. I just, I denounce it in my own being. But man, can I go down to City Hall and tell them, you guys are fucking stupid? Yeah, that's not gonna work, bro. I'm not gonna go busting down City Hall's ass. But I want to talk to this guy named Micah about potentially why they would lie to us about where we live, bro. And there's a lot of reasons why they would lie to us about where we live.
Yes, of course. There's a lot of reason why.
There's a lot of reasons why. In my opinion, nobody else is in here, but my opinion is that it comes down to greed. I mean, I've just know so much about greed and how it works, and people get so sucked up in power, and it's just so easily they can lose it, man. And there are people that. One of my greatest sayings I've ever heard was leadership reflects culture. Okay? If the leadership's a fucking clown show, then the culture's going to be a clown show. You follow me? And I think we're living in some kind of clown world right now, personally. But, I don't pay attention to the clowns. Because I didn't pay my ticket to go to the circus. Because if you don't like seeing clowns, man, why the fuck are you going to the circus? What the hell's wrong with you? Come on, you're better than that. So I'm just trying to be better than that in my own way. But I trust NASA, baby. I trust NASA. I just trust.
Yeah, but like it's the same way of like trusting scientists to like we're made out of atoms. Like so is there a distrust in that as well?
You know what? I went to a magic show recently, and I trusted the magician to fool me.
Okay.
And he did. But at the end of the day, I know for a fact that it was just an illusion and a trick. I know it. And he's really good. He's really good at performing it. And he's done it probably thousands of times. because I know a couple of magicians, and that's all a trick every time, man. I've been to a magic show. It's all a trick, and people can get tricked, and you got tricked, and I got tricked, and we all got tricked.
But like, why?
Believing we're shooting, but to believe
there's not enough of an incentive. Like, there's just no incentive to like lie so much about that. Like, there's a world that we just don't know about. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Micah, you're the reason. That's what you've got to understand. You being controlled. Now, see how you've come in here questioning us?
Yes.
You're controlled. You have this urge to do that because if you don't, cognitive dissonance is going to burn you up from the inside out, and you're just going to be walking around in circles not knowing what to do. Those flat earthers, those pesky flat earthers.
From my perspective, I could say cognitive dissonance is like plaguing you guys. Like, it's the same.
So hold on a second. How's it plaguing us?
I could say that like there's such a disconnect from reality that the fact that you guys believe in that.
That's great. Stop.
Yes.
It's a disconnect from reality. All right. So I walk outside. I do not see curvature. I do not feel Earth spinning. So why would I want to believe anything? Why would I not trust my own instincts? I'm not the one with the disconnect. I'm not the one suffering from cog dis. Your average globetard is. Think about it. You don't see curvature. You don't feel the Earth spin, but yet you believe a story.
Dude, first of all, I remember talking to you because I remember I fucking love Vegemite. Dude, I fucking love it. I remember talking to you. Yeah, no. But regardless of Vegemite, no. I remember talking about this, and I have a very distinct view, and I wanna know that the Earth is real, yes.
Hey, guess what, man?
You know what it is? Good, because that's what we do too. So
we live on Earth, man.
Is step to the side of all the stories you've been told and go and verify them for yourself. Grab the story you've been told that it's a ball. That's cool. Just do that one first. Go and verify it. Go and find some other guys that are doing laser tests.
You could say go and verify. You could say go and verify that the atom is equal to.
No. We're not talking about atoms. We're only doing one thing at a time. If you want to go and grab a mic and look at some shit later on, that's totally up to you, bro. All we're dealing with is reality of the Earth. That's it. Nothing over the top. It's very simple. So like I was saying, if you want to verify it for yourself, go out with a group of friends and go, you wouldn't believe it, I was talking to these flat Earth nutters and I want to check this shit for myself. And go and get a laser pointer and point it across 10, 12, 14, 20 miles of lake and halfway up a river system or something like that. And see for yourself. Then jump online and have a look at the alleged distances we're given. We're told we're on a ball with a radius of 3,900 miles. Now, does that line up with your laser test? Does that line up with the measurements that you have in the real world? If yes, then come back to us and say, this is where I went, this is what I done, it matches up. Or if it doesn't, come back to us and say, this is where I went, this is what I done, it doesn't match up. Why? That's all you have to do, mate. We're not here to
you're right.
you.
We're
here to tell you to think for yourself. That's it. Outside of that, I'm not running around twisting people's arms. If you wish to come in here, that's up to you. That's great. Nice to meet you. Glad you've been in here. Have a nice day. If you don't want to be in here, I'm a staunch glober and I'm just here to prove a point, then, mate, have a nice day. That's also great.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
I don't want to talk. I just want to rub on my balls all day. Man, that one guy that told us how the Globers do all their technology is because of a ball. Gravity pulls down. So gravity holds air to a ball and makes a ball out of air. You just get all that's the blueprints for all technology. How they make cell phones with gravity.
Oh, what's up, Neil? What's going on, bro?
Just gaming right now.
You got enough whatever energy to warm yourself tonight?
Yeah, chilling.
Awesome. Hey, Dubs.
What's up? How'd you know I was here?
Because I saw you.
I was away doing stuff. I just walked up to the computer.
I mean, I saw your profile. That's what I meant.
Yeah. You guys been busy, eh?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, somewhat. We got people coming in and out. Had a little fun here and there. That's about it.
Good stuff. I just got home getting situated.
Cool.
About to tell him one of my new words. The extrapolator. Interpolation. Interpolate your terpenes.
Remember in Living Color, the homeless character?
Oh yeah.
Inoculation.
Homie, don't play that. And then he had the guy with the turd, the pickle in the jar.
Yeah. That's the one that makes me think of all the made up words. Your Honor, if I can just get the jury's attention.
Hey, Flatman.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what, huh?
You guys celebrate Thanksgiving too? Where you at?
Yeah, we had a Thanksgiving dinner.
Is it
We
the
don't
same
call
day
it
as?
Thanksgiving on the reservation.
Yeah, I know.
We got a
That's
different
messed
name.
up, though.
For us, it's more of a family gathering. All these, rather than the actual holiday. We see each other.
Oh, okay. I got you.
The Native Americans like to call it 4th of July #2.
Imperialist Day.
4th of July #2. Taking my stuff day. Like, what the fuck? Thanks, taking.
What's with these stupid blankets, white man?
Chicken pox day. Pilgrim Day, Pilgrim. That's a weird ass word for somebody in a boat to be coming over and militarizing places. A pilgrim? Well, they do got the word grim in there, huh? What the hell does pilgrim mean? What was a pilgrim before a pilgrim landed in America before they got the pilgrim meaning of a pilgrim? Like, what was a pilgrim before America was discovered? What were they going to do? What were the pilgrims? What were those motherfuckers really
my,
gonna do?
My recent understanding is the true seafarers self-labeled, I guess.
Well, you see the little Quaker Oats guy, right?
He got off the Mayfair. Wasn't that supposedly the name of the boat?
Mayflower.
That's it. Well, is that because they landed
Well,
in
what was
Maine?
the Mayflower? Why was it the Mayflower? I thought they had the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. So they had 4 boats? What were they going to do? 4 big ass boats full of people and clackers with guns and cannons. What were they going to go do? Damn.
Peacefully investigate new lands.
They were going to, no, they weren't investigating new land. They were out to find the back of India. Nothing new about it. They were fighting with India. They were fighting with India, but couldn't come the front way.
Christopher Columbus had a bad sense of direction and missed India altogether.
He didn't miss India, brother. They didn't have the world mapped out correctly. If flat, they didn't know where they were going. If round, they were supposed to hit the back of India if Earth was round.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought the Greeks knew it was round and mapped.
Exactly. So they didn't even map out America, but they mapped the Earth out. Fucking funny story, huh? So no Mexico, no America, nothing to do with anything there. Anything near America probably didn't get written down. So they didn't have an America on their globe, and they already had the globe, and he's going the back way to India to kill and take their gold, to like take their shit.
Yo, the mock. I got a riddle for you, bro. You ready?
Yeah.
Let me see. I can be a liquid, a solid, or a gas. I am essential for life. What am I?
Water.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say if you didn't get that right.
You watch your mouth. You know I'm going to get that right.
That's awesome.
Do you know somebody used to read riddles to me all the time, and I used to get them right all the time? I used to sit and like just watch YouTube channels of riddles, just see if I could answer them or not. You know, the IQ test riddles and the riddles. to see if you could get them. Some of them, I mean, you have to actually like think a weird way to actually get them. But as long as you can think a little bit outside the box, you're going to get most of them, like 80% of all of them.
Well, you got that right, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Some dude at my work used to always do that. And then me and this other guy used to always study definitions of stuff, like space stuff, Lagrange points, and shit like that, right? So I learned like the goofiest shit out of nowhere while I was at work, you know? Just remembering the goofy shit I'd talk to the dude with, and he discussed, because he's into that like big time. So we discussed it, and I'd give him my opinion, and he'd say, "Holy fuck, you know something, dude?" And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "When you're right, you're really fucking right." He's like, "When you're right, you're right." He's like, "But when you're wrong, though, you are really,
when you wrong,
really fucking wrong." He likes to mess with me. That's what he
when
says.
you wrong, you don't make any sense.
No. He said, "When you're right, you're right. But when he's wrong, he's really wrong," he says to people. He just messes with them. No, most time he agrees with everything I say. He'll read the mainstream shit, and then I'll give him my opinion on it, and he goes, "You know, you're actually probably right, but, you know, this is the explanation." I was like, yeah, no, I'm 100% with what you're saying. Yeah, that's what they tell you. That's what it entails, 100%. But here's my opinion on it. And he goes, "You know what? I like your opinion better than the thing." So, yeah, I mean,
That's cool, bro.
yep. And then other flat earthers and globers would say, they would read out a definition, and I'd be like, this, Lagrange point. And they're like, "How the fuck do you know this stuff?" And I was like, "Bro, to tell you the truth, I don't know, but I know. I don't know how I know it, but I know it. Is that all right?" I told him some people learn different ways, man. I don't know. I just pick weird shit up sometimes.
Hey, with flat Earth, man, you always learning, especially here. You learn new people. You meet different type of people with different attitude.
Oh yeah, different stuff. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get into people over the fucking what we're supposedly seeing, how the geometry, or whether it is geometry that we're supposed to be seeing it, or we have to, like all these things that we're supposed to have to do, or has to be, like if we're not the creators of this situation, how the fuck are we so sure these laws that we presented to ourselves as people are the set law? Because most of the time, you and I didn't make this thing be the law for everybody. Some other guy did in a lab that really didn't do much. So it's like, how the fuck did you find out that this is the set way for everything until the end of time, and there's no exception to that rule? Because the only thing I'm looking for is the exception to the rule. If there's an exception to the rule, that means your rule isn't right. I mean, you made a law that something doesn't happen, and if that thing fucking happens, then it's like the black swan. You know? So, like, and all these people are like, "Democ, this is supposed to happen. This is supposed to happen. You can't have this. You can't have perpetual motion. You can't have free. You can't do this." And I'm like, well, the fucking nature's doing it just fine. Nature's doing all that just fine. Literally. And then they talk about containers and the second law, like this and that. You can't, like gas containment or whatever, the antecedent. But what's your container? If your container can be gas and temperature and sound and everything around that fucking gas, that's and there really is no vacuum. That's all there is to it. There's no vacuum. It's just all medium. And medium will contain all medium. And then you got temperature. You freeze shit, it goes solid. You unfreeze it, it goes back. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Because some things are true to form. So far as we've known, some things are true, and that's all they end up being. So far to date, there hasn't been an exception to that rule. Those are the things that you can stick to, no matter what. Everything else can be an arguing point for any fucking thing. Literally. In this thing. You see how we got to argue light after they supposedly measured the motherfucker? You measure the geometry of a piece of plastic or something, like that's what the fuck it is. It doesn't matter what the light's doing. It's either that or it's not. And I try to keep it simple. It's just the globe idea is so fucking convoluted with everything stupid, like no because this, no because that, no because that, no because that. Demonstrate that shit. No, because I can't. So hold the fuck on. All these things that are stopping me from being able to show you this, you can't demonstrate to me. Then I'm good to go. Shit. Nothing's holding me back. Reality's king in the land of make-believe and nuh-uhs. Just point to what we can see and demonstrate, and that's it. How did science get to what if? And not because. Because this is the way it is, this happens, steps, ingredients. No. Imagine this. That's our science.
T-Dub, what time is it over there, bro?
You there, Kimbo? Gretchen. The Grecken.
Do you know what it takes to travel the oceans? Do you know what it takes to travel the oceans when you go from place to place?
A full fuel tank and a propeller plane.
I wish that a lot more people were as oblivious as you, Cupcake, because the world would probably be a better place because people don't think of anything as far as logistical means of travel or having to log certain places where they're at and, tell them other people where the destination's going to be at. Nothing. They're just free travelers on the earth. Man, my God, we'd live in a world full of peace, I guess, because everybody can go anywhere they wanted to. No passports.
You can fly across the Atlantic in a prop plane.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's so easy. Don't worry about no-fly zones. You could just go to different countries. Oh, that's fun, isn't it? You could just go anywhere you want to go in a prop plane. Honestly, dude, like, you really are in a shell of an existence if you think that this is the way to actually look at the world today. The real world that you exist in right now, there's a lot of problems when you're trying to go places. Like passports. They need to ask for certain documents for you to enter certain locations, countries that won't allow you because you're using your prop plane in their airspace. This is like, honestly, man, how do you even process any of this information? Like, do you think about your questions when you're asking them? I'm just wondering, dude, because it does seem like you're very oblivious to any of the information of travel over the surface of the earth, like in real time, when you're gonna do it.
Well, here's what I'm getting at. Everybody has a cell phone. Nearly everyone. That means everyone can record whatever they want, unless the internet is being controlled. Unless it's hella censorship.
You are a very young person. Here's the thing, dude. You're a very young person, and you think that the whole world's a giant green M&M. And you don't exist anywhere outside of suburbia. To you, in a gated community, probably, and yeah, you're very happy there and content. And you're just spouting nonsense on the internet because you're bored. Like, there's a lot of people that want to discern what the physical and natural world is for real, and you're making light of it like it's just an internet meme. Thanks, dude. You have put no thought into any of the things you've been asking so far. You're just sounding like a total oblivious person.
I think they're all feasible.
I know you do. Here's the thing. I need you to think about it, and then if that was true, go and do it. Or you know what? Better yet, type it into Google, and Google's going to smack you down. Probably like, dude, you need a passport.
But you can't trust Google.
I know. Yeah, you can't. Now it's I can't trust anything. There's conspiracies. Whatever, dude.
Wait, what? I say that to be on your side on something, not to make you look bad.
You're not on anybody's side. You're making yourself look bad. You're not making anybody else look bad. Just yourself, dude. I told you, you have to think things through when you ask questions. And if you're thinking that you could just travel anywhere, just logistically, and go somewhere and just be there, then you're really not understanding the world that you live in right now. You really aren't.
Yeah, fly over North Korea, see if Kim Jong-un likes it.
In your prop plane.
Correct. Last time I checked, there's 57 million Moabs sitting underneath you ready to hit you.
But yeah, so and like I said, Cupcake is one of those. He's in his comfy, computer chair. He's not worried about the world. He's just, maybe a young person. Who knows? Sounds like it anyway.
Don't misgender now. It's she, her. He's got it in his bio.
It's in the bio, bro. Chill out with the pronouns.
Hershey's.
All right.
Hershey's, you could take a hot air balloon.
Perhaps maybe there's someone else.
No, you could take a weather balloon.
Yeah.
Weather balloons, according to Google, are supposed to get high enough for you to view curvature of the Earth. So hear me out. Yeah. This is my empirical evidence test, all right?
Yeah.
A weather balloon, there's no way that costs more than 10.
Shut up. Anyway, I'll open him back up again in just a moment. I want him to take a breather from his nonsense. What's up, guys?
When you see she, her, you're talking to a galaxy brain.
Yeah, you
just say Hershey's.
The premise was you walk in a straight line. Duh. That's how you know. You just walk in a straight line. And I presented it to him. I presented it to him. Go ahead, tell me how you're going to walk in a straight line. Like the problem you've never thought about. What's the solution for that? What are you referencing? Well,
Exactly.
We can't use the compass. Okay, toss the compass out. What else you got? Well, let's use the sun. Okay, let's use the sun. And he's like, and I was like, okay, so how do you know using the sun you're walking in a straight line? Well, oh, that'd be kind of hard. Really? So what are you gonna do to walk in a straight line then? Let's
pick an
not use the sun.
object. That's it. One
So, yeah,
still object like a
the
tree,
sun-
and then right.
the sun's
Once you
out.
get to that, exactly. Once
So-
you get to an object or a reference in front of you, once to go on beyond that, you'd need another one, and you'd have to like you don't know whether those two objects are actually in line.
Yeah,
perfectly.
that's what I was
So-
telling him. That's what
Yeah.
because he
I'm
did
with you.
he did the dot to dot, right? And so he's
Yeah.
like, well, we go from this point to that point, from that point to the next, from this point to that point. I was like, that's great. Okay, so all those dots that you've made and you connected, how do you know it's a giant straight line? Well, shit, we wouldn't be like in a straight line. I was like, okay. So the premise is you said we could walk in a straight line. Now it seems like it's harder to figure out the solution to this problem. It's not as easy as you thought it was it? So I'm actually throwing it back to these globers when they come in here and they say, well, just go in a straight line. That's all you got to do. It's like, have you thought about that question to process to see what it would sound like logistically? What you would have to do to make that a reality? And mind you, he started saying, well, all I'd have to use is 10,000 lasers. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. Like, I was like, we're talking about things that are happening right now. If you think it's practically happening and people are doing it all over the world now, how are they doing it? Walking in a straight line. Like that's impractical. What is your reference? What are you referencing when you're walking in a straight line? So the problem was a lot harder for him to think about, and just didn't at the end just couldn't get there. But it was fun to like make the suggestion. But then again, he's making light of flat Earth, so I mean, I'll unmute him so you guys can talk to him. But anyway.
You got something, Cupcake?
Yo, what's up?
Has he figured out how globe elevation even works? I mean, minus the straight line thing, like, how does globe elevation work practically up close and personal on the wall?
Like how I'm supposed to understand the model for globe elevation, or
no, the globe. The globe elevation, not a model.
By globe elevation, do you just mean like how people determine elevation, or do you mean something else?
Yeah, how do you make elevation on the wall? How do you put the dots on the wall that drop below themselves? And then how do you prove they stay at the same altitude while dropping below themselves? Pretty simple, right?
It's true.
Huh?
So that's true.
Yeah, you got to put 3 dots on the wall. Each dot, you start with one, and you drop the next one below, the next one below, and you have to find some way to prove or find how you can put them to where they're all at the same elevation still, but they have to drop below each other. That's globe. Has to be a slope or a diagonal, whatever you want to do. Flat Earth isn't that. Flat Earth is dots everywhere the same. From me to you to Australia to everywhere, 1 inch high, 1 inch high from a horizontal line. Globe elevation, not that way. So you'd have to figure out or Google or Chat GPT or ask a professor of a globe how you could demonstrate to the class on the chalkboard how globe elevation works.
They'd probably start from like sea level. They'd use that as reference.
Brother, any dot you put on the wall is your reference. You understand that, right?
That's true, but it's probably best to like if you have a consistent reference, right?
No,
like a
any
reference
dot
that
you put on
everyone
the wall.
can use.
You're just putting a dot out on the wall to show how globe elevation works. We're not going to the sea. We're not measuring the sea level. We're just showing the class how globe elevation works from the top of the chalkboard to the bottom corner of the chalkboard somehow. However you can do that.
Then like how would you like draw the model for how?
Yeah, you put a whole bunch of dots, right? Say you got a big ass wall in your room. It's 50 foot long. You start from the top corner and you just put your dots.
I know what you mean by dots.
Eventually, you dots on the wall.
Like to mark different, like you'd label them with different heights, or do you mean something
They're
different?
supposed to be the same height. All of them are supposed to be 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, but below each other, or 10 foot high. You put one dot at 10 foot at the first corner of your wall. You got a 50 foot long wall, and you just keep putting the dots. You got to go over to the right and down. However you do it to prove your globe. Then you follow that with the altimeter, and if it stays the same and says 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot, 10 foot all the way down it, you're on a globe. But if it doesn't, if it says 10 foot, 9 foot, 8 foot, 7 foot, you're on flat Earth. There's no other simpler way to do this, brother. All your geniuses should already have this on the board somewhere. In the hardware store, there should be an Earth curve fucking stencil.
Great. I drew a little image of like elevation on a globe. Like there's like other line's supposed to be water. I should have made it blue. There's like mountains and then there's water.
Yeah, we're looking for the perfect
each
curve.
of the house.
Basically, the water, buddy.
Yeah, the water like keeps
draw it on the wall. You put the dots that represent the water's arc on the wall. 360. It can't be that hard. Every sphere is 360. Every circle is 360, no matter what. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that would change is the radius in the center for how big or small the ball or 360 is.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. So what I'm saying is draw the fucking dot to dot on the wall. This can't be that hard.
I don't know what you mean by dot to dot.
If you don't have a dot to dot to show globe, Earth curve, elevation, then you don't have it. It doesn't exist. I'm not sure what you mean by globe elevation then. Do you understand how this works? This is what proves flat Earth to me.
No, I'm like really stupid with understanding like the whole dot to dot thing.
Brother, you're just drawing how elevation can stay the same but drop below itself. That's what you have to do to believe in a ball. You have to do that.
Okay, I see what you mean. You're right. I'll edit my drawing and see.
However you can do it, however you put your curve on that wall. As long as you need the wall, how many ever dots you need, you can put 1,000,000 dots with a Sharpie. You understand what I'm saying? And then you follow that line.
I think I get what he's saying now.
Yeah. The top of the wall, the room is going to be your horizontal reference. The whole fucking top of your room. And you got from the top corner all the way to the bottom of your 50-foot long room, 20-foot long room, whatever you got.
Oh, okay. So like the dot on like the left side, if the Earth were round,
you started out
different height
that height.
than the one on the right.
And you keep putting your dots, and they're all
okay. But on the flat Earth, they do the same height.
They're all supposed to be the same height on a globe, brother. Equal altitude of elevation for a curve. Yes, sir. From the center
so you
point
draw
out.
you draw like curved lines, and then those are supposed to be the same height in the building. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I just need to draw it out because I really don't understand.
Do you understand a fucking horizontal line?
Yes.
Okay, now do you understand a curve?
Yes.
Okay, now the curve is the globe. Draw it out. You understand fifth graders do this all, like they understand this, right? Like putting dots on the fucking wall cannot be that complex, brother. Truthfully. See, but the Globers want you to think you need 2 miles away to put another dot on the wall. Isn't that fucking retarded?
Okay, I made a new image. This is like a blackboard with the dots on it. On a flat Earth, like this is what you'd see, but on a round Earth, like the far left dot would have a different height than the far right one because of the curvature. Or what? Like I don't.
Brother, if you're on a ball and every bit of the ball drops below itself, going that way, every single dot has to drop below itself. Doesn't matter how far, you got to keep them close as possible, but keep going with them. And they all have to drop below themselves. From the first one to the second one, they have to drop below themselves. In the third,
Oh, that's true. That's
for
true.
a ball.
Yes.
On a flat Earth, you just drew the flat Earth ones. No matter what the shit is, they're all going to line up. Doot, 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 doot.
I see what you mean.
Right, mountain tips are going to go above them. The sea's going to go below them. But the horizontal reference of 1 foot above the sea level is going to be that all the way across this horizontal Earth. Now, how do we? Now we can demonstrate that. We have levels, rulers, plumbs, meter sticks, everything that shows you. That's what that shows you. How do we show globe elevation? How do you and I do it to prove it? If we can do this, brother, we win some kind of prize, and we can do what no other glober or human can do. Drawing it out's the easy part. Getting the altimeter and proving it is the hard part.
D-Monk, has anyone shown him the Black Swan image?
I know Black Swan.
Okay. So that's basically what he's talking about. Sort of. I mean, it's parallel.
I think I get what he's talking about. I'm gonna post something.
Right, but I'm trying to make it physical to where they understand that fifth graders can get up and draw dots on the fucking wall and show you how a ball works from the tip of the ball to continue the ball and how a horizontal line works in comparison. So if these guys don't understand and professors don't understand, we have a problem.
Okay, I think I figured out like where you're getting at. So I'm gonna post like an image in chat. It's a horizontal line. Okay, and now I'm gonna post that same line, but like I've zoomed out. Like I've made my scale much bigger, like where I can see a lot more at once. Like it looks super straight in that one, but actually I was just zooming in on a portion of a circle. So like if you drew those lines in like one room, like it would look like really horizontal in the room because you didn't draw enough lines to see the whole circle.
What are you talking about?
Like, let me get this. Was this? Here's what I thought you were trying to say. I thought you were trying to say like
lines.
I thought you were trying to say like kindergartners can like draw on a blackboard.
Yeah, they know how to put every dot below the next dot to make a sphere. They do not make a horizontal line to draw you a sphere. That's not how a sphere works, brother. Who told you that?
What?
A sphere, listen, repeat after me real quick. Spheres do not.
Every point drops below each other.
Repeat after me, class. Children. Spheres do not have horizontals. Repeat after me real quick, brother.
Spheres do not have horizontals.
Okay. Now, if you put a cube on that sphere, what's it going to look like?
A cube.
Are the corners going to touch it? Yeah, a six-sided fucking cube. If you sit a cube on top of a sphere, what's that going to look like?
The corners will not be on the ground.
Exactly. Just the focal point on the center of the fucking bottom portion of the cube will touch the top of the center of a focal point of a sphere. Correct?
This is such an old argument. He's saying that you're just seeing it so close you just can't see it. But it is 6 inches per mile squared.
Listen to what I'm saying.
6 inches per mile square. And we can see quite far with good optics.
It doesn't matter brother. It doesn't matter the magic they're saying about a ball that doesn't exist for anyone in real life. I'm pointing out to him that the cube floats off a fucking sphere. And what he did was zoomed in and showed us where a cube wouldn't float. That's not a sphere. Sorry.
Well, do you know like calculus, how the derivative is a straight line?
Do you know what a fucking cube is? Do we have to go over this again? Put a cube on there. If the corners don't float off, you're not showing us a fucking sphere, idiot.
Well, it's not a perfect sphere. It's like
okay. Well, then that's wrong. That's not good. Then you need one like a cue ball. Do you know what a cue ball is? Go get a 3D cue ball and zoom in on it and show us the horizontal part. We'll wait.
If you zoom in on like a cue ball, it will also look flat.
Yeah, that's what you're doing here. You zoomed in on that fucking little circle that's smaller than a cue ball, buddy. on your paper, right on my phone. Now go get a fucking cue ball that's bigger than that. Zoom in on it with you. Brother, listen. Don't cry over spilt milk. Zoom in on your fucking cue ball, draw your horizontal line on it, and we'll go back to talking about your fake ass thing you got here then. Then we'll believe that you can zoom in on a 360 that's bigger than yours and a smooth real one, and zoom in and show us the horizontal part. That's your objective. That's what you're trying to get us to convince us of. That if we zoom in on a sphere, it's going to be fucking horizontal. It's not happening. I don't know who told you that.
No, wait, this is actually so true. I'm looking at this trapezoid buildings thing. If the Earth were curved and we built like a square building, the edges would be off the ground.
Correct.
That's actually really good evidence. Yeah, you should use that as your main argument. That whenever we build,
well, no, I told him we should make a big beach ball that's a cube, throw it on the fucking ocean, a lake, a pond, a 50-foot, 100-foot, 20-foot cube, 6-sided fucking cube, square cube beach ball. Throw them out. If the walls touch each other and all the corners lie flat on the water, there ain't no fucking way in hell we're on a ball. Not in
I'm
hell.
just curious. Is this this for sure isn't like your main reasoning for why you think the Earth is flat, right?
No, but can you disprove that?
It's been measured.
Does it not make sense?
We've measured the fucking Earth. It's horizontal forever, brother. Elevation is my argument. Elevation only works on a horizontal principle, a law, if you will, because you can't demonstrate anything else than that. All you got to do is say ifs and fucking buts, no matter what we give you. No matter how big the wall is, no matter how many dots we give you, you're going to come up with dumb shit and never demonstrate the fucking curving Earth elevation with an altimeter and how it drops below itself and stays the same to get down around the Earth somewhere. It has to do that somewhere. It has to. It has to drop below your fucking feet, but still stay at the same altitude. Do you think that's fucking real?
Hello. Do the flat earthers have any proof for the world being flat?
Holy shit.
Bro, of course they have proof. What are you talking about?
What's the proof?
The Black Swan, bro. You haven't seen this?
Well, the Black Swan is attempting to disprove the globe Earth. I want to prove the flat Earth.
Just look at the ocean, man.
Yeah, I look at the ocean. What about it?
It's flat, bro. What can you not see about that?
Well, if the globe Earth claim is true, you would see local flatness.
Means? Do you know what horizontal means?
Yeah, so again, if the globe Earth claim is true, right? If we were to take that as an assumption, no, you would see a locally flat plane. No, you would see a locally flat plane.
No, you wouldn't, fucktard. Go get a cue ball. Get a cue ball.
Really?
Zoom in on it and show me the horizontal part.
Really, that's really interesting.
Go get a cue ball.
You would not see local flatness?
You just told us if we look at a fucking ball close enough, it's going to be flat, retard. Now show us that.
Yeah, so
I'm not convinced of your claim.
Right, so do you know what local flatness is?
Do you know what a cue ball is? Do you have one handy?
So, do you know what local flatness is?
Do you know what proving your claim is?
Well, I didn't make any claim.
You made a claim that zooming in on a sphere looks fucking flat.
Yeah, of course it does.
So now get a cue ball and show us the horizontal part.
Sure, we can just do math.
No,
do you know what?
Go get a cue ball, which is a sphere. You can zoom in on that motherfucking.
I have a better way of proving it.
And you can show us it's horizontal. Then do the math.
Oh, don't worry. I have a better way of proving it. Don't worry.
No, retard. We're gonna need a sphere to prove a sphere, and a horizontal section of that to prove what you're saying.
Well, I have a better way to prove it. Are you man enough to listen to it?
No, you don't, bitch. The only way is
he's not man enough.
Visual.
I don't know. If there's a man in the room who'd be willing to listen, let me know.
If there's a girl talking with the fucking vagina-lated fucking voice, let me know.
Yeah, back to what D-Muck was saying and Cupcake was arguing about is if you had a whiteboard that was 50 foot long, there would be a 0.0568 inch curvature difference from one end to the other. 0.0568 inches. So yes, there is distance, drop over distance. Now you're showing a circle and then zooming in so much that it appears flat is not an argument.
I wanted to ask, how local is local?
Pretty local.
How local is local? Like, give me a number, dude.
What, are you talking to me?
Whoever was making the locality or the localness.
It doesn't really matter. You could say 50. You could say 50 miles. You could say 2 miles. You could say 1 mile. You could say 300 meters.
Okay. So
the idea remains pretty consistent. But we've already established that nobody wants to hear the proof for it. So I mean, we don't need to talk about it anymore, right?
Do you mean that over 50 miles there's no drop over distance?
No, that's not what I said. I said observed.
It observes it. Okay. So you can observe something, and now we need to test it.
Right. Wait, so Mick, just real quick. Did you want to hear my proof for why you wouldn't be able to observe the curvature of the Earth locally?
You have proof? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you're a man, because Denmark was not a man and he didn't want to hear it.
You're just telling us how it's not.
So if we were to if we were going to test the globe Earthers' claim
by proving it's flat,
Denmark, please. The adults and the men are speaking, okay? So you can mute yourself, and Mick and I will go and we will continue to have this conversation. You already told us that you weren't a real man and you were scared.
Talk about the horizontal you observed. Go ahead, brother.
Denmark, please. The men are speaking. Thank you. So what we would need to do is we would need to look at the size of the supposed globe, right? And then we would be able to measure the arctan at the tangent point,
where
you or where I are. Okay, you'd be able to figure out the degree over a distance, and then all we need to do is go, okay, what is that degree? It's going to be 0.0023 degrees. Now, do you think that your eye can perceive a 0.0023 degree slope?
Where's your reference on what? Where?
The supposed measurements of the globe Earth.
In your imagination, Mick. In his imagination, can you imagine it?
Yeah, I hear it.
So I'm just curious. What degree do you think that you can eyeball and observe?
Hang on. Here's your problem, dude. First of all, you're asking a question, some hypothetical. You're not bringing proof. Question proofs are not proof. If you mean to say that you have proof, that means that you, for example, can cite an observation or a measurement having been done, proving or disproving something. So you're asking you're asking a question.
Gotcha. Are you suggesting that a human being can see a 0.0023 degree curve? You think that we can tell the difference between that and plus or minus?
I'm not suggesting shit, except for the fact that you are not bringing proof.
I will tell you, human beings cannot tell the difference between 0 degree and 0.0023 degree.
Okay, so we would need some sort of.
You would not be able to see the curve locally. If the globe Earth claim is correct. So
thanks for the obvious. Now, I'm not making the claim that you can see.
Denmark, therefore, do you now agree that you heard the men speak? Do you now agree that local flatness would be a true statement if the globe Earthers were correct?
Dude.
Well, I want to hear what the woman has to say real quick. Denmark, can you answer
that? Don't do that. You came in here saying you have proof. Where's the proof?
I just gave it to you.
No, it's not proof, dude. Proof.
The proof is we cannot see a 0.0023 degree slope with our eyes. And that is the degree that it would be if the globe Earthers' claim is correct. Therefore, you would perceive a flat plane locally.
So therefore, just by observing it like that, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Correct. So you would observe local flatness. Correct.
Thank you very much. So
that is the proof for local flatness.
So therefore, you, on the other hand, seem to be so confident as to be able to bring something that breaks that ice, right?
Breaks what idea?
Breaks the ice between, here we have a situation where if it's flat, or if it's curved, we wouldn't be able to tell. So there must be a way to break that ice.
No, all that I was proving, in case you forgot, was that if the globe Earthers are correct, there would be an observed local flatness, which Denmark lied and said you wouldn't. Because I'm sorry, she lied and she was being dishonest. All of you guys.
Don't misgender somebody. How dare you?
No, I misgendered for a second, but then I corrected and called them a woman.
Well, what he really meant is quit being a faggot. How about that?
Don't worry. I'm mocking the faggots in this channel. That's what I do.
Don't misgender. How dare you? All right, so here's the problem, dude. Now, what you're saying, you're just being suggestive of, it might be this, it might be that, but we wouldn't be able to tell. Everybody heard that. So the guy left. But I'm pretty sure everyone caught on to that. If it's actually curved, we wouldn't be able to tell. But if it's flat, it looks like it's curved. But I got nothing to really tell the difference.
Wait, how did he get banned? George Floyd goes, I heard you're the one who said that first, weren't you? What the fuck? I mean, he said it too, but George Floyd, I heard you, boy.
I don't know who said what, except this guy saying, we don't see we don't see a fraction of a degree of whatever. Okay.
Is this heading towards observable horizon versus physical horizon?
Well, the guy left, so it's not going anywhere.
Ah, fuck.
He got banned. For saying the F word.
Intellectual seppuku. What he said was, Earth's so big, can't see it.
Yeah.
And
so
if Earth's so big and can't see it, it would actually be true that human eye couldn't see it. So you can't prove it. So Earth's big ball.
Yeah, that's why I kept pressing for the icebreaker. They didn't have shit.
Battle buddy enter room.
Huh? I'm gonna go check out AB's space. Chat it out with y'all later.
Andy's space?
Yeah, as a fellow flat earther, I find it really interesting that there's nobody.
Yeah, they sound like coming a mile away, dude. Do you guys think that whoever made the globe model was smart?
Whoever made up a whole bunch of excuses and do you believe? It's a good religion. I mean, it's convincing religion until you get a little older than 10.
It took them a while. They're still not even done it. They're changing it every month, every year.
Exactly. Then that's how convincing it is that it's not what it is. Because
Everything's
never is.
Everything's constantly different.
Yeah,
it's always impressive by the sheer number of people who they've tricked into believing it.
Now check this out. Physics are all the same, but science always changes. So wouldn't that mean that during that science that physics are always changing too? What the fuck are they even talking about? If the physics always stay the same, then the science that you can do can only stay the same.
PV equals nRT? That's an equation that's supposed to work, but it doesn't work once you get onto a small molecular level. So yeah, it's all theory. It's just who knows if it's real or not.
My favorite thing to do is look for the exception to the rule. But then the thing is your words and your idea of certain things of what they have to do or what they are, like the structure or the ability of them, that comes into play too. So when they say you need a container for gas, and then it comes down to the question of some people think this magic word gravity contains stuff, and some people think you need a container, but they don't have they're not saying what their container is. You know what I mean? So either way, right? If you're saying containment, you have to name what your container is of some sort, right?
I thought they claimed that we lose gas, it escapes. It escapes the pull of gravity because gravity's not a good container. I thought I heard that gas escapes the atmosphere. That's some claim they make.
Gravity's not real. Gravity's not real. That's another one that you just have the image of the word down. And when you just think down, you're like, I win, I'm smart, down. You know? No, gravity means gases forming a fucking sphere. It means two gases get together in a vacuum and love each other and form a bigger sphere and make a sun. It means dirt gets together in a vacuum and forms a ball of dirt. It literally means a ball of stuff somehow. When time and space bends and warps and makes the stuff go, and then the most dense stuff is supposed to end up in the center, you know. So gravity isn't just the word down. Gravity literally means something we can't demonstrate for fuck all. Gas is being held into a shape of a sphere.
Gravity's claimed to be a theory, right? They don't claim it's
Correct.
a known thing, right?
Yeah, they know it's not real because they don't know what would cause it. Now, if I said I had a big body of water and the water can be my container and I'm going to fart, and then you would see an air bubble. And I would say, look, I contained a sphere of gas. But gravity didn't do that. Water did. So, I mean, it's all in how you...
What does cause it to clump up in like water?
Cause what?
Cause gases to clump up in water.
What do you mean?
And like bubble, like
Well, you can have a lot of little bubbles, or you can have a big bubble.
That's true. I guess a little bubble big.
Yeah, because in an aquarium you have the little aerator, and it's a million little bubbles rising to the top. They don't necessarily have to collaborate with each other and make a bigger bubble. That's showing you right there that gravity is not true, or else they would all have to go together. You know.
Well, the claim is that gravity is like really weak unless it's huge.
Well, how much
at least we're consistent in that regard.
Brother, hold on, listen to this. How can something be so good that it grabs big shit? It's gonna move big amounts of stuff, but not little stuff. Does that even make fucking sense to you? Does that literally make sense to you? How could you possibly get a big ball of earth without having the little ball to start with to connect to the next piece, What the fuck are they saying? How did you get a big something from nowhere? It doesn't, you can't, no. You can't just collect big shit from big shit when there is no big shit to collect. Right?
Well, who knows, like how the Earth formed or anything.
Big bang, little particles. And then on the nanoscale, what happens? Gravity ain't working. When a butterfly flies away from the Earth, gravity ain't fucking working. Same way when helium rises. Same way when you jump. Same way when, like, okay, say the truth.
One quick question with that, when you say like the Big Bang. So say
that's a theory.
Yeah, of course. So say space has zero friction. So any object of any mass, size, weight, no matter what it is, has zero friction. So wouldn't everything exploding from that one point be going away in opposing directions, so that there wouldn't be things bouncing off one another? Like, how would stuff, so they say, bounce off one another if there's zero friction?
Yeah, who knows what happened in the Big Bang? Loki sounds like someone made it up.
How do we? So hold on. So from Big Bang, right? Everything going to a focal point that gravity's not supposed to affect. It affected it to that point. Doesn't make any fucking sense. So now a focal point's supposed to be all the mass, right? And then exploding away, like the gentleman just exclaimed. And then at what point in time do all these little bitty things become a big thing for big things to collect big things?
They say it's from like ricocheting and bouncing off one another, but if there's zero friction, is there anything from, if they're all coming from one point outwards, how would they bounce off each other? Would it not all be the same speed and same trajectory?
No one. I mean, different. They know the answer to that.
The last ones
different trajectory all the way around it.
Right, the last ones wouldn't catch up to the fucking first ones ever. It would.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think when you're saying like, why does helium float up, or why can a butterfly go up? The model they define for gravity, it all checks out for those.
What does? What model? Where have you seen this stuff? What's your reference?
Like the Newton's equation, and I know gravity's a theory, right? This is all a theory. So the only
No, I know. I'm saying, hold, and I know, but I want to get off of paper and just writing fucking numbers down and being stupid, sitting there puffing helium or mercury. What I want to do is bring it to a physical, mechanical thing of where is the reference that they got water and air sticking to a ball to then say this thing could do that.
Yeah, you can write squiggles and numbers and numbers down on a chalkboard and then say, look, this is how the universe works. But without observable science, I mean...
Where did they get the numbers and squiggles from?
Are you guys lagging out or me? I think I'm lagging out. Oh no.
You're not lagging.
Okay, good. So the equation I put in chat and the model for the Earth and like water sticking on the Earth, those are consistent with the model. Now, just because they're consistent doesn't mean like that the model's true. But the more consistencies that it has, I think that only goes to show that it's more accurate. Like when the model accurately can describe how a butterfly will behave when it flaps its wings, how it like fights against gravity, that makes sense. And how helium floats up due to buoyancy and how they claim buoyancy is caused by gravity. I mean, those make sense. But we still don't know if gravity is like real, but at least it is consistent in explaining how things work.
Who measured the R?
R is made up. Some guy just made that number up.
Well, fuck.
Do you guys have a model to represent why things fall down?
Has anybody noticed that we haven't switched to physical and observable horizon until we've started finding about a lot of problems with the physical horizon?
I don't know what we're talking about right now.
Physical versus observable horizon.
So, like, what you see is not real?
You'll never be able to see the physical horizon due to refraction.
Oh.
You'll never be able to see it.
Wait, are you a flat earther or a globe?
Does it matter?
Are you going to change the way you argue based on his response?
Yeah, I judge people based on what their beliefs are and make preconceived notions all the time. I use it to like determine like what their incentives are.
So do you know what I'm talking about when I mention observable versus physical?
Yeah, like your eyes don't shoot out lasers that point straight; they can bend. But I don't know if you believe refraction is real or something made up, depending on your incentives.
No, based on the idea of refraction and the Earth being a globe and us seeing beyond what the physical horizon is, it only makes it a observable horizon. If we can observe beyond, say, 3 miles at 6 feet height, that would have to you would have to assume that it's an observable horizon based on refraction, correct?
Yeah, if you're following the globe model.
Okay, so when will you ever be able to see the physical horizon?
When there's no refraction. So like, there's no atmosphere. There's no air molecules. It'd be like on the moon, I guess. You could see the physical.
Yeah, but as soon as you think it is the physical horizon, then they come up with a new technology that lets you see even further, and then all of a sudden it's not the physical horizon again.
Okie dokie.
Well, do you disagree?
Well, because I think the Earth is round. Yeah, I think observable and physical horizon are different. And I think that in any like case where they like show a video where like they supposedly see farther than they can, I think it's just light bending. I don't think it's light traveling in a straight line.
So theoretically, if you had, let's just assume, some sort of device that could zoom in far beyond what we currently could, and
I would just assume the light's bending.
Yeah, sure, and the air molecules are clear enough, you could see the back of your own head.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if there's somehow a setup where you could get refraction to perfectly bend with the curvature of the Earth, and there are no like obstacles in the way, and it was like perfectly spherical. Yeah, I would think you could see the back of your head.
It always perfectly bends the light. Always.
No. I mean, like it would have to perfectly bend, like at the same angle as the curvature.
It always does that, but as long as it's super clear, then you'll actually see even further. So it'll always refract things to the proper height.
I didn't know that the refraction was always, well. I mean, it depends on like humidity and stuff, right? Like
sure, you can have distortions or something, but usually everything comes up to roughly the exact height it's supposed to be.
But that's really convenient. That on a globe, the refraction makes it so you can perfectly see just like you're on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, are you a flat earther or not, Maticus?
Yes, I am.
Oh. Is that like supposed to say that like it couldn't see the back of my head? Hey, you're right. That's right back.
Do you actually believe in a globe?
Yeah, I do.
So then you legitimately think that you can see the back of your own head with enough zoom and a clear enough day?
If like the Earth's not bumpy, yeah, or like if you're high enough so that there wouldn't be any like mountains in the way.
Sure. Let's say the tallest point we have.
Yeah, I would believe that. Yeah,
if you can see the back of your own head.
Lined up. Yeah. I mean, that's what every like globe person would have to say, right?
That is what they would have to say, yes.
Do you think it would be possible for you to find territory? Or do you think like a group would prevent you from finding new territory?
Depends on where you're looking for the territory.
Like any territory that's not already labeled on like a globe map.
Well, apparently it's below the 60th parallel, so
Maybe a better question is, do you think that you could go to the North Pole and walk around it with a compass and notice how it's like pointing in a circle as you walk around it? Like it's pointing to the center of some point.
No, I personally don't think that you'll be allowed to go to the true North Pole.
Do you think the true North Pole exists, or do you think it's like someone just put like a big hunk of metal there?
No, I think there's something there. I mean, I don't know how old you are, but like, or I don't know how much into geography you used to be, but every globe that I used to look at, they usually had like a chunk of land right underneath the middle pin that's at the top. Whether it was snow or not, there was always a chunk of land right at that pin.
And where the North Pole is labeled?
Well, no, right at the north pin on the... Yes, I suppose it would be like dead north.
Like magnetic North Pole? Magnetic North Pole or like geographic North Pole?
Like geographic.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know too much about the difference between magnetic and geographic, but I just know that like they're slightly different. But yeah, usually a landmass wherever like a globe label is. Okay. Like, what about that?
I just find that more recent or modern globes don't have that landmass there anymore underneath that the top pin.
Do you think that like goes to show that there's like a group controlling the location of the North Pole, or like, yeah, pretty much that?
Not just that. I believe there's obviously some sort of elite class that try to manipulate the underclass. Yep.
Do you think this has been going on like since the invention of the compass? Like, or do you think there's a point where the compass was doing something else and then someone like wanted to control the technology and changed it?
I mean, what's wrong with the compass?
Well,
maybe
the whole idea of how
maybe the actual North Pole and the magnetic North Pole are actually the same place, but they always tell you it's somewhere different just so that you don't end up at the true North Pole.
That's true, but I guess you could just follow a compass, right?
Yeah, but they don't let you go to the magnetic North Pole. They let you go to the geographical North Pole with the little barbershop's pole in it.
Well, I just like the reason for all these dumb questions is like, I understand how a compass would work on a globe model, but on a flat Earth model, I don't see how it could be a useful way for navigating.
Well, it still points to the center.
Oh, okay. So like it would be the center. The North Pole would be the center of
Even say it's I'm not saying this, but say it's a flat disk, it would always point towards the dead center of the disk.
Okay.
And every direction away from it is south.
So knowing where north is, how does that help you? How does that help you navigate if like you know where the center is?
Except that the geographical north is one position allegedly on a map. That's on a map position. And then the magnetic north is another position. Then the electromagnetic north is another position. And that changes position by thousands of miles during the year.
There's a difference between magnetic and electromagnetic north?
There's different ones, yeah. There's like 4 different ones. And there's also celestial north, which is the North Toroidal or Polaris. So there's different norths.
Yeah, but if you're talking about
the one that the compass follows, the one that the compass follows changes positions by thousands of miles during the year. Allegedly.
Yeah, they do claim that like the magnet changes, right?
They say that when you reach a certain positions, the needle will point towards the ground.
or theoretically spin around, right?
That too, that's another phenomenon. There's many phenomena claimed that happened.
Or are you talking about going far enough south?
And in the south, they also claim that the needle goes down, but that's the south has the 5 south poles, and there's 2 that are magnetic or some sort, and then there's the geographical, which is a position on the map following the longitude lines on
I'm confused. If the Earth was flat, how would a compass that points you to a single point help you navigate at all? Unless you're trying to go to the North Pole, like that's the only use.
You're doing a circle east to west, and the compass is just pointing towards a northern position.
Well, that's on a globe, right?
No, it'd be either.
That's on the ground. That's you holding this device. That's you holding the device. That's not on a projection or a map. You're not doing that on a map. You don't navigate on the map. You're holding the compass. The compass is pointing a position, pointing north, right, or south and north, because it's kind of pointing both ways actually. But then you're doing a circle east to west around that position. North.
Okay, so like if you were to draw like a compass rose on a flat Earth map, it just wouldn't exist because north is like the only way you go, and then like everywhere else is like a circle.
No,
like east and west change. Like it.
No.
Exactly.
I'm so confused. I'm hearing no and exactly.
Sorry. So if you go, as long as you're pointing towards north. Like you can't dead reckon east or west.
Yeah, like if you always travel east, you travel in a circle on a flat Earth map, right?
Yes, you would have to have a slight turn.
Okay.
Dude, you realize anything on a piece of paper is on a 2D plane, right?
Yeah.
Just because the world is on a flat map doesn't mean the fucking world is flat. Okay?
U.S. State Department. I don't know who you're directing that to, but no one was claiming that.
I'm just stating the obvious.
Yeah, we weren't.
There's a lot of people that look at the map of the world and they're like, "Oh, this is what the world really looks like. It's flat." Wow.
No, none of the flat Earth people claim that a Mercator projection is like a flat map.
I'm just saying, man. Goddamn. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know. Do you know what a Mercator projection is?
Listen, I don't need to know the logistics. Okay.
Yeah, it's. You're right.
It's not my job.
I actually prefer the Monty map.
That is not my job.
I need to look up all the projections. Like I know one of them's better. I think it's like the equilateral or something. Something.
And if anybody here is a flat earther, I'm just gonna ask them a simple question. And
guys, he's gonna get you with. Oh, never mind. He stopped.
All right, let's hear it.
Why is he not telling it to us? Jeez, he said he was gonna tell us a question, and it's like he's not even saying anything. Did anyone else think he was gonna say something? Like I thought he was gonna say something.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
That was really anticlimactic. I thought we were going to get something.
I had one question for him, too. Is he still in here, or did he leave?
No, he's muted, but maybe you knew that. I was just joking. U.S. State Dev, you can talk inside chat, I think.
All right. Well, here's a question for you then. Saturn, planet. You know what it is, right? Do you know how many moons it has? Yeah. Do you know how many moons it has?
I thought I had like a bunch, like more than 20 or something.
More than 20, yeah. Try what? 143, I think.
46.
100. Okay, there you go. 100. So you just looked it up. So 146 and counting. Yeah, 146 and counting. None of them ever collide, and at least one of them, but I think a couple, are bigger than Mercury itself. How many times have you seen a picture of Saturn? And how many times have you seen a moon floating around it? With 146 and some the size of Mercury, you'd think you would have seen one once.
Well, don't they also claim we have like hundreds of thousands of satellites orbiting around the planet, and like rarely you see like maybe some blips of like flashlight looking things?
So
all I'm saying is it's.
Are we just skipping in that question or what?
Well,
it's not strange that we don't see one of 146 moons.
Why? I don't see Saturn at all when I'm outside. All I see is like, I think Saturn. Looks like what?
You ever seen photos of Saturn?
I'll look some up, but I don't know like if I could trust them.
Yeah, but that's it. So like, you don't even recall ever seeing a moon around Saturn with 146. Yeah, you're bound to have seen one once.
You can't even see the thousands of 40,000 or 10,000 space debris supposedly going around Earth everywhere. And from any high altitude footage, from an ISS, from Felix Baumgartner, from your own.
Has entered the chat.
Well, it's like we don't see comments like incoming until they get here, right?
Okay, but we've seen Mercury.
No. What do you mean until they get here?
For us.
Well, like, you know how scientists will predict meteor showers?
Brother, listen. You can't even look up and find the ISS.
You gotta listen to what he just said, D-Mock.
What'd he say?
Scientists can predict when a meteor shower will happen.
Go grab me a meteor. Bring me a meteor.
Why didn't you ask him to grab you a scientist? He could have grabbed you a scientist easier.
No. I'm not worried about the scientists. We're going to worry about what they said. If they told him where the meteors are coming at and they can predict it, go catch one.
Oh, well, did they say they were catchable?
Well, I won't lie. Like, it's
they're predicting where they're at. Fucking right. If I tell you where a baseball's going to drop, you can catch it.
Isn't it true that you only see like meteors or like shooting stars going in the downward direction?
What do you mean downward? Like down to like the ground?
So, yeah, towards the horizon at all times, as opposed to, because if they're coming from every direction, you're bound to see one come from say you're in the northern hemisphere. You're bound to see one come from
left to right.
Say the equator. And it's going like north.
The thing about sporadic meteors is that is a observed phenomena that happens, and people confuse it. People confuse it and straw man it. Like they think about the globe, they impose it the globe, and they think rocks falling from outer space, right? But the actual observable phenomena that we label as sporadic meteors happen in a timely manner, like clockwork, and it the source of this phenomena is called the 6 radians, which is 6 specific areas of the sky from where all sporadic meteors come from. It's 6 specific areas, and it's called the north toroidal, the south toroidal, the helion, anti-helion, north apex, and south apex. And this phenomena happens like the sunrise and the sunsets and the moon cycles and the stars doing their cycles. The radiants move in cycles just like the other sky phenomena, like clockwork. That's why when they say we're gonna predict it, it's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. Like the sun is gonna rise at 5:30 in the morning tomorrow, right? Because last year it happened, and the year before it happened again. It's the same thing happens with the sporadic meteors phenomena, like clockwork. Clockwork. You get it?
I do get it, and I have a question. So, in March of next year, so March 2025, where should I stand at what time, and in what direction should I look to see a very bright meteor, like an unusually bright one?
I want to see him from the ISS. How are they
Not you,
predicting him if they can't
not you,
see him from the
Gemsy
ISS?
just said it happens like clockwork. So, Gemsy, to see an exceptionally bright meteor in March of next year, where should I stand and which direction should I look? March 15th.
You're gonna have to look up. You're gonna have to look up your position and the radiant that is above your head, and you're gonna be looking towards that position of the sky.
It's a radiant above your
No,
head.
Jimsy, you misunderstood. Where should I travel to? I'll go where you tell me. Where should I travel to?
You can just go to a very dark area, and you can look at the sky, and you're gonna see the phenomena.
Dude, what if it's happening on the other side of the
March
Earth?
15th of 2025, I can go to a very dark area and look in any direction, and I'm sure to see that night of an unusually bright meteor.
You're saying that there's a prediction about. Are you saying there's a prediction of a phenomena that is happening March 15th? That's what you're saying?
No, you said it happens like clockwork.
It does. So it's called the daily showers, the nightly showers.
That's great. So I'm giving you the date, March 15th of 2025, and I'm asking you where to go and where to look to see this clock tick. I want to see a very unusually bright meteor.
When you say very unusual, what does that even mean?
It means 1 order of magnitude brighter than average.
What's
wrong with average? You might get lucky. You might get lucky and see maybe one brighter than the other.
I don't want lucky. I want the clockwork thing. You said it's like clockwork.
Like the clocks are designed based on the movement of the luminaries, right? The sun, the moon, the sundial, the moon dials, right?
Why did you say I would get lucky?
Yeah, but shooting stars might not be clockwork, but they might be patternistic.
The sun rises like clockwork, right? The area of the sun, that's one of the radiants. It's called helion, and that's the area where the sun is at. And
sun, right?
Hello, I'm not done. So the daily showers,
shooting
I'm gonna have to mute you if you keep interrupting. The area from where the sun moves across is called the helioradiant, and around that area of the sky, you're gonna be able to see the daily showers, and that happens every single day. Also, the antihelion, that's the area of the sky where the moon is at. That's like a big circle around this phenomena, and you're gonna see the meteors, the sporadic meteor phenomena happening around that region of the sky as well. And then across the celestial equator, you're gonna see the north apex, which is the north area, the north side of the celestial equator. You're gonna see sporadic meteors sourcing from this area, and then you're gonna see the south apex and the sporadic meteors sourcing from that area of the sky. And this is not something that you can debate. This is the way it happens. This is not like an agree or disagree genre. This is established. People that do the observations, and they like clockwork go and observe this phenomena happening every day and every night. And by season, by the also depending on the moon cycle, there is a high and a low of the phenomena. The moon cycle also is in relation to how in that near that radiant, depending if the moon is the moon is dwelling, the high moon or the low moon is also showing a difference of the activity of the phenomena as well. There's research about this. So this is observed and timed, and there's charts about it, and there's videos and photo of the infrared, thermal, radio surveys about these phenomena that happen in the sky. Now there's people that claim, oh, this is happening because we live in a ball that is cruising to space through the vacuum of space. That's where the fantasy comes in, right? Rocks falling from outer space or whatever. That's why Dimok was saying, bring me a rock falling from outer space, right? Because that's the fantasy side. But the real phenomena is the observation of this phenomena that happens like clockwork from specific points of the sky.
But I like to use, hostile witnesses and say that the reason, so if we can see these things all the time from the ground with our eyes on a dark night, well, when the sun and the moon are on the other side of the planet and they're not on this side and nowhere near the ISS, shouldn't it be seeing the same thing that we're seeing?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
And if it doesn't, what's the problem? Yeah. So that means the ISS must not be correct, must not be seeing reality. Something's wrong.
I don't know how the ISS is actually evading these thousands of rocks falling, evading all of
them. And all the debris too, Jimsy. How many thousands of little satellite pieces and debris and space junk?
Yeah. It's like a wonder of engineering. It's very good engineering, like that guy will say.
The best.
So in March 15,
and it doesn't get hit by anything.
Was I right about the meteors going only opposite the horizon?
I gotta double check in that, but I've seen them kind of like going in different directions.
Oh, they'll go in different directions, but I don't think they'll ever go like in a northerly. Like it'll be east, west at maximum, and then some sort of degree of south.
You mean they're never going to the center focal point?
Maticus.
So they're never going to the. So they're never going. So they're never going where the compass points, is what you're saying?
They never appear to come upwards from the horizon.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like coming from the horizon towards you from the horizon.
No, not towards me, but say like upwards in the sky.
Nothing comes from below or goes below.
That's a good question. But the observed phenomena of that specific phenomena, which is called sporadic meteors, they source from 6 specific points in the sky. Then we see the phenomena from the ground, but when the actual equipment is used, the infrared, the electro-opticals, thermal, and radio surveys, it shows that they all source from 6 specific radiants. So if they come from the horizon, that's a good question. Maybe there might be observations towards that. I'm not sure about that one. But don't also confuse other phenomena that in the sky we see all sorts of phenomena, but people kind of confuse that. Oh, if they see a light on the sky, that's a meteor, but that it might be something else, because the sporadic meteors that I'm telling you, they come from 6 specific points in the sky. Then if you see something else that doesn't come from those 6 radiants, it might be a different phenomena, because there's multiple phenomena from the sky. Not just the sporadic meteors. There's much more happening up there.
Shit, there's an ISS they can't find with an airplane. You go get in an airplane and look up, cut a hole in the roof, however you want to do it. You can't find no ISS. Why is that?
Hey, Jim Z, I have a question about the 6 points.
Go ahead.
Do the 6 points depend on where you're standing? Or like
they're not points. They're not points. They're kind of like regions of the sky. Kind of like
regions.
You could say kind of like you could depict. They're depicted almost like circles, but that's just a depiction. It's kind of like a region of the sky, and there's 6 of them.
Yeah, so fine. There are regions. Do the 6 regions depend on where I am standing, or just if I look up, that if we can draw 6 regions?
You can draw 6 circles inside any circle.
I'm not asking you, D-Muck. I'm asking Jim Z.
That's what he's telling you. If you can hear me. Holy fuck, brother.
You gotta remember that the sky is moving, so the radiants are also moving. So if you're standing on a position and one of the radiants is 90 degrees above you, you're gonna see the sporadic meteors happening above you. If they are in another position and you have like an angle of view, you have a small angle of view from your position, you might not see it. If you go very high up in the mountains, then you will have a bigger angle of view of the sky, and then you'll be able to see more. But the radiants, they move like I'm telling you, they move across the sky, like the sky is moving.
Okay. I think that was my question, Jimsy. So you're saying, like, the sky can be painted with 2 angles, azimuth and whatever.
But my bad. The north toroidal is one of the radiants, which is where Polaris is, or the celestial north. A big circle around that area of the sky is called the north toroidal, and that's one of the radiants. And also,
depending on where I'm standing, that moves through the night, and
exactly.
Also, if I went, on walkabout, and it would move as I moved. So the regions depend on both the time and the place.
Yes, because you could be on a spot that your angle of view of the sky might not allow your optics to see the radiant. You might be between two mountains. You might be in a valley.
If I was in the best possible spot,
why do the stars matter anyway?
How many could I see? Could I see all 6?
Is it going to prove a globe for you?
It actually debunks the globe because they move like in this clockwork manner. Because it debunks the globe because the globe will be a random rocks falling from all directions, right?
Every direction, yep.
Yeah, and it will be like random, but these sporadic meteors, they happen like clockwork.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to predict any fucking meteors if you're on a ball. How can you predict meteors from a ball? They can come from underneath you.
We already debunked the clockwork thing.
No, because a clock has many gears. You know when you see the hands of the clock, like
you called
the
it
sun,
random.
the moon.
Didn't you call it random?
No, it's called. They are called sporadic, right? And that might assert randomness, but in reality, when you look at the research, they tell you themselves that it's not random. It's actually happening.
Well, that brings us back to, I asked you, where should I stand on March 15th at, let's say,
look at the north sky and you go to
UTC.
Canada. go to Canada or the northern U.S. and look towards Polaris. Go anywhere you can see Polaris. And from Polaris, you're gonna see sporadic meteors. If you can see Polaris, if you can see celestial north, you'll see sporadic meteors coming from that area of the sky.
Okay, and at which moment in time, to the, let's say, 10th of a second, will I see one happen?
You're gonna see them through the night.
You said
through the night.
Yeah, but you said it was like clockwork. So I'm asking you, at which moment?
Have you ever heard of meteor showers? They call meteor showers. Okay, so you know how they tell you. You know how they tell you, hey, you know how they tell you, hey, this date at this date there's gonna be a meteor shower. Have you ever heard of that?
Globers telling me that.
Oh my God, the globers!
You're a flat earther telling me it happens like clockwork.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. I can talk to you about it and I can describe the earth as that, but that's not what I am. Okay. You're not a description, are you? Are you a globetard? Are you a globetard, right? That's what you are, a globetard.
Yes.
Okay, so that's how you look like. You look like a globetard.
And you look like a flat earther.
And you're made of globetards, right? That's what you're made of. That's what you are.
Made of?
Yeah. Yeah, like that. You know, the table. When you describe the table as round and flat, that's what the table is made of roundness and flatness, right?
Look.
It's not made out of wood. It's not made out of whatever materials.
It happens like clockwork. And clockwork means precision, gears, ticking.
Like the sky, the whole of the sky, the whole of the sky. When I reference clockwork, I was talking about this.
Tell me the 10th of a second it will happen. A very modest.
When the sun rises, you're gonna see the daily showers. That's one of the radiants. That is one of the.
I'm not asking
helium.
about the sun, though. I'm asking you about the meteors.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. During the nighttime, clockwork. During the nighttime, you're gonna look at the North Auroral, and you're gonna see sporadic meteors. You have to wait for the nighttime. You won't see it during the daytime. You have to wait until the clock tells you that it's nighttime, right? When it's nighttime, then you look at the North Star and you're going to see its meteors like clockwork.
Okay, now, if it's like clockwork, it's going to be much better than just nighttime. It would be down to the hour or the minute or the second. Let's do that. Let's do just to the second. Everybody knows clocks have second hands. So if it's like clockwork, you tell me.
You're talking about a Swiss watch that you hold in your hand.
No, Swiss watch.
And you're saying, hey, it's not following my Swiss watch, therefore it's not clockwork because it's not following your Swiss watch. Well, the phenomena is not following your Swiss watch design.
If you're talking about a measurement of time, then you can obviously break it down into the seconds. Whether it's you're making your time based on the sun or based off of a Switch watch. If it's a measurement of time, you can narrow it to seconds.
Yeah, the sun rises every morning. The sun rises every morning. The sun rises every morning like clockwork, right? And when the sun rises, that's when the daily showers. Around that time, that's when the daily showers happen, like clockwork.
You keep saying like clockwork, but I'm starting to think you don't know how a clock works.
You keep saying this word. I don't think you know what this word means.
Yeah, inconceivable.
So you're saying you think that because you're holding a Swiss watch and it's not following that timely manner of the Swiss watch doesn't mean like clockwork.
No, that's what That's what you made up. That's not my statement at all.
The Swiss, the Swiss watch is following the movement of the luminaries to give you the time.
If that's true, that's an entirely
so
separate
the
thing.
radians are part of the radians. Hello.
Changing the subject.
Hello.
No.
No.
The subject.
The luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, all of those, right? Including more of the luminaries, the radiants, okay? The radiants are part of the luminaries and they move in cycles like the sun, like the moon. They move in cycles like clockwork. And there's no debate about this. It's not. This is you just learn about this. You just learn about this now.
Every
and
time you say clockwork, I know that you don't know what you're talking about.
You just learn about the radiance tonight. You didn't know about the radiance before, and you're trying to debate that they don't move like clockwork when they do.
Well, I'm trying to debate that you don't know how clocks work.
How does clockwork tell us? Enlighten me. How do clocks work? Go ahead.
Clocks are very extremely predictable. If
like the sun rising, like the radiance moving across the sky, that you can tell their positions
so now
every single night.
Now you're trying to extrapolate. You're trying to draw equivalencies. You asked a question: how do clocks work? And now you're talking about suns and moons and.
Well, the clocks are constructed based on the movement of the luminaries. You wouldn't have clocks working without the movement of the luminaries. That could be.
No,
that could be.
False. So see how you mix lies and falsehoods just like fluid.
Mix lies?
So incredible. You're spectacular.
Then what was the first clock based off of, in your opinion, then?
What was that?
What was the first clock based on, in your opinion, if not the sun and the moon?
Oh, I think the first clock was probably based on the sun, and I think the second clock was probably
exactly my same. Exactly my first point.
But that's the first and second, not the all. Just because the first and the second were based on those things doesn't mean every clock is based on them.
I wasn't talking about every clock. I was when I stated the clockwork. Hello. Shut up, Rolling Boulder. When I stated what I was stating about the movement of the luminaries, and I stated about the sun being part of the helio radiant, right? And I know I was talking about the movement of the luminaries and that clockwork manner that it rises at a specific time, right? That's what I was talking about. And now you're saying that I'm not being specific of what you are trying to say, but I wasn't talking about what you're saying. I was talking about what I was saying. And you're trying to flip it into saying, "Hey, you're not being you don't know how the Swiss watch that I have here works."
You don't have any
Dude, I was talking about the movement of the luminaries, and they move. We can describe the movement of the luminaries like clockwork, and you're denying that.
And just to be clear,
when you say all clocks aren't based on, when you say all clocks aren't based on the luminaries, if it's a 12 or 24-hour clock,
I didn't say that.
No, you said not all clocks are based on luminaries. Not all of them are, is what you said. And if it's a 12 or 24-hour clock, which most are, they would be theoretically based on like the sun and the moon.
So rolling my boulder. So rolling. When I was talking about this specific movement of the luminaries, are you saying
Jimsy, before you go on, are the meteors luminaries? The sporadic meteors.
That is phenomena. That is part of the phenomena that we call luminaries. That is part. The luminaries. The luminaries are all the phenomena that happens in the sky that are lumens, and sporadic meteors have lumens. You know that, right?
So then they must be on.
The radiants also have lumens that are the radiants are observed in electro-opticals, radio surveys, thermal. Okay? Infrared, they have lumens and they move like clockwork.
I still stand by my statement. You don't know how clocks work.
You just learned about this tonight and you're trying to debate about this. Isn't this kind of like ridiculous?
Oh, when you say learned about, I only learned about your idea of the 6 regions. I knew
The
how
6
clocks
radiants.
work. Radians?
Radiants.
You know how to look stuff up?
He hasn't even heard what I was even talking about, and he's trying to debate it.
I thought you were mispronouncing regions.
Oh, because you're not even listening. You're not even listening.
What
You just want to talk. You just want to talk.
This is so much stupider all of a sudden. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Radians. So
you think the term radiant is stupid?
Let me recalibrate. You're saying there are 6 radians.
No, I'm not saying this is what it is. This is what this is what the observatories call them. People that observe the sky, people that observe
give me a citation,
people that observe the sporadic meteors. No, you look it up. No, you look it up. You go learn it. You fucking piece of shit.
I don't even know what to look up.
You just heard the term radiant and you called it stupid and you called me stupid because I used the word.
I know what a radian is.
Really? You do know? So tell me, what is the radian when it's in reference of this topic of the sporadic meteors?
See, when it's in reference. I know what a radian is. But then you drop this when it's in reference to, and now I'm confused.
You are pretty confused. So you're just here to confuse yourself, to confuse me, to confuse. You're not even listening to what's being said, and you want to debate something that you don't have no idea about.
Why are you so chicken shit to drop any reference about the 6 radians?
No, you know what?
This is garbage. This is word salad garbage. You do you. You can't drop a link. You do you.
I have PDFs, I have links, I have thermal imagery, electro-opticals, radio surveys. There's so much research about this, and you're a lazy motherfucker that just want to talk shit and call people stupid because you're an ignorant fool about this topic, and you just heard about it tonight, and you think you know better than everybody else. That's what's stupid. You are the stupid one.
It's a cocksucking globe, ain't it?
He deafened himself. You don't know about clocks because you're saying that the sky moves like clockwork. The luminaries move like clockwork, and so since you said that, you're stupid and you don't know about clocks. That's his argument. And I mentioned the radiance, which is a term used by people that's doing this research and label the radiance, and he's saying, "Oh, you're just stupid."
This nigga just.
How is my microphone? I've heard it's terrible from the last attempt I was trying to speak.
Yeah, it sounds like you're too close, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's for my headphones.
Just lower your input.
I don't know how because I'm on the phone. I don't know how to control things like that on the phone.
I mean, in your Discord settings.
Oh, okay. That could make sense. Mm. Although I don't know how much limited the options are in the mobile version.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Word mode. Is this better now?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think it has no option to lower the volume, but rather to select what's the limit of loudness after which it detects the sound.
It should be, yeah, it's a different thing where you should see like input and out, or inbound and outbound set volume, like percent.
I think it doesn't have anything like that, sadly. It only has an option for the output.
Yeah, I'm not sure then.
Yeah, mobile Discord sucks in general.
Yeah.
So I heard that I only joined after at the end of the discussion, so I don't really know the context, but there was something about the meteors and them being luminaries. So I'm kind of confused how a luminary can physically emit a sound while it's entering an atmosphere, which was witnessed with many bigger meteors like the one over Chelyabinsk in Russia, for example. Isn't a sound a physical interaction with the medium, which is the air, and the fluctuation in it?
There's different phenomena. The one that you mentioned about Russia, it's different than sporadic meteors. The meteor showers is other phenomena, so it's different phenomena. So if you asking about the one that we were talking about, the sporadic meteors, which is a specific phenomena that comes from 6 radiants, and now you're saying, what about the Russia one? That's a different phenomena.
No, it's not a different phenomenon. It looks exactly the same. It simply has a different size and brightness. It's a shell of a light which disappears after some time because it burns right in the atmosphere, and I don't really find any difference besides that, the size and the brightness. What would be the difference according to you?
What was the question?
What is the physical difference between huge meteors and small meteors?
You just said it. Some are huge, some are small.
Yeah, but just the size, what you were describing as if they are completely different phenomena, which is
it is a different phenomena because the sporadic ones comes from the 6 radians, and then the one that you're talking about was something else that didn't show that it came from one of the radians. And then there is then there is the meteor showers that comes from other radiants as well.
You mean like the ones that come from the showers, like the center point?
Come from what is called? I forgot the term.
Radiant. Radiant is the point from which they appear to come.
It's not a point.
It is a point in the sky.
They tell you themselves it's not a point.
When Jimsy says the radians they come from, what? Help me understand that. What do you mean the radians they come from? The 6 radians.
It's called radiant sources. What do you want me to do? That's what that's the name of them.
Yimbo to help me understand.
I can explain that with a less schizophrenic tone, if you want. So when you have a meteor shower, they basically come just from one direction. But because of perspective, parallel lines, they appear to converge in the distance. So even though these meteors come relatively from the same direction, due to perspective, they will appear to come from just single point in the sky. And if you trace their path, they will all converge at this single vanishing point, which is the radiant of the meteor shower.
Well, wait, but the point isn't just one radian. Like, it takes it to describe the point they're coming from due to perspective. You need 2 angular measures. Radians are just angular measures. You need 2 of them.
It isn't a radian in the meaning of a unit of angle. It's a separate word for this phenomenon. Radiant with T at the end.
There's a separate word that sounds like radian, but means 2, radian by radian.
Radiant.
Yeah, because it appears to radiate the meteors out of it.
He called me crazy by using that term. Stupid, actually.
I thought he was saying region. And what you're saying sounds like region. There's a patch, a radians by radians, a solid angle measure of the region from the sky from which they come.
The radians are in specific regions of the sky. So you can use both words in the same sentence to talk about the topic.
Do you know, Jimsy, do you know what a solid angle is?
Is that the topic that we're talking about? The radiant sources?
Oh my god, yes.
Okay, show it in the text.
I posted a Wikipedia article about it if you want to read.
I'm going to go read that and then hopefully be less dumb. So I'll be back.
Okay.
There I posted the 6 sporadic meteor radiant. Hopefully rolling is not rolling, having issues with this anymore.
Okay, I am sorry. And Imbo, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, Jimsy, maybe it's because of English being weird. I thought first you were saying regions, and then I thought you were saying radians, and I, due to my stupidity, had never heard radiant. So I'm less dumb now than I was 5 minutes ago. And
Perfect.
also,
I'll take your apology.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just totally misheard misunderstood you.
Amazingly, I was talking to other people that were wondering about this topic, and you completely derailed the conversation, and they left. Amazing.
Now
you actually served your purpose.
It wasn't my purpose. I had not heard this term radiant before. I mean, now it's starting to click.
No, that's not the point. The people that wanted to talk about
less
this.
Stupid than I'm less. Maybe you served your purpose. I'm less dumb.
No, my purpose was to talk about the new people that have questions about this, not to the ones that wanted to argue from, just to argue like you did.
I wasn't arguing just to argue, and
you call me stupid.
I would hope swaying me falls into the purview of things you want to accomplish.
I explained everything as the best I could to the other people, and you jumped in and called me stupid. I don't know, you don't know about clocks, and you were making fun of me, making fun of my words, my accent. You think it's just fine what you did?
Well, I'm not sure if you know about clocks, but I was wrong to be so. I totally misheard you about the radiant.
This is crazy. I'm just reading more about the Chelyabinsk meteor, and it injured 1,500 people due to shattering of the windows in the buildings around the area. It's absolutely crazy.
Which meteor was that?
Chelyabinsk. It's the most famous case in like a modern era of like a large meteor, which was actually captured on cameras because already cameras were around.
Impacted in Russia, right?
Yes, in Russia.
And impacted like clockwork. Everybody there knew it was going to happen.
I don't really know. I don't think so, based on how people were not prepared for that.
Well, yeah, but these things are on clockwork, so they would have known.
No, I mean, asteroids are predictable, but these meteors, these aren't like enough large to detect them as objects before they actually reach the atmosphere. They are very small. So they didn't know that something like that existed before it actually already burned in the atmosphere. If an asteroid enough big to detect it and observe it before it burns in the atmosphere hit the Earth, then it would cause like basically an atomic bomb explosion.
I'm picking up. I understand that, but I mean, if these things happen like clockwork, then everyone knew that was coming. I don't understand. If they are like clockwork, you can predict them as well as you can predict the sunrise.
But you're supposed to.
Out like using a worldview map and they're using that to travel. That's not correct. They don't do that. That's just for use of like going from point A to point B, like what the distance are going to travel. But it's not for traveling. They're not using it for traveling.
But the Earth is round, though, right?
No, not on the local charts. The pilots that fly the plane, they're trained on flying over the surface of the Earth as if it were flat and stationary. They're not trained to fly over the Earth as if it were a rotating sphere, Jeff.
No, but the entire Earth, if you was to zoom right out, if you could, it would be round, right?
No. Okay, so no. APOC, if you could chime in on this one a little bit. So I was trying to get him to realize like how the smaller scale is like the planar surveying data, and when you go to the macro scale, you get into like geodetic surveying. So it goes into like they impose the curvature over the, you know, as you scale to the macro sense. Like, you know, when you're zoomed in on Google Earth, that's the planar data. And then when you're zooming out, there's a place where it transitions over to geodetic, where it's like now they're using the curvature like information.
Then there's a mathematical built-in curve on the topography that you're looking at. But when you physically transfer those lines locally and you get far enough away to where now you're testing if it truly is this mathematical calculated drop over distance, and then you find it to not be representing that, then that's when you should realize, when I zoomed out of Google Earth and they showed me a ball, that's just a cartoon. That's just a mathematical construct that they're telling you this is what it is. But it can be proven when you actually use the equipment the correct way, in the correct manner. Not like some of these idiots that say, I'm going to shoot something from 50 miles away and get an angle to it, and voila, let me do some math, and they pencil whip the fucking formula, and then that proves the fucking Earth's round to them for some reason. They're idiots, but we'll go on from there. P-Dubs, I see you have your hand up. Do you want to let P-Dubs come up, Alpha?
He's up here.
No, I know, but you want to let him speak?
Oh, yeah. Well, just real quick before P-Dub interjects. P-Dubs, hold on a second. Jeff, did you have any more? I don't want to leave Jeff hanging if he's got any more.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
You've clearly got a bit more of a deeper understanding that I need to sort of wrap my head around, right? I'm just thinking that the Earth definitely has to be round because of what we see when there's an eclipse.
Dude, we get it. We get it, man. I guess I'm gonna sympathize with you on why you think the way you do, but we'll talk about it some more. I mean, we don't have to go to fisticuffs every time we have an interaction. So just hold on a bit, man. We'll talk to other people and then we'll get back to you. P-Dubs, did you have any information you want to bring forward? Perhaps some globe evidence?
No, the globe. You know, the Earth measures as a globe. That's pretty obvious.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the who took the measurement?
Here we go. Here we go with the nonsense. Hey, listen. When you say that the Earth measures as a globe,
correct.
But here's the point, though.
What's the?
When you
actually have a question or about how I got to that point?
Here's the point, though. Here's the point, though.
Are you going to make a point about what I said?
So here's the point, though, right?
Uh-huh.
When you actually do measure it,
yes,
it's not a globe.
But it is.
Okay, so then how is it a globe that you're saying it is, but when you physically measure it, it's not? How do you
but when we physically measure it, it is. You're wrong.
Okay, so
all right, ask him how he's done it, APOC. Let's get to brass tacks.
All right, cool.
Let's do this.
APOC.
What did you do?
APOC, do you want to give me your evidence, or do you want me to give you my evidence?
I already said my evidence.
All right, then shut up for a second. No, just be quiet for a second.
Go ahead.
Good job.
Go ahead, Peter.
Sit down, boy. Sit down, boy.
If you're gonna talk to me like that, you can fuck off.
Oh, you want to boot me? I mean,
he will.
Sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down, asshole. You're not gonna talk to me like I'm a kid, bro. You go fuck off, bro.
He's gonna boot your dumb ass.
hey, look at. I love the interactions, but if you're gonna be a little bitch, you can get the fuck out, bro. I'll bring you back up. I'll give you one more chance. Go ahead. I'll give you one more chance. Let's see if you know how to talk to a grown man. Let's talk like grown men to each other. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, he's coming back up, I think.
Yeah. I brought him back up. Let's see if he can talk right. If not, I'll just remove him. I don't give a shit. Go ahead, P-Dubs.
It's up to you, man. You have the convo, man. It's all you.
Go ahead.
Okay, you guys calm down yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. So we can measure as humanity, as the bulk of humanity, we have the ability to measure distances on land. I think that this is pretty much undeniable. We can measure distances across the surface of the earth. We know the distances between every major city. This is not really up for much debate. There might be a squabble over a few tenths of a mile or something, but otherwise the distances between cities is a well-known fact. Right? So measuring distances on the earth is not something difficult. Let's just stick to the northern hemisphere for a second here, because I know the southern hemisphere really bothers you. Anything south of the equator really bothers you guys. So let's just stick to the equator for a second, right? I think most people, even flat earthers, let's see, I'll talk with you, Apoc. Let's see if you can keep up here. Is the North Pole at the center of a circle known as the equator? No answer? Well, I'll answer for you. Yes, it is. In every way you can define the equator, the North Pole, the geographic North Pole, is at the center of the equator, right? Let's talk flat Earth here. We're talking the flat Earth map. Now, if you deny this or you don't think this is a flat Earther, please stand up. I don't want to straw man your position. But everything we can observe shows that when you make an east or west circle at the equator, you end up where you started, and the entire time, the North Pole is directly north. That would imply that you're traveling in a circle, returning to your starting location, and the entire time, again, the North Pole is at the center of the Earth, or center of the circle that is the equator. We know the length of the equator, not by calculation, but by measurement. We know the distance from the equator to the north, the geographic North Pole. We know this by measurement, not just by calculation. Those two measurements do not work if the Earth is flat. End of story. They do work, in fact, perfectly if the Earth is a globe. The length of the equator is 4 times the distance from the equator to the North Pole. This is completely consistent with a globe and only relies on our ability as humans to measure distance. And that is all. There's nothing else it requires. It doesn't require trusting NASA or assuming the government's telling you the truth. It doesn't require anyone to interrupt me because I'm still making my point. It doesn't require anyone to talk over me because I'm still making my point. I guess you can't wait. Go ahead, APOC. You can't wait. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you don't have good impulse control. It's okay.
That was the end right there. That was the end. Because you said, there you go, and you were done. You said your piece.
No, I wasn't.
Thank you. Oh, you're not done?
I wasn't.
Okay.
I was not done.
Guess you end with not endings? Go ahead.
I didn't say that is the end.
Go ahead.
Now, did I? You were silent this whole time. Did you have anything to speak up about? Is that a straw man of a flat Earth position?
I want you to get it out so then I can talk. I don't want to interrupt you, but go ahead. Finish, please.
No, I think I've gone far enough. Let's see if you've absorbed what I've said so far.
Okay, so your claims about we've measured, you haven't done shit, by the way.
Yes, I have. I have done. APOC, don't tell me what I haven't done.
So show me your tickets when you flew to the North Pole.
APOC, I didn't say I flew to the North Pole. APOC, I didn't say I flew to the North Pole. Calm down. Stop being hyperbolic. Stop yelling, APOC. I didn't say I flew to the North Pole.
P-dubs, listen, P-dub.
I said humanity has measured these. Hey, wait, APOC. I said APOC.
Goodbye.
No, you listen. No, wait, you listen.
I got it. Don't worry, I got it. Don't trip. I know how to solve this. I know how to solve it. It's very easy. You can't shut your fucking trap. Don't worry. Yeah, just request. I'll bring you up when I'm done talking now, because you couldn't shut the fuck up, even though I let you talk. So you said we've measured it. And then I said, you haven't done shit. You said, yes, I have. Then I said, well, then show me when you flew or drove or skied, whatever the fuck you did to get to the North Pole. And then you traveled with a measuring stick, however the fuck you think you're going to measure something from that this fantasy North Pole you're talking about, and then all the way to the fantasy imaginary equator line. I was saying that you didn't measure shit, and no one's gone from the fucking North Pole to the equator. It's all it's a mathematical construct, and you can continue to say no, we've done this. No, we haven't actually. It's all fucking some dude fucking apparently thousands of years ago took 2 sticks with 2 shadows and calculated it, and they just fucking ran with it. You think because we can measure something across the states to get a distance, you think somehow that proves this Earth globe that you think we're on. So now let's bring you down. We were actually talking about it earlier, P-Dubs. We're talking about how on a big, like a large macro scale, you zoom out of the Google Earth and it shows you a ball, and that's a mathematical construct because when you zoom in, then you're seeing this planar surface that of which we live on. With topography, there's ups and downs, hills and valleys, obviously, but the whole point, though, P-Dubs, is when you transfer those lines locally, you're actually going to get to a point where you're not going to be coming across this globe curve drop over distance calculated fantasy world that you think we're in. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. I see that he dipped out unless I'm seeing a glitch. I don't care if he did rather or not anyway, so I'm just tired of idiots like that, dude.
Is anybody going to address the elephant in the room?
What's that?
I will. Hey, elephant. How you doing, man? I'm just kidding. Go
The
ahead.
distances are linear.
You know, the elephant in the room that I caught was he's talking about distances over a perfectly spherical model.
I wasn't talking about a spherical model at all. I was just talking we can measure distances.
Sir, did you or did you not say that the distance between the equator and the North Pole is the same, is equal to 4 times, 4 times the distance from the North Pole to the equator is equal to the circumference?
To the length of the equator.
Length of the equator. Is that a circumference or is that a
It is if you think it's a circle.
Or is it a diameter? Circumference?
Okay, the circumference would be the length of the equator. That is what a circumference is. The distance around a circle is correct.
Thank you. So my point being, if you'll let me fucking finish.
Oh, you were asking the definition of things.
You using Weasley words.
No, the length of the equator is not a Weasley word.
Thank you. So I tried to clarify, and then anyway, this is a perfect spherical model.
What is
now the problem is now you're faced with the the WGS84 model?
No, hold on a second.
Right? Hang on.
Okay.
You're faced with that where it's supposed that we're like this giant potato-like, pear-like thing.
How pear-like do you think it is?
How pear-like? My point being, if it's not, it's pear-like at all.
Here's the deal.
If it's
can I say something real quick? Can I say something?
No, shut your fucking mouth. You're already spoken.
No, because you're making a.
Shut the fuck up. Okay. The point being is thank you. If it is pear-like at all or potato-like at all, it is not a perfect sphere.
I don't think it's a perfect sphere.
Period.
I don't think it's a perfect sphere.
So why did you invoke that?
I didn't say it's
as being part of your argument. Did you or did you not invoke that we know that the distance from pole to the equator is 4 times that is the circumference?
Yeah. I mean, did I say exactly? Do you think I mean exactly when I say that? Do you think I mean exactly when I say that?
Did you say that as being
exactly when I say that?
You referenced
that. And I still will say it. I will still say it. You don't need to keep repeating back what I said.
Okay, hang on. So you're speaking in theoretical terms then.
No.
At this point, you're not speaking as if it is a hard value.
Okay, so here, can I respond?
Go.
Okay, cool. So the distance, the amount to the Earth is not perfectly spherical, is a fraction of a percent, 0.03%. So when I say it's 1/4, I am speaking about something that is a natural object in the natural world. Of course, the Earth is not a perfect fucking sphere. It's off by a little bit, 0.03%. So when I say the equator is 4 times the distance from the equator to the North Pole in my model, and that's what we measure on the Earth, I'm not saying exactly that. Of course, I am aware that there is a discrepancy of 40 kilometers over the course of 24,000 or 40,000 kilometers. It's really just not that big of a difference. So if you want to squabble over your misunderstanding of what the sphere or pear-shaped Earth is, because you haven't bothered to actually measure or find out what our model, you haven't actually bothered to find out what our model says about it being quote unquote pear-shaped, because you heard one quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson and you can't fucking actually research it, that's not my fault. Go ahead and strawman something else.
My point being,
you have no point.
My point, yeah, I do have a point.
Don't. If that
my
was your
point being is that you invoked a perfect sphere model, and it's not a perfect sphere model. Period. That's all I was saying.
I did not invoke perfect at any time.
Of course you did.
No, I did not.
4 times.
I said it's a perfect match for a spherical Earth.
Oh, perfect match for nice Weasley.
Right,
nice Weasley.
You can consider it Weasley, but you won't address the fact, Mick. You won't address the fact that we can measure distances on Earth, right? Is that a thing or not?
Not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about you.
Can we measure distances on Earth?
Okay,
Mick?
well,
Mick,
deal with that with somebody else.
I'm just keep running.
Deal with that. No, deal with that with someone else. I just came in.
Just real quick. Hold on. Hey, Mick, hold on.
Hang on. Wait. I just came in. No, shut your fucking mouth, buddy.
Yeah, it's okay.
I just came in.
Go ahead, run back to your listener.
No, I just came in.
Yeah.
I just came.
Holy fuck. Okay, listen, both of you guys, hold up, bro. P-Dubs is not gonna shut the fuck up, Mick. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'll just drop him from speakers. That way you can get like your shit out, because he's not gonna let you, bro. It's just audio chaos. So I'll fucking just drop him as a speaker, so that way we could just, hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I already did, APOC. I took care of that.
Okay, good. All right, good shit. All right.
Thank you. All I was trying to point out is what he was invoking was a perfect sphere model. We don't exist on a perfect sphere model, even according to the mainstream. Ergo, what he's saying is inaccurate. Period. At the end. That's all I was saying. Yep. And admittedly, it is peanut gallery. Right? I just heard the whole thing. And I was like, oh wait, actually, and I'll admit that, but it's true. So take it from there.
And Mick, just to piggyback that, it's comical because he wants to take the way we measure distances locally that aren't going to give you this globe, this drop over distance on a bigger scale, but he wants to use North Pole to equator as his fucking proof. But when you do it locally, if you were to actually transfer lines from those great distances, you'll see there's no fucking curve. And the reason why there's no curve is because that horizontal line that you're transferring from 4,000 miles away, however far it is, that you're going to see that it's a horizontal line transferred all the way across. And then you're going to get your ass to North Pole from the equator, from these two invisible things that exist on our world that we've created as a model. And then you're going to realize, well, then how the fuck did we get here transferring a flat and level horizontal line all this way if it's supposed to be curving? See, this is where he's bricked. This is where he's lost, and he's just an idiot. He doesn't get it. He's probably not ever going to get it. Go ahead, Serge.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? So, Round Earther here. I have a question for you guys. How does the Google Maps work on my phone if it doesn't use GPS systems?
What do you mean? Is he talking about the system of GPS first, or like what are you saying? Are you talking about GPS or
because
Google?
I don't want to say GPS because it's uses the word global in it. I mean,
no, you can use whatever you want, man. Like I think, speak as you would, just say it plainly. I think we address topics when somebody's being honest and plain. Like just don't we need to know the context. So just tell us the way you know.
So that's the question I have is, global positioning systems, they use satellites that, how I believe they orbit the Earth, and they give you a pinpoint location of exactly where you are. So on a flat Earth model, how would that work?
Well, I would say this just real quick before anybody else jumps in. Do you know how the global positioning system works based on just the GPS and knowledge you can tell us about right now? Just how it, have you applied any research or any rigor to the information of how global positioning satellite work? Do you know anything about it?
I did, and now
Okay.
I know it at a base level where your phone basically sends off a signal to the satellite that is up there in the space, right? And then it sends it back to you, and relative to where you were or where you are now. So it kind of does like a triangulation, and then it gives you like a location where you are based off of your cell signal or something. I could be completely wrong, but I'm just spitballing at this point.
Yeah, when I think what we do establish in these types of conversations, Serge, is when somebody does bring a topic up, I'd like for the person to actually have an established premise that they can speak from either a type of research that they've done, and they'd give it to us with hey, look, this is what I learned from global positioning satellites. This is the links I can give you. My citation for it would be, this is what this person said about how it works, and then wrap it to us that way so that we can know that your position is solid, coming from a foundation of knowledge, versus you coming in here and saying that you're spitballing, which when we give our rebuttal to you, it's going to sound like Chinese. You're not going to know what it means because you didn't know your premise well. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's not, listen, I'm not trying to bash on you just because you didn't do the homework. What I'm saying is anybody that comes in here, that's the standard that we'll lay out for them. You have to know what your premise is, and you're able to articulate the point to the effect of being able to cite sources or, tell us from your own words how you understand this to be the case. But when you say words like subjective, like maybe this is the case, I'm spitballing, or this could be, then it sounds like when we rebut anything that you've just said about the question you had, you're not going to know what our rebuttal, what effect that's going to give to what your information is, because in your mind, it just works as a globe. So anything we say is going to fall on your mind, well, that's true what they think it is, but it's not that because I know it's a globe.
I'm
You
down
get what
to
I'm
hear
saying?
it. And while you were saying that, I just quickly searched it up, and it was pretty close, where it says there are at least 24 GPS satellites in medium Earth orbit, and they, each satellite continuously sends out signals with two pieces of information: a satellite's current position in orbit and the exact time that the signal was sent. So your GPS receiver picks up signals from at least 4 satellites, measuring how long it took for each signal to reach you, and then the receiver calculates the distance to each satellite. Using this information, it triangulates your position in a 3D space, latitude, longitude, and altitude. And so that's, simple ChatGPT search will tell you that, and then FAA.gov will give you more information on all the workings of the GPS system.
Okay, so now that you have kind of a small surface knowledge of it, that's good. Now, how do you think that's actually operating over the oblate spheroid you think you're standing on? Now, I need you to tie in the way that it operates over the Earth that's a globe. How is it working off of a oblate spheroid, Serge? You got to tie it in now.
Are
now
you
that
talking about
because that information that you read, and nowhere in there does it tell you anything about the drop over distance or the amount of curvature that the satellite negotiates over above, high, and altitude. Like, it doesn't tell you, the path that it travels around the globe. Because according to that information, there's no information
around the globe.
Go ahead.
Right, it doesn't travel around the globe. It travels directly via transmission signals. So it just kind of shoots straight, not directly at the satellite, but the satellites pick it up. So it's just like a light pointer. It's a wavelength, right? Color is a wavelength. So and so is sound at a point. So it expands on a continual pace, and so it shoots directly upward as well, and it manages to hit a satellite and receive the signal.
Okay.
And then that satellite shoots a bunch of information back out at us, and that's how we receive it. Just like,
that's information.
Like I said,
that's information about the tech. You're talking about the actual tech, the technology that's talking about what satellite does, functioning within your cell phone and all that. What I'm asking for is directly correlating the satellite to your understanding of a globe. So you have to tie it in some way. It has to make sense to you that the satellite is in the vacuum of space that's going around a globe, because otherwise I could tell you the satellite is just going around your head like in a circle. Like it's doing the same thing you say it's doing, but only in a circle, and not over a globe, but over a flat plane. So I need to know how you're going to tie in the satellite is actually traversing or negotiating over any specific amount of curvature.
Well, yeah, that's I'm kind of getting where you're coming from, but
okay.
in terms of mapping it out on a flat Earth, it would be, I don't think that it would be as simple.
Yeah, but we're suggesting. I mean, you're using suggestive language right now. I'm hearing you say things like, "I don't think it would do this," and you don't know.
Well, the thing is, okay, so how about we go back to the beginning? So
Sure.
I explained to you what I believe a GPS is and what it does, and I explained to you that it shoots out signals directly out into the satellites, and then they ping it back, and then you get your positioning system across multiple satellites. So how does it work for your
same way? You've just detailed how the technology works. You didn't detail how the technology is operating around a oblate spheroid. So we need to know that.
But what point of references are they using to pinpoint your exact spot? Because we're using a sphere.
No.
It's a lot easier because relative to
That's an
position.
assumption, Serge. That's your assumption. You don't know that. You've just made a statement that is an assumption. You don't know that information you just stated right now, do you?
Alpha.
Oh, repeat that.
The statement that you just made, it's just an assumption. You don't know that's true. Isn't that correct?
Alpha.
What?
Can I just interject? Do satellites lose communication to your flying?
No, I think don't. Yeah, just let him. I need the cogwheels to be turning in his mind. I know they're turning in yours, but he needs to kind of. This is all a critical thinking process. This has to be him working out a solution for how he understands in his own mind that the globe Earth stands to reason to be true based on the information he's read from how satellites operate. Now, I'm giving it to him like this. It's fine that technology works the way it does. I don't have a problem with that. It's just working over a flat plane. Now, what he doesn't understand is how it correlates to the Earth being a globe. And I need him to draw the reference of how it correlates to it working over a globe. Not that he assumes it, but that it's directly linked to it.
But he said elevation. He said elevation.
No, but let him say what he's going to say. So if it's, I didn't hear him say that. You came in here and said that.
He did. He did say. I'm sure
let's not put words in his mouth. Let's let the gentleman speak for himself. Serge, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm there.
Go ahead and pick it up where you.
It's again. This is just this is an interesting conversation. I always like to have have it with these, and it's just I'm open minded. I like dialogue, but definitely going to be a tricky one.
You could sit and think about it, Serge. I'm not going to listen. I don't want to paint you in a corner, but I will say this. You've been cordial so far, so I will say this. Just maybe have a good think on it, and then you can come back and we can tackle it from where you left, like pick up where you left off on this particular point, and we'll hash it out some way. We'll figure out how you can dig up some information. I mean, perhaps you never engaged in this topic, and now that you are, it seems interesting, or whatever the case. I don't mind you actually doing research and then coming back, dude. I think I want people at their best when they come up here with their arguments locked and loaded with all the information that they will ever need to make their point. I don't want somebody kind of half-hearted making this kind of a wishy-washy attempt. No slight to you, but I mean, maybe you never engaged in this topic before, but it's okay. Just go and do the work and come back and, we'll try again.
Gotcha.
All right. So Jeff, did you want to continue? You can continue off of the point he did, because he's kind of just relinquishing the point at the moment. So,
well, he did say elevation, and he said that they do triangulate location based on distance traveled from the radio waves or whatever the process is that they use to send a signal to your device.
Repeater towers. Yeah.
It's something, I don't know what exactly it is, because I haven't done the research like you suggest. So. Sure. But the fact that it does work, it does pinpoint your location pretty closely to where you are on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's as far as he got.
Yeah, that's right. So you're basically saying, how do you know it's a globe? Well,
yeah, correlated to the globe.
Do lose. They do lose communication to your device.
Yeah, that's
fine. I have been out to remote locations with a Garmin. I have been out.
Yeah, I know that, Jeff.
The signal goes up and down. So there must be something.
Yeah, we all understand that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the obstruction for that signal would be due to the fact that the Earth's curvature got in the way. So we're trying to get the reference of like how people understand what they know, making the correlation not so much a leap of logic, but so much to say is they understand the tech operates in this manner. It functions in this way due to the fact that the oblateness of the Earth is going to obscure some of the transmissions. So I want you and him probably to go look into this if you want. If you want to come back and we'll hash it out. Like I said it before, man. I want people at their best when they come up here, presenting everything they can as best as they can possible.
Most people that come in here are lay people.
I know, Jeff, but you know what? I tell you what. I don't like the fact that Globers come in here and castrate themselves upon the altar of academia because they're not worthy or whatever to look up information. I think every individual is capable of doing their own research, and they have intelligent minds if they apply themselves. It's just that you've never been taught how to use critical thinking. You've never engaged in a conversation that challenged the way you think, and then you're like, you know what? Let me look at that. Let me go back and see what's going on, and then I'll come back and maybe we'll hash it out. Who knows?
I do enjoy conversations like that. I do enjoy critical thinking. Yeah. I do like it. That's why I come in here, because I like to listen to what you say and think about it. That's great.
But see, the more provocative the conversation gets, the more you need to know. You know what I mean? Like, because every twist and turn, you're gonna have to know how to find out how you know what you know, right? It's always gonna come back to that.
When you challenge people's beliefs, then they start getting defensive. It does happen because I know, but talk to religious people a lot, man. I talk to religious people a lot and challenge their beliefs, and they get defensive as shit, mate.
We don't have a choice. Like, this is the nature of the conversation. It is not one where we're able to just have like a smooth, cordial kind of. It's not going to happen like that all the time. It will come to fisticuffs, dude. We're gonna talk shit to each other at some point, perhaps not always, but that's just what's going to happen. Something we don't. It has to flow naturally, right? If it happens that we're talking about bitches and hoes, then it's going to happen. But if it doesn't, well, that's great. It doesn't. But let's just, see where it goes from wherever it goes. We can't.
What that chap was talking about, the distance from the North Pole to the equator, I'd like to hear more what he's talking about there, because that seems logical.
That's P-Dubs.
Let's go back there.
That's P-Dubs. If you want to hear what he's saying, I think APOC might want to pick it up, but hold on to that for just a moment, P-Dubs. We got Lip Hang. I'm not really sure how to say it. I'm going to mispronounce your name. What's your name? I'll just say Lip. Is your name? It's a strange name.
Li
Fang Shi. Welcome. Are you from China? Yeah.
I just answered it for them.
Oh, sorry. My bad, because I can't see who's talking. My internet shows like everybody's speaking at the same time when I have my mic unmuted. But Li Fan Chi, are you there? Okay, we're getting nothing but posts. We might want to drop that one. They're post.
Hey, so I know you mentioned that you would want me to, if you don't mind me interjecting real quick.
Okay, we have to delete a bunch of stuff.
So
hold on. Yeah, we're just delete all that stuff that's up at the top. That was a troll. Yeah, go ahead.
I think they're back as speaker. I would want to hear them.
Yeah, APOC and Flatsy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm deleting all this shit.
Yeah, go ahead and delete their stuff and don't bring that person back up again. But go ahead. I think P-Dubs is going to be the next speaker. Or maybe not.
I'm sorry. Someone ahead of me said next. I didn't know if it was after.
Yeah, no, there was another person that came up here, but they were just a troll. So go ahead.
All right. Well, I guess let's see some things here. Like I've got my evidence for why I think the Earth is a globe, and you guys don't want to accept it. That's fine. So I'm curious, what claims are you willing to stand behind as a flat earther? Like you obviously, one claim you're making is that it's not a globe, that it's flat. So that's one claim that you're making, right?
We can make 3 claims,
So
actually.
I'm just trying to, I don't want to straw man you. I'm just trying to figure out where the Earth is a topographical plane of some indeterminate or indefinite shape.
Where is it that way? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking if that is your position.
That's absolutely our position.
Great, cool. So we can move on from there. If we are on the Earth in the northern hemisphere and we look north towards the northern celestial pole, let's say, as a fixed point because we all see it in the same place in the sky. When we walk towards it, we're going north, correct?
Obviously.
Hey, I'm not, dude. You guys will not make a single claim, so don't obviously me. I don't know what your model is. You guys have very scant details on your model. My model has shit tons of details. You don't like them, but my model's got shit tons of details.
Okay,
so
first of all,
about yours, I don't need the
P-dubs,
lip. I don't need
listen
the lip. I don't
to
need
this,
the
man.
lip. Just answer the question.
I don't need the lip. Listen to you, man. What do you?
Well, you're the one that's like,
why?
Oh, obviously.
Maybe it's because you've been in other.
So maybe hold on a second. Let me finish then, right?
No, you're not going to be an entitled baby in this space and acting like you're throwing your weight around. It's not how this works, P-dub.
I'm just asking questions, and you're getting.
No, you're not asking questions. You're being very obtuse and being entitled. We don't have to listen to you, honestly, but we enjoy people coming up here and challenging. There was a gentleman that wanted to actually listen to you. I think it was Jeff. But it sounds like you're a baby right now, dude. Just relax. All you got to do is relax, present your information, and everything's going to be just fine. Don't have to keep telling you that over and over again. It's tiring.
P-dubs is like the crybaby of SpaceX or spaces, bro.
Yeah, it's getting pretty old. Anyways, Jeff, I would let him speak, but if he continues this path, then he's going to be booted off of the speaking panel. Let's see.
You just need to learn how to talk to people.
Yo. P-dubs, say, listen, you were sounding quite condescending in the way you were speaking.
Oh, I am. I am absolutely condescending.
I don't want you to sound like that. I want to hear the information black and white without the condescending tone, if that's okay.
Or how about this, Jeff? How about this? I'll ask you the questions.
Why? He's not the one you're speaking to. You're speaking to the flat earthers. He's just learning about all this.
Do you have a model you'll stand behind to some degree then?
There isn't. That's what I was going to talk to you about, P-dubs. You don't have a scientific model that explains all phenomena to say that you have a model.
I'm not talking about me. I'm asking about you right now.
You just made a statement that you have a model.
Right.
Talk about the distance. Talk about the distance direction there. I want to hear about it. Stop arguing. Just go on with the
I'm just trying to talk to him, Jeff. And you're talking over our conversation.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because you're starting to an argument. That's why I just want to hear the information.
AV, I'm saying my model is a globe. You don't like my model. I understand that. You don't accept that my model explains anything. Okay, great.
For the sake of argument, I'm not gonna. For the sake of argument and for Jeff's ears, I'm gonna let you go on that one. I want you to present your information so he can hear it. Go.
Right. So I'm asking you a question though. Are you not answering questions?
I am going to answer your questions, but at the moment, he wants to hear you present what your information is going to be.
Oh, I mean, Jeff, but what I'll present is that the length of the equator, which is a known value, is an east to west circle around the North Pole. The length of the equator is 24,900 some odd miles. The distance from the North Pole to the equator is 6,200 some odd miles. Those two numbers are not compatible if the Earth is a flat topographical plane, right? The distance from the North Pole to the equator would be a radius of a circle, that circle being the equator. There is a known relationship between the circumference of a circle and the radius of a circle. I am not talking about the radius to the center of the Earth. I'm talking about the distance from the North Pole to the equator. And on a flat map, every flat Earth map and every interpretation of flat Earth I've ever seen and anyone's ever presented, and this may not be the position of the room, but the North Geographic Pole is at the center of the equator, center of a circle formed by the equator.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand by looking at some topographical map of the Earth. That's the point where I'm trying to come to. and understand
happened,
it geographically and use flight pathways to represent locations on that. That's where I'm heading as well. And you sound like you're trying to describe something like that. Is that right?
I see your post in the nest with the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Yep. Can you tell Jeff what that is, P-dubs?
That like all maps of the Earth that have any worth, they are projections from a globe.
There you go, Jeff.
Okay, I get that.
On that map, you will see that if you look at a flight and you assume that on a flat map you would fly a straight line between two locations, the flight paths will not match reality. And that's what his image is showing.
That's what I can't get past. That's what I can't get past. That, yes.
Yeah, but what are you comparing though? That's what I was telling Jeff.
What am I comparing it to? If you fly from Sydney to Santiago, a very well-known flight.
No, I'm not telling you. I was telling Jeff. Actually right now I'm talking to Jeff because I know that, but I'm asking him because
his paths work on the globe. They're straight lines.
There's a confusion. You're getting wires crossed right now. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I'm trying to comprehend what a topographical map of the Earth would look like, right? So using a squished down globe of the map and putting it onto a circle is the only way I can comprehend it. Is there another way?
Yeah,
there's about 7,000 other ways.
Okay, I think P-dubs is going to answer for us now.
What's the most generally accepted one then?
There's generally used ones. I don't know about accepted, but the Mercator projection is probably the most often shown map of the Earth, I would say.
It's the most widely used. It's the most widely used map projection.
It's the square one where Africa's not as big.
Yeah, do this. Go to timeanddate.com. You'll see it right there. It's that square one.
It's the one you've seen your whole life.
Shows all the
like the rectangular one on the wall.
Yeah,
the rectangular one on the wall.
Yeah. That's the one.
And just like the azimuthal equidistant map, it distorts land masses. So the only, as far as the glober is concerned, as far as a glober is concerned, the only correct map, the only map that shows all the continents at their correct perspective and distance is a globe, and a globe is a type of map.
So a rectangular map can't show scale, though, right? You can't predict.
Not correctly. It'll be.
You can't correctly show scale. That's important, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the scale is marked on the map, so you can make adjustments for it.
What do you think, Jeff?
It's marked on every map.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to walk through it, right?
Imagine if you take an orange and you try to peel the orange, take the peel off of an orange. If you want to make that peel lay flat, you either have to squish it flat, in which case you will be distorting the peel, or you have to make a bunch of cuts in it so that it will lay flat. And even then you'll have some distortion, but it'll be minimal if you put enough cuts. So there's various maps out there that try to establish different things. The azimuthal equidistant projection, like the one, the Gleason map, or the one that's often touted by flat earthers, is a very useful type of map. The center does not have to be on the North Pole. The center can be anywhere on the planet. It could be Washington, D.C. You'll see that on Air Force One. You could put the center at the center of Antarctica.
Hold on, Peter. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm muting the space for a second. APOC and Flatsy, are you here?
Yeah.
I'm back, yes.
Be aware, just be advised that there's porn bombing going on, so just watch out who's coming up to the speaker panel. Vet them before you hit okay on them. Just let you know. Okay.
10-4.
All right, back to conversation. P-dubs, go ahead.
10-4. I get muted when you mute everyone.
So the fact that he was mentioning that the distance from the equator to the North Pole is the same, no matter where you start walking from. Is that what he's saying?
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're going from the equator to the North Pole, aside from the fact that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, but it's very, very close to one, if you walk from the equator to the North Pole, from any position on the equator to the North Pole, you will walk roughly the same distance within a very small margin of error.
So that doesn't work on a rectangular map then?
On a rectangular map, I guess no one's really considering a rectangular map to be an option for the shape of the Earth, because you can go east or west and not fall off the edge of the map. So the reason the flat earthers typically use a circular azimuthal equidistant projection map is so that when you make an east or west circle, you can end up back where you started, which is what we pretty much experience on the globe. Now, they claim that north to south circumnavigation has just never happened, is their claim.
So that map that I put up is not the way they represent it.
Some do. Now, I'm just going to say this real quick. I know P-Dubs might answer, but some actually back that map up as to like the argument for flat Earth. I don't know if you knew this or not, Jeff.
Well, no, I'm just looking at it thinking to myself, well, Antarctic is the edge.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying,
it's not, right? It's clearly not.
What I'm saying is this. So the both are, from our perspective in 24/7, they're reification fallacies, both of them. So what the flat earther, unbeknownst to them, when they're on different, forums, they don't know that. They do believe that would be what the Earth looks like as.
What kind of projection would the flat Earth use?
Hold on, P-Dubs. As represented as a flat plane, that's what it would look like. Akin to either Gleason's or azimuthal equidistant projection, or there's even a 1942 aerial map. There's a bunch of like old maps that represent kind of like a azimuthal equidistant projection, like the older old-timey maps, like the ones they use on like, you want to go back in history, like 1600s, 1400s, like there's this like old.
Well, they had globes back then too, though. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying when they're representing the land, it looks like a giant, pizza. So it's not.
I mean, some of them did, yeah.
So what I'm telling Jeff is that the way they're displaying the land to show everything, it's either that square map, the Mercator projection, which P-Dubs did mention is the case, or it's the that azimuthal equidistant projection. But
but there are like literally hundreds of other ones.
Yeah, here's the thing that I wanted to happen. In order for this conversation to be a little bit more in depth, all you got to do is look up this information. You'll find out the people who were behind the cartographers behind the map projections. It's an interesting topic when we get into it, and if it does ever go there. But when you don't know, it's kind of like arguing on the fly doesn't really help. Honestly, don't.
What's your point about who created them?
It's important to know how the information was derived. There's a lot of context within historical figures, what they did to actually ascertain the information of how it was like understood to be the case. And some of the maps.
Will you answer the question? Can humanity measure distances across the surface of the globe?
You baked in the question with begging the question fallacy.
No. I mean the flat surface of the Earth, whatever. I'm sorry. I did say globe.
The surface of the Earth. That's all.
Surface of the Earth. I'm sorry.
So the surface of the Earth, distances are approximated due to the fact that land traveled already have been like distances traveled. They already have like established points. So what it is now is how to traverse.
Hold on, dude. You're making this way too complicated. I'm simply asking, can we measure distances across the surface of the Earth?
No, you're making it sound very linear. It's not that way.
Sure. If the Earth is flat, you should be able to say yes.
No,
to that,
it's a no to either way because it's not two types of Earths. It's only one type of Earth. It's just the Earth.
The Earth you think is a topographical plane, correct?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Okay. On the topographical plane, can you measure distances between two places?
Not the exact way. It's not possible.
What do you mean not to the? How precise can you be?
People are trying to get within a margin of error.
What's the margin of error?
I don't know. It's like what, couple of percent, maybe up to 5%.
Based on what?
The distance traveled.
No, not the distance. I mean, there's not. We could do.
Yeah, you're trying to approximate. You're trying to approximate the actual the target distance is trying to be approximated from the point of like where you leave, and it just so happens that when you travel over water, things are not because you don't have any reference points.
I'm not talking about water.
Obviously, you're going to have to if you're traveling from continent to continent.
Obviously, we will have to, but we'll get there in a second, right?
What do you mean you can't get there in a second? If you're talking about this, it's
step by step.
It's baked in your question.
Maybe we can.
It's baked in your question. You're saying that how do you get from point A to point B? And the only way you're going to be able to do that is if you're going to have to travel over the ocean from a continent to another continent, and then you're going to say what distance is that continent in regards to the other one? Dude, if you don't want to hear the answer, then you're not going to ever know.
Let me rephrase the question because you're obviously not understanding it. Can we measure the distance between 2 points on land?
Well, that's obvious, dude. There's reference
Okay, well,
points.
don't say it's obvious because you just waffled for about half an hour trying to say you couldn't.
Because we were talking about entire world maps. The context
No, I was
lost.
I never said the entire world. I said across
Yeah,
distances.
it's not that you said entire world. That's what the context was from the previous conversation. If you were keeping up.
I'm asking a new question, man. Don't take context from a previous conversation and
okay, so we're just supposed to assume that we know what you're thinking.
No, just take the question and answer it. Don't
He
assume.
did mention measuring a
I'm
distance
basing it
between
on a
2
previous
points.
question.
Yeah, based on what? On land or sea? Like, there's no context.
Let's start with land. Let's start with land.
Yeah, that wasn't said before.
Okay, let's start with land. Then we're saying it now.
For God's sakes, dude. And then the previous topic was the world map.
Distances across the surface of the Earth on land.
Yeah, of course, we got reference points.
Okay, cool. So how do we do it?
I'm already telling you that it's been done because we have reference points. There's places.
How did they do it? How did they do it?
What do you mean? How did they do it?
How did they measure the distance from New York to LA?
What, from the very beginning? Like, what do you, dude? You're speaking.
Yes, the first time they did it.
He's asking a question, man.
Yeah, the first time they did it, there are different ways. Of course, they started with like, you have the Eratosthenes method where the length of a.
Nope.
Okay, so are you just gonna tell me, or are you gonna say no?
Well, I mean, you're just wrong, but you can keep going.
No, go ahead. You tell me. If you're saying no, then
I'll assume Eratosthenes' method was one of them. What's another?
Yeah,
method?
what's the? It was one of them. Then why the fuck did you interrupt me?
Okay, keep going.
No, why did you interrupt me?
Because you're wrong, but I'm gonna let you have it.
But
Keep
then
going.
it was correct at the same time. Make up your mind.
No, I'm letting you have it. Keep going.
You're letting me have it. Okay, so
yeah. What other ways?
Okay, Professor. What was the way they did it? If you have something in mind.
I'm asking you. You said that it was done.
It was done, but there was.
Okay, how was it done?
Dude, I was telling you.
Okay, keep going.
I'm not gonna keep going.
Oh,
if you know, just say it.
He's running away from answers.
No, if you know, just say it. If you're gonna keep interrupting me when I say it, just tell me.
Okay, I'm not gonna keep interrupting you.
What'd you say, Pac?
Just present the information.
No, it's Jeff.
Present the information.
Present the information.
No, I'm not gonna say it when this fucking prick is interrupting me when I'm telling him.
Okay, I'm not going to interrupt you.
So if you don't have any point to bring up here, and all you're gonna do is just interrupt me.
How did they measure the distance?
I was fucking telling you, you dumbass.
Okay, then keep telling me.
No, I don't need to keep telling you. You're not fucking controlling this conversation.
So I'll keep making my point then. How's that?
Yeah, what is your point? I don't fucking know.
I just removed him just for a second, dude. I'm honestly, dude, I'm tired of that fucking idiot, dude.
Yeah, what's his point, dude? Like, I mean,
moron. Dude.
So you can measure, measure distances. You can measure distances on the surface of the Earth from point A to point B, and there's ancient methods of which they establish how they know any distance on the surface of the Earth. But like I was going to tell him, in the fact that Eratosthenes used the method, the length of a man's stride, which is, they're giving these approximations from Syene to Alexandria. And based on this old ancient method, it started a long time ago of how they started to approximate how to go from point A to point B on land. These questions are very ambiguous. I don't know if he's talking about land, about the ocean, like from continent to continent. No context is given, and he's trying to get a fucking W for what, dude? It's like, what is your point?
And I do want to say this, Jeff. I think you were the one that was like questioning why Alpha just isn't answering, and here's the point. Here's the reason why. Because when you give idiots like P-dubs, yes, we can do it between two distances. Then what he will do in the weasel way that he is, he'll take that answer and then say, oh, so we can do this from, he will take it to that place where Alpha is obviously trying to avoid, because then we don't know that part of it. Like we're just saying we know these distances from one continent to another. We're just, because it's baked into the calculation of this sphere ball that's not a sphere ball. How fucking ironic is that? But this is why we don't give in to their answers all the time, Jeff. Just to let you know, because we've dealt with these fucking type of weasels for years. If he was to say, yes, we can go from distance to distance, and then you know what he'll do? He'll like, oh, well then that means we can, and he'll use our own words against us, and we're like, well, we meant across land. And so that's why he had to make sure, like, be hyper specific that he was actually talking about like on topography.
I got a question. So Is north like the center of that map of the flat Earth? Like, I mean, you guys. I know you guys said to come in with
Sure.
my best or whatever, but I'm just trying to ask and understand. So can't you just use north as a reference point and then just have a compass pointing that direction and then just go that way, and there you have a straight line, and that way you can measure a distance accurately in
No,
your model?
and then the reason why you can't do that is because the compass is towards the magnetic field lines of the Earth. So if you're saying that north, and you could probably look this up too, magnetic north is where the compass is actually pointing to. Do you know that it does move? Serge, is Serge speaking? I don't know who I'm speaking to.
Yeah,
Yeah. That was me speaking, and I don't how
Well,
moved by how much would
it
you
does
say?
tell you. So I mean, that would take. Okay, so what I would say, establish ways of like navigating across the surface of the Earth have already been done, right? But not only that, you can understand from a point of view like when using a compass, like what is the reference that the compass uses when it actually points to north? What is it referencing? Do you know, Serge? All it takes is a quick Google search, and you'll find out what magnetic north is referenced. Like what it's.
Well, like what I'm saying is, even if there is like a 20-mile, point of error within a magnetic north, as you say, it shifts. I doubt it shifts that much, if at all, honestly.
What's
And
important
so,
here, I guess what's important here is that you're trying to get a reference to get a straight line, right? According to you, right now. Okay.
Of course, that's
no.
how we've always done things.
That's not right. You said that's all way we've always done things. People don't travel in straight lines. Do you know that?
No, I'm saying in terms of like measuring.
Yeah, measuring and building,
right? Like I
measuring and building are something different than traveling.
12 years.
See, now you're okay. Are you talking about traveling over the surface of the Earth in a straight line, or are you talking about construction? It's a whole different topic.
No, okay, yeah, let me explain it for you clearly. So construction requires straight lines. And if you want to measure a distance between one point to another, you need to measure a straight line. And in order to measure a straight line, you need a point of reference. And that's why I bring up construction, because that's, you obviously need to have a point of reference to have an accurate straight line and make sure everything is copacetic. And in the ancient times, they also used cornerstones, and they used those as references as well to make sure that they don't veer off and have, inaccurate measurements. And so just looking at us now and the development that we've made as a humanity, it would be very hard to believe that we did not have already points of references that are stable and accurate enough to be able to accomplish this, including
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. But what I'm trying to get at here is that you have in your mind that there's this like ideal way to travel in a straight line, and it's not that way in the physical natural world. When you're outside, you have like these approximations of where you want to go to, based on these references that you use, whether it be a compass or you're navigating by the stars or some other reference that you're using, but it's never going to be in that straight line that you think you're traveling over. It's going to be the best heading you can possible, right? But it's never going to be the straight line in your head, the way you're thinking about it. The real world navigating across the Earth doesn't work that way, man.
Right. And if we're talking to, travel across the entire Earth, then yeah, that would be very critical to have it very accurate. But if I'm just trying to get from point A to point B in a shorter distance, let's say around 100 miles or even 10 miles, close enough is close enough, because that one.
Yeah, but you don't know the actual. I would say it this way: to be off, you have to know exactly how much off you are, and what is the baseline for that. Being off from, like, what are you using to reference how much you're off? Are you going by the compass? Are you going by the stars? Are you going by what is?
You're going by results. So if you end up
not results, because you have to reference something when you're traveling the Earth. What are you referencing?
Right. What I'm trying to say is, if you do something over and over consistently, and it ends up to be
Serge, that's not helping
results,
us.
If it ends up to be
No. I'm saying that's not helping us, bro, because you're not seeing the point. The point is, it doesn't matter if you repeat the thing that you're doing over and over. The only thing that matters is what you're referencing when you're traveling over the surface of the Earth, because that's going to be the benchmark for how you know how much you're off. Like, let's say this, right? I'll give you an example. I'm using the stars to navigate over the ocean. And then based on that, I can know what the distance that I traveled and how much I'm off based on that reference of using the stars. Now, I can do similarly something different using a compass. I'm navigating across the surface of the earth using a compass from where I started to where my target distance is going to be. And using that reference, I know how much I'm going to be off based on the reference of the compass. When I'm referencing something that helps me navigate across the surface of the earth, that thing is the way that I'm going to know how much I'm off from the place that I started from to the place of my destination. You get it now? What are you referencing? What are you using as your guide? Because if you don't have a guide and you keep saying, we're just repeating it over and over is going to help us get us there, it doesn't matter if you keep saying, I'm doing it over and over again, because you're not telling me what you're using to reference to navigate across the surface.
Well, yes, my referencing is the global positioning system if I'm trying to travel from one distance to another very accurately and predictably. And now I'm just trying to I'm wondering, how do you guys reference, or how does the flat earth model accurately and predictably reference their travel distance?
I get it. You're saying we're using global positioning satellites. So what you're doing is, this is almost like you're baking in kind of an argument saying that we're using global positioning satellites, which are traveling over the surface of a globe. And I want to know how you're going to tell me how global positioning satellites or any other thing is helping you travel over the surface of a flat earther.
You can use satellite towers as well. I mean, you can triangulate your distance from one place to another, and you'll be very accurate as long as you have.
That's great. And I told you, Serge, that it doesn't matter what you're referencing. It's not over the surface of the globe that you think you're traveling over.
Okay, no, I know, but I'm just saying, let's do the flat Earth model.
It's not a model.
And you have
there's no model.
Let's say that
sorry.
Okay, let's do the flat Earth, right? And then you have 20 or so. Let's just say you have enough satellites to cover the entire place, and now you can reference your position, and now you can measure your distance.
Yeah. So what? Like, whoopity-doo. We got from point A to point B. We used GPS, and now we're at point B. We left point A. We arrived at point B. That's great.
I was just helping you answer P-Dub's question.
P-Dubs is he wants to get some kind of W, some kind of gotcha. Really, the only thing he was trying to figure out was, how did they establish distance measurements? And I was telling him there were ancient methods of how they established these things. I was going to tell him that, but he's like, no, you're wrong. No, I'll go ahead and let you be wrong. No, idiot. The ancients used different methods and body parts. Did you know they used the foot? Did you know they used the forearm to measure distances? Yeah, distances on the surface of the earth. But had he let me speak, I would have told his dumbass that. That's ancient methods. That's how they started to derive distance, like from point A to point B. It's annoying when somebody comes in here trying to get a W because they think they're going to say something that it's not, he didn't have a point, right? So basically, I don't know where he was going with it because he never told me. He's like, no, I want you to say it. Like, for what? Like, I don't know. Anyways, back to what we're saying here.
I would like
Go
to.
ahead.
I would have liked to have heard where he was going with it, but you cut him off. Put him down.
Dude, he is not. Okay, when I was telling him that, first of all, Eratosthenes' method, they were using the length of the man's stride, like for the benchmark of how far away a sign is to Alexandria. He didn't accept that. He's like, no, you're wrong, but I'll go ahead and let you have it. Okay. If I'm wrong, then what? How am I wrong? Correct me. And he didn't do it. No, I'm not going to do it.
It wasn't just the length of his stride. It included the sun.
It doesn't matter. He just wanted to know how it was done. I gave him the method, or at least I was attempting to try to give him one method of the way they got distance, but it wasn't good enough for P-Dubs. And you wanted to let that numpty continue on his rant about, and I asked him, I was like, well, if I'm wrong, correct me. And he's like, no, you go ahead and tell me. I was like, okay, let me finish. And then he didn't. He kept interrupting me. That's why he's sitting on the listening panel right now.
Yeah, I get that.
The reason why using the sun matters is because Eratosthenes or whatever realized that the Earth was in fact 360 degrees.
No,
because he realized.
No, that's incorrect,
the
Serge.
shadow of the Earth's sun.
That's incorrect.
Was
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm not like P-Dubs. I will tell you why. The reason why it's incorrect is because he's assuming the circumference of a circle. He didn't. He was not measuring drop over distance from Syene to Alexandria. You don't. Okay, first of all, it's hard to argue with some. Serge, hold on a second.
He didn't assume.
Serge,
He added 7.2 degrees.
I know that. Did you look at the historical answer for what Eratosthenes had done?
I mean, of course not. But
bro, I mean, honestly, this is the second time you've done this. You've already inserted into like nuh-uh to something you haven't researched, dude. Second time you've done that. I'm asking you, please go do the research. Come back and we'll talk about it. Because when you're saying no, Serge, hold on a second. No, when you say a nuh-uh to me and you didn't do the research, you don't know anything about Eratosthenes or what he'd done, then it looks like you're just making shit up to say nuh-uh because you want the Earth to be a globe because of your bias. That's all.
No, that's you're putting projections.
Okay, then tell me the Eratosthenes method, Serge, if you know it.
Well, that's the thing I told you already.
That you don't know it, right?
Well, I kind of explained it.
No, you didn't. What did Eratosthenes do, Serge?
He measured the distance of the Earth by stride, right? A man's stride, like you said. But he also measured the angle of the shadow in Alexandria, which was about 7.2 degrees, right?
And what was this in reference to?
The thing is, he didn't reference it to it, that he referenced it to the sun, and then he added that, and then he realized that it was a 360 degree.
He didn't realize it. It wasn't it wasn't an epiphany he had. Wow, I now know that it's a part of a circumference. He didn't do that.
Again, I didn't use the word epiphany. I used
a realization, whatever, the aha moment, dude. You know what I'm talking about. The moment of clarity.
Yeah, and I'm just clarifying, by what I meant. I didn't mean.
Yeah, but you're switching it around to make it say like what I'm saying is not akin to what you're saying. It's the same shit, dude. We're saying the same thing.
No, I'm not switching it around, bro. You're telling me I'm switching it around.
Yeah, that's because you're being a weasel right now, dude. All you got to realize is that if you think that Eratosthenes had a moment in time where he said, okay, I now know that this is a part of the circumference of a circle. Okay, that's great. How did you complete the circle without completing it? You're on a slice of the circle, and now you've just assumed that the whole entire Earth is being completed. That's a far-fetched idea, don't you think?
Okay, could you enlighten me about what he did?
Why do you want to be enlightened? I thought you knew.
Can I just interject for a second?
I'm just saying though, like I was trying to tell you about Eratosthenes, but you were like, no, let me tell you. And okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay,
like
so the length of a man's stride with the stades, right? And you could look this up too. How much the stades equal one stade? How many strides equal one stade? But then when you start to figure out that he's actually going from Syene to Alexandria and then measuring on one town. He's got a whale that's where the sun is at solar noon. It's going all the way down to the bottom, right? He sees the sun like 90 degree. It's at its zenith, going down into the well. He can see all the way to the bottom of that well. So he thinks at solar noon at a different location, if the sun's hitting that stick, for example, I mean, it could be an obelisk or whatever you want to call it. In ancient times, they're using for this. But if the light coming from the sun is hitting that at an angle, he's going to measure the angle of that of the way it's falling onto that stick. And because that divergent angle that he has at solar noon and at the other location, the assumption was made that because we have two locations and we have one where the sun's going in 90 degree and also we have on another place where the sun is hitting at an angle, that must mean that it's hitting the sun's light, it's hitting coming in parallel and hitting the surface of the Earth at an angle in one location and directly, perpendicular at another location, which is the one where the well was at. So with the light's shining into one location where the well's at, it's coming in perpendicular to that sunlight. So you can see all the way down to the bottom. And in the other location, it's hitting at an angle because the Earth's surface is curved, right? You understand now? At the other location, 500 miles away, this was the assumption is that the surface of the Earth is curving due to the fact that on one location we have divergent shadows of the sun's light hitting that stick, and on the other location you have the sun's light going down into the well all the way to the bottom. So you have the angle created because of the fact the surface is curving if the light's coming in parallel. Now, in that story, the sun's light is only known to be at undetermined distance. It wasn't at 93 million miles away, of course, that came later. But this was at an undetermined distance away from the Earth. So far, the only thing they can understand is this idea based on previous people, right? Like Aristotle, looking up at the lunar eclipse and declaring that the only way that he can have a shadow on the surface of the moon that looks like it's curving would be that of course, you got this idea that you have perfect orbs, so the Earth is some type of orb, that it's in a synergy with the, idea that it's blocking the sun's light, causing that light. And I'm just going a little bit back so you can get context of why Eratosthenes came forward and said what he did. So his assumption of why the Earth was what it was because it was built on other people before him that were proposing these ideas of how the Earth could be this, and making sense that it would block the light of the sun and looks like a curved surface on the moon. So then therefore the Earth must be some type of spheroid or perfect sphere, whatever their religious context was out of that. Then therefore, if we're going to use that moving forward, and you have sunlight with shadows being cast on one location and no shadow being cast in the other, then we can assume that it's working off a piece of the circumference of a circle.
Shit's flat, nigga.
So wonderful, dude. Anyway, we're only talking about, like, with this method, he was just basically giving an inconclusive understanding based on an assumption that the Earth had a curved surface and was a part of a circumference from Alexandria to Syene, that it wasn't determined, though, that it was a definitive proof that the Earth is curving. So there was no drop over distance that was taken from this. This was just, as you could say, an assumption that was baked in prior to the actual sunlight that was measured from the angle of the shadow. So this was the problem, right? And it still is today. When thinking of the Eratosthenes method, it was also said by Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a current scientific communicator. He also said that you could actually think of the sun as close and local, and being on a flat surface, this Eratosthenes method could also replicate the same results. So in fact, the Eratosthenes method would be inconclusive, meaning that it's not leading to a conclusion that the Earth is a globe based on Eratosthenes. So that being said, now we know that you can have shadows diverge on a curved surface or a flat surface. And one example we can show with that is that in your room right now, use your own flat floor, get two objects, put one object underneath the light source and put one object away from the light source. What you're going to see is a demonstration of what can happen on a flat surface. And that means that because one object is closer to the light source, you will have no divergent shadows because it's underneath the light source. And the other object that's farther away from the proximity to the light source give and cast a divergent shadow on a flat surface, giving you the impression that it can be inconclusive to say that Eratosthenes made his conclusion, his realization, his aha moment, his point of clarity, that the Earth is a curved surface. So that's how we know he wasn't conclusive in that.
That's a lot.
I know, but it's not only a lot. When you come into this and you don't know anything about it, you think that it's all conclusive and it's the slam dunk that you need to prove that the Earth is a globe. But in fact, even the scientific communicators of today will agree that Eratosthenes had a very crude method. It wasn't conclusive. They can always say that it wasn't conclusive. Now, of course, they will agree that today they figured out ways to give like a preponderance of evidence to give a determination whether the Earth is a globe, but they will say Eratosthenes' method was not a conclusive method to lean on as far as like, much rigor that can be applied to that, because you can only squeeze so much, blood out of that turnip. There's not really much you can get more out of than just saying it's inconclusive, because you can have divergent shadows on a curve or flat surface just fine.
So what about Aristotle?
Oh, Aristotle was prior to Eratosthenes, which of course it was more. I mean, you got to look at these. Do a study on these, Serge, because I mean, I hate spoon feeding people. I would like them to actually do a little bit of work into like researching any of this. But if somebody's making a grand leap of logic by looking into the sky and saying, thus the earth is such and such based on what I see in the sky, it's not, it will still be inconclusive because it would be based on someone's assumption, and it was not based on direct measurements that could be understood to be taken from the surface. It's taken from the sky. We can't determine that the sun that the earth is a globe based on something we see in the sky.
I mean, there is, it just seems like the amount of like explaining you're trying to do, you're making a lot of logical, like, exercises in this gymnasium to explain flat Earth to me. And so
no, you were
it's more
asking
simple
about,
to me
bro,
to
you were asking
understand.
about Eratosthenes, and I laid it out to you. I wasn't doing mental gymnastics for flat Earth. I haven't even begun to tell you anything about flat Earth yet.
Okay, so about the whole lunar eclipse, right? You were saying
Globe
about how
debunked
we can't
itself again,
come up with the
Yeah, dude, like, I mean, honestly, I was not telling him anything about flat Earth yet. I was just telling him the understanding that he didn't have with Eratosthenes. We're going through Aristotle. There's a lot of like, historical figures that you could look into and look at the context of how they derived the information of how they knew what they knew. And if you look into just the story, you'll realize that there's no determination that came from what they understood. It's all based on assumptions.
Okay. One last thing I would like you to debunk, and then I'm done talking. Lunar eclipse, how do you explain that?
A lunar eclipse happens with the syzygy of the Earth according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe in a solar system. So in that we have, I'll give you that version first, right? That version is we have the idea that the sun, moon, and Earth are in a syzygy. So what that means is there's an alignment, right? So when the Earth gets in the way of the sun's light, it casts a shadow on the moon, according to the way it's supposed to be moving around, and such. So if when this syzygy occurs, then there's like an alignment, right? The Earth gets in the way of the sun's light, and it casts a shadow onto the moon. But what's interesting about that is there's a lot of kind of wonky, donkly stuff that's going on, because they're looking at the shadow on the moon, but it's like got like a red hue or a tint on it, right? It's got a different color. It's not like a dark shadow like would be. Like if, have you ever stood in sunlight and you see your shadow being cast out, what color it looks? Looks like a dark shadow, doesn't it?
I mean, I've seen blue shadows before.
I know,
too.
but we're talking about sunlight.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm talking about refraction from an object.
Okay,
like
let's
the moon,
just
right?
let's keep it simple. Okay, so what we're doing is,
I mean, I'm keeping it as simple as
okay,
possible.
so blue shadows exist. Like you cast a blue shadow, sir?
No, I'm talking about the refraction from the environment.
Have you cast a blue shadow before?
I haven't cast a direct blue shadow. But,
okay, so are we talking?
I'm talking about the bounce.
Are we talking about this idea that you? Okay, because I feel like every time I'm presenting something, you want to interject with some information that you really haven't done research on. Now we could talk about how you did your research on this.
Absolutely no interjections, bro. You're asking me questions. I'm answering them the way I know.
Right,
so,
but you just came up with the refraction of light as an example of how you're explaining why the shadow on the moon is not dark like it would be if you're standing in sunlight.
No, I'm explaining why the shadow looked blue to me in appearance when it cast this, because you asked
What
me,
shadow?
have I ever cast it? Okay, let me explain. You asked me a question. You said, have I ever casted a shadow before? It looks pretty dark, doesn't it? Was it ever any different color? And I said, I've seen blue shadows before. And you were like, well, okay,
Have you ever cast a blue shadow?
Like
I'm asking you, you said it, you did?
It had a darker blue hint to it. Obviously, it was darker than the surroundings, but I'm just saying, due to refraction, where I was in an environment of such, it looked blue to me. And so I'm just answering that as a statement of it's not exactly always black or dark in that exact sense.
I mean, really?
Bro, I'm telling you how it is. I wouldn't make this shit up.
Whatever. I mean, so it's not a blue shadow that's being cast on the surface of the moon when they say that the syzygy is happening. I'm going to just pick it up where I left off. I'm not going to engage with what you just said. So when they say that the the Earth is getting in the way of the sunlight. It's casting a red hue on the moon, and they're saying that because, as you would state, that the light is bending around the surface of the Earth, and it's causing this red tint to go onto the moon. So now we see like a red tint on the moon because of that. The light is being refracted around the Earth. And there's a lot of hooey when it comes to like explanations of this happening, right? There's a lot of issues with this idea that the Earth is getting in the way because, number one, there's a begging the question fallacy that's taken place that you don't know of. How do you know?
The mysterious object?
No, mysterious object. No, don't read my mind. Let me just tell you. So basically, if you're saying that the Earth is a globe already, it's assuming that that globe is casting that round shadow on the moon. Yes?
Correct.
Okay, we don't know that yet. It has not been established. And furthermore, we're talking about free space. There's a syzygy going on, meaning that we got 3 balls, one giant big bright ball, the sun, one Earth-sized ball, and one moon-sized ball. They're all balls, right? Oblate spheroids or whatever you want to call them. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
But all of these things that we're adding into this context is assumptions. We're assuming that this is the case in free space, right? You can call it the vacuum of space or a solar system if you want. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to ask you some basic questions because this is baked into your understanding. You think, well, I'm just looking at the moon shadow, or excuse me, the Earth shadow covering on the moon. No, it's much deeper than that. You don't know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and you damn sure you don't know that you're in a solar system where the sun is in the middle and the Earth is moving around. You don't know any of this. You're assuming all of this information and then saying, I'm seeing a round shadow being cast on the moon.
And you don't know that the Earth is flat.
Okay, we're not on me yet. We're still talking about your belief in this idea that you're in a solar system. Now that I've addressed that, how do you know that's the case? 2 things, solar system and round or globe Earth. How do you know that's the case?
I'm sorry.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it. You don't know.
No, he can answer it. He can answer it. He can answer it, Jeff.
Can you? I'm sorry. I was doing something.
Yeah. So I know it's troubling because this is the part where we reach the crescendo.
Part where you're leading down the pathway. So you don't know. You don't know. Yeah, just leave.
Yeah, I love it.
Please,
this is my favorite part.
Please ask.
Yeah, I know. Don't answer it. I know. I've been there.
I'm asking very nicely.
Yeah, we'll see if he'll.
Jeff,
go ahead, Serge.
Can you please ask me that question one more time? I was genuinely away from my phone for like half a second because I dropped it.
So I'll just repeat the question. How do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? And furthermore, how can you... There's 2 questions, actually. And how do you know you're in a solar system where the sun is in the center and the Earth is moving around it? 2 things. Don't drop your phone again.
Well, because... Again, the way that I know is by, and again, you're putting me like I know that you're gonna try to get me into this little gotcha moment.
No, it's not a gotcha. I know I got you. I don't have to think that I'm going to. This is it. This is the crescendo, Serge. This is where you say I don't know, and we just move on with our lives.
Because relative to where the sun is and where the moon is, when the Earth gets in front of the sun. Get this, it casts a shadow on the moon, and the moon has a round shadow on it. And that's just the most mind-blowing thing to me.
I know, but you didn't answer my question. If you can kindly answer my question, I think we can get on with our lives.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
So I'll ask again. How do you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid? And furthermore, how can you tell you're in a solar system where we're revolving around the sun? Go ahead. Take it from the top.
I'll get back to
Thank you.
Because...
Thank you, sir.
Again,
that'll be all.
Bring P-dubs up.
We don't need to bring P-dubs up, dude. That guy, That guy is an endless troll, man.
You just don't want to talk to him because he's got real facts. He's got points.
He doesn't have any points.
And I heard you getting worked up over him. He was winning. He was winning the argument, brother. And you just don't.
Okay,
want to
tell
win.
me how he was winning, Serge. Point out the point where he was winning.
Because you could not answer a simple question on how you will.
What? How I what?
You couldn't answer a simple question on how you would measure the distance between land masses.
Land masses? That wasn't what he was saying. He's saying on land. How would you measure things?
Yeah. Yeah. Regardless, either way,
and
how would you measure?
And
the
I was
distance?
telling him there was ancient methods that were done that were using, like Eratosthenes, the length of a man's stride, which is a stade, and that stade is
which isn't reliable, right? Because you don't have a proper reference point.
Dude,
You were just debunking the whole
Hold on
thing,
a second. The question was, how was it done a long time ago? And that was giving the answer. Now you're saying that's not good enough? My answer wasn't good enough.
I'm talking about P-Dubs.
Oh, I don't know what he was going to say. Ta loco. He's crazy. He didn't let me finish, So, I mean, there's that. He was interrupting me. That you knew he was doing, or at least if you're going to white knife for him,
you were definitely getting worked up over his facts.
He wasn't his facts. It was his interruption, Serge. I don't mind if he's saying he's trying to make a point, but he was interrupting me, telling him the answer that he asked me. So now I can't tell him because he was, blatantly interrupting me.
P-Dubs, if you could hear me and you promise not to
come with your cape,
because
save a hoe, Captain Save a hoe. Here he comes to save the day.
I mean, do you wanna prove the Earth is flat or not? Because I'm here to
why
listen.
you caping, bro?
And
you don't gotta. Don't listen, Serge. You don't have to worry about other people. Just listen. Just kick back. And if you don't know something, that's fine. Like you didn't know the information that would have gotten you to the next stage, but it didn't.
But that doesn't mean that the Earth is flat just because I can't.
No, I never listen. I never said that was the case. We can come with those facts a little bit later, but at the moment we got a whole bunch of stuff in the panel. My bad for taking too long with Serge. I'm a bit long in the tooth, but Serge kind of wanted to go through this method, so I did.
Well, he ended on a tu quoque logical fallacy.
Mm-hmm.
So that wasn't a good way to go out for yourself, Serge.
What is a logical fallacy? Sorry.
Yeah.
Explain.
You don't know what a logical fallacy is?
We're lay people here, remember? Lay people
what
don't
the logical
understand.
fallacy was.
Just remember we're lay people. You don't have to be talking this way, Flatsy.
This is a great way to highlight how people think illogically. So yeah, that would be...
you're being condescending. You're being condescending. It sounded like condescending to me.
Jeff, are you going to micromanage me every time I speak? Good grief. It's supposed to be edifying. It doesn't matter if I sound condescending to you. The thing that I'm trying to put across.
Matter.
Okay. The thing I'm trying to put across is that you don't want to commit logical fallacies because those are lines of reasoning that do not follow. Your tu quoque.
And what was the
your tu
logical
quoque
fallacy?
was trying to appeal to some sort of hypocrisy, and you're not.
And what was that? Can you please quote it?
If you don't interrupt her, she will tell you. I think that's the point.
So when Alpha was going over how all of the globe proponents are just based off of assumptions, and then you turn around and say, well, you debunking the globe doesn't prove your flat Earth. That is a tu quoque logical fallacy.
Okay, now that we got...
Is that not true, though?
Yeah, no. So if we get to somebody else, I think we can go to somebody else, Serge. You had enough airtime?
Old Jen's been into for a while. I brought up Old Jen a while ago.
I appreciate the time, you guys. I genuinely don't mean any...
Yeah, it's all good, man. I don't think... Don't... Yeah, you got to be a little thick-skinned in this chat, though. You ask Jeff. Anyways,
my ex wigged out, by the way, Alpha. I had to drop and come back, just to let you know. I don't know what...
You know what it sounded like? I know what you meant, but what it sounded like somebody that you used to know a long time ago, like your ex wigged out on you and you had to leave. That's what it sounded like when you said that statement. I know what you meant, though.
That's hilarious.
Let me give you a co-host again. All right, I think we're at old man or something. Old Jen, I'm sorry, dude. Old Jen, if you're there, old Gen X?
Yeah, I didn't know you were coming to me. I'm just sitting in here trying to piece different things together. Flat Earth is kind of a strange topic to me. I'm just kind of sitting here listening. And
I appreciate the kind of way that you came in too, man. So from a Gen X to a Gen X, man. Like, yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just barely a Gen X. I'm almost a baby boomer. I was born in '66. I'm 1 year away.
Well,
I don't know if that makes me lean more their way, or if it makes me lean more. I don't.
I'll tell you what, man.
I was sitting here trying to listen, but there was a whole lot of interrupting going on, and nothing that I heard was proving anything because everything was being chopped and nobody was really getting to say anything that they or finish up a thought, I guess is a better way of putting it.
It's usually the nature of the beast sometimes, old Jen, because of the way people get in a fever pitch because of the fact that this is a very provocative topic. It's kind of like when you identify with the fact that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space and you find out information that it's just all been misinformation, it hits different. You don't really know how to react, so your mind starts to scramble around to figure out like an escape. Like, no, I think you're just wrong. Like you start to get defensive, and that's what happens. And unfortunately, after many times that somebody comes back and like really simmers down, then we can start having the conversation that doesn't have to be so like really tense and so anyways. But I do want to get to you. Do you have any questions? And we can answer them like in length if you want us to. We can talk to you about anything. Just ask us any questions, perhaps. Like, I don't know, you have a different vibe. Are you still with us, old Jen?
Echo.
Maybe he's not with us no more.
I'm telling you, dropping your phone is a real thing.
You fall off.
So.
What do you fall off?
The edge.
The edge of the Earth. That's funny. All right, we've never heard that one before. That's a knee slapper. All right, we got Steven that just came up to the panel. Steven, if you're there.
Yeah, I was going to comment on the fact that when I listen to other people's point of view, especially on the internet, it always becomes of a position of proving each other right or wrong on any length of conversation. I just think that's a complete and utter waste of time. We all come to our own truths in life, and just watching people trying to convince each other if something is right or wrong, it's never going to change. You can't appeal to a conscience.
Here we go.
And we cannot appeal to a conscience that is closed, just as much as you would like to sit in there in your how do you say this? Your self. It's not righteousness, but it's almost like, well, if I look out into the universe and obviously I see what I see, how is it that that is why is it everyone to prove to me that I'm not seeing what I'm seeing? Personally, it's the same conversation with religious people. They talk about different gods, they talk about different aspects of religion, but at the end of the day, they don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? They can't find the common ground in which they can respect each other.
All right, Stephen, is there a point that you wanted to come to with what you feel about this format, or you just feel like you want to come in here to vent a little bit about the format?
I mean, I don't recall anyone ordering a yappuccino, bro.
Fucking CB, dude.
Well, there you go with the whole yappuccino. That's insulting. Listen, little boy, whenever you want to engage in a conversation, you have to keep an open mind. And you have to have a tolerant mind. If you come into the conversation, and that's all these rooms are, it's a circle jerk of people who, you agree with me, or else you're not part of the cool club.
At
Well,
least
fuck
make
your
it a
club.
decaf Yappuccino, bro. Just at least make it a decaf,
Like
please.
on some real shit. Fuck your
It's
club.
called the debate.
You're dumb as fuck if you believe in the
Here we go,
flat
bro.
Earth theory because it's just a fucking theory, you
The
idiot.
What if I
mask
told
slid
you it's
off.
not
Thanks.
a theory at all? What if it's not even a theory
The
at all, my
mask slid
friend?
off,
I could
CB.
just
Appreciate you, man.
Maggie, watch this. Hey, what's the theory? Ace.
What if we're on a giant turtle?
You probably are.
He's like, it's just a theory. All right, tell us the theory. Go ahead.
The theory is that you're stupid and dumb.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one. Classic.
That wasn't decaf either, man. That was straight up.
Well, wait a second. So it's okay that you insult me, but when you get it right back at you, you're like, the
What?
audacity.
Who insulted you, bro?
Yeah, I mean,
You were just yapping.
no
They called you
comment,
out.
right? See how that
oh,
works?
like,
Do you
Mickey,
see how
Mickey,
that
dude,
works?
hey, this is trademark,
Do you
bro.
see how that works? Settle down, little boy, and settle back.
It gets them so
You can
triggered.
dish it out, but you can't take it. Is that the whole
No,
point I'm making?
I'm
Thank you
chilling,
for
bro.
proving my point.
I'm straight chilling, bro.
Steven, the thing is, you come up here and initially you come off and saying, you know, who are we to say whatever, what we're seeing, blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, they said they made a little joke and I thought it was pretty funny. Yappuccino, that's a good one. I'm going to start using that. And then you start dishing it right back. And it's coming off a little hypocritical. But I mean, I'm here. I got my viewpoints. They got theirs. And we have a discourse. I bring up my points. I obviously am not as educated in my sphere of knowledge and the thing
I
that
see what you did
I
there.
see what you did there, bro.
versus them. Yeah. And I'm just, you know, pulling a Yappuccino right now. That's just what I'm doing.
Well, I still want to hear the theory. What's the theory?
It's true.
You're dropping your hazard, child.
Yeah. Nice. Good one, bro.
That's straight up, like, that's all caffeine right there, man.
Yeah, I know.
That Yappuccino.
Are we allowed to discuss serious stuff?
Say again?
Are we allowed to discuss serious stuff? serious.
Well, yeah, we were off
joking
on
around
topic.
most of the time. Yeah, it's just way off. So I just want to do a thought experiment.
Who's talking right now?
Is that allowed? Is thought experiments allowed around here?
Yeah, is that raw? Sorry.
No, it's Jeff.
Jeff, my bad, dude. I can't
Yeah,
stop
man.
speaking. You guys
Sorry,
forgive me.
man. I'm just cooking. Can you hear my air fryer going? That's my air fryer.
No, I didn't
Cooking my
say.
meat, man.
All right, say with your chest, Jeff.
I was just saying, are we allowed to do thought experiments?
I mean, what do you want to talk? If it's practical, man, let's keep it practical. Can we do that?
It's with satellites, yeah, satellites.
All right.
So satellites go in a direction, let's say, at the equator. Is that allowed?
In a direction to the equator. The satellite is traveling in a direction to the equator.
Overhead the equator, the satellite is traveling in a direction of the equator. Does that make sense?
I'm not entirely sure, but maybe if you give more context, I don't know where you're going.
Okay, so there's the equator. We know there's an equator, though, right? There is an equator because so we can establish that there's an equator, though, right?
Yeah, but hold on a second, right? Let's just get the baseline. I always do this, you know me. So if we're gonna say equator, how do we derive equator? How do we know what the equator is? Where is that taken? Where is that taken from? And I'll tell you, I'm not gonna leave you hanging like P-dubs. I will tell you.
Okay, just tell me then.
So basically, it's taken from the celestial sphere. That's a conceptual model. Okay. Everything that I'm saying, I would like people to look it up because I don't want to just say it and then you're like, no, you're wrong. Like, I want you to look it up. Okay.
Alpha, I'm gonna look up everything you say as you say.
Please do that. Like, all right. So celestial sphere. I'll give everybody a little time before I start. So it's useful. It's a conceptual model that's useful for astronomy and celestial navigation. Now, based on this, we can derive the understanding of northern and southern hemisphere. Now, if you look at the wiki, it's going to tell you basically exactly what I just said. And the equator is said to have an infinite radius. Now, that's kind of wonkily donkily for you to think that the terrestrial sphere, that's the ground you're standing on, has a specific radius, diameter, and circumference, whereas the celestial sphere doesn't have one, right? So the idea that we're deriving northern and southern hemisphere comes from half of that sphere being understood to be the dome. It's categorized as the clear dome that's above our heads. That the stars are there's no and star, sun, and moon. There's no linear distance to them, but we do see them at an angle in our view, right? But basically, the equator is taken from the place where the stars are moving east to west directly. Now, we can call that the equator because we see either the sun when it gets to a place in the sky where it's like if you're in different, let's say you're traveling over the surface of the earth, whether on boat or on land, wherever you are and you see the path of the stars or the sun move straight across the sky from east to west, then you know that would be the equator. Like it has to be directly east to west. So the equator is something that's taken from what we see in the sky, not on the ground. We have reference points from stars on the equator to denote the fact that we're traveling over the surface that's underneath the equator. So the equator is not terrestrial, it's celestial. Is that kind of clearing it up? Because a lot of it has to deal with a lot of a non-understanding of the person that's actually engaging with the topic.
That was good.
I was just going to say that a geographical location based on temperature, would that be a reasonable description of an equator?
You know what? That's a bit too. The margin of that would be a bit too wide. You could narrow it down by using the stars, because in the equator you can actually see where stars are moving directly east to west, like they're traveling over the sky that way.
Okay, so could a satellite travel in that general direction?
Are you talking about going through the straight on the equator?
Satellite that is used to track GPS locations, could it travel in that general direction?
Yeah, what I would say is you'd have to have an example of that, Jeff. I'm not going to tell you yes or no. I don't know that information. I'm being straight up.
So it's a thought experiment, right? It's just a thought experiment. So
right. I don't think they travel in that way, Jeff.
We don't do thought experiments, or we do? We do.
No, I do. But what I'm saying is, I don't. As far as I know, the way satellites travel, I don't think they travel in the way that you're going to describe. I don't think they make that kind of a path. But you need to look that up, because I would say us speculating on this is not going to prove any point, because our speculation is not going to get to the end of a conclusion. It's just going to be like you and I are going to be like, okay, that's the way you think, that's the way I think, good enough. Like we're not going to resolve anything.
Yeah, I see. All right, so it's probably just a waste of time then.
Pretty much. Not to down and put your point down, but I'm just saying I'm looking at it from an angle. I'm being honest with you, dude. I don't know that there's any satellite that's traveling in that path. But if somebody comes up with information like, okay, this is it, right? This satellite's doing it, then we'll engage on that point. But I can't tell you for sure, so I wouldn't know, and then you're going to make the hypothetical like it is, and we're not going to get anywhere. But yeah, I mean, we do have some people that came up to the panel. Jeff, I'm going to address Ra if you're there. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah,
I'm so
what's up, brother?
My bad, dude. I actually I thought you were somebody else, so my bad.
That's all good. I'm over here listening, learning, and pulling up information as you guys go. I just pulled up it's called the prograde orbit, which is the direction in which satellites travel. That's what I asked Grok, and it said most satellites travel in a prograded or eastward direction. This means they orbit in the same direction as the Earth's rotation, which is west to east, which is very strange. And then it says reason. Launching eastward takes advantage of the Earth's rotational speed, which adds to the rocket's velocity, making launches more fuel efficient. This is why many satellites, including those in low Earth orbit (LEO), medium Earth orbit, and which is MEO, and geostationary orbit (GEO), travel eastward. So that's I mean, there's more stuff here, but it's too long for me to just read all that. I mean, I would.
No, appreciate it, man, for filling in for that. I think Jeff's question was a bit more specific as the path of travel. I don't know if it was specifically what you denoted, but it's still information that we probably didn't. I didn't. I'm not big on looking into that. For me, I don't need to. But I mean, if somebody brings up that point, we can definitely talk about it. I don't know how that's relevant, to be honest. Like, I don't know if the panel, APOC, Flatsy, or CB would see any relevance. I don't see relevance, or maybe Elbow.
Well,
I see you down there, Elbow.
Well, basically,
Can I just make a point that
Well, hold on.
satellites?
Hold on, Jeff. Let Raw finish because he was bringing it, and then you can go after him. I don't know what he was going to say.
Yeah, the reason why I brought that up was because based on the question that I heard him ask, and in my mind, I'm new to this, so in my mind, I was thinking that he was asking if the satellites travel towards the equator, and then so I asked the question, in which direction do the satellites travel, so that way I can kind of understand his question as it pertains to the satellites traveling towards the equator. That was why.
I wasn't saying towards the equator. I was going to say along a geographical location above the Earth, following the equator. That's my thought experiment, that the satellites would be traveling above the equator, so that they can be used to detect locations on the Earth. That's my point, right? So if we can establish that, then we can move on to the next part.
Well, I'll let you guys sort that out. I don't need to look into that, so I'll let you surprise me. How about that? Surprise me.
Keep going with the thought experiment so we can see what else
No, but I mean, I think we reached the conclusion of that unless we find out more information on what you guys' research. I would say okay, so this space doesn't like to speculate. We'd like to get down to matter of fact. We have to. That's the only way you and I can discern what reality is and be able to say yay or nay based on whatever you bring up being the case. So that's the way this space operates. We don't go off of speculation and just say, well, that's what you think. No, we don't do that. Has to be something that's established, and there's a method that can be applied that we can all know.
Right. That makes a lot of sense, and that's actually the best way to go about it. That way we can determine the absolute truth. And last time I was here, the gentleman that was speaking, I forget his name, but he was just breaking things down in such a way that, I mean, I'm coming back to this space because of the way that he was breaking it down. It was like I was asking him questions, and he just took me back to the fundamentals of how we're trained to believe and ask questions and frame it as though the Earth is round or a globe, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, Ra, we're all about free thinking, right? But it has to be in the context of you being able to apply some type of practical method to the fact that we're formulating arguments around something that can be done and verified by you and me. Like otherwise, it goes into the realm of like, well, the scientist knows, I don't know. And then we have a problem with that here, Ra. It's like you give your mind over to these individuals who then tell you what your paradigm is. They're like gatekeepers, man. They're key masters. Right. They tell you what your paradigm is, and you have to, by proxy of them, that's how you learn. You're like, well, they told me, so that's why I'm telling you. And you're like, okay, bro, but how do you know? And you're like, well, I don't know. They're the scientist. I'm just like the guy. I'm the layman, And what I want people to get in the habit of is like, dude, all this really takes, because check this out. In the past, it was really hard for us to attain information, and social media wasn't a thing. You'd have to get in little clubs to talk about stuff. But now, bro, we got the internet, and social media is amazing. Now you can talk to people from any part of the earth. And that means that you can bounce ideas off each other, find out what somebody's doing somewhere else, and then, ask them questions. And so now what we're doing is that the information about the truth is not regulated to a certain amount of individuals in academia anymore. It's not about those guys who think they got degrees that know it all. It's about you and me achieving great heights in information, because we are now like in the information age, man. We have the Library of Alexandria at our fingertips. We can know a lot more and find out what truth is, because we can now talk to each other about it, not versus you being in your own little bubble and thinking you're right because you learned something and nobody is challenging you. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Absolutely.
So anyway,
we have the power in our fingertips now.
Exactly. So now we can check each other's work. We can be like, okay, how is this true, really? So Flatsy, I don't know if you're here, but I wanted to see if you can give the gentleman the laws of logic. Perhaps you can run him down to the three laws that.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, the law of identity. I've been teaching my 5-year-old this. So the law of identity is to establish that everything has everything will represent itself. Like an apple is an apple. Even a slice of an apple is an apple. It has the attributes of an apple. It kind of goes into that kind of just to a fundamental level of how you will, identify something in nature, in the physical and natural world, or just by, like we have the sun, moon, and stars, all that kind of stuff. Like these all have certain attributes about them. So one thing can't be, two different things at once. So it's just the one thing, even given all of its different attributes. So that's how we establish what things are. It's kind of like a what is.
No, but level can be curved and
flat. Yeah, but that goes into the next two. So you've got the law of excluded middle. So that means like a proposition is either true or false. In any case, you can get it down to that fundamental level. It's either like some proposition is either true or it's false. And the third law would be the law of non-contradiction. So that means that the proposition cannot be true and false at the same time, simultaneously.
And the laws of logic help us get to a baseline of understanding between how we can reason with each other. Like on a platform such as this, if we don't have a baseline, there's no way that you and I are going to come to an understanding, because perhaps you have a very solipsistic worldview, and maybe things are not as coherent to you as they are to me. So things like words meaning things are not going to mean things to you. Do you get what I'm saying? So if we don't have a basis for our logic, we cannot reason with people. It's just, it would be illogical. Like, how could you reason with somebody that doesn't know that fire is hot? And I bring this up, and it might be a little funny that I'm saying this, but earlier on Discord, I was having a conversation with a guy named Peter. People know him. He comes into the spaces a lot. And another guy named Grim. And their contention was that we can't know that fire is hot, because we can only believe that it is. We can have a justified true belief in that fire is hot. And I'm like, I was arguing for the side of like, no, we can know fire is hot. We can test that fire is hot. Not only that, but when in a matter of combustion, dry wood will burn, and that burning of that wood will cause a fire, and that fire will burn. So it will be hot. At no time do I have a belief in the fact that fire is hot. Like, it was kind of one of those forehead slappers, right? Like, how can somebody say something as ridiculous as that? Like, we can only believe that fire is hot. I am not kidding you. This is the level by which all of these guys will think. And what happens is, just like Flatsy pointed out, they undermine the laws of logic. So we cannot appeal to the future and say that at some point in the future, fire may not be hot. We know fire is hot now, but we didn't know what fire was like 10,000 years ago. And we don't know what fire is going to be like 10,000 years later. So we just can go based on believing that fire is hot now, but we can't say fire will be hot in the future, or we didn't know how it was in the past. So it's like, if we think that way and we don't establish, laws of logic and fundamental truths of our reality, then we can never know anything. I mean, brother, even the things that you think you know, you don't know. And what's happening right now, there's a culture. I call it the mind virus. I've said it before. I'm gonna coin the term again. The mind virus you've probably heard that term used in a different context. I'm talking about it in this specific context. It's brain rot. It turns your mind into spaghetti, right? Basically, everything that you know about the physical and natural world becomes subjective. How do you know that something? I'll put an example for the listeners, right? You guys that listening to me right now, and if I was to ask you guys the question, what are you doing right now? Like, specifically, sitting down, standing up, walking around, what are you doing? And if you were to answer to me, well, I'm sitting down. And if I was to ask you the question, do you know that to be 100% sure that you're sitting down? A lot of you in here are going to say, no, I'm not sure. And what's interesting about this is that because you've answered it that way, that means that in the single moment that you do it, all of reality is undermined because you can't tell me that you know that that's true. That's not a truthful statement. You could say, well, I have a level of truth. It's 87% true that I'm sitting down, but I could be a brain in a jar for all I know. But
Yeah, I
see,
think
that's the.
it's.
Go ahead, Klutz.
I was going to say that these laws are not arbitrary, and they're the way that we've been able to govern all thought and rational discourse. This is things that the development of the understanding of it. You have to use these laws to even develop the understanding of the laws. You know what I mean? So it's they're self-evidently true. So if you're in an information age where you're trying to be fed a bunch of false information, it would be very convenient to make sure that you don't learn logic in school. Like kids are not learning any logic in your public school system. I didn't, and I don't know anyone that has, unless maybe they've had homeschooling or private learning somehow, like some private school might brush you up on a bit of it, but the best way to um, be able to flood you with a bunch of bad and good information and you not be able to wade through it, and also go and tout something that's probably not true. You just believe it's true because it sounded good to you, and I mean the royal you, not you personally. Um, yeah, that happens a lot. A lot of people just come and say whatever just sounded so good to them, and it made sense to them in their mind because something clicked, but they didn't run it through these really fundamental or the fundamental laws and the principles of logic to make sure that it's sound. So it's really important for people to have these tools, especially in something called the information age. Well, you need the tools to be able to discern what is true and false. And they're attacking the law of identity with, you can be whatever you want. You can identify as whatever you want. And you better respect me if I do, like kind of weird stuff like that's going on. And it's attacking that law of identity and law of excluded middle and law of non-contradiction, right? So this is a really tough time to be alive, but it's also a wonderful time to be alive, I guess.
A lot of people are realizing that, and I'm just going to go overall context, that in this world where we need to establish fundamental truths, that it's really hard to discern what reality is when you're given a mindset or an epistemology where you can't ever establish a foundation for truth. If everything can be subjectively known, then how can you ever establish objectivity, right, in this world? And some people will rationalize with themselves because they're like, well, that makes a lot of sense. I can say that the earth is a globe to me, but that person over there, it might be flat to them. And this guy over here, it might think it's concave. So you might try to reason with yourself, and that would be a great way to think. But in all reality, there's only one reality you and I exist in. That means that it's only interpreted one way. It can't be all like, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's going to be just a mess of incoherency. Like, imagine you telling somebody, hey, look out, here comes a car. And they're like, well, what do you mean by car? Like, I don't know what you mean. Do you mean like a pillow or a plane? Like, you know what I mean? You need to establish a bedrock of truth. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's it's a hermetic principle, and it states that all truths are but half truths, and all paradoxes may be reconciled. And what that means, like the all truths are but half truths, basically is like suggesting that any given truth is only complete from a specific viewpoint. So it depends on your level of understanding. As you go up in your knowledge, the more things start to make sense. whereas if you're ignorant and you hear someone say something that to you may sound far-fetched, it's only because you may not have the complete information. Your incompleteness will cause for you to not have the discernment or the awakened soul or whatever it may be. So I agree with you guys.
And I have a question based off of that. Where do you get the absolute truth in this specific
You're
context?
talking about objectivity, right?
Well, the perspective and subjectivity of truth is there's a dual nature. It's reality. It's a paradox. Reality is a paradox. For example, where there's an up, there's a down. You can't only have up, because there's laws of the universe. There's the law of polarity, and that's always in effect. There's the law of cause and effect. That's always in effect. So it's like all truths are but half truths, because you cannot have one truth.
I don't know if that answered the gentleman's question, but
Not really, but what do you guys think of laws of physics?
yeah, physics are basically the physical natural world demonstrating themselves to be apparent to you and me. So if you say something happens, how does it happen, right? Let's investigate that. So what specific, and who am I speaking to? By the way, just for the space's kind of sake, I can't see who I'm speaking to because it looks like when I unmute my mic, everybody's talking. So is this old Jen?
You're speaking to the round earther.
A Surge.
Yes,
all
sir.
right. So what was your question? Like,
no, I'm just saying in terms of absolute truths, right? I immediately think of laws of physics because they're consistent and they're measured.
Yeah, but then you get into quantum physics, and
Yeah,
quantum physics. Oh, okay.
No, I'm just gonna say, what can you be a bit specific, Serge, that we can pinpoint something in physics? What specifically do you want? You can actually just use one as an example, and then we'll talk about that.
Like the laws of gravity, let's say, for example.
Okay. So understanding gravity in a context. Well, what does gravity mean to you, first of all? How can you interpret what it means? Like, what's the meaning of it to you right now? You don't have to look it up. Just based on what you know now. You won't get chastised for it either, man. I want to know where you're at with this.
Right. Is that a large, like that mass basically attracts, like a large mass attracts to itself. So proportional
to itself or to other things?
To other things. So for example, Earth, right, is a mass, and we have gravity here because the Earth is that massive. So that's why we stay on this Earth, even though, and because of the laws of gravity, you can defer a lot of calculations based off of that understanding alone.
Yeah. What is the law of gravity actually state? Can you do me a favor? I don't mind that we actually walk the path of logic together. So you could type in, what is the law of gravity, into Google. I actually think that it's better that we do it as a learning method versus
law of universal gravitation. Every mass attracts every other mass with a force proportional to their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
So is there an equation that it shows?
I don't see it yet. Hold on.
Okay, so what is occurring? There's two types of understanding when we talk about gravity. It's kind of like it's a term is married with a cause and effect relationship. So I'll put it to you this way: what is the effect, Serge? The effect is the natural phenomena that occurs. What is occurring when you talk about gravity? What is the effect?
Well, it's a pull. It's a pull towards the other mass.
So how could I demonstrate the effect? What would I do to show you the effect if I wanted to?
Drop something.
Okay. What do we see happening?
It falls.
Okay. Whatever it is, right? I don't know what you're going to use here as an example, rock or pen or whatever. So that's the effect. Right. That's what we see. Can you calculate the average rate that that thing falls to the ground?
Yes, because hold on, all objects fall if you release them at the same height, they all fall. They all reach the floor at the same time, provided that there isn't any aerodynamic issues.
Well, I mean, but we do have air, so it's going to cause resistance, and that's not even. So there's.
I know. I'm saying
every element has a different rate of fall. So there's an average rate of fall. It's not a constant in the way that we would say all things fall at the same rate. It would be an average. This is well known. It's established. I'm not just telling you things that you can't look up. So as far as we understand, the law of gravitation would just be the phenomenon, something that occurs, the effect, let's say, and it comes with an equation. The average rate of fall, 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, when we're using that, like people that want to apply this to any type of industry that uses this specific equation, it's useful. It can be actually beneficial to people that have this equation that they can be able to test, certain equipment and whatnot. So we do know that it has its purpose, right? That's the effect.
Right.
Now, it's like on one side you have the effect. On another side, if you were to draw a line right in between, there's the cause. The cause is what makes the phenomena do what it does. So now the question is, what is the cause of the effect? Because you talked about the effect. Now we're going to identify what the cause is.
Wait, but everything falls at the same speed.
That's incorrect.
If
it does, because in terms of different materials, there is a different friction between the air.
Yeah, but that's still not true because there's so different elements fall at different rates. That's an average.
And how
and some elements don't fall. Like gas will expand up like randomly in all directions.
Right, because of a density issue. Because
but it's not applicable to all things. So you have to understand.
No, it is, but it's the gravity is weighing on
It's not.
It's just that the air is.
Surge, okay, so Urge, here's the pushback that you're giving right now is because you don't understand. If you do have the knowledge, you would. There's really some things you can push back on, and I would give you credit for. But this one here, it's not one that you can, because I can ask you, do you know? Either you know or not. You could tell me right now. Be honest. Do you know? If you were to give us pushback on it, do you have information that will solidify your point to be correct? Because we're saying we're correcting you, but you're saying that you're right. But I know that we have information that we could back us up, but you think you do. Do you think you have information to substantiate your point?
Yeah, did you watch an object fall down or did you watch an object fall in? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, again, down relative to the Earth.
Yeah, but that's
because it is a larger mass.
It's wrapped up in a begging the question fallacy. There's a lot of steps that we're taking to assume the thing that we're seeing the cause for be the cause. So here again, we're not just talking about the effect. We got to talk about what the cause is. The cause is something that occurs because it's the effect is being induced by something, by a force, by something. What is the cause of the effect for gravity?
What is the cause? The cause of gravity is mass, isn't it? Mass.
Well, I'll let Serge before we get to you, Ra. I want to see if we can think about this.
Oh, okay.
I mean, again, it's like one of those things where, like, the magnetism, right? It's like like I would say, like, as far as warping space, time, or
You're
energy
close.
of some
You're
sort.
very close. Yeah, you keep going on that because I think you almost hit it right there. So the cause for gravitational attraction would be the current rhetoric stating that I'll give it to you because I'm not like P-dubs. I will tell you. The cause for gravitational attraction, and I'm going to keep saying that because I'm just going to rub it into P-dubs that's what he didn't do. He didn't give me the answer that I requested. So, yeah, I have to. I'm going to do that. All right. So basically the cause for the effect would be gravitational attraction due to the bending and warping of space-time. And that's Einstein's general relativity, right? There's also special relativity, but we're just going to talk about general relativity for the current moment. to just talk about and elucidate the fact that the cause for the effect that we see things falling at an average rate of speed of 9.8 meters per second squared. Why do they fall at that speed? What is the cause? Well, that's because the size of the Earth is so massive that it causes a gravity well to occur. That gravity well is pushing things down into the Earth. It's pushing things into the Earth. It's not pulling, it's pushing them into the Earth. The gravity well.
Yeah, it's like that whole trampoline experiment, right? If you put a bowling ball in the middle of it, you throw a little ball and
it's called the pseudo-Riemannian fourth dimension space-time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's introducing you to a fourth dimension, and it's a pseudo force. So it's not a force; it's a pseudo force. So here we have to go off into imagination land, a fourth dimension that we don't experience, and we can't measure. We can't. None of that is possible if you're going to have a pseudo force and a fourth dimension. So this is something that's just on the realm. It's all based in mathematics, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
No hypothesis, no rigorous hypothesis test. It's just here you go. This explains everything, and it really doesn't. Einstein's general and special theory of relativity has been debunked in quantum mechanics. So
just thinking about it, right? So the current rhetoric right now is that general relativity, bending and warping of a conceptual medium. But the idea that space and time are bending, so think about space time, right? If I was to ask you, Serge, think about it. How can you bend a conceptual medium, something that's a concept? How is it possible that the Earth that's physical, it's a physical Earth, you're standing on it, right? Imagine if it was a giant ball. How could it be bending and warping a concept? Space-time is a concept. Can you bend space-time? What is space-time? How is it bent?
That's a good question. I'm not.
No, and it's not meant to. It's this here. None of it's a gotcha. It's just to get you to think about like these questions in the realm of like why the cause and effect for gravity. So gravity seemed like at the very beginning when we talk about it, like easy enough. Just one word, gravity. Drop a pen. Boom. I just proved gravity. But you didn't know that it was attached to a cause and effect relationship, attached to a theory of general relativity, and the cause actually standing to be nothing that's been through any actual scientific rigor. And now we understand.
But the point I'm making.
But hold on. But what I'm saying though is that because of that, right? Now that we have the cause and effect kind of parsed out, we know for a fact that the effect can be measured or calculated, I should say, because when we drop something, we can see the average rate of fall, and so we can just start making equations based on that. But outside of that, the cause for that effect would be that space-time is being bent, warped, and distorted by the size of the Earth because it's so massive that it's causing space-time to be bent, warped, and distorted. But there's no scientific evidence that that's the case. These are just concepts.
And the evidence is that you see an object fall towards the Earth.
No. That is something everybody can see. What the cause is, the explanation for the cause has not been scientifically validated. You can, however, say that you saw something fall down and you can measure that. That's fine. But you cannot tell me that you know that science has actually applied any rigor to the bending and warping of space-time.
Right. Otherwise, we would have already wormholes by now.
Well,
I do have a question for you, Serge. So, a lot of people do, like Alpha was telling you earlier, that they conflate the effect with the cause. Do you know what it is like in nature when you have an effect that you don't know the cause of?
Not following.
So when in nature there's an effect that that has no known cause, That would be a law of nature, right?
Well, I would call it an unexplained
Yeah,
event.
we'll say it like this, Serge. Something that always occurs, that happens. What's the cause for something happening that you can't explain? That becomes a law. So the law of gravity, which you stated at the beginning, I'm just Flatsy, I'm just kind of moving it forward a little bit. But that's what she's saying. A law is something that occurs in nature always. But there isn't an explanation as to what is making that happen. We just see it happening. You could tell them, I know there's another one that you always used to say, so maybe I'll let you.
And well, in this case, it's up and down, and why something would go up and why something would go down, and why is up and down up and down. Like, this is all just like goes back to the principles of logic and the laws of nature. If there's an effect in it, not everything does go down. Some things go up. Some things go. Like, it's always relative to something in a sense, but we're talking about up and down being relative to horizontal, perpendicular, and that kind of XYZ axis. Um, and if you wanted to go into a cause for that, it would be more philosophical than anything.
Yeah.
Right. So the up and down is relative to the x-axis. So if it would be a flat surface, it would just be flat, and if it would be a sphere, you would just make the x-axis into a ball.
Well, actually, let me say this because that makes a lot of sense. When in biology, I learned that a fish knows which way is down because it contains a certain amount of mercury inside of its body. And mercury, weighing it down as an element, lets the fish have the cognition of which way is up and which way is down. So that makes sense with what she's saying, because it's like, in order for us to, imagine fish didn't have the mercury, they wouldn't know which way is up or which way is down. They wouldn't have a concept of up and down. You get what I'm saying? So it's like,
yeah, and our reference point is the gravity. It's pointing down. It's towards the center of mass.
No,
right?
that's a baked in assumption that you think that it's towards the center of mass. That right there has not been scientifically proven. So there's a couple of assumptions that can be made by somebody who believes that that's the case. And when we ask how you know that, then the burden of proof has to be yours to present how you know that. But if you don't know that, then you just have an assumption. Do you get what I'm saying, Serge?
Yeah, but the thing is with knowledge and with science, it's definitely a slippery slope in terms of verifying it and making sure that all the things are straight. And there are scientific breakthroughs that happen every time, like you mentioned, quantum physics, which actually relates to the atomic scale, and doesn't necessarily disprove the theory of relativity, but to make the point is, we rely on other discoveries and breakthroughs, and there is the scientific method that you can repeat that, and as long as it's repeatable, of course it's not like set in stone, but like you were saying, it's practical. And so us knowing the gravity, right, 9 meters squared or whatever, then we can use that information, and so somebody else makes a distinction and understanding, and so that's what you base off of.
Search.
That's the reference that you go off of.
Search.
And that is hold on one
Sure.
second. And that is what's practical and useful in everyday life, just like understanding the other laws of
You're about to
physics,
commit a
right?
logical fallacy. I just want to. I want you to maybe correct your line of thinking. You're about to commit a pragmatic fallacy. So just because something is useful and practical and pragmatic doesn't mean that all of the baked in assumptions that go along with it are true. You know what I mean? So try really hard not to do
And
that.
you're making a logical misunderstanding of what I'm trying to say.
A logical
Because
misunderstanding.
Hey, CB, get that co-host, man.
Honestly, because I was trying to say completely something else. I'm saying that obviously we don't know exactly for that to be true. I'm making that the
Okay, fair
point,
enough.
and I'm bringing up another point, as if that direct truth does not base any of the understanding of a flat earth either, because there's a lot of logical fallacies within the flat earth theory that is just
Yeah,
mental
brother, you're just
gymnastics all over
talking
the
right now. You
place.
didn't let us tell you how the earth is flat. So you're giving us a yappuccino at the
You
moment.
didn't know what a logical fallacy was just like an hour ago, and now
Yeah,
you're telling me something like, come
Yeah,
on, man.
you can't actually sound like you know what you're talking about when you don't know what you're talking about, Serge. That's dishonest, brother. So at some points, I know you want to speak, and people always do. If they got the energy to, they're gonna want to talk. But honestly, what we do in this chat is pull people aside and ask them how you know what you know. And if you don't know, dude, you can't have the mic and meander on with like some information that you don't know, bro.
Yeah,
It's a bad look. You
it's
can't do that.
dishonest to act like an instant expert on something.
Yeah,
Just please, like,
I'm
if
not. I am sorry.
just chill, dude.
I'm sorry if you think I'm acting like an instant expert. What I am acting as is, I want you guys to also understand that, it's good that you guys question everything and all of that stuff, but at the same time, they're like, don't, just admit to the fact that there is a lot of, like, you have to explain a whole lot, and there is so much
I don't have
like
to explain
workarounds.
anything.
There's so much workarounds to the theory of
No,
flat
there's no
Earth
No, there
theory.
isn't,
versus
dude.
the.
Like honestly, you're throwing a lot of
Okay,
like assumptions around, dude. Like, and you're giving the
right.
impression to
So
the audience like that's the case. It's not. You're making shit up,
okay,
dude. Like at some point, you gotta
but
know when to stop. Like I'm actually gonna get to the point where you're just gonna be a listener because you can't be making shit up on the speaking panel. Either let me
okay, well
pull
then
you
help
over.
me out.
Let me
Then
pull you
help
to the side now because it's starting to get irritating,
help
dude.
me understand gravity in
No,
terms
no,
of
no,
flat
no, no.
Earth.
Hold up,
Then
hold up. How do you know the Earth's not flat? You just made a
well,
claim.
I'm trying
You
to.
made a claim, and I want you to. I could have talked to you about gravity, and we could have been on to that conversation. But you want to go ahead and did he leave?
No,
Yeah.
I'm
How do
still
you know
here.
the
I'm
Earth
just
is not flat,
wondering.
Serge?
I'm wondering, how does
Bro, I
gravity
need you to
act
tell me
on
how
flat
you know
Earth?
the Earth is not flat because you just made it sound to the whole listening audience that you know it's not flat. There's workarounds. Give me a workaround.
Well, I know the Earth is not flat. First of all, by looking up at the stars, and I'm seeing something completely different from the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, and the satellites that fly around, they fly in one direction and they end up in a straight line, and you can predict exactly where it's going to end up. And you can know that the sun is, the lunar eclipse is just, shadows don't change their shape. When the Earth is in front of the sun, casting a shadow on the Earth, it shows a round circle. And you look at Jupiter and you look at all these things from the telescope, and you can see that they're all spherical as well. And you can literally see them rotate if you look at it long enough. It's just it's just so much more logical, right? No logical fallacies to understand, as like a child literally to say this, if that, then this. Like if I'm looking at all the things around me, and if I see other planets around me are spherical, then this place must be spherical with all the other evidence that we have.
Right. Okay, so let me you said like 100 things right there, all packed into one because you're trying to hurry up and try to see if there's a way around this. But let me ask you a question from everything you've just said. How do you know you can see 3D shapes? Tell me how you see 3D shapes
So
up in
I
the sky.
answered.
Search.
So I answered. Your question.
How can
Now,
you
would
see
you please
3D
answer mine?
shapes up in the sky?
By seeing them rotate and change
How are
positions of
you
the places.
seeing? How are you seeing them? How are you seeing them? Just with the naked eyes?
No, through a telescope.
Okay. How many eyes do you need to see through a telescope?
You can use one. You can
Two
use two.
eyes in a telescope.
Yeah, there's things called digital screens.
Yeah, a
There's
digital
also
screen is
literally.
not you're getting an image off of something. But when you look through it,
okay, I'll play. Okay, one eye. How
one
about that?
eye. There's no depth perception. So how do you know it's a 3D object?
How do
It's
I
a
know?
3D
How do I know
object.
the ball across the room is a 3D
No,
object?
that's not the
with one eye
point. That's not the
closed?
point. We're looking at lights in the sky, and you're telling me they're 3D objects. You're looking at it through a telescope, which is no depth perception. Now you're making this fantastic claim that there's spheres up there. How do you know that?
No, I know it's a 3D
How?
object because I look at the moon and I see craters in the shadows that cast from the craters as
Yeah,
well.
that's fine that you can see all of that. My question still remains, how do you know it's a 3D object, like a sphere?
Well, because if you look at the moon based off of one position of where the sun is, and if the sun moves, then you can see the shadows vary in a different location, but the craters remain in the same place, and then you know that they have a depth to them.
That's great, but how do you know it's a sphere, once again?
Because you can see other sides.
How many sides have you seen on the moon? How many sides have you seen?
How many sides? Well, I have seen one side on the moon, but there's, like I said, like I mentioned, Jupiter.
No, we're not going to Jupiter.
Planets.
We're staying on the moon where you said you could see. How many sides of the moon did you see?
One.
Well, what about the other side?
Well, that because it stays like it stays facing us, right?
So what about the other side?
What about
what about it? When have you seen it?
Well, I already answered
you
the
didn't.
question. I haven't seen
How
it
did
yet.
you see the other side?
I said I haven't.
Okay, so how do you know it's a sphere?
Again, but
what? Again, what? This is what you've been doing this whole night. You're assuming things when I get you to think about them. See what happens, Serge?
No, let me.
It's easier when you know what when you take the road of saying.
But you don't
Serge,
want me to mention
Serge,
the other
no,
planets
you can.
that I'm looking at.
You want to go? You want? Let's go that way. What other planet?
Jupiter.
Have you seen all of the sides of Jupiter?
Like, I mean, you could definitely
Have
see
you
it rotate.
seen all of the sides? Answer my question. Have you seen all of the sides of Jupiter?
All right, man. I've answered.
Have you? Why are you not giving me the answer, bro? Listen, this I told you I didn't want to talk about planets, but you're the one that did.
You're teaming up.
I did teaming
up on me with creation and all.
Creation is just he's just ad-libbing, bro. Creation is just ad-libbing. He's not jumping in to say anything.
Hold on. You asked me a question. I answered it.
No, you didn't answer it.
Yours instead of
no, for the audience sake, you didn't answer it. And what needs to happen is a little bit of ego death needs to occur.
Something that's very,
bro. Just stand on the things that you say. If you're gonna
just
stand on it.
You said.
Right.
Listen, I told you about the moon, Serge. I told you about the moon being a sphere. You jumped to okay. You don't want to talk about the other planets.
So we're diving into this.
Serge,
we're diving into the specific system, right? About how
look at this man. He wants to fundy mute me right now. That's what he's doing.
Bro. Yo, relax with the
funding muting me right now.
Good. We're caffeinated.
So what you're doing? Yeah, this is called a fundamentalist mute. When a funding mute happens, it's like what you look. You're doing it now. You're still doing it.
Go ahead, please.
So we were talking about the moon, and I asked how you know it's a 3D object because you're using a telescope. You couldn't get there from a telescope, so you said, well, I can look at the features on the surface of the moon. Yeah, have you seen the entire surface of the moon, every angle, every direction, like looking like a sphere? The answer is you didn't want to give it to me. So the audience is like, well, why didn't he answer? Well, it's because he doesn't know. He doesn't want to say he doesn't know because he's prideful. Now, and then I was like, let's talk about the moon. No, you don't want to talk about other planets. So guess what? Let's talk about other planets. Pick one. And Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter. Well, I can see Jupiter rotating. Have you seen all the sides of Jupiter? Oh, no, man. I don't want to talk about that. Why?
Okay.
Why don't you want to talk about it? So what I'm doing is I'm analyzing and assessing that your argumentation style right now is falling and you don't know how to recover.
All right. Okay. Then let me use a different.
No, you're not going to. No, you're done. You're done. You need to know when to stop. And this right here is a stopping point for you, Serge. I'm calling it. I'm throwing in the towel. I don't need to dunk on you anymore. I don't like it. I want it to be a teachable moment for you, but you want to take advantage of it and act prideful. So that's why I dunk.
Gravity to a
no, I dunk. No, I don't mind talking about it. Guarantee I don't. I love talking about it.
All right, so then the
I don't. No, that's your way. That's your way. Little schoolyard antics don't work in this room, sir. Schoolyard antics
I would
don't work.
love to hear. I would love to hear your opinions on how gravity works on flat Earth.
Unfortunately, maybe other
Bro,
people can know this.
I guess you can't explain it then.
No, I could, but just not to you.
You know,
Out you
we
go.
don't have to explain anything. We're literally not obligated to explain anything.
Yeah, I escorted him out.
It's just ridiculous that I mean, there are a lot of crazy things that you can learn about the physical and natural world, especially through the lens of taking away all of these assumptions that are not needed. So that's a really freeing thing to do, because you're bogged down with some sort of worldview that was given to you that you didn't pick out for yourself, and now you come in here and you want to discuss it like you can be objective about it, but you keep referring to everything with those assumptions baked in.
It was a perfect example of how he could have just stopped where he was. We were going great until that point where he just wanted to spiral because he just couldn't take it anymore. He said that there's a way that he can prove that flat Earth isn't correct. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to go there because I know what's going to happen, but he wanted to. So we did. And so his idea was to throw out the fact that we know that all the planets and, they're all spheres and all this. And then we got into how he doesn't know that there's spheres, looking through a telescope, telling me how he only sees one side of the moon. And it just amounts to him just trying too hard. And when it comes to this, man, you shouldn't have to try that hard. It should be easily be demonstrated. It's not. So it is what it is. I mean, it's where we're at.
Yeah, the truth doesn't have to be assumed. If it's true, then it can stand on its own.
Guys, can I say something?
Yeah, just let me get a quick plug off real quick, Jeff.
Yeah, sure.
So we'd like to say thank you for everybody that's joining us. There's like 33 people in the space. Illuminati confirm. We do have some more time in the space, but it's 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 24. The globe debunked itself. That was the title of my space today. Hashtag Flat Earth. Welcome everybody who's joining us. We do have people on the panel that I'd like to make mention to. People that are highly intellectual, people that I hang around with, which is Flat Decline, CB, El Boricua, who's on the speaking panel, and a bunch of people that have joined us. Appreciate you guys for joining us. Humbled that you're here. We also appreciate anything that you can come in and just hit that little follow button, and or retweet the space, because I think that's a great way for us to actually get more people in here. And I want to be surprised. I want to see PhDs in here, cosmologists. I want to see, average lay people. It doesn't matter who's in here. So I appreciate everybody joining us. And, the topic is, do you know the Earth is a globe or not? So we're going to go ahead and kick it back to the panel. I think Jeff wanted to say something. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I was just going to make the point that so satellites lose communication with each other based on line of sight. Would you concede that the Earth is in fact a globe? If you could demonstrate that.
That's not a way that we're going to determine whether or not the Earth is a globe. That's not a determining factor, Jeff.
So why?
Because you're working backwards. It's backwards engineering. You're saying because we have some type of line of sight that's being obstructed, that's just due to the fact that the Earth's curvature. It's a begging the question fallacy baked in.
So satellites losing communication with each other based on line of sight would indicate that they would be going on the other side of something.
Yeah, but you're like I said, that's a baked in assumption. You can't start from that premise. You have to
prove the point though, right?
Yeah, demonstrate that the Earth is curving. Yeah, do that. That's the whole reason why we have the argument of the curvature of the Earth, is for you to actually be open enough to say, I can demonstrate this or I cannot.
Yeah, but demonstrating it by having satellites in space above the Earth.
That's begging the question. You're assuming that the Earth is a globe because the communication from satellites would be the way you're proposing, linear, and they're not getting that connection because it's around the surface of the Earth, which is curved. That's an assumption. Now
well,
you're going to have to provide
interrupting the communications.
Well, that if it's curvature,
what that is, though, right?
Jeff, if it's curvature, it has to be established. That's all I'm at. That's all I'm saying.
Interrupting it, though, right? It would have to be.
I'm not. Listen, it's not my claim. It's not my claim, Jeff. It's not my claim. So I'm not going to put any assumptions into it. I will, however, ask you that if it is your claim, then you're going to have to provide the evidence that it is curvature. I didn't make this claim. This is your claim.
I see what you're saying, but it would be a logical assumption. Like, I know you don't like assumptions.
No, it's not a logical assumption either, Jeff, because I can assume logically that it's due to the fact that the Earth's curvature interrupting the transmission. I have to know to make an assumption whether or not the Earth can be a globe, whether or not you're demonstrating
something, the planets, the Earth.
Well, but that's what you keep assuming. But it's not going to get any better, like by you repeating it. You're going to have to demonstrate.
You have to demonstrate curvature. But a satellite disappearing from field of view from another satellite is not curvature.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying for you to demonstrate that it is curvature, because if you're making the assumption that it is, it's not my claim. So I don't need to hold any burden to you about this. Whether or not it is or isn't doing what you think it's doing due to the fact that it's curvature needs to be demonstrated from your point of view. It's your claim. You brought it up. You got to demonstrate it, Jeff.
Okay.
That's your burden. So, okay. So do your best and, whichever way you're going to do that. I don't know. Surprise me. Surprise me.
Hey, Miggy, I got to run, but I wanted to make a quick comment before I go, if I may.
What?
I think for me, you've just become a Hall of Famer, flat earth.
How the hell, dude? What the hell?
Yeah, for real. When you said
put your boner away, dude.
Yeah, I'll just calm down. When you said that one cannot determine if a celestial body is a 3D object because we look through a telescope with one eye only. This was epic. I've shared it with the Globe Gangsters. I think we're gonna make a T-shirt. Thank you.
Send me one too. I'll give you my address later.
Mm-hmm. What's your size? Extra small?
Of course. I want to be like Fight the Flat Earth when he gets the extra small shirts and looks like a doofus when he wears them. Yeah.
I wouldn't know. But it was a great argument, and I think it should be played more in the flat earth arena.
Right. Well, thanks for your 2 pence.
All right. You're welcome. Take care.
Later, asshole.
Later, dickhead.
Yeah, there are telescopes that or really good binoculars. That's what he's referring to. You can
don't ruin it, Flatsy.
Yeah, but he said specifically a telescope, didn't he? So
you got to make sure you get the whispering model, with an earpiece.
The one that whispers into your hey, by the way, Jupiter.
And make sure you don't look at the images.
Yep.
Make sure you don't look at the images because every telescope has a circuit in it that falsifies the data.
That's bullshit. Yeah. Every telescope.
Oh yeah, that's what many flat earthers
That's
say.
Bullshit.
Every telescope. Every telescope.
It's NASA plants AI in there to lie.
All right.
Here we go.
Don't you need to be at work, asshole?
Not yet. Take care.
All right.
There are really nice binoculars that are, I guess, better made that you can put them on a mount and use them.
Yeah, Lucifer does the same thing, but that wasn't the fucking argument. It was the telescope. He said with a telescope, that's how he sees Jupiter. Fine. Can you see 3D objects with a telescope? Oh, I can use both my eyes. Like, the fuck are you going to do? Put both... Does that make any sense? It doesn't, logically, from saying that you're looking through a telescope, looking with 2 eyes. One eye is going to look at the ground while the other looks at the star. I mean, it's stupid. Think about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Anyway.
I've made this point many times, and they think that they have a gotcha with that Lucy and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
now I don't give a shit what they bring up, but it's not the fact that the argument they were making. That's what I'm pointing at. It's like what they said. I attack what they say. If he would have said that, I would have been like, okay. So even though you can see that, still you still have to determine that all sides are going to be equal to the object, or even if it is an object. We didn't even get to that.
True.
The
And
fuck
also,
you know it's an object.
Also, we have that really nice demonstration of how you can have all these different shapes lined up together that they all look like balls, but at a closer investigation, there's only one of them that is a ball, and
Dude,
usually people don't pick that one.
I got shellacking for days. Any which way they take the argument, I'm at the other end with a flamethrower. It doesn't matter where they want to go. I'll still be at the end of their argument with a flamethrower. I'm going to douse them like every time. They think they're being slick. Oh, we can use Lucy to look at. Yeah, great. How do you know what it is? What's the material composition of that specific thing you're looking at? How do you know it's an object? Because you're making an assumption. How can you test things? Well, you have to interact with them in the physical and natural world. Duh. Anyway.
Dude, I really need to sell. I need to come up with a telescope with an earpiece, bro. I need to sell it.
Psst, Jupiter is a gas giant. You're like,
hey,
no shit. Damn. Didn't know that.
Black hole.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, look over here. Now this is an asteroid, and you're like, wow, fucking hell, dude.
Those flat earthers, they'll never understand. It's just me and you, bro.
It's just me and you. Psst, hey, get a little closer. Hey, your eye feels so nice and soft. Like, whoa, wait a minute, telescope? The hell?
You're seeing light years away.
Yeah,
light years.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, that supernova? That's from 33 years ago.
Yeah, Illuminati confirmed. The Whispering Telescope, CB version.
Yeah, man. I mean, hey, you heard it here first. If you hear anyone talk about a whispering model telescope, that's trademarked.
Yeah, we can use it, man. Definitely can. But we get Elbow. I haven't heard you all day, man. What are you busy at work or what? No, we're chopping it up over here, man. We're kicking it like Bruce Lee. Come on, man.
I see him on the.
Yeah, man. I'm just over here listening, man. So I already got to do a few things.
That's crazy, bro. Bro sounds different on Twitter. It's okay.
Yeah, he doesn't.
I remember some.
Usually he's throwing bows, man. Now these days he's just like in his lawn chair, man, just kicking back. Like what the fuck, dude?
I'm trying to remember some old Elbow catchphrases. I got nothing though.
Yeah, you know, QE and UAV are lighting a fire under me because I usually just kind of sit back and listen, but I have to engage.
I'm putting you front and center, man, because I think what amazes people are like, dude, how in the hell, when they hear you speaking, they're like, dude,
when this
intelligent. What the fuck?
This hill.
Yeah.
Oh,
bless her heart. I mean, really.
Bless her little heart.
She knows a little bit of astronomy. Bless her heart. Like, yeah.
That's funny, bro. Even
yeah, go ahead.
Like it's not that we did like singing competition. Flatsy got a runner up over there. The chat was going crazy, calling her Hawk Tua and all this stuff.
Yeah, they're out of control, man.
Brother, wow, that's messed up.
Yeah, but at night she's stomping globies out, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
just
man.
Like, serving them up.
W Flatsy.
I shouted out 24/7 before I even sang a lick.
Oh, we got Amish in the chat. Amish, what's up, brother?
Man.
Amish.
Dude, W Amish, bro. I heard him cooking, recently. Bro, I was on like another level, man. Shout out to Amish. He's like literally in season 9. Impressive.
Yeah, some of us that were late to the game had to catch up.
He's on fire. I literally had to look at the chat and be like, who is this talking right now? They sound so locked in and
he's got thumbs
on
up.
fire. Yeah, hell yeah. W Amish, bro. I'm really impressed with their game lately.
A lot of the ways to catch up is to go backwards to a more fundamental level, like learning the fundamental things, and that really does do wonders for. It's like that saying of "be like a child," kind of like go backwards and like renew your mind. Like you're gonna have to continually renew your mind, especially with any preconceived notions, and try to train yourself not to base any like conclusions off of assumptions only. That's, I mean, amazing.
Yeah, the moment people know too when they use language that's suggestive. I mean, I'm like a steel trap. As soon as they say something that even leans that way, I'm like,
can you give us an example?
Yeah. Well, I believe that the Earth is a globe. Or, belief is acceptance without evidence. Well, I think kind of like it could be a globe. And I'm like, bro, really? You don't sound like you know what you're talking about. It's all subjective, dude. Subjective information that you think based on your information that you've probably heard about growing up that the Earth is a globe. And like, example, man, the guy who was just in here, he didn't really know anything, man. It's just like, to be honest, man, he did not know.
Bro.
Serge did not know that the Earth was a globe. Definitely didn't know.
Was that the same guy that kept saying, "Well, tell me how it's flat then"? Like, what are we, like 5?
Yeah.
We got
you are, but what am I?
We got a jetty in the wild.
Jetty.
Wild jetty.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Good to see you, Jedi. It's it's time.
Top of the morning.
It's getting to the point where I have to go to bed. So you're waking up. I'm gonna need to go to bed. No, well, soon. Not right now. I'm pretty wide awake.
She's smacking them globies down. But though, if you guys want to have a conversation about the topic of the nature of reality or the shape of the Earth, come on up here right now. Raise your hand, request to speak. Flatsy Klein or Creation Bear will bring you up, and maybe Jedi can have a conversation with somebody.
I got a thought I'm just going to throw out about the nature of reality. When I go into nature and look around, it seems that most things are quite irregular. I don't go out into reality and see perfect spheres or perfect pyramids or these, is it polygons? I don't see shapes that are standard in reality. It's very irregular and quirky and weird shape. Look at a tree, a lake, a mountain.
Sir, the word is wonkily donkily.
Shout out to Overlord.
Is that an Overlord thing? Yeah. So like the world itself, if I had to like speculate, I would say it's probably similar. Quirky, weird. What is it? Wonkily donkily.
Yeah, that's an AI.
We're gonna have to be using it on our spaces because that's AI.
That's good. I mean, that makes sense. What shape is the Earth? It's wonkily donkily shaped. Because there's really. I mean, why does it have to be perfectly circular or square? Is any lake perfectly circular?
Well, it's a bit
square?
chubbier in the middle. It's just, it's
oh
chubby.
My God, yeah, it's a little chubby. So yeah, it's just something that I think about a lot of times. Maybe it is perfectly shaped, but
we got a glurf coming up.
Yo.
Glurf.
Maybe Jedi dealt with him yesterday, but I don't know. He might be. Are you a couple of sheets to the wind again?
Nah, I'm just tired.
Do you think the Earth's a globe still?
Oh, I'm not going back to that one. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, boss.
What do you mean going back? We're not leaving off at this point.
Going back to flat Earth.
Going back to.
I'm going back to Cali. Yeah, it's flat today.
Flat every day, man. Some days you think it's a globe, but it's always flat.
What's the most confusing part about the topic, or what's just not sitting with you well from the flat Earth?
I don't really think about it. You guys do. Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. Why is this topic so interesting that you guys need to talk about it 24/7?
You know you're here, right?
What?
You realize you're here with us right now.
I know.
It's a good point.
Huh? Like that cat, huh?
So tell us why you're here right now.
Chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling, bro. That's the same shit. Like, we're just chilling.
Because this topic is so interesting that you have to be here.
There goes the cat again, huh?
I just bounce around. I just click buttons.
Yeah. You just happen to click the button. He just happens to click the button this way, in this direction.
We're chilling with a purpose here.
He's
I just tripped and fell into a flat Earth server, Discord,
exactly,
Twitter, whatever. No, you didn't.
Exactly.
He's intentionally seeking it out. He's like, "Oh, flat Earth, hell yeah, bro, let's do this." Look at him laugh. Say I'm wrong, bro. Say I'm wrong. You saw the title. He saw the title.
My eyes are not open.
Bro is gassed up, man. He's like, dude, I gotta go in there, man. I gotta go in there.
I don't look at titles. I just
bullshit, dude.
That's cat, bro.
That's bullshit, dude.
I'm telling you,
dude. I've been saying this for the longest time, bro. You can damn near listen. Bro, you can trip and fall into a Starbucks because they're all over the place.
Exactly.
You don't just trip and fall up and end into the boonies and the sticks.
Yeah, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I
was in the middle of the sandwich.
You don't just trip and fall into a flat Earth group as well.
Yes.
So
you seek this shit out, dude.
Bro. You were looking for this, and we're happy to provide. We got it for you.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
All right. So now that I'm here, now that I fell,
lock in, bro. Lock in, bro.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Sorry, I was actually eating. Hold on. So, I love Kyrie Irving.
Sounds like you're
stirring
mac and cheese into your microphone. Can you please just wait
people don't like that smacking shit. But yeah, Kyrie Irving.
Sorry, I was in the middle of a bite there. Okay,
Kyrie Irving. What?
That's my guy. So he's a flat earther. Can you explain? Let me listen. Do you guys like Kai?
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean he's all right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with him. He's a good
Let me
basketball
just
player.
say this quickly: Flat Earth is not about individuals. I could be here, I could be gone.
I'm
doesn't
getting
matter
that
about
sense.
me. Yeah, so it doesn't matter about fuck Kyrie. I'm just gonna say we don't care about Kyrie.
Well, that's fine. But
I'm on demon time tonight.
We're demons, right? Yeah, but what was your point, Gradient?
Oh, there you go. No, it was a question. I didn't have a point. I'm just listening today. I'm not talking shit.
Well, fuck, dude.
No, we want the smoke, bro.
There's no smoke to be given.
There's no, yeah, dude. That's true.
Cap, bro.
Truer words never could have been spoken right there.
You're throwing them off by being polite. What's going on?
Fucking hell, dude.
Well, you said you're demons.
Well, if you want Jedi to rough you up,
you said that. I heard that.
Yeah, listen. If you want Jedi,
you said that.
Yeah, I know you. He said that, dude. But we're trying to tell you that if you want some smoke, we'll ask Jedi to step in, bro. It's that easy.
No, I just want to listen.
No, this is the no.
Didn't he say he wanted to smoke? What the fuck?
No, they asked me for the smoke, and I said I had no smoke.
Oh, he didn't.
No, we need all the smoke, bro. We need smoke.
We brought all the smoke. We brought all the smoke. Baby's on the run. All right,
that's fine.
Here's the question. How many white boys that you've ever met
Fucking hell, dude.
have you want the smoke? You got the smoke. Have Young Thug tattooed on their left forearm.
Here we go. Can you make it about the Earth, please?
That's the thing, man. You can't because you got nothing for the globe.
Damn, elbow.
Only me.
That's what I'm talking about. That's old elbow right there.
Just hit us with something, bro. Satellites, you got nothing. Gravity, come on, man.
CB's like, make this shit interesting.
I want to learn, and then I'll break you down. I want to learn more,
bro. What can you?
Wait, you guys seem. Hold on, you guys are obviously intelligent and very passionate about the subject. So I just want to learn, and then I'll cook your ass. How about that?
All right, bet.
I thought we were all dumb flat earthers, man.
I never said that.
Oh, look, pick one of us and see if you can try to cook one of us. How about that?
Our eyes are closed.
Just pick one.
Just let me understand the concept, and then Maybe I'll agree with you. I don't know.
Dude,
I'm
how
an
old are you?
open-minded
Dude,
person.
you've been believing the Earth. Yeah, hold on. You've been believing the Earth has been a globe ever since you were young. How much more time do you need, dude?
I haven't really thought about it that way.
That's
Fuck's
crazy.
sake, dude. Well, I mean, you can't blame that on us. Like, how much time are we supposed to give you? Like
the gentleman,
a year?
the gentleman,
fucking weeks,
fucking 2,000 years, whatever you want. The gentleman over there said he can work with that and explain stuff. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I can work with him on this one because I'm just going to show you that our worldviews are probably more similar than you might think. So even
I'm
though
an
you
open mind. I'm a flat canvas, not Earth. Canvas.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Let's for a moment take a look at the characteristics of a reality where the globe is true. So we're gonna wave a magic wand. We all live on a globe.
Hold on, before you do that, CB, I do want to mention that I always talk about an empty canvas, but you're gonna go ahead and paint a Rembrandt. So continue, please.
I'm a visual learner too. So the canvas. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, so we're on a globe in outer space.
Okay, and it's flat.
No. I don't know. Well, what shape would you say the outer space is? The universe. Could you say?
Horizontal.
There's
no shape to the universe.
All right, cool. So what about like a boundary? Has any boundary been
black
reached?
hole is a depth of 3D hell. Planets are circular.
Okay. So boundary.
Bro's on that mushroom time.
Yeah, bro. It's like, I don't know. Has any boundary been reached?
What's a boundary? There's no reaching. It's infinity.
Oh, okay. So we have an infinite universe.
I have a
shape
humongous infinity tattoo on my ankle. I understand everything is deep, never ending.
I mean,
okay. So the space, has it been fully explored? If it's expanding, have we fully explored this place yet?
We ain't shit.
Anyone? Anything?
Perhaps.
Hold on. Does he think the space is expanding?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got to give him that one.
What is it expanding to?
It's infinity. You can't expand infinity. It's infinity.
But then, don't they say the space is expanding, right?
What space?
That shit didn't make any sense. What he just said.
I know, right?
That shit is incoherent as all get out, bro. I didn't understand a lick of sense from what he just said.
He's BYOBing cosmology.
Hold on.
He is BYOBing.
The word space. Oh, I was thinking about like space. You're talking about like outer space, but that's just that's a given. But actual
what's
space,
a given?
What the fuck?
Wait, no? There's no givens with that.
Oh, that shit's a given.
The universe.
We don't.
What do you?
Okay, so the universe is expanding, right? So what is it expanding to?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's no expanding infinity. Infinity is infinity. So
can you draw me a line to infinity?
So basically, all right, take space. Now you're talking about
where does infinity end?
Hold on. There's no end. Hold on.
So where do I go to look for infinity?
My fucking ankle. I have a humongous tattoo. You have a chick with big ass, like fucking fake tits.
Seriously. This is the guy, right? This is the guy.
Yeah, he was drunk yesterday.
He's got the info.
Hold on.
Facts, bro.
One quick point. So space, you guys are like outer space, but the same word space is
where's
like
the inner space?
A box.
Here we go.
There you go. So space is the same word. It's a box.
Space is a box.
So what I'm saying.
Let Jedi take this for a moment.
What I'm saying is, space is basically a box. It's actually like mathematically, you can put how big the space is into whatever circumference whatever the fuck you want to do with it. Fucking diameters, whatever the fuck. But
Bro, what are you talking about? You asked us for a
but the
constant
galaxy
Earth, and you're talking about
hell,
is
bro.
infinite.
man. What are you?
There's no space.
Hold on. Hold on.
Space.
Hold on.
Can somebody give him crayons?
The
Jedi, save us,
galaxy
bro.
is the galaxy.
He ate them all, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jedi, save
Infinite.
us, please.
Infinite.
Right, my friend. Quick question: was the universe created? Did it have a starting point?
Oh, that's beyond my pay grade. I don't
Got
fucking
him.
know.
Okay. Have you heard of the Big Bang Theory?
Of course,
Okay, that means that the universe was created
by an
from an
explosion.
explosion. Yeah, by an explosion. That means it's not infinite. It means it's expanding. You understand that?
If I believed in that theory, maybe.
Yeah. So if you believe in that theory of
I don't.
creation that comes from, okay, so you've got your own cosmology then.
I believe in energy.
BYOB, Flatsy called it.
Yeah.
I
You
believe in
energy.
I believe in energy.
That's great.
Infinite.
That's great.
Never ending.
You're gonna have a problem with that if we have something that has
I
a
don't
beginning.
care if you have a problem.
No, not I have. We have.
You can take your problems and shit in one hand and wish in the other. See what fills up first.
Stop talking through me. Seriously, you did this yesterday. It was really annoying. Stop talking through me because you are clearly not understanding. So you should be quiet and listen so that you do. If you have expansion that comes from a creation, that means a beginning and an end. That's
I don't believe in that.
Okay, this is where we have a problem then.
It's not a problem. It's just a difference of opinion.
Philosophically and scientifically and descriptively, me and you have got a problem.
I don't have a problem with you. You have a problem with me. I don't give a fuck about your problems.
It's not, my God,
I'm above
it's not
you.
a personal problem. Yo, boy. It's not a personal
I'm not a boy.
problem.
I'm a man.
You're fucking acting like it.
Don't talk to me like that. You talk to me with respect, then I'll respect you.
No, because you keep talking through me. That's not showing respect now, is it? That's why I've had to change my tone, because you're rude. You keep talking through me. Again, you haven't understood. It's not a personal problem. It's a scientific descriptive problem.
All right, so can you explain the scientific descriptive problem so that we can all understand?
Guys, really, this drunk guy from yesterday.
I'm listening. Would you like to explain?
If you have expansion, you have beginning and end. You understand that, right?
Just keep going. Yes.
I'm asking you a question so I know that you're following along. If you
I'm listening. I'm not stupid. I'm listening.
So answer the question. If you have expansion,
I'm not going to say yes or no to whatever you say. I'm not a child.
Then fuck off. There's no point talking to you.
Okay.
Gradient. Just be patient, bro.
Taken 5 minutes to
explain. Every time he says something and he goes yes or no, I'm not going to play that game.
Excuse me.
No. He needs to understand.
I'm not going to play that game.
He needs to understand that you're following.
He's talking to me like a child.
If you're not following, there's no point in him telling you the story. Look,
I'm listening, but I'm not going to say yes or no to whatever he says. I'm an adult.
If you have something that has a beginning or end, it's finite. That means if we have something that has a beginning and end and we're told that it's expanding, it has a limit. As in, it's expanding into something. That was the very simple question that somebody were putting down. Now, apparently, you've got your own cosmology that we've managed to whittle down to energy. It's everywhere, always has been. That's brilliant and profound.
I'm listening. So you say there's an end?
Within the Big Bang cosmology, the creation story, by necessity, there must be.
Why?
Well, yeah, why?
Because it is created. It is expanding. You understand that has a limit?
I understand that you believe that.
No, I don't believe that. That's the Big Bang theory that we're trying to have a very simple conversation about. But you're making it like walking through treacle.
Okay. I'm
What do
sitting here
you
listening.
believe? What do you believe then?
I just told you the universe is never ending.
Not you, brother.
Okay, so you don't hold to the creation story of the Big Bang.
Correct.
Awesome. So you believe that everything existed always.
I never really. I don't think about it that much because I can't change it.
I do. I believe that everything.
It is what it is.
Yeah, but no, but that's what your epistemology is. Infinite. Isn't that what you have a tattoo on? That means it never had a beginning, nor does it have an end.
Exactly.
Infinite. That's what he's asking you. That's what Jedi's telling you. That you don't believe the creation story of the Big Bang.
I said no like 12 times.
I think there's somebody else that wanted to speak that's probably more coherent.
Right. I mean, Ra was chiming in, but then we got
might have someone from 24/7 joining as well.
Yeah. According to Hermeticism, the universe is mental. So, as if the mind does not exist, then the universe doesn't exist, and that's pretty fundamental.
So what brings it? What brings it all together?
Well, if you have no mind, the all is all. So the universe is pretty much mental.
Yeah, but
hold on.
What brings it together? The answer to me is the soul.
Yeah, but wait a minute. You guys are getting a bit philosophical, and I don't mind that you guys go in that direction, but for us to establish these truths that are self-evident, we have to go from a baseline of the physical and natural world.
So you guys are more scientists.
No. Empirical evidence would give us a foundation to work with. When we veer off into philosophy, we're going to get off the beaten path. So we need to stay on course.
Which scares you.
It doesn't scare me.
What?
Dude, I'm telling you the reason why
is spirituality off the beaten path?
Okay, so when somebody's listening to this conversation, the third party listener, first of all, you don't have any we do. That's the reason why we're running this space. We're running this space in the way that we do so that we give people a foundation for their understanding of the physical and natural world. If we don't have a foundation, then people can't root themselves in the understanding of the physical and natural world, and they root themselves in philosophy like you want to be. And that's not what we're here for.
I'm just talking about the soul.
Hey, Alpha.
And we're talking about the fact that people are confused about their reality. And the only way they can be not confused anymore is if they ground themselves in logic and reason. And you can't do that when you're talking about soul and, out-of-body experiences and all kinds of things, man. Like, we're not in for that. This here is for people to actually say, okay, give me a reason why the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, like root cause.
Yeah?
Okay.
So that's what we're about.
All right.
I'm not downplaying the fact you got some good points. The thing is, like, dude, we got these listeners that are coming in here, bro. Like, they want to know.
Right.
Okay. Well, I want to know too. All right, I'll keep learning. So
that's
what else
a great
about
point,
the Big
Alpha.
Bang? Like what?
Let Ra finish gradient. I think he's trying to get in.
Yeah. So Alpha, that's an absolutely great statement that you made, because you're right. We would veer off far from the beaten path if we continue down the philosophical route. But aside from that, however, let me add to the idea, right? If we were to try to figure out whether or not we're on a flat plane or not, then if we use like physics physics doesn't disprove it, but does quantum physics, does that have the ability to disprove it?
Yeah, it's a deeper discussion, Ra, and I don't think this chat is ready for that just yet.
Oh, okay.
Not the speaking panel. I'm talking about the people listening.
I'm listening. Right. Let's do it. Quantum physics.
No, let's not do it. You know what I mean? Like, people. Let me put it to you this way. Right now, the confusion is people don't know if fire's hot. I'm telling you straight up, this is where we're at with this whole, the timeline, 2024, where we're at right now with all of this. They don't know if they're walking on the Earth that's an oblate spheroid or not. We have to yank them out of that cognitive dissonance, and the only way to do that is to not hand them more philosophical interpretations and to give them something they can actually test and verify. Like, you have to see that that's the mission. The hearts and minds of people are at stake, bro.
People are stupid.
Okay,
listen,
dude.
we're not gonna.
No, it's true. It's true.
Okay, but listen, your foundation needs to be able to withstand something so grand as talking about something spiritual. So if you don't have a base that is, or your foundation isn't solid in reality first, then you are a plastic bag in the wind. Okay. And
Exactly.
I just,
People are stupid. My foundation is solid.
We
I can
just want to
handle
start
it.
with tangible stuff that we can establish, that we know.
I know that. You want facts because it's simple to you. And it makes you feel better. It makes you sleep better at night. If you even
We need to give these guys the 99% test.
Yeah, all right. So let's put it this way. Within the speaking panel, I'll say within the speaking panel, how many people, like, just put it this way. Are we talking right now on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter X? Everybody agrees on that, right?
Yes.
Everybody agrees. So just listen, put a 100 if you agree. Let's just do it that way. Because I can't tell
100.
who's talking. On the speaking panel, we're all right now talking on X, right?
All right.
Just put a 100 in there. Just indulge me for this one moment in time. All right. Everybody looks like they're throwing 100s up. All right. I'm going to ask a relevant question. This is the crux right now. This is the main point. The next question is, are you 100% sure you're talking on X, formerly known as Twitter? Give me your 100s, man. Where are them 100s at?
Well, we're technically talking
100% sure you're talking on X right now. And don't just put it there just because you're going to want to just join everybody. I want you to be damn sure that that's what it's true. That's what's true.
Well, we're technically talking on Spaces.
Yeah.
Which is on X.
But you know what I mean? Yeah, which is on X. But like, we're on Spaces right now on X. Like, we all agree that, right? 100%. Okay, so we've established a known truth, right? In reality, that you and I exist in, where we're communicating on this platform. There's no qualms on that. We're not talking on a phone. We're not talking, through cans with a string. We're talking on a platform X on the internet, all kinds of shit, right? We will all know this, right? We've established a known truth in reality based on something that you and I can experience, right? We're experiencing this cognitive reality. We're all, going through it together. Yeah? Everybody's good with that?
I agree with that. We all agree.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So at no time is somebody going to believe that there's, an extra dimension that you're in, your brain in a jar. You don't really know if it's X or, spaces on X. You don't know any of that. Like, is anybody here in any doubt? Because everybody said they're 100% sure. But I want to ask you that question. Are you in doubt that you could actually be talking right now on X?
There's a possibility that we're in a different dimension.
Who said that? Is that you, Rob?
No, that's not. That wasn't me.
That was Gradient.
Gradient, you said that?
Yeah, I'm charging my phone on X.
He does have infinity tattooed on him.
Yeah, but you're saying that there's a possibility that you're in another dimension?
It's possible.
Okay. And does anybody else feel that way before I even talk to him? Do you, Raw, or?
Can I say this with regards to that statement? They did do an experiment recently where
I gotta turn my fan on. Is that okay if I turn on my ceiling fan?
Can you just mute up while somebody else is talking?
Oh yeah, my bad.
So they did this experiment recently where they took living brain tissue and they added nodes to it, and they taught it, and it self-taught itself how to play Pong. And then, long story short, this organelle that's connected to a screen believes that it's a butterfly inside of a 3D model that was created for itself, and it's flapping its wings, and it's like it's incredible. I got to find the video and send it to you guys, but it doesn't know it doesn't know that it's inside of a world, and it believes it's a butterfly, and they've proven that it believes it's in a simulation, and therefore they hypothesize that we can also be undergoing a much more advanced version of that. But I don't believe that personally. I don't think that that's the case. I just wanted to throw that in there as like a possibility.
You wanted to tell us something that you don't personally believe, dude. I was like, this guy's gonna drop. He's gonna drop that bomb on us. He's like, that's what I think. I'm like, bro, you just led us down a path and just let us hang off the cliff. Like we just all fell over that cliff. You're like, no, but I don't believe in that. Like, what the fuck, dude?
No. But it's true. It's true. It's literally true. They have.
It's true, but he doesn't believe it.
No. I believe that the experiment was done, and it's the reality that we're in. So another thing about that, this is the other side of that. They're commercializing it, where you can rent server space inside of these living tissues. It's called organ something. I'll find out and I'll post it on the thing. But you can rent out space, like server space, that is from living brain tissue, literally. So I believe that that's true.
I mean, I just looked it up.
Yeah.
This test supposedly happened in 1970s, right? And 1972, Pong came out. Are you sure that wasn't just trying to promote Pong?
No, this is something recent.
No, I mean, this thing was 1970s. I just looked it up. It says that in 1970s they said that they grew brain cells in a pretty dish, about 800 brain cells. And they taught it. They learned task giving things. So in other words, they let it learn how to play Pong or whatnot.
Whoa! So it only takes
it was in
800 brain cells to play Pong.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Could it make Kool-Aid too? Anyway, dude, like
that's
I think
racist.
we're
I think this was just a promo gag.
As fuck.
Bro, like, listen, I mean,
bro.
The physical and natural world is made up of our primary experience, right? Like, we can all interpret this understanding by saying, like, yes, we can know for certain. Most of us in here are sitting down on a computer chair looking at a screen, or probably staring at our phones, right? Whatever it is. But that physical and natural world is tangible. It's something we can understand based on our cognitive abilities to understand these things, and a sober mind, of course. Because that has to all deal with the fact that some people will say, like, the reason why I brought this up, there's a very like solipsistic worldview, which will say that we can't know anything to be true. That's just not how science works. You can't know anything to the level of 100% assurance. That would be, what's the word here? Prideful, or anyway, it just makes it sound like we can never get to the truth of the matter. It's all subjective. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to root everybody in a very logical, reasonable way on like the understanding of the physical natural world, like how to interpret information. So when somebody tells you something, it doesn't matter what it is. If the earth is a globe, when we tell you that the earth is flat, whatever it is that we tell you, you can interpret it in a primary experience.
Who is we?
Of your own.
You're saying we.
Yeah, everybody that can hear my voice.
Guys,
I can hear you. We ain't we.
Yeah,
we very motherfucking far from we, motherfucker.
Yeah. Are you on like shrooms, dude? Like, what are you? You doing drugs?
I don't understand. Like, what kind of energy
do
are you trying to bring over here? We can meet your energy if you want us to.
Yeah,
but
trust me.
It's really conflicting with the rest of the panel.
Not understanding.
We.
Yeah, we, nigga.
Yeah, we're talking about the physical and the physical and natural world that we all experience.
When I start to
are we not all experiencing the same reality? Or are you in like the fifth dimension?
All right, nigga. I'm not fucking 4 years old. I'm not your fucking baby. Stop
You
talking
are.
to me
we
like
all
a
live in the
bitch.
same
Nah,
world,
Stop
bro.
you're
talking.
fucking
Stop
dumb.
being
You're calling
disrespectful, bro.
everyone dumb.
Bring your
You're fucking
street
dumb.
energy up in here.
You're
Not
dumb.
really, bro. Not really, bro.
Bro's not reading the room.
No, you're very
He's
dumb.
not reading the room.
Because
Not
you want
really.
answers for things that aren't explainable because you're simple.
Really?
What are you talking about?
What?
Oh, by the way, guys, I posted that thing on in the comments. For anyone interested in seeing what I was talking about earlier, it's there.
Yeah, we'll look at it. We'll take a look at it.
Word.
But I don't know. It's still veering off the topic.
Yeah,
Still,
no. That's just for we'll come back to that at another
the
time.
the guy's on a different type of time right now. He's like not even. I don't know where he's at with
It's
his
on
mindset.
retard time. I'm about to go on demon time.
Yeah.
Word.
So I don't know what's wrong with that guy. Not local. So
I'm crazy. You're hosting a space for fucking days in a row about
what?
Flat Earth.
Because you spoke to Jedi. So you're gonna direct something to him because he's the one that spoke to you. Or you said what could you interpret? What could you interpret from being drunk as you were? I don't understand that. You were drunk as hell yesterday. How are you gonna say that he didn't make any sense when you were just a blithering idiot?
I was telling you satellites
I think
took
that being a
pictures of the
blithering
Earth.
idiot is what he is.
Just saying, dude. Like if you're in here talking shit, then that shit is gonna go right back to you. Where you were in here being incoherent as fuck.
Man, you don't even have a dog in the fight.
He was
You don't even
worse
have
than he is right now.
Hold on.
There's
You don't
no
even have a
dog in
dog
the
in the
fight.
fight sober. I mean, come on.
I don't think he's sober. Are you saying he was worse than what he is right now?
Dude, Jedi literally pissed off yesterday because he was interrupting him. He couldn't let him speak. Like it was just like, fuck off, so he took off.
And he keeps disrupting.
That's the problem, though.
He just keeps disrupting any conversation that we're having with an individual now. He keeps popping up in the middle of and disrupting the conversation. So, I mean, I'm half a mind to just go ahead and send him down to listen.
Yeah. Just put him make him listener.
He's an agent of chaos for no reason.
We do, however, have some.
Bro.
We got Mike coming up as a speaker.
But let me just say this: you prefaced that you were going to listen, and then you kept popping up when we gave you the opportunity to
it wasn't
just go
going
listen.
anywhere.
He served up a nice piping hot yappuccino.
Exactly.
It wasn't going anywhere.
No, listen, Greg.
I got bored with your. No. What pissed me off? He triggered me. He said "we" like 5 times.
Oh, brother!
You get triggered.
You just the snowflake somewhere else, man.
Poor little kids getting triggered.
Yes, yes.
Is this still about flat Earth theory, or
they can do it? They can do it all day, man.
There's no theory.
I have a question about it.
No worries. Hold on. Your mic is coming in like hot, bro. It's hot right now.
Mike's mic.
Hot breath.
Mike, your mic is like it's 10,000% right now, dude. You got to turn that shit down.
You are eating.
Are you on a Fisher Price mic?
In front of a computer.
What about now?
Better.
A little better, yeah.
That's better.
Maybe a little closer, but yeah, you were just super blaring, dude.
So is this good or?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, you're good.
They're very sensitive. Make sure you talk to them properly.
Oh my God!
No, my
Projecting gradient. You're projecting, and
That's
you're
so
about
sweet.
to get sent down if you don't stop.
Damn, bro, you gonna let
Go
her
ahead,
talk
Mike.
to you like that?
Oh, so can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, ask the panel. Go ahead, man.
So can't you just tell that the Earth is round because the boats go off into the horizon and disappear?
So let me ask
water
you, is it
My
round
man.
like a pizza
My
or
man.
round like a ball?
We'll let
Elbow,
we'll let Elbow take it.
Sphere.
We'll let Elbow take this one.
There
Elbow
he
hadn't
is.
Elbow hadn't had a feast in a while, so. But Elbow, this is yours.
You said round like a pizza or round like a sphere?
Sphere.
Buckle up. You're gonna hear some dumb shit.
We already heard it. He's not answering the question, dude.
Mike, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Are you still with us? Did you hear the question?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, the gradient. Shut the fuck up, dude. You can't hear questions because you're talking.
Okay.
Go ahead, Elbow.
So you said round like a pizza or round like a sphere?
No, like a sphere, 3-dimensional.
Dominoes.
A pizza is also 3-dimensional.
Well, that's like a 2D. Yeah, it has
It's
like a
not
thickness,
2D.
but okay. Are you arguing the pizza or the? It's a sphere.
All right.
You
So
want
You
me
said
to?
round, bro. Just trying to quick
Okay,
clarification.
sorry, it's a sphere.
all right. So I mean, how did you determine it was a sphere? Because you seen
No,
both.
that's what I'm saying. I can't. I'm not saying I know for sure. I'm saying, can't you determine that there's a curve going on when
No, what you mean?
the
Well, I mean,
ships
what you
disappear into the horizon?
what's the horizon? Not what you're saying is that you think that the horizon is the edge of a sphere.
No. See, like if the Earth was flat, right? When the ships went out, they wouldn't disappear.
Wrong.
How would you know that?
Because they wouldn't disappear continuously in a downward fashion.
Have you ever seen a can disappear from a flat surface?
A can disappear from a flat surface?
Yeah, from the bottom up.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh,
Well,
you
what
got
do you
the
mean?
Why
Can like
don't you
a
post
I
Pepsi
that
got
real
you.
quick? And I'm
I
just gonna
got you,
tell this
bro.
guy
I
real
got
quick.
you. I'll
Why
put
don't you
it.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it in the top.
post that in the chat? But I'm just gonna say, dude, you don't know what flat Earth is, so you shouldn't be saying what it should be like.
That's why I waited to ask the question.
That's fine. He can ask a question. That's
Yeah.
No, he's not
Yeah,
allowed.
Elbow's
I mean, it
got.
all depends
Elbow's
on the
got this. I
angle
put
of
it in the
attack, man.
nest for you, Elbow. It's up there.
All right. So if you look at what Alpha just posted on the chat,
Are the new ones on the bottom or the top?
If the
The
Earth were
Jumbotron.
flat, the cats would have knocked everything off of it
Here
already
we
by
go,
now.
bro.
Hold on,
Oh my
Catherine.
goodness.
So go ahead. It's at the top, Elbow, at the nest.
How do I see the top, man? Most
The
It's above.
Jumbotron.
Yeah, most
Right
It's
recent
above the
is me.
speakers. It's above the speakers.
It's above the speakers. You just hit that box there, and there's a coffee can there. The top picture will give you like the orientation of the can, and then the bottom picture is giving you that camera down to a very small, minimal angle of incidence, so that you can see that bottom up obstruction happens on flat surfaces.
Okay, I have no idea where to find this can.
Yeah.
Boomer detected.
I'm trying to find the can also. Like,
You want me to- I can put it in the purple pill if you want.
scroll up, like let's scroll up to where we're speaking, and there should be like a couple of things that you can scroll to your right and left. Make sure you're on the first one all the way to the left, and you should be able to see a little post that that was shared by
oh
Alpha.
yeah. I see it. Yep.
Oh,
I
okay.
see the can.
Shared by Amish Alpha. Okay, Alpha.
It's the first one to the left.
Yeah. Okay, it's
So
loading.
this is filming the same place. This is a picture in the same place, but it's changing the angle of attack. So in other words, you're viewing from top.
Nothing's happening. Oh.
One you're viewing from
Okay,
the top, the other one you're viewing closer to the bottom, so it gives you a less angle of attack to the what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's just like a perspective change.
Pretty much, yeah. And it gets worse when you are
Scale down.
you include the atmo, haze, water in the air, all kinds of stuff that happens in
Moving water on a surface, if you're talking about boats going.
Definitely that.
I use the water thing because water stays leveled.
100%.
You know what I mean?
That's why we're giving you a scaled down version.
Continue.
Yeah, sorry.
So if I'm not changing my elevation and the water is staying leveled, the boat is still disappearing in a downward fashion.
Right. So what happens when things go further from you?
They get smaller.
They get smaller and they kind of shrink.
As it approaches infinity, it gets invisible.
But as you see
But
that
that's what I'm
picture,
saying, in a
that
downward fashion.
now that picture in front of you, what you saw, the Alpha Veritas, that's a flat and level floor. What happened to the bottom of it?
But isn't it taken from two different elevations? The camera's at different levels.
Right. So, same thing happens when you go to see a boat. If you go up higher, your angle of attack changes, so you start seeing further away.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the boat from the same elevation the whole time.
Right now,
You know,
change your elevation, and I bet you see more of the boat.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because you changed your angle of attack.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. It's still in a level
But
floor, right? The water's still level.
yeah.
Right. So
But
it didn't converge into it didn't make itself convex all of a sudden. It's still flat and level.
okay, let's say we take a laser and we want to see if it's flat, right? We take a laser and we point it at something.
Done that, but yeah. We have a few.
And then we sorry, I'm having a hard time explaining it. And then we point the laser at something even further away at the same elevation.
Yeah, how far do you want it to go?
Yeah, done that. Yeah.
Do you have a few with 14 miles?
I
21,
mean,
I believe one of the ones we have.
Enough to have a significant change.
Well, I
not just
mean, first you got to know what is the set rate of curvature of the Earth, right? Do you know what it is?
But isn't that what we're arguing, that there is no curvature?
Well, I mean, we know it isn't. I mean, we know that there's we know there isn't curve because we have measurements, observations, and things that we observe. But I mean, I'm considering you think the Earth is a globe, right? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah. I think it's a globe, but I'm willing to change my mind if you guys can logically explain it to me.
Right. So first, you got to know what is the rate of curvature, right?
Yeah. So my thinking is that if the laser lands on the same spot, regardless of how far away the target is, then there is no curvature.
Yeah, we have a few of those.
Bingo. 100%. Yep, that's how we determine water is level. Welcome to Flat Earth. Would you like the hundreds of laser tests so you can look through them?
Bomb has been
Let me ask
planted.
this question: Does that apply also to lasers being shot up at the sky, or because I know that Israel has a laser.
Jedi knows this question.
Well, I
Jedi
would
knows
say
this one.
that you have to think about the divergence of the beam, because with more and more distance, it's going to diverge more and more. And
right.
Yeah.
Let's do real quick, Mike, and I appreciate you coming up to the speaker panel, and I like your openness that you do have the ability to think about things and may perhaps change your mind. I shot up a little heart when you did that. I appreciate that. You know, it's not always that we have to fight tooth and nail for somebody to actually listen to reason. So it's good. It's good.
Yeah, 100%.
That somebody like that comes up.
We got Taylor with her hand up.
Yeah, we got Taylor up here and also Catherine. So I think Catherine was first, and perhaps Catherine, she came in throwing a little meme-ish troll, but I don't know if you have a question or not. If you just want to keep your meme or whatever.
Well, that's hilarious. I didn't know what this space was all about. I'm just cannot sleep because I'm having really bad mouth pain right now. So I apologize. I thought that was funny. I didn't know what this space was about, if it was pro or anti. I don't know where I land on that. And I'm also open-minded, very open-minded. I really don't believe anything that we're told, to be honest. I think it's weird that every planet is perfectly round, or, even if they're not perfect, it trips me out.
That's pretty cool. I do like the energy though, but I'm just gonna kick it to Taylor if you don't mind. That way we can, because she had her hand up, so I just want to know. Taylor, if you're there.
Yeah, I was just gonna explain to that gentleman about the boats disappearing bottom up. So you can go learn about angular perspective and perspective geometry, and you can learn about the vanishing points at which 2 points don't become differentiable. and basically it's gonna merge bottom up, even on long hallways, for example. So I actually did an experiment like this where I took a bottle with a piece of red tape at the bottom and moved it down a long hallway, and you could see the bottle, like the tape on the bottom, just slowly getting shorter and shorter and shorter. The
Oh
camera was in the
shit!
same perspective.
Oh
What
damn!
is that called again?
It's called bottom up obstruction and the vanishing point.
Yeah,
Taylor,
the
can you
Okay,
angle.
girl.
hold on?
It's
Taylor,
the
can you
angle.
post that information in the nest, or did you do
Yeah,
that
that'd
already?
be
I have it
great.
posted on my profile.
Oh,
I've
okay.
done a few other experiments. Actually, next weekend I'm going to try to see if I find curvature with the theodolite. So,
Okay.
wish me luck.
Yeah, if I don't know who you're doing that with, but hopefully you can come through here if you find
Ooh.
something interesting.
Okay, Mickey.
Also,
Riz.
if anybody can just click on her profile and give her a follow, and that way we can also get the information out, because Taylor is putting some like work involved in this. So there's some things that on her profile you can check out, and so you want to look into that.
Or shout out to you, Taylor.
I have a lot of star videos too. I've taken a lot of time going get these star videos at observatories, at university telescopes. So I don't even remember how many I have now. It's like at least 8 or 9 videos of stars, different stars, names of them, the telescope used. So yeah.
It's awesome.
And
Nobody's
I
in the
have
chat.
I also have some Lake Pontchartrain bridge footage. So whenever I was talking to people who believed in the globe about where I could find curvature, they basically pointed me to Lake Pontchartrain Bridge and the power lines there. So I took my drone out there and went and took some footage of the bridge on a pretty clear day. And this is has 4K footage, like it's very high definition. And I was able to look at the bridge for a very long distance, as far as I could before it just disappeared into the water. And it did.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to find any curvature. I did post the videos though, so y'all can have a look at them for yourselves.
You haven't seen it when it turns
You don't
into a
Damn,
post them in
toilet
the
you're
roll
a real
Earth?
nest?
one for real.
So why would
Yeah, you haven't seen it when it turns into a toilet roll Earth?
Well, well, that's the picture that a lot of people actually post about the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge was actually like taken from a telescope that's known to cause distortion. I've posted about this one as well, and I have all the information written down on it. I've been kind of documenting everything, but how they got this photo, the notorious Lake Pontchartrain Bridge photo of it looking curved, is because first of all, the telescope they were using is known to cause those types of distortions. And then they did like a 19 image stacked, and it's obviously compressed. If you look at the video I took of Lake Pontchartrain Bridge and then look at that picture that dude took with that telescope of it, um, his image is highly distorted. Like you literally can't even make out like the pillars under the bridge, but from one another, they're all merged together like a big concrete wall. It's so ridiculous. It honestly, the photo is so fake looking, it
Damn,
looks almost
bro.
animated.
You know how
She a
many
real one
like
for real.
we were debunking this, Taylor, way back in the day when it first came out. Like, I mean, Soundly was championing this particular argument for a while, and it like 24/7. Like people used to come into our Discord server, and they were always telling us about it. It was like a thing for months. They were always showing us that, well, Soundly proved that the Earth is a globe, and they would always show that image, and we're like, dude, this is not like there's so many ways we debunked it, to like the geometric shape of the Earth's size and like the distance and all. Even we didn't get into far into depth because there's not really any depth to it. Like as you probably already know about it, but yeah, we were debunking this like well into like when he posted this, like right when it was fresh off.
She's going through it. She's
that's
not
good.
only going through it, she's experiencing it firsthand.
That's the only way to go. Yeah, that's the only way to go through it.
That's really putting that work in there. That's what we actually appreciate, that people actually do that, and that you have that in on your profile that people can look at and stuff is kind of cool. Because
awesome.
I do like to say, man,
Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor has been like a boon to like flat Earth for sure. And I think that a lot of people can glean a lot of good information off of somebody who's done like the legwork. So we now have people that are not just questioning and have debates on Discord or on X, but they're actually, doing the work, and, they posted in. So it's kind of cool. But yeah,
Absolutely.
Make a quick plug though. If you like what you're hearing right now, guys, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 24, the Globe Earth Debunk itself. And earlier we had some individuals coming in here showing us examples of how the globe debunked itself. there's a lot of contradictions within the Earth being a globe. And of course, Taylor and Flatsy Klein, Amish, Jedi, Creation Bear, Raw, Make It On, Catherine, Elbow, Mike are on the speaking panel right now. And we're discussing that. So you guys are welcome to join. I appreciate all the follows that we've been getting. 24/7 is like a group of friends that we've been doing this for a long time, ever since like Flat Earth was a thing on the internet. So we have a wealth of knowledge and experience of having conversations with people, that are academics like cosmology, astrophysics, PhDs, just like everybody, like all people, scientific communicators and such. So we welcome everybody into this chat. Sometimes it gets heated, sometimes it's not. It's like this, but we welcome everybody up here to the speaker panel if you want to bring forth your evidence that the Earth is a globe, and we challenge you, whoever you are, academic or layman, it doesn't really matter. So welcome everybody, and I appreciate you guys showing up and joining us.
Yes, sir. W's in the chat.
That power line video is amazing.
Yeah, and I just posted the one of the experiment I did with the bottle. And it was funny, like people were trying to debunk it all types of ways. They were saying, "Oh, well, why didn't your shoe disappear?" And if you actually look closely, the top of my shoe, the white part of it, at the bottom, front, actually vanished,
Got
disappeared,
him.
merged with the horizon, merged with the floor. So yeah, I have a video of that actually occurring. It's very weird. So anyway, but that's what we expect to happen. So I got that one up there, and I got the Great Pontchartrain Bridge, couple of those, and the power lines. Hopefully this weekend I'll have theodolite footage, but we will see.
Oh, make sure if you can, Taylor. I just want to put a bug in your ear. Can you post up what theodolite model number that you're using? Because there's parameters which the theodolite has for the effective range at which you can see it to a distance, and specifically like just the details about it, because that also gets talked about within this realm, because people want to know like information that's relevant to the specific model that you use based on what type of model it is, to like who uses it. And so there's a lot of like little nuance information that would be beneficial if you kind of just jot that down and kind of have it like at least just a model number so people can look it up for themselves, if anything, and find out, what distance it would be useful for. Because like there's different ranges on theodolites or total stations and such. So just kind of put that in your ear in case you are going to present this.
Yeah, it's a Spectra Precision DET2 digital. It's actually somebody from the Globe. They're the ones that recommended it, and it was $1,000.
You bought that thing?
I raised money for it.
That's interesting. That is.
Yeah,
that's some serious commitment you got going on over there.
Who hurt you?
Listen to this gal. Listen.
Who hurt Taylor, bro?
Nah, she's all like, nah, this is gonna end today, folks.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Who hurt you, Taylor? That's crazy.
Oh man, I love it.
No, I was just so tired of hearing people like Jesse and Mordwan. I don't know if y'all know them, but they were talking about these theodolites all the time.
Ooh.
And I said, they're like, okay, well,
Jesse.
get your own. And I was like, okay, fine, I will get my own. And then, they pitched in a lot for it, the Globers. So I got, because I was like, you're the one that told me to get it. Like, what's up?
The Globers,
these freaking Glober simps, bro.
Damn. In that case, let's see. Let's make a grocery list.
Peter to put up $200. Y'all know Peter. I think he was in here earlier.
Peter put up $200.
Well, yeah, he said he would. He's like, I will personally help you get.
Dude, he's never gonna live this down for me ever.
That's so funny, bro.
I posted up the GoFundMe. I was like, "Where are you at, Peter? You said you would help out." We all kind of like hounded him, and he finally did.
Oh,
He's simping, bro.
Have you read Jesse's book, quote unquote?
His spreadsheet, dude, is so stupid. Like, I don't know if you've seen his spreadsheet. It's ridiculous. At the target distance that he's using that theodolite for, it's insane.
And he's using
the maximum effective range. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, he's also using so many different observations instead of the same observation over and over. It's silly that you have to really you have to trust that he was making those observations, that he did kind of do the same observation over, that he was doing it, and being honest about like how he was.
Hell no.
Like you have to trust the light because he's not giving you
I don't trust
information.
shit.
He just wants to give you a spreadsheet. Go ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, and that's one of the good things about a paper, like a scientific paper. I know that, a lot of the conclusions are biased, but the good thing about them is they tell you all the materials and the methods that they use, the trials, the statistical values. I mean, like everything. Like they go over, you have to put everything in a scientific paper. That's one of the good things about them. And earlier I was asking Peter, like, what experiment using the scientific method has proven the globe? And he referenced Jesse. And I said, okay, Peter, give me one paper that is actually, going through the materials and methods and everything I would need to do to replicate the experiment. Give me one paper that shows the Earth is a globe. And he straight up dropped out of the space.
I'm surprised that he didn't give you the link to his book that is on Amazon.
Can we just take a plane around?
He has a book that is like less than 1 page.
Yeah, by the way,
it's pretty much like a flyer.
By the way, we do have a day one globe earther in here. He's asking some questions. It's pretty pertinent on his mind. So Mike is asking, and I heard his question, so I'm just going to repeat it for the panel. He's saying, why can't we just take a plane trip around the globe? So I don't know if somebody wants to pick it up. I don't want to be dominant in the force because we got the team live in effect right now. So perhaps it's somebody else.
Can we just ask him, like, what's point A and what's point B?
Point A and B would be the same point because point where I want to end wherever I start.
Where?
You know what I mean?
Okay, where? Let's do this. Let's do it. Where?
LA airport.
LA. All right. And which direction are we in?
Whichever direction, I guess. Because it doesn't matter. North.
This is your example.
Straight north.
The worst position he could actually take.
Wow.
That's the
straight
worst.
North. Wait,
that's
straight north.
Why
do you mean straight north? If the Earth is a globe, you can't go straight.
Yeah, let's put it this way.
Anywhere. Guys, north.
No, I know, sorry, Mike. Hold on. Let me just lay it out for you like this, right? If you're gonna give a hypothetical, it could be better done. That's something that's practical. So make it a practical hypothetical versus. Hold on, Mike. Let me finish, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Once I'm done, you can tell me. But so long as it's not a far-fetched hypothetical, there's a difference between it being a practical hypothetical and a far-fetched. Practical means that something that everybody can do every day. You could say like, hey, take a bucket of water.
I know what practical.
All right. So make sure that it's not far-fetched. So something practical that can be done. So go ahead and start from there with your plane trip.
So if I take a plane and go around the world in any direction, I should come back to the same point.
Yeah. Didn't we just say make it practical, sir? Does that plane
practical?
Yeah. Okay. Does that plane, sir?
No, this isn't GTA.
Does that plane have enough fuel to do what you're saying logistically, Mike?
What?
Does that plane have enough fuel to do what you're saying logistically?
It doesn't matter.
It does, sir. It's not practical, sir.
Let's say the plane is super awesome military.
No, that is a far-fetched.
This isn't GTA, bro.
No, that's a far-fetched hypothetical. No.
Yeah, I'm not going to calculate gas.
You know why I'm asking you to, and I listen, the reason why I don't engage in these far-fetched hypotheticals is because anything goes. We don't like that. We like something that has been done or practically.
Okay, so you want me...
Mike, something that practically can be done, not something you're imagining that could be if you thought of a scenario that it encumbered something that was like a crazy idea. We're not talking about that. Something practical everybody's doing every day. Just do that.
Okay, so I'm expected to know the jet fuel prices for the airplane?
No. Jedi, can you...
Yeah, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that obviously this isn't going to be practical because you can't get in an aeroplane and fly around the world 24,000 miles because you run out of fuel. It's not practical. You understand that, right? It's really simple.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'd have to make stops at different airports.
Yeah, this isn't GTA where you just roam around in the skies.
All right, so you know that you're going to be making stops. So therefore, how are you saying you're just going to go from one place and go around like you say you are in a great circle back to where you started, like the way you're saying?
Well, I can go a little to the right, a little to the left. I'm just trying to see if I end up back in America, right?
You know,
I'll let
if I
Jedi.
start at LA and end up back in America, wouldn't that mean that the Earth isn't flat?
listen,
Right.
Sorry, go ahead, Jedi. You go ahead.
I'll sit very quickly, and then I've got to run out, so you can have the rest of him. My friend, what you're saying is it's impossible to travel in a circle unless the surface is curved. Now, you know that you can travel around your block, around your shopping centre, around your town, if you were to go around it, and then end up where you started from. It's going to depend on your coordinate system. So east and west is a circle around north. If you start in Los Angeles and go east, of course, because you've travelled in a circle, you're going to end up in Los Angeles again. If you were to maintain this circle, you don't need the surface to be curved to travel in a circle. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
That's what I was going to say. So a circle doesn't necessitate a globe. A circle.
Yeah, I meant to say globe, not circle.
Yeah, we get it. We understand your position. I guess the point that we're making, though, is to make it practical, because if it's something that can be done or people are doing it, then you can point to an example like, look, this person has done it, and by proxy of this particular example, we know that the Earth is a globe. So that would kind of help your point. But in the fact that you're just kind of making it up as a practical hypothetical, you don't have any reference to point to any example that it's ever happened.
Okay,
like
so as far as flat Earth goes,
also think about
what
this,
happens at the edge?
Well, no. We're not moving on.
Here we go.
I'm just trying to understand
we're not
what
moving on from this point until we can take it to its logical end. So not only are you not able to logistically do this round trip that you're wanting to do, it doesn't necessitate a globe because it's a circle. A circle it's not it doesn't
I think I understand what
okay, so yeah, a circle doesn't depend on a globe. A circle can be a planar
going
shape.
around in the desert, you could end up in the same place. Yeah,
Right. Okay, yeah, that's another thing that you should, but like a circle doesn't equate to a globe either. A circle can be planar. Also, if you're going to do this logistically, do you have these airports lined up in this great circle in a perfect path where they're all lined up in this perfect circle? You're not making a perfect circle. It's just all logistically and incorrect to think of it this way. So you have to be able to take it back to fundamentals and practicality like they were trying to tell you.
Correct.
Okay, so for flat Earth, I'm just trying to understand what happens at is there an edge to it, or does it go on forever, or what?
No. Okay, so let me just answer. The cosmological aspect of it would be that we are an enclosed system due to the fact that we have gas pressure within our contained environment. So obviously there's a limitation to our environment. Where that limit is, people are not able to investigate on the surface of the Earth to find out the extremities of our limitations. So we wouldn't know how far the contained environment goes on to.
And we don't need to.
Yeah, we don't need to know, for the fact that we understand that the surface is a level, horizontal, planar surface, topographical. So, but we do say that it's a contained system. So at some point, it's finite. But we don't know where that limitation would be, because we're not free to travel the surface of the Earth as free as one would want to investigate. Because you cannot travel anywhere freely. There's a big idea that people might have that you can travel anywhere, and that's just not the case. You know that any country that you travel to, there needs to be, regulations as to you being there, right? Passports and reasons why and such.
And you can also logically deduce that we live in a system which requires it to be, in the way that we experience it, a closed system.
There's more, but I just want you to get to perhaps maybe another question you want to ask. There's a lot more that we
I'm just trying to understand like the whole general idea of it.
If you have any more questions, man, I want you to be inquisitive, but at the same time.
So what about like the moon?
Wait, before we move on, Mike, I want to at least establish that you understand that a closed system wouldn't actually have an edge to fall over, right?
Well, how is it closed? What's the membrane that's closing it off?
We don't need to know that. Think about it like this. Think about if I slap down a nice juicy medium rare steak on your plate. You're not going to ask me how many spots the cow had, how many, like the color of the cow. You know that steak came from a cow, right?
Yeah. But let's just go back to the.
Wait. No. Please, just answer the question.
Yeah, I know the analogy is just confusing me even further.
Okay, think about it like this. Think about it. I'm going to give you some more clarity. I just want to get to this point. I want to ask this question and have it answered. So, if I slap down a nice medium rare steak in front of you and it's just nice and juicy, you just take a bite. It's so delicious, and you don't ask me what color the cow is. You don't ask me how many spots it had. You don't ask me maybe you'll ask me if it was grass fed. Who knows? But given the situation, if I slapped down one in front of you to eat, you would probably eat it, and if it was delicious, you would, whatever. You don't need to know the cow that it came from, the specific cow, to know that it came from a cow. Am I correct?
Sorry, you got cut off.
Stupid. He's not answering the question.
No, my phone got locked.
Period.
My
That's
phone
fine.
got
No,
locked.
you're fine. You know that the steak came from a cow, correct?
Yeah, and the other information isn't significant. Is what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that there's like an antecedent consequent relationship here. So you know that the consequent of the steak, the antecedent has to be a cow.
Sorry, what does that word mean?
The consequent would be the
antecedent.
Oh, antecedent would be like the
relationship. It's the relationship.
The relationship that has to
precedes.
Be. Yeah, it would precede it exactly. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So we have gas pressure that we breathe. We have to breathe it. Gas has to be contained. It's in the definition of it. So requiring a containment. That's an antecedent consequent relationship. So the antecedent being the container causing the gas pressure, and the gas pressure being the consequent.
I do want to add something real quick, Mike. If I can have your attention really quickly to look up the definition for gas pressure. Type in gas pressure definition in your Google engine. Can you do that for me, Mike? This helps the conversation actually go to the next step. So can you type that in, Mike? Gas pressure definition. And hit enter. It's really important.
While he does that, Catherine's had her hand up for a while, by the way.
Thank you, APOC.
I have two questions.
Yep.
And forgive my ignorance because I'm new to this, so I'm not being testy or anything. But general, like legit questions. Two things. One, if is this any of this tied into why we're not able to fly over the Pacific unless we're going to Hawaii or Guam? But
think of it more as a more restriction. You have to have a passport. You have to have verification before you enter into a country. You have to have a driver's license.
But I mean, we're literally nobody's allowed to fly over the Pacific. Like, we're not allowed to. Not just America, anybody.
I get what you're saying, Catherine. I think there's logistical difficulties when you're traveling to certain locations on Earth, and there's means by which they were stated that you can't travel there. But every specific.
Well, no, we can go there, but we have to go. It's so ridiculous because I grew up in Ireland, so we had to. We still do. We had to fly all the way over the Atlantic, or if I want to go to Russia, which we can see from Canada, I got to fly all the way over the Atlantic and go that crazy long way.
What was the reason that you learned the reason why you couldn't travel that other direct route?
I don't even know. The only thing that I know or that I've heard is that they say that this is what the internet says. I'm not saying it's true. That due to the curvature or the wind, what's it called, the draft,
trade winds.
Yes, yeah. Because of that, we can't fly against it. Or I'm like, whatever. I mean, is that even true? I mean, because I've seen the clouds going in all directions. Like in one week, one time they're going past my house, the other time they're going the other direction, and so forth. And then the other question I had was, if flat Earth is real, do you still believe in space, or what is your opinion on that or thought?
Can't.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
it would be.
two
Go
questions that
ahead.
need to be answered. So first of all, logistical means by which to go from one place to another, according to her flight traveling from what was it? Point of origin and destination, Catherine?
Let's say this is just anybody, like no commercial airlines, no one's allowed to fly over the Pacific unless you're going to Hawaii or Guam. You're not allowed to go from, like, say, LA or Alaska and fly to Russia. And it's not because Russia is, let's say they're our best friend. I'm just using that as like a point of reference. You can't go to China. You know what I mean? You can go to China, you can go to Russia, but you got to fly over the Atlantic to get there, which seems crazy if we are curved, because it's so much longer.
Let me ask the panel for that specific question. Does anybody have any logistical answers to the reason why that is not the possibility?
They say that the planes fly faster through a curve route, and it's faster than flying in a straight line. That's what they say.
Well, also, I would say that there's an airspace where you're not allowed to fly over certain countries like North Korea.
No, there's no country there. It's all water. It's
the Pacific is the biggest ocean on the planet.
Yeah, they're saying it's faster. The way they say it, it's smaller on top than going straight to the bottom. So they're saying that one, if it needs to deviate for some kind of issues, it's better to be closer to land. So it's faster to fly.
Safety. It's for safety. They're doing it because they need to be near land.
And they say that the planes fly faster in a curve route rather than a straight line for some reason.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And also, I mean, we could be in Australia fairly quickly, but instead they take us all the way around and down.
Yeah, there's another. That's great. I mean, I think that you can see there's a lot of reasoning behind why you would ask these questions. But the flat Earth and the way that it's shown to people doesn't also necessarily mean that, I don't know what you've seen from flat Earth. The azimuthal equidistant projection, which is it looks like a giant pizza, with the ice wall around the outer rim. I don't know. Have you seen that before?
I haven't, but I see this as a moneymaker because I don't trust the government for shit. So
yeah, I was gonna say that too. I think they're just trying to make money off you by going the long way.
That's the way because it always boils down to that, right?
Like a shady cab
it's
driver.
always about money. But the point is, as far as like an actual definitive answer, it sounds like there's a lot of speculation that surrounds this. So we can't really give you that definitive answer. However, as far as logistical means, there hasn't been any reason why we would say that couldn't be the case. If they're telling you they're stopping you for any other reason, that would probably be just everybody's got a bunch of different ideas. But what the real case would be, I don't think it's anyone's guess right now. But I think there was a second question that you wanted to ask, Catherine.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, what you opinion is like about space, and just to say about the last thing, I just think it sucks that none of us are, for the most part, we can't go verify that ourselves like we can in most science.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff.
Look at you.
We can't go out and
thinking on your toes. I like it. Yeah, absolutely. I would say that you're spot on with that. But you can figure out some other things like the most prominent thing that we will bring up. It's one of the 3 points of Alpha's 3 points. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So you heard me talk about that earlier, I'm sure. So so the idea that they're going to some vacuum of space that's adjacent to the gas pressure here on Earth, where not only can energy be exchanged, but matter. So that would be an open system. So I said that it's a necessity that we live in a closed system. So that's a contradiction to the narrative of them going to this unknown area that we can't go to, that seems to defy all of the laws of nature. So we have gas pressure here on Earth. It can't be next to a low pressure system without the high pressure wanting to go to the low pressure. So high pressure goes to low pressure. This is the law of entropy, or the second law of thermodynamics. So you've got a high pressure system that necessitates a enclosure, by the way, because of gas.
Yeah, otherwise there would escape.
Exactly.
That's
so
right. That's spot on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're right on it. You're on the on the head of the nail.
Let me just interject. Yeah, hold on. Let me just interject real quick. Remember, I was asking Mike to look up gas pressure. Catherine,
I did.
Yeah, Mike, can you read the definition so that Catherine can hear it, please?
The thing is,
oh, I already know what it is, and I'm with her.
You're with
100%.
Yeah,
like,
but
when I go on that, I can't hear you guys.
They're just calling it an atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. But
yeah,
she's 100% right.
Let me just for clarity's sake, if you don't mind, if we can let Mike just kind of read the definition out.
That's the problem. Whenever I go to Google, I can't hear you guys anymore.
Okay, but did you pull up the definition?
I'll read it.
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody else will read it, Mike, if you don't mind.
Because okay. So gas pressure. I'm gonna type it in right now. So bear with me.
Definition. Yep.
Definition. I'll tell you, my gas pressure is Domino's I ate last night. I'm just kidding. Okay, so gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of objects. Although the force of each collision is very small, any surface of appreciable area experience a large number of collisions in a short time, which can result in a high pressure. Then it's got some graphs. Here's another one. It says, with the walls of their container, they exert a force on these walls. Gas pressure. Excuse me. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Gas pressure is the name given by the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container. Same thing. Pressure is force exerted over an area. So the whole thing is,
right.
Over a specific area. You have to be contained. Like
that's correct.
Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
That's
it would just go.
That's correct.
It would. It would dissipate.
Now we're all of the same mind right now. It seems like the definition describes the gas pressure understanding, or the defined term. So now say again. Go ahead.
Sorry, I said, I mean, Mike had another question with that, and he said, "Can it be gravity?" But Mike, did you hear in any of her definitions say that gravity holds the gas pressure?
No, I'm just throwing out my own hypothesis.
No, I understand. But did you just heard the definition? She just read it out to you. What is gas pressure?
Yeah, it has to jump, but that's the thing. There was.
No. There was not a jump. No. Wait.
No.
Time out.
The gas molecules jump from one point to another.
No. They're not jumping. Hold on a second. Like, I think let's not get.
They're bouncing. They're moving.
Yeah, they're colliding. They're not. Listen. Yeah. So what we got to do, right? It's not jump to the next idea, because the definition, and she read like 3 definitions. Sounded like 3 definitions. So each one of those were a little bit different, but they were based the concept of the understanding was the same, right? So we have force per unit area, and we have the walls of the container being the boundary by which the molecules are bouncing off of, right? Now think about this. When there is no walls to bounce off of, what do the molecules bounce off of? Nothing. So they
each other.
No, well, right.
No, they go away.
Right, so Catherine's correct. They go away. Why do they go away? Because they're looking for a state of equilibrium, right? So when you have high pressure, let's say, I'll give you an example, right? Put air in a balloon, right? So when you're blowing
a combustion engine, for instance, a car. Yeah. I love cars. Think about that. Yep. It wouldn't work.
And you definitely know the principle, like where the practicality of gas pressure is involved, right? So that's important. Now, if we're going to say that the system of the Earth being a globe is an open system, that means matter and energy can escape out into the vacuum of space, being that there's enough volume that the molecules of air can expand out into the volume, right? Can keep expanding. Now, with gas expansion on the surface happening in that manner, wouldn't we not have any breathable air, because the gas molecules will not just slowly leak out of the Earth's system, but violently rush out into the available space, just like it would any high-pressure system meeting a low-pressure system.
When you pop open a soda.
Or puncture your tire. or any other system that has high pressure adjacent to a low pressure. This is what would happen. This is natural law. We understand.
So what?
Go ahead.
Are we like in a like? So if the flat Earth or whatnot, whatever it is, how are they keeping the pressure in?
It's a contained system.
It has to be contained. You don't have to know the shape of the container. You don't.
No, I agree.
Yeah, you don't have to know any other aspects of it. Only that it has to be there. It's an antecedent to gas pressure.
Yeah, that's 100%. Whether we're a globe or flat, I mean that's 100% true. Because whether we have an atmosphere or not, there's no way we could be. We'd all be dead.
Right. So,
yeah, exactly.
So it needs to be a closed system, and because of the three types of systems that we always talk about is closed, open, and isolated. Obviously, isolated would be that matter and energy cannot leave the system. Closed, only matter cannot leave the system, but energy can transfer back and forth. And of course, you got the open system where matter and energy can transfer back and forth to the system. So three types of systems. The first one, the isolated system, is not possible on the Earth because there's no isolated system.
Not achievable.
Right.
Because light
just like
still
a
gets
vacuum. A true vacuum is not achievable also. So you have like these two conflicting ideas that are being propagated at the same time.
Right.
What do you think? So you think like that because I believe that we never die because we're energy. And so energy never dies. That is scientifically proven.
That's not proven actually. That's okay. Second law of thermodynamics.
So the problem with the globe Earth model or their intended model, it's an open system. So what happens is that if it was an open system, all the air would rush out, and that's definitely unfeasible.
Yeah, we're just going to stick.
Mainstream science explain that?
Yeah, we're just currently, and I'll tell you right now, Mike. But currently, we're just going to stick to the Earth for the topic, and we're just going to address the how the gas pressure needs to have a containment. And Mike is asking a question: what is the mainstream science example of what's actually the answer for what's containing the gas? So, does anybody on the panel want to answer that? Because I'll answer if anybody else.
The atmosphere.
No, I'll let the panel members from 24/7 answer that if they want to. Do you guys know?
So what was the question?
He's asking for the mainstream answer. What is containing the gas? And the answer is gravity.
Gravity.
Gravity is containing the gas pressure, holding it down to the Earth. So according to Einstein gravitational theory, the general relativity, we have gas pressure being contained by the gravitational force of a downward vector due to the fact that a gravitational well is created by the bending and warping of space-time. So all the gas pressure that we have on the surface of the Earth is being pushed down into the Earth due to the fact that we have this gravity well being made out of the mass of the Earth being so large. The mainstream definition is gravity being the container. So if that is the case, however, gravity would have to have an effect on the gas molecules. Now, what we see is in the information given to us by kinetic molecular theory is that molecules of gas have perfect elastic collisions. So they bounce off each other and the walls of their container. They're moving in all random motions into any and all directions. They don't have any vectors, right? Gas molecules. So they don't have any attraction, nor do they repel each other, according to the kinetic molecular theory, which means that gravity in no effect is having any effect on these molecules of gas. So they are able to randomly move in any and all directions without gravity affecting them one iota.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Alpha. And I think to clarify, gas molecules are not observed to have any weight vector, but they have a pressure vector. Weight and pressure are different things. And this is part of the paradox. Nobody's observed gravity providing an isochoric compression of gas molecules. That's never been observed. You can't test it. If I were to take three different gases, let's say something like helium, something else like oxygen, and something else like, radon, three different atomic weights. And if I were to put each of them in a box, they exert the same pressure with the same temperature and the same number of moles. They all exert the same pressure on the walls of the container, top, bottom, and sides. But if I put the three on a scale, they weigh different things. Isn't that interesting? That's Avogadro's law. So what's happening here is you have the pressure is not determined by the weight of gas molecules. What causes pressure is the velocity and the number of moles hitting the container, regardless of their weight.
So it's the volume.
Yeah.
The heat, right? The entropy.
Yeah, right. You have temperature, and then you have the number of which varies the frequency of the moles pinging the sides of the container, causing pressure. But individually, these moles of gas, no matter their so-called atomic weight, have absolutely no weight vector whatsoever in the presence of a gravitational field that you think exists.
Anyway. Do they have to hit a side though, or can it be wide open?
Yeah. So what we're talking about right now.
Got to step out.
Yeah. All right, Amish. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
So what we're talking about though is the mainstream understanding for why gas is being held into the system of the Earth being an open system, and they do kind of say that a little bit of gas molecules escape out into the void of space and so forth. So they do kind of give an explanation as to that is happening, but that's not the case. There's not like a crick left open in the door that the gas are escaping from the system of the Earth being a globe. That's just not. It's mainstream science is kind of giving you this understanding that that's what the case is, but there's no verification method that has been done by them or anyone. These are all just theories that are floated around and also given to you by way of like maybe academia or, some type of course of learning that you think that's what's happening. But when you're understanding the definition of gas pressure, you realize that cannot be the case, because gas pressure is defined by force per unit area by the contained walls that it has.
Versus going around in a circle. Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean,
not a circle, but around the globe.
Yeah. So you have the gas molecules that are trying. Think about it like this: in a contained environment, right? You have gas pressure. You can use any example, like a tire that's got gas pressure. The outside of that tire, the pressure is low. Inside of the tire, the pressure is high. So if you were to pop the tire, the air would rush out violently into the available space, because all that energy, the gas molecules rushing out into the available space, equalizing with the gas pressure outside. But think about the system of the Earth being an open system. It's high pressure on the surface, about 14 psi on the surface. Now, if you think about the vacuum of space, it's said to be somewhere in the low Torr value, 10 to the -6 or something like this, at about the Kármán line. So you have a high pressure system on the surface and a low pressure system up there where they say low Earth orbit is. So if you have a high pressure differential, that means that you'd have the gas pressure on the surface rushing out to equalize with the pressure, up in those, extremities.
To compare, think about it like this: 760 Torr at the surface versus 10 to the -6, and think about how drastic that is. Go ahead.
So yeah, you would have the gas molecules rushing off to equalize, but you don't have that. And it's not by chance or by gravity. This is because of a container. There's no other way, because it's defined and understood this way and demonstrated. That's I guess you could say the nail in the coffin would be the demonstration, because it's fine to have a definition that defines gas pressure this way. It's an entirely different thing to have a demonstration of gas pressure only defined by way of demonstrating that in a contained environment, like the way we always known it to be, in a container, gas pressure is achieved. Without a container, you can't have gas pressure. There's no way. Not sustainable gas pressure like we have on the Earth, because it's sustained. We have 14 psi on the surface. So,
yeah. Now that I think of it, why don't clouds just keep rising? Right.
Well, yeah, clouds are a bit.
They're a bit different.
They're a bit different.
If you know the
clouds are heavy though. They have water and they have to release themselves. So,
they have water vapor,
right?
Yeah.
They do just keep moving, but they're just sucking up water and then dropping it.
I think the interesting point is like, where's gravity with clouds,
Yeah, exactly, because that's the water cycle. Exactly, Taylor.
I think it's amazing.
So the sun, when it goes over the surface of the water, it breaks up the hydrogen bonds of the water.
You think I've seen some videos on where they're making clouds and stuff. Is that real?
Well, here's this is the kicker, and I'm glad that Taylor brought it up, because when the sun will pass over a body of water, the surface of the water will Sorry, Mike. You're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. So it breaks the hydrogen bonds of the surface of the water, and the molecules will go up. This is where your water cycle. If you can just look into this, you learned it in elementary school. So it's the water cycle and how those that will go up. That completely destroys gravity right there. So things aren't just going down, that's going up. And yeah, the clouds are a compilation of ice and and water vapor,
ice.
and there can even be spiders or things like that. It's crazy. These things can be sustained in that area because of the pressure, there's heat radiating off of the earth. That's why you see such a straight and flat bottom to like a heavy dense cloud that might be hovering over the earth. Like the closest cloud to you, you'll see this flat bottom of the cloud. It's due to the temperature and pressure differential in that area, because gas comes from, it's produced at or near the surface of the earth. So you have the densest part of the gas at or near the surface of the earth. And you have to take that into account. And that's opaque. So you can't see forever through that gas layer. So anyone who will tell you that you can see to China if the earth is flat, that alone destroys it, but there's other factors. So you can just get into a lot of minutia if you want to.
Yeah. So we just want to bring it right back around to the point that the mainstream definition for why gas pressure is being held onto the earth is not it's not good enough to give us the understanding that the definition has given us. So with that, we can test that as a demonstration that gas pressure indeed needs a container. So we don't have to wonder anymore. It's not a definition that we can say well, that could be the case or it could be gravity. No, gravity has no demonstration that it holds gas molecules in any place. That's never the case. We do see the case happening that we have to have a contained environment for gas pressure to be contained in a local area. So with that being in mind, gas pressure is force per unit area, and it's held down by the container. So if that's true, right, we understand that being demonstrated, then that means that the system that we're in is a closed system. The gas molecules are not leaving the surface and rushing off to meet the available space because they're contained in this system. And it's a very dynamic pressure system, meaning that dynamically you're going to have different pressures systems working over the surface of the earth because of the sun and the moon that are moving across the sky and causing different weather patterns to happen and so forth. So you're always going to have energy being put into the system, the sun, and energy being removed from the system. So
exactly.
we're gonna see changes in pressure and also changes, because you can see weather changing right in different times of the year.
The sun is a big entropy spoon.
Yeah, stirring everything up. Yeah, definitely.
Unless you're in sunny California and you're lucky.
Yeah, but so understand.
That's due to its location.
But to understand, to make sure the point lands, we don't have a demonstration of gravity being a container. It is not a container. That's 100%. There's no scientific evidence that will show gravity being a container.
Okay, and that also destroys
Do you think it's gas holding us down?
Here's the
you believe in gravity?
Gas pressure could be something for real, being that force outward, inward, or outward and downward. That could be a thing, absolutely, with buoyancy being a factor in density due to the it's the medium that an object is in. It's relative to that. So it's like a relationship with the object to medium density. Yeah, and buoyancy. So you've got those factors because, water is a medium. I'm trying to stay on point here, though. Man, I've already lost it.
Yeah, so we were at gas pressure, but I mean, I feel like if anybody, Catherine or Mike or anybody else that's brand new wants to ask any more questions, if not, I think that staying curious and inquisitive is always going to get you somewhere if you're never just closing your mind off to like what could be possible if you ask the question. I think we always put up the challenge here, and we don't know what to expect when people come here. I mean, we get trolls, we get people that are really obtuse, but we definitely match energy when people come in here. So we like for the conversations to go this way always, so long as they're productive. I mean, everybody wins, right?
Yeah, thank you for the explanations. It makes sense. I mean, I can't figure it out now either.
Well, we really just gave you descriptions.
No, like I agree with you that I guess gravity doesn't answer the question.
Sure.
Yeah, but descriptions alone.
So what do we do now? Like if anybody know? I mean, does it even matter?
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day?
It does because what we do now. Okay, think about it like this, Catherine. If you knew that you were in a contained environment and this place was very special, right? It wasn't a random accident that happened by chance, and that you're not just some like little dust ball flying around amongst other little dust balls. That means something.
That's exactly what I was trying to address.
I definitely think that we're not a coincidence, 100%.
Yeah, so the implications are that this place is very intentional. It was designed, it was intelligently designed and created specifically for you and me to exist in this environment.
You think it might have been created by us, and we kind of forgot a little bit, and now we're just remembering a little bit?
Yeah, what I would say is that there's a lot of speculation that surrounds like what could the origin story of this place be, but for sure we know that it was created by something that has a greater mind than you and I. Like as people, because we take a look at the laws that we live by, and so there's not a lot of understanding. We're like, imagine like kids trying to figure out like complicated mathematics. Like you can't know things. You know what I mean? Like you're just a baby. You don't really know.
And we created math too, so I mean.
Yeah,
that's the laws of.
It makes sense. Don't get me wrong. That's pretty deep.
We discovered math. We didn't create it.
Yeah. No, well, that's debatable. But what I will say, what I will say is that the deeper question is like, what does it mean if we know that the Earth is flat? It changes epistemologies, worldviews, right? Like you have this idea that the Earth is something based on what you've been told all of your life, ever since you were a little person growing up, and you're thinking like, okay, now I know I can talk about this, and I want to talk about what the Earth is. So what? And when people do talk about it, some people shun you. They're like, what do you need to know about that? Like we learned about it in 3rd grade. Like for God's sakes, we don't need to know if the Earth is a globe. We knew that already, but that's not the case. Like you see how people are really not having answers to the questions that we give them, like for gas pressure, like for curvature of the Earth. Or you know what? I'm gonna give you another topic. The spin of the Earth, axial rotation. They say that the Earth is a globe that spins on its axis. Now, if it's turning around, how is it possible that we haven't discovered the real reason how we know the Earth is measured to be turning around like the way they say it is, with axial rotation? Do you know that, Catherine or Mike?
I don't, but I think that is bizarre, and we're traveling at like over 1,300 miles an hour, just spinning all the time on our side, going around all this stuff, orbiting everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we're being fed and told that that's just the way it is. But no, there's not a lot of hard evidence that they're giving forward how
and they're
they
always changing it too. So that's another reason why I don't really trust them. You know what I mean? Because when I was in school, I'm 47. When I was in school, like the Earth was like 465 million years old. Now it's 6.4 billion years. Whatever, that's fine. But I mean,
14. Yeah.
I don't really believe. Yeah. See, it's just always changing. Which I understand science does that. I do. And I mean, I mess with enough bugs in my backyard, and because now I live in Tennessee. I'm from LA, but I'm retired, so I've had a lot of free time. I work on my cars. I love science. Some of it's pretty, for sure, very certain because I've done it myself. But then there's so much that's just like, what? And then, they're always changing it. And I don't trust networks. I don't trust the government. Not that I'm a conspiracy theorist. I've just been lied to so much that, and it just doesn't seem real. And so then it's like, well, why are we here? I really feel like, we have another dimension that we're being denied, in my opinion. Like, I feel like frequencies, not to go off topic, are way more important than people give them, credit for.
I'll tell you this much, Flatsy, before you come in. You know what's being denied a conversation like this is being denied.
100%.
We can't even talk to people openly about the nature of our reality because we get shunned by everybody. And so we have to be on these niche internet spaces where we can't even be on regular forums. We get chastised. People tell us that we're all this and that, and we don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, and so
or we're crazy.
There's so
shouldn't have jobs.
there's so much that's coming against us when all we want to do is ask some simple questions and maybe get some answers, maybe not. But still, we want to be
That's how
inquisitive.
you know the other party's wrong. It's kind of like even just lightly touching on politics. Like when doesn't matter what side you're on, but when you're talking to one side and they just yell at you, and they're like, it's like being in a relationship with a narcissist. There's no winning. They don't have a valid argument back. They just shut you down with their yelling and their animosity.
We don't want to hear you. Just be quiet. And so this is what. So for the longest time, we've been trying to carve a space out so that we can have these conversations. And I've been doing this 10 years. So I've met the biggest amount of pushback from platforms that will kind of shut you down, not let you speak. And really all it is we're not disagreeing with applied science. We're disagreeing with pseudoscience that's masquerading as applied science.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
Mainstream science has always been wrong in the past too. So.
And there's so much money involved. They're like lobbyists for politics, wherever the money's at, they're going to say whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Correct. And there's a lot of things that are apparent to you and me because we see it and we can't talk about it. And it's dude, all we want to do is get to the bottom of how we know what we know. That's it. There's no real agenda. We're not out here to meme the internet or say the earth is flat and then just be okay, guys, we fooled you. It's not even nothing like that. It's what is the nature of our reality? What constitutes what it is?
Well, and you can't fault us for being created to be curious. We are all curious,
Exactly. I think they messed up when they created social media because now we can all talk to each other from every part of the earth. And so it's
people like Catherine and Taylor and these people are a different type.
But they also started a lot more fights that way too. But
agreed.
And Raw, you guys are different.
But I mean, I'm always open-minded because I don't believe what I'm being told from the general. I definitely don't watch media. I don't watch the Discovery Channel.
You're just observant,
Amy.
Yeah, but you're observant. It's just you're able to.
And everyone's like, "Do your research?" And it's our research is only as good as what is available to us, given by these people telling us to do the research. It's whatever. I could write a book too and say whatever I want. Doesn't mean it's true.
Just real quick, Catherine, can you hear Flatsy talking when she talks?
No, it shows that her mic is off. So if she was talking, and I'm sorry if I cut over you.
The space is being wonky. I mean, I have issues right now. Every time I speak, everybody's talking at the same
Taylor's had her hand up for a little bit, so maybe wanted to give her a chance to chime in real quick.
Yeah, thanks, APOC. Yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
I totally forgot. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we got wrapped up in this conversation of trying to give a mindset of when we're trying to figure out what's going on about the nature of reality, to have these conversations and to actually propose things, we actually have to fight our way through social media because everybody's just saying this is crazy. I can't believe you guys are talking about this. What's going on here? And instead of casting aspersions, why don't they just come in and ask questions? Maybe they'll find out and then we could tell them and they could either say, yeah, I can jive with that. Or you know what? Screw off, man. We don't want to talk to you. That's fine. But either way, you're going to know. But instead of just shutting us out completely, like Catherine was saying, as a narcissist would, just hear us out, maybe put us on a platform. I'll definitely talk to anybody about this.
Can anybody else not hear me? Or should I drop out and come back?
No, I hear you, Flatsy. I do. But it's
we can hear you, Flatsy, but
sometimes it's that way.
Yeah. Catherine, were you able to hear her now?
I can't hear her, but it shows her mic is now on. So
maybe
do you want me to drop down? You want me to come back down?
And rejoin. Maybe that'll reset it.
Okay.
I kind of picked up that maybe she wasn't because every time you started to talk, Fatsy, she continued. So I was like, I don't think she could hear you talking.
I think I was picking up on that too. I was trying to test it out here and there, but I don't want to disrupt the flow of the conversation. I love it. It's going good, but sometimes I like to chime in with some good stuff. Hopefully, it's good. Sometimes I can't articulate a point as well as I would like to, but you guys are always there. You're like a good a backup.
Yeah, got you.
Can you hear me, Catherine?
Yes, thank you. And I'm very sorry if I talked
You're
over
fine.
you or I honestly had no
Gosh,
idea.
no
Very
problem.
sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's fine.
It's
Yeah,
yeah.
we were just saying, Catherine. I noticed that while everyone was talking, every time Flatsy would talk, she was like in agreement with you, and she would kind of chime in, but you kept going. So I was like, I don't think she
Oh
can
my
hear
God, I sound so
Flatsy.
rude.
No,
I'm
no, it's okay.
sorry.
I knew right away. I could tell. That's why I jumped on like the call and unmuted to say that.
Sorry.
Not a
It's all good.
problem. It happens. It's just the whatever the trade.
It's the satellites.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
appreciate. I just want to give a plug to the space to kind of give us a little reset here. I appreciate everybody that's joining us. We've been going since 11:30 my time. I'm in North America, in the Midwest. I'm Central Time, so it's 5:44 a.m. We're gonna go on for a little bit more.
Same here. I'm in Tennessee. Where are you at?
Tennessee. I'm in Nebraska.
Alabama.
So,
woohoo!
What I will say though is I'm inviting everybody to repost or retweet this space. We're trying to get it. Well, I'm trying to get my followers up because I do want to have like a large space where everybody's having this type of conversation and just like the energy flowing and we're, passing along ideas and challenging people. I think the most important thing we should do is challenge each other and how we know what we know. And it's good. I mean, sometimes, like I said, it's a slugfest. It could be like us calling each other names or whatever. Not us in here, but I mean, like just people that come in and they're obtuse and they're rude and other days it's like this. The energy's a little bit different, but either way, it's great that we're having these conversations because now people are starting to be able to listen to like the interactions that we have and be able to come to a point where they're making a decision whether or not they're going to start researching this information. All I'm asking for people right now is to look into this. Just research it. Right?
Do you have any recommendations, like where? Because
yes,
yes,
I do. Before anybody says anything, I'm always putting 24/7 at the top of your list, right? All the time. So I would recommend you to our Discord. Our Discord has terabytes of information of all the topics you can ever think of. Probably you couldn't get through it all in a year. And we have a lot of conversations that are all put up on YouTube, on Rumble, on Space now. I'm doing a lot of spaces. So we have content galore, and we have a lot of content when it comes to like any type of information you want to look into. So the link is it's in my profile. Just go to my profile. The link to the Discord is there. Also, we're live streaming on YouTube right now. The bot is in the channel. It's a listener. The name of the bot is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Shout out Helioskeptic.
Yep, Helioskeptic is running that particular channel, so you might want to follow that one. And it's got 3 links on that particular account, and the 3 links are to the politics and religion, and the home server for the Discord. The 3 Discords that are there. Usually, I'm and Flatsy and everybody are hanging out on the politics Discord, and you can join there. There's a 24/7 channel that's there, and in the politics and religion, there's a 24/7 channel there. And on our home server, which is on my profile, that's where we all started, and that's where all the information is that you want to know about Flat Earth. Any questions like laser tests and long distance observations, just anything, any kind of query that you might have, it's all there. So yeah, look into 24/7 Flat Earth because we're at the cutting edge of the arguments. We're always making sure that our own team, because we're a team, we're a group of friends. I don't know what you want to call it. All of us are making each other better. We're always making each other better.
Fam. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be a friend.
The family. Yeah.
Yeah. We've been doing, like I said, 10 years I've been doing this. Me and Jedi have been knowing each other for that long. He's in the chat. So we've talked to thousands of people thousands over the course of, because I've been doing this almost every
But
day for 10
I bet it's
years, dude.
hundreds. I bet it's hundreds of
Yeah.
thousands. You're just gonna downplay it because
I
you don't know for sure.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. So to be conservative, it could be in thousands or even, I don't know, hundreds of thousands. I wouldn't know.
What got you started in this? Like, what was the pivotal moment? The turning point.
I would say it would be like 2015, around there. I was just kind of like doing a bunch of like conspiracy theory kind of research online. I wasn't really, because I didn't know about flat Earth, so I was just like searching online. There was like Mandela effect and some other stuff I was looking into.
That's real for sure.
Yeah, I could talk here about that. It's a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't think that it is, but I would say that
I was just
looking. The fruit of the loom. That's real.
I was looking into that stuff, right? But what happened was, as I was like looking on the internet for that stuff, I clicked on a video that was like a little clickbait video. It had Bruce Lee's picture on it, and it had a little water glass, and it said Bruce Lee proves that the Earth is flat, and it had like the AE map on it. And I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I've never heard of flat Earth in my whole life. So when I clicked on the video, it was like, and I could just assume it was Eric Dubay. I think it was. Eric Dubay's 200 Proofs, the Earth is Flat. And so I was listening to it, and it was just kind of compelling. He got to a portion of the video where it was talking about like water is always flat and level when large bodies of water display no convexity. And I'm like, ooh, that makes sense, right? But I'm like, yeah, but the Earth is still a globe overall in my head. And I was listening to the video. And so I started looking up like the physics of water, right? Hydrostatic equilibrium, water at rest, how it displays surface tension and, pressure mediation. There's different things that would lead me to understand a bit more in depth about the physics of water.
And water, it always rolls downhill too. It can also climb uphill. It makes no sense if it's round.
Yeah. So I'm just going based on because I wanted the facts. I don't want to know like people's opinions. I want to actually know things that are true in physics or science or something that I can adhere to. But so, okay, they were showing the water's flat. It doesn't matter to what extent you're going to scale it up. You could talk about a swimming pool. You can go to a pond. You can go to a lake. You can go to an ocean. But water will always remain flat and level when large bodies of water are concerned, so it doesn't matter if you have waves in that because we're talking about the overall surface. So the overall surface will display no convexity as far as the claim of the radius value. So I was pretty bugged by it, right? It disturbed me. So I had to really dive deep into it. So I took 2 weeks to like search the internet. Like I was like kind of upset because I was like, really believing that the Earth was a globe at this point. And I was like, no, this is bullshit. I got to look into this. So it took me 2 weeks. I went through it. I searched as much as I possibly could. I remember my eyes were kind of bloodshot. I tell this story a lot. My eyes were bloodshot. I walked outside. I looked up at the sky and I was like, the Earth is flat. Like I remember the aha moment. So I came back in.
I remember mine.
Bro, I called my buddy and I was like, dude, I got to tell you something, man. This is going to be weird. He's like, what? I was like, dude, the Earth is flat. And I sent him a image because at that time I was like still on the AE map. So I sent him the AE map, right? It's actually the smushed down globe. But I sent him the AE map and then I was like, dude, check this out. And he's like, what? And then he circled like the ice wall, like a portion of the ice wall. And he's like, what's at the edge? He told me that question. I remember and I was like, shoot, I don't know. I learned it. I'm just telling you, man, the surface of water is not curving, bro. And I met up with him and I broke it down to him. And it was just like, I was so taken by it, man. It was such an amazing experience. And from that point forward, I started to like look online for like groups that were talking about this. And I met Nathan Oakley's channel when it was like really young. And I met Jedi and one of the, like we met on the chat, like when we were having a chat like on Nathan Oakley's show. And so that's where I met him. And, we, from that point forward, we went into 24/7 and we started talking about flat Earth. And then from there it was like, we made our group of friends and that's where I'm at today. Like I've retained so much information. I'm telling you, it's so, I couldn't even tell you how amazing it is to find out like you're actually on the side of truth versus like the people that believe the Earth is a globe. I can say this with 100% assurance. People do not know that the Earth is a globe. I don't care who you bring forward. Bring me a PhD, some type of astrophysicist, because I've debated those. Nobody knows that the Earth is a globe.
I agree.
100%.
My daughter is actually in astrophysics right now, University of Washington.
That's great.
But I like if the Earth is a globe, and with water, in gravity, wouldn't all the water kind of like gravitate, hence the word gravity, towards the bottom? Like with waves, when I have fish tanks, my angelfish just had babies. They're so cute. I'll post a picture. They're adorable. But anyways, when I pick up my fish tank, because I have a little tiny one for the babies, the water, it swishes back and forth like a wave, but that's flat. It's a spherical.
Yeah.
It's not spherical. It's not round. It's a fish tank, which is a rectangle,
Yeah.
So it makes more sense to me, and then
water takes the shape of its container, but it rests flat on its surface.
Yeah,
right.
Surface tension. Yeah, definitely lays flat on the surface. Yep.
And it still has to be flat, even if it's centrifugal. So
yeah, it's really, and that's the reason why I just started really I was like, okay, so they're saying that 70% of the Earth is covered in water. Now, if there's that much water, 70% of the Earth, right, is water, then it's all flat. Like, where's the curve? I kept asking myself that. I just couldn't get out of that. I was like, nope, there isn't a curve. It can't be. Like, if there's 70% of water is flat, and then, of course, you got the images from NASA and all that. I'm like, okay.
Do you think that's why they give us such a problem, like when it comes to the poles, like the North Pole?
Yeah, what I'll say that, where the issue, where the issue lies is that they're feeding us this information. It's like propaganda, right? They give us all this like images. So they say this on the local area where you're at on the surface, you can't really know if the Earth is curving. But when you get so far up in altitude, you look down and it's like, duh, it's a globe. That's one thing, that the way they pose it to us, right? Like, so that there's no way of us being able to tell from the surface. But the issue is they kind of defeat themselves in the explanation of how people know the Earth is a globe from boats disappearing from the bottom up. Once they get into that argument, they kind of throw away the fact that you can't know from the surface, because they're giving it to you like, well, you see a ship disappear from the bottom up, therefore that's how we know the effects of curvature are taking place. But we're like, okay, so the effects of curvature are taking place when we're on the surface. How far away is the boat? And they'll tell you, well, for a 6 foot observer, it's 3 miles away. So a 3 mile observation of a boat disappearing from the bottom up will tell you that the Earth is curving. So you're like, okay, so 3 miles away, the boat's disappearing from the bottom up. So that means when I look left to right, when the boat's at 3 miles, I should see curvature on left to right, not just back and forward. Like from where I'm standing away from me, I should see on both left to right as well. And guess what? You don't see any curvature when the boat reaches that 3 mile mark and you start seeing disappearance from the bottom up.
Yeah, and shouldn't the ship look stretched out if it really is curving? Shouldn't it look like it's hugging?
Yeah, there's a lot of things. Yeah, the questions that you would ask would be like, there's a lot of things that would be denoting the fact that something's going over a curve, right? And so giving you the impression that it's moving, down a water hill, for example, but it's not doing that. So there's a lot of issues, right? So all of this is to tell you that on the one hand, they're saying you can't see the curvature of the Earth because you're too tiny, like an ant on the beach ball, but you can see the effects of curvature when you see a ship disappear from the bottom up. So it's not like it's a contradiction. They can't make up their mind. You get it?
Yeah. But why?
Conflicting.
So what are they? They've got to be hiding something, and that's where I come in. Because I agree with you. You guys are spot on. I don't believe anything that we're being told generally or what we're being taught. Because
right.
I don't think that they have. I think that they do think that we're ants and that we're stupid and that they don't.
Right.
So, but why? And it's like, so what are we meant to discover besides? We could prove that you're right. So then what?
Yeah.
What do we?
It's interesting. It's interesting that you asked that question, because there's a big question that's underlying for everybody's existence. Where we came from, why are we here? Right? All these kinds of questions, like deep questions that people want to ask, like the life questions and whatnot. But if you start to realize that, let's just say, for example, that everything came about because of a Big Bang, cosmology that's ever expanding, and you're living in a Earth that didn't have any, intelligent design means. It just happened because it was random.
That didn't happen. They've not mathematically proven that. It's wrong.
Evolution.
No, it's the ontological primitive too, because you would have to say that nature can create itself when nature is like.
So what is it when it's nothing? They're wrong.
So that means that it came up about by random chance, that nothing made it actually intentionally. It just all happened just because there was a cosmic accident. There's no real reason or rhyme why things happen the way they do. It just happened because that's just what happened.
But an accident can't happen without causation, so that makes no sense. You know what I mean?
Of course. We can.
Look at her.
Yeah, we can understand to a logical sense that it just doesn't make any sense, right? So just by reason alone, we're like, that's not possible, right? Even if that's the case, there's a whole academic backing behind all of this to be kind of bolstered up as serious science. Okay, so this is kind of like the realm of where they call it this way. It's like putting lipstick on a pig. They call it serious science. It's not. It's just like a fantastic idea of how they're making a whole narrative. So the narrative basically is another deflection away from your understanding of being in a created environment by an intelligent designer who created you. So it's an obfuscation away from that. It's getting you away from the knowledge of a creator into a knowledge of not having a creator, that you just happen to evolutionary causation just blurped you out of into existence because for no apparent reason. So there's this whole narrative that supports that. And you don't have any specific rhyme or reason why you're here. You're just here because you were just here.
Well, as we say, we're our own worst enemies. I really believe that we forgot. I feel like we did this to ourselves, and we kind of forgot. Like, honestly.
Well, I agree with you. One thing that debunks all of that is information. So information is neither energy nor matter. So you can understand information kind of like a layman. Like there is no measure of, hey, there is a lion behind you or some sort of dangerous situation that you would have to act. The information that you would have to process would require you to be an intelligent agent. So you're not able to measure it. Any kind of information whatsoever. It doesn't measure its energy with like kilojoules or whatever you would measure energy with, because energy may not be like matter, but it's still physical and measurable. But
so what we're understanding is the reason why, right? Why would they tell us this narrative? Because what's obvious to all of us is they're pushing a specific narrative. And that's evolutionary narrative, the Big Bang cosmology. All of these things are pushed forward into academia. So we know they're wanting us to really look at this being the case of why things came to be about, right? We already know that. But all of that paradigm takes us away from a intelligent designer. It takes us away from that, so that we don't need that anymore. So that's apparent to everybody because it's in school. They're teaching us that. So that's what's really what's at stake here. Whether or not you can discern from any logical reasoning that you have come from a intelligent designer that created everything that you see here, but you wouldn't have any reason to think that if they given you a reason not to think that, right? So that what you're asking for, what would be the agenda? It seems like, because we see what's already pushed out there in the real world, is this like fake narrative of believing that we were just like a cosmic fart. And then we're looking at now, it's not that. We're actually intentionally here in a contained environment, in a place that we're not able to leave. We're inside of a realm. So this is a very specific realm, and it was created, and everything that was within it is very intentional.
Yeah.
It was all put here.
We're in a fish tank.
Right. So we're in here, but at the same time, the narrative that they're pushing is opposite to that. That there's infinite galaxies and there's so much space out there. And
do you think they're doing that to challenge, to see who the smarter ones are, to see which DNA may be strained, for instance. Like, these are the smart ones that get it, you know?
Do you remember ever being taught logic or any principles, laws of like discerning or reasoning?
Honestly, I was in school for friends. I'll be honest.
Well, I'm asking you, was there ever any point in school where they took the time apart from the curriculum to teach you anything about logic?
I don't remember that. I grew up in a few different countries, so my learning was very skewed. So I'm not a good one to ask for that because
I got you. We weren't taught that here. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the answer would be no over here in the West. So like it's not taught for a specific reason because they just want you smart enough to be a workaday person, but not smart enough to discern whether or not the reality that you're in is something that you can know for sure. I'm gonna tell you why. Because of the fact that people are being told, not taught, how to think. They're being told how to think. They're like, okay,
we're
let me just
brainwashed.
tell you, when you go through academia is going to teach you that science it doesn't prove anything. And also, you can't ever know your reality to be 100% sure.
You're
you could
100%
say that you know
right.
something.
I just said that earlier. You're 100% right.
Yeah. They scramble your brain up, so by the time you're done, you're like, I don't even know if I'm a brain in a jar.
Yep.
And you're talking nonsense after they mess up your mind, and they're over there just like, okay.
And that's why they have two sides to everything. They're just always pitting one side of the world against the other side. Politics in America, left against the right, and just
Hegelian dialectic, yes.
And Flatsy's basically saying
solutions.
Flatsy's basically saying that logic and reason are our defense. They're our weapons. That if we don't arm ourselves with critical thinking, we're going to be taken in by every wind and wave of doctrine that come our way. Anything that somebody's
bag in the wind.
Yeah, anything that somebody says, you're going to be taken in by. Well, that sounds like a great idea. That could be possible, but you haven't put any critical thought to anything that's being said. What Flatsy's saying is we got to ground ourselves with logic and reason. The law of non-contradiction. Things that are being proposed can't contradict each other. Like the globe can't be so big that we can't understand that it's an actual globe, or not being able to be measured, like not being able to measure it, or it's too big, you can't perceive that it's a globe, but yet it is too small that you can see boats going over the curve. You know what I mean?
Do you think about like the fifth dimension? Because
No, I wouldn't even go there.
Yeah.
I would say think about what they say, that it looks flat to you, but over yonder where you can't see is where it's curving,
No, fifth dimension isn't physical, it's more mental.
I wouldn't go to that. I want to ground ourselves with a firm foundation before we get to anything spiritual, because if you aren't grounded foundationally in something absolute, like for sure your reality and what is around you and how to discern the truth from falsities,
I agree.
then you're gonna so the spiritual aspect of this can be so convoluted with the physical and natural world that you don't understand.
But our minds are part of it.
It can just be anything.
Our minds are part of it, so that's part of our physical being.
But you just skipped. We live in a 3-dimensional world, so you're saying like
so they
fourth
say.
dimension.
So they say. When I say fifth dimensional, I mean like. I feel like I think it's called a petrogram. I know I say it wrong, but
no, I get pineal gland. But I'm saying like what you're talking about would require a lot of imagination instead of it being reality and what you can prove.
But we all know something greater than ourselves, which could created us.
Yeah, of course. And the things that will prove this. That's like something like love, information.
Just a leaf, all the veins in a leaf and all that. It's so grandiose and amazing. Like there's no way. I mean,
I would say that information is supernatural.
Yeah.
So what you need to be able to understand is how the supernatural works. And the way that you can understand how it works is to be able to understand information.
Really?
Information is 100% something we can all prove to each other because we're talking to each other through information. We're able to communicate because of information, but it is not matter or energy. Like, it's neither of those things. So it is supernatural.
Do you think it's
But
magnetism at all? Like,
no, that's
Listen
physical.
what she's saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
Listen, no, I'm just because
what? Because the water thing keeps coming up, and I noticed it.
Jedi, you're cutting out.
You're
Sorry,
roboting Jedi.
Flatsy was.
Yeah, you're
Jedi. Can you hear us?
Roboting pretty bad, Jedi.
He just realized he was roboting. It was just a latency
Okay.
thing.
I brought up Peter and Liberator quite a while ago. They've had their hands up for a little bit.
Yeah, we could talk to Peter
Jedi.
and Liberator.
Yeah. Well, Jedi figures it out.
Yeah, I've been a pilot for 25 years.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
He's talking, APOC. Can you hear him?
I can hear him.
Yeah, I've been a pilot for 25 years, and I've flown.
Drop down real quick, Peter, and then come back. I'll bring you back up.
No, he's actually talking, APOC. I think you can't. Oh. Yeah, he will stop. He can't hear it. APOC, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, he was talking, man. Like he's.
I invited him back up. So he's probably coming back up.
Sorry if you hear the birds in the background.
That's lovely. We love hearing that.
It's the Cardinals. We call them the Cadets.
Jedi, are you back with us again?
Those red ones.
They're so cute. I had an owl sitting in my tree for over a week. Like, I got pictures of it. So cute. This last week. It's one of those ones. It's called a barred owl. So it's got like black eyes, and I'm like, that's so creepy. But I feel like we bonded. Like, I'm really trying to since I retired, I'm really trying to stay more in tune with nature. My other kids are grown, and then I have a 4-year-old because I like to torture myself. But I'm so happy that I get to stay home with him, and do this differently.
I have a 5-year-old.
He's gonna be 5 in January, but yeah, it's crazy.
And Booger's gonna be 6 in December.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you.
My son was born on my daughter's birthday. My last born and my firstborn were born on the same day, January 12th, and then my second daughter was born on January 3rd. So I'm like, it's gonna take you 3 little Capricorns to try to drown out this Scorpio, and it still won't work. But
we know when your ovulation is at peak in the year then.
Yes, and this is my time right now. I'm 11/11/77. That's my birthday. I feel like I'm special, but I know I'm not. But
you are special. Everyone is special.
Yes.
We got Liberator in the chat, but we don't see the other guy who was a pilot.
Did Peter make it back?
No.
I feel bad because he just dropped out of nowhere.
No, I think he was trying to talk, and we could hear him, but I don't think APOC could hear him. So
he's back.
There he is. All right, we'll get him up. Here we go.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I was listening to your chat on the about the surface of the Earth, and said I've been a pilot for 25 years. Now kind of semi-retired from it, but I've flown all over the world, from a place called Svalbard, which is just south of the North Pole, to America, to India, all over the globe. And I can assure you it is curved.
Really?
For a start, you won't see any curvature at 3 miles.
Okay.
To see a curvature, you need to look probably about 30 miles either side, and you will see it's curved.
Really?
The other thing that proves that point is when we fly long distance, we have to fly what they call a great circle, because you do not draw a straight line on a map and think, I'm going to go from America to the UK on a straight line, because your route actually looks like a curve. And that's the shortest way to actually get from A to B. So you have got that point
Okay, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
When you're flying over the surface of the Earth, do you
Yeah.
have to correct your pitch at all?
No, you don't correct the pitch.
Okay, so you fly horizontally then, and the pitch of the Earth. Hold on, I haven't finished, dude. I'll let you ramble on.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you. So you don't correct your pitch, which is relevant to horizontal of about 1 to 2 to 3 degrees above that horizontal. You don't correct then.
No, obviously, because you're talking about such a short distance.
Sorry,
that,
I haven't given you any my friend. I haven't given you any distances yet. We can speak about a hypothetical transversal of say 10 hours traveling at 500 miles an hour. You can do the math. You can figure out the distance. So for that 10 hours traveling at say 500 miles an hour, you don't have to correct your pitch of the aircraft, right?
What is the pitch, by the way? Can you explain that? I'm sorry.
The pitch.
Sorry.
Pitch is an angle upwards from horizontal. So to maintain flight over a surface,
lift.
You have to maintain lift, which is a pitch above the
Got
horizontal.
it. So to maintain 30,000 miles consistently, you would have to adjust that if it
30,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes.
Sorry.
So I'm talking about the pitch of the aircraft to maintain lift, to maintain a horizontal flight. The problem is if we're negotiating over a curved surface, there will be continuously the need for a readjustment of the aircraft's pitch because the artificial horizon, which is controlled by the gyroscope, will be constantly moving.
What if, well, we're at the mercy of the people who manufacture?
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Real quick for the space, Jedi. I'm going to just let everybody know. Guys, it's Jedi.
Gentleman, the pilot, I'm asking you if you correct for pitch.
No, I mean, that's totally nonsense.
Sorry.
What
If you're
you're
flying
saying
over
is,
a curved surface, would that mean that you would have to change the pitch from
if you were
horizontal?
flying over a football, yes. But if you're flying over something as big as the world, I mean, with your theory, once you flew to Australia, you'd be upside down. I mean, is that the case?
Sorry, that's what you think. That's what you think.
Look,
that when you leave Heathrow Airport, hold up, why? So this is what you think.
You're flying over such a long. Look, look. If you don't want to listen to somebody who knows, then don't listen.
No, I
and
do
just
know.
keep in your nonsense.
No, I do know.
You're
the person. I do.
You don't.
So if
I'm
you would
sorry.
listen, you'd understand that I most definitely do know.
You definitely do not know, and that's it.
Okay, then. How much feet of descent would there be over a time of 1 mile, traveling at 500 miles an hour? Do you know?
How many feet of descent?
Yes. If
When
you're traveling over a curved surface, there'll be a deviation from horizontal, won't there?
In 1 mile, it would be so minuscule, it wouldn't even register.
Sorry. Do you think 2,417 feet per minute is minuscule?
I think that's nonsense.
Really, it's dependent on your speed. My friend,
have you trained, done exams,
why are you
done
upset?
loads of exams in this stuff?
Lovely.
No, you haven't. You're
Excuse
just
me,
talking
that's lovely. You
absolute
don't
nonsense.
know what I've done. You have no idea what I've
Yeah,
done.
what have you done?
I'm just
Tell
pointing
me.
out. Why are you talking?
You tell me what you've done. You tell me what you've done.
Excuse me, pilot. You've already conceded to me that there is no adjustment for the pitch of the aircraft to negotiate the curvature.
No, because that's total nonsense.
Really, I've just given you the numbers. You said those numbers were
nonsense. No, you haven't given me any numbers. They are nonsense.
Yes, I did. Yeah, really? Should we do the math together?
No, I don't need to do that. I've done the training and all this stuff. I've flown for 25 years, and you are talking complete nonsense.
Sorry, did you have to correct because the gyroscope is moving your horizon because of the curvature of the Earth? Do you have to correct from your new horizontal?
No, you don't. Obviously.
Why?
Because the distance that you're actually traveling over with the range of the aircraft is such that it's not actually going to change it.
That would be dependent on your speed as well, wouldn't it? From a commercial aircraft going at 500 miles an hour at cruising speed to say something like the Lockheed Blackbird traveling at Mach 3. It's going to be a difference. You'd have to adjust more if you're traveling faster, if you're negotiating over a curve. You've just conceded to me that you don't adjust the pitch of the aircraft to negotiate curvature.
No, but
and
you
you're the
don't.
person. I haven't finished. And you're the person who laughed at me when you're the one who thinks you're upside down when you get to Australia 24 hours later.
I didn't say you was upside down. I said your theory
did.
says you would be upside down.
Yes, exactly. But you're the one who has the theory that you are upside down when you get to Australia.
I'm not the one who has that theory at all.
You're on a ball.
Your argument is that you would be
Excuse
upside
me.
down.
Excuse me. You're the one who says that when you get to Australia, you're 180 degrees polar opposite to where you started at Heathrow, upside down from your first relative position.
I said,
but
in
hold
your
on, I haven't
theory,
finished.
you would claim
I
that.
haven't finished. Excuse
so
me.
You're not talking the correct. You're not. You're giving
my friend,
misinformation.
You're just rambling now. So you haven't corrected. The pilot in the aircraft has never corrected the pitch of the aircraft to negotiate a curvature to be upside down on Australia.
Also, when you have to slow your speed down, wouldn't that be kind of like going downhill? Like, wouldn't you just be being pushed if you were really going down?
We do want to let I'm sorry, but we do want to let Jedi and Peter take this point. Sorry, guys. Let's just butt out for a second. Let Jedi and Peter have it. We'll come back in after their discussion.
Peter, you're going to have to unmute because I had to mute you so Jedi could talk.
Just kept rambling.
We're very efficient. We're very efficient. He left.
Oh, he did. Oh, man.
Narcissist. That's I rest my case.
Another pilot.
Can I share this? That I put it in the nest. This is a logical syllogism. It's called the modus tollens. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. And this expounds on what Jedi was talking about. So if commercial planes travel at 500 miles per hour for 2 hours, 1,000 miles, over a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, it would then have to descend or negotiate 128.3 miles of vertical drop over the course of its journey Q. Commercial planes do not descend 128.3 miles while traveling at 500 miles per hour for 2 miles, i.e. they fly level, not Q, like the guy was telling us. He doesn't negotiate for that. Because what Jedi was doing, he was giving you the feet per minute drop, or feet per second drop, right? It was feet per second drop. Okay. So Jedi even took this down to a more fundamental level with the feet per second drop. Sorry, I'm not good at articulating things these days. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, therefore not P. See pitch data. Pitch data was posted in the nest before I posted that.
That was me.
Can
Modus tollens.
I
Yes,
interject?
thank you.
I have a way to strengthen this whole argument. So when you talk about drop over distance,
I do apologise for pushing my way through, but the guy literally said, "No, we don't adjust the pitch of the aircraft."
Yeah, he
which
said
is relevant to the false horizon given by the gyroscope, and then he went to give us excuses as to why not.
And they never have a good argument. It's just no, and then they leave.
Earth too biggie. Earth too biggie. You don't have to, but actually, the Earth is given. We're given dimensions of this Earth.
It's worth mentioning really quickly. It's worth mentioning that this is Jedi's second pilot he took down in this argument. So kudos to Jedi. The second pilot that he's taken down had actually left the channel on their own. Because
it's like our school systems, they're these pilots or whatever, they're trained just like we're taught in school, and we're brainwashed, and he's brainwashed Peter.
We brought up Liberator and PFI Ukraine. They've had their hands up. Go ahead, Liberator. You were
hold on. I needed to get this out. Drop over distance has nothing to do with rotation, a rotational vector. And since we're talking about pitch, we need to be talking about rotation. So a way to strengthen the argument is to talk about what rotation from horizontal is going to be present over the distance provided by the NTSB document. I mentioned this before. There's 1,000 miles highlighted in that image where there's no rotation, where you would expect to see a 14.4 degree rotation of the plane relative to horizontal pitch over that 1,000-mile distance.
Dang, that's very true.
That's an ultimate smackdown, dude. Jedi, you gotta put that to the argument, man.
Right. So I would update the modus tollens there with rotation, because I think that's where it is. Because now the globies have to claim that the horizontal plane of reference itself is rotating with reference to a horizontal plane of reference. And now they're stuck. They're stuck in an infinite regression fallacy, and they have no instrumentational data to show it. It's not present anywhere.
Oh man,
that's brilliant! I love that.
Damn, Jedi. He made two pilots leave the channel. People, and did you hear how long he's been flying? That guy left the channel. He didn't tell Jedi he was wrong and demonstrate he was wrong. He actually, to the contrary, he actually agreed with Jedi. Wow, dude! Like,
he just didn't like where it was going.
Your beliefs can they can cloud your perception of the Earth. If you believe that you are seeing curvature when you're seeing a flat horizon, it's because of I don't know. It's some sort of weird phenomenon that's in the psyche.
Yeah, for everybody else that's listening right now, if you want to listen to the other pilot that Jedi took down, he's in the other space that we had. So you check out all the spaces that we have. We're in episode 24 right now, but check out all the other spaces that we've done. And there's a lot of good stuff to glean off of those conversations. Obviously, sometimes it gets out to be, us doing a slugfest. But yeah, Jedi he took down a pilot on the last one and this one. So he's getting random pilots coming in. The
last one was really good. I feel very partial to the one before this. It was very edifying, and even I had some sort of epiphany. Because we glean off of each other. We always grow and learn from each other. And if you're constantly able to renew your mind, you're able to take on new information and incorporate that into your worldview.
Yeah, I think we should probably go ahead and close this space at a high point, because this was a pretty high point for us. So,
yes, can I read the definition of Jedi, since we've been looking up definitions?
Oh.
We'll end it on that.
Okay.
Oh, Jedi.
Okay.
Anyone with special privileges or supernormal powers reminiscent of a Jedi. These guys hang out in places mere mortal lobbyists who were not Jedi warriors cannot go.
You're damn straight.
Which is
damn straight. I knew it was going to say something like that.
You just grew his head a couple of inches.
He won't be able to go to work today because his head won't fit out the doorway.
Dang it, Jedi! You have a handsome head.
Are you're in England, Jedi?
Yes, I am. Yes.
I grew up in Galway, Ireland.
Oh, okay. So not England.
Yeah, well, it's not, but we'd go over to Liverpool all the time. We like.
Oh wow, awesome stuff.
Anyways, I've been to England a million times, but I love it. Very nice.
PFI was kind of chiming in there.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time, so let's try to get one more, and then we'll probably call it a day, a night, or whatever. So go ahead, PFI, if you had something.
Or Liberator.
Yeah,
Liberator, one or two.
I have a question. I can let someone go first. I'm not really in a hurry to really debate this, because for me it's not a debate. But if Liberator wants to go first, I'm here. I can wait.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a person who believes the Earth is round, because you look at the other planets, especially the moon is round, But I want to ask a question. Okay, if the Earth is flat, what's on the other side? Like on the like we're sitting like pizza, like a topping.
No, sorry.
Penguins.
No, nobody thinks the Earth is a pizza.
Penguins hold up the Earth.
So no one thinks that the Earth.
Okay. Penguins are supporting the Earth, and they take turns coming up.
Yeah. Earth isn't in outer space.
Hold on.
Dude, I almost hit a
BFI.
fucking tree. Oh my god.
Nobody in this channel thinks the Earth is a disk flying in space.
And what about when you look at the
Okay,
compass?
Liberator, are you listening?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, can you hear Jedi?
I've tried to tell you 3 times. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir. I can.
Good. So nobody in this channel thinks the Earth is a disk in space. So your question about going to the other side of the coin to see the tails as opposed to the heads is kind of a non sequitur. No one believes that that's what the Earth is, my friend. And also, even if it was, we haven't been there. So no one would be able to tell you what was there, even if it was.
Do you think it has something to do with something with the dimensions?
What, the 3 dimensions?
Your theory.
What, 3 dimensions, height, width, length?
Because
okay.
Yeah, I have a doubt because why don't pilots fly over the north or over the poles, right? Because if you want to go see, I'm in America and I want to go to England, I could just fly over the North Pole. It would be a lot, you cut time and just don't you know what I mean?
No, you wouldn't fly over North Pole from America to get to England. You might want to do that if you were to go to, say, Eastern Russia or Japan, but no, not to England. But as we had the conversation with the last guy who was a pilot, you would have understood that he doesn't correct the aircraft for the curvature of the Earth. He flies perfectly horizontal. So there's no observed, practically used curvature to the Earth. The pilot earlier, he told us that. Whether we believe it or not.
And what about the Earth's shadow? From when I was just talking to my ex-wife. She's in Europe, and it's nighttime. Well, it was daytime. It was nighttime here. I was up all night. And you look at a ball, you put a ball, like a tennis ball, next to a lamp, it will give the same, the shadow thing. You know what I'm saying? But
okay.
Yeah, but the sun is way bigger than a freaking light bulb versus a tennis ball.
Well, we don't. That's not information we can actually say for sure because how big is the sun? That there's a lot of things. I would say, Catherine, there's a lot of information that you'd be saying right now that you can't verify. So, yeah,
you're right. I'm parroting.
Yeah, and it's a reaction. So. Just trust me. It'll take time to kind of get used to the fact that you have to ask yourself questions before.
Yeah, you guys focus a lot on the curvature. That you don't see a curvature.
The what, sir? Really curvature?
We don't see curvature. And also, it's a mathematical fact that a ball does not project a circle onto another ball.
Boom.
Let me think about that.
Right. So what you're saying is the moon shadow and eclipses and stuff, it's impossible in a heliocentric model because you can't have a ball that is projected two-dimensionally as a circle onto another ball.
Yeah, I hate to cut you off. Liberator, but I would say this. Go ahead and follow me, and that way you'll know next time we're on. I might be going on tonight. I'm not sure yet. I might go on tonight though. And that way you could come in and you can ask your questions again probably tomorrow. But I do want to get Ukraine in here before we log off. That way he can ask his questions because he's been waiting.
Thank you.
But we do appreciate you coming in here. So I mean, we can.
I'm trying to not be rude or anything like that,
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, man. It's just,
reasonable.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody got, their say in.
Yeah, you're getting here at the tail end of it. So you guys kind of got here at the tail end. But we were having a good conversation in the middle of you guys wanting to come in.
But thanks a lot because you guys kept me awake I'm driving home and stuff. I haven't slept.
Oh, well, yeah, good.
I'm glad we could keep your mind thinking and alert and awake. So at least we did something good right today. Some good.
Yeah, I made it. I just made it home right now. I'm going to open my gate.
All right. Well, see, it's all perfect timing, man. Now,
Good. That I'm glad you made it home safely.
yeah,
Awesome.
get something to eat and go to bed, man.
Be safe.
Man, that's all I ask
Happy
of my husband when I
Thanksgiving.
kiss him goodbye for work is that he gets home from work safely.
Okay. I just follow you, sir. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, man. And do me a favor, Liberator. Follow everybody else on the panel: Apocryphon, Flatsy, Taylor, Amish, Jedi, Barrington.
Catherine.
Yeah. Thank you. So let's see PFI Ukraine, if you're in there.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'm a humanitarian organization. I'm operating in Ukraine, but I'm from Canada, and I'm friends with. I'm very interested in aviation and science and space. But I have a lot of questions, and I'm curious how people come to this conclusion that the Earth is not round. And I'm conducting a study, so I'd like to ask. I'd like to ask if anyone's ever played the game of Intellivision Pong. It's like a two-dimensional video game where it's like soccer kind of. There's like a little point square. Anyone ever played that? Yeah. That's 2 dimensions. That's a two-dimensional, raw, 100% two-dimensional game, right?
Flat Earth is not two-dimensional, dude.
Okay, so that's where I was going with my question. What are we in?
Sounds like a troll.
It's not. If it's not a 3-dimensional realm, what is? What it like? How do you?
Yeah, you know. Okay, so let me do it this way, Ukraine. I hate to interrupt.
You better stop your job real quick because you're not smart enough for it.
Yeah, brother, just here. Ukraine, hold on. Before you get into a position where we're gonna like usher you out, I'd rather you just say this. What do you guys think the Earth is? No, simple, and we'll give you the answer.
I'm still trying to ask my question.
It's formulated in such a way that it sounds like you're coming off condescending, and it's going to get irritating, dude. Like we don't put up with that. We do not put up with that.
We don't need a loaded question. Thank you.
Condescending, but it's
well, don't just say what the Earth is. We'll give it to you, like straight and direct.
Giving you context to my question.
No, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need context. No, we don't. We can tell you straight up what the Earth is based on our perspective, and it's just going to come at you raw and unfiltered. Yeah. Well, we don't need your help telling you.
I'm trying to understand how you came to this conclusion.
I'll tell you how, because it's
you said that like reality. 3 times. You said that 3 times. We get it. We get it.
When have you ever seen curvature or experienced the Earth spinning? PFI Ukraine.
When I look at the stars, when I
curvature of the Earth, not the stars. Ding dong. Christ.
Did you look at the photos that I posted in the bubble?
No.
Well, water finds its own level, right?
No kidding, it's flat.
Right. So if you look at a lake,
it's flat.
You should be able to see over a certain distance.
Yeah, we've done laser tests for dozens of miles over frozen lakes.
Once again, as the title says, the globe.
PFI. PFI is posting real quick. PFI is posting. Hold on, dude. PFI is posting flatearth.ws Pontchartrain. That's right in Taylor's wheelhouse. So Taylor's here. I don't know if she's still here, but maybe she can respond because he's putting Lake Pontchartrain with the power lines.
Yes, that's a good question. That's part of my
hold on. PFI Ukraine. Just you posted that image. I want to see if Taylor's here. She can respond. She's done a test there.
I don't see what image she's talking about.
It says 9 minutes ago he posted it in the purple pill. Purple pill.
I can't scroll through the purple pill to put it in the nest because it keeps glitching everything out when I do that.
I'll put it in there for you.
It's the one with the power lines, right? Where you see a lot of miraging on the surface because Pontchartrain's in Louisiana where they have like 3 or 4 temperature inversions per day. It's one of the most humid places in the world. And you're going to say that that's not distortion from weather effects?
And it's below sea surface, isn't it too?
No, the vanishing point.
It's telling me that his post might include sensitive content.
Yeah, no, it's not.
How many of you voted for Trump?
Why are you asking these questions, dude? Are you seriously? Listen, here's the thing: we can spot. Listen, guy, we can spot trolls really well. So if that's what you are, and all you want to do is just post these things, anti-flat Earth things.
No, I'm curious.
You're not here on good faith.
I am.
Then we're going to escort you
No,
out.
go back to making some sandwiches for the Ukrainian frontline soldiers, because that's what you're best at.
I make power banks and drones, actually. So fuck you.
Oh, so you install batteries? Okay, cool. You're a battery installer. Fantastic. Go back to doing that.
Do you like hockey?
You propagate the war for the bankers.
He's gone.
Man, like you think that you're some big shot that you propagate either side of the war for the bankers. People shouldn't do that at all, ever.
Listen, if he wants that smoke, he's gonna get it, man. I'm just saying.
It's crazy. Is Trump a bad thing, by the way? Because I did vote for him, so I hope you don't hate me.
It's not about the. It's not about that.
To shut him up.
His angle was coming in here to just kind of ruin and distort what's happening. The vibe, like he's just in here just for that.
He's just a talking piece.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, all of these things, these competing.
Like he's not curious. He's just trying to
think about this, Catherine. All of these competing narratives are meant to keep us like driven towards some sort of cause that we didn't even ask for. So if you didn't ask for the cause that you're driven towards, but it just makes you have some sort of emotional response, maybe there's something else underlying that can be snuck in. Just like
these people, they're brainwashed.
That I would say that everybody is. It's not just the left or the right, or it's both. It's not just it's not a cut and dry situation. You need to be able to understand the nuance and also how
you're right. But you have to be open-minded, and be willing to change your mind. Like I'm willing, because I don't believe everything we're told, because I know we're fed garbage by every angle, both the left and the right. If you want to talk politics and everything in science,
I wish you would listen to the last episode that we did. It was very very good. I had an epiphany. I was able to really articulate it very well. I don't trust myself to be able to do it now because all I can think about is going to lay down and cover my head up.
Don't beat yourself up. I'm the same way though. I have a TBI. I got one in 2006. It was in a really bad accident. And so my delivery kind of stinks sometimes. Mix that with Scorpio, and whatnot. And yeah, I just can sound, so I'm with you. I don't see that in you at all. Just want to make that clear. I have not picked up on that, but it's nice to hear someone else actually say something like that, because I struggle with that a lot, all the time. I forget words, basic simple words, when I'm trying to get a point across, when I get all excited, but
before you guys go to bed, anti-babble come up wanted to speak. I guess we're rounding it off here. Do you want to try to
that will be the last of the last after anti-babble says what he's going to say.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We hear you.
At the beginning of the war, I donated $1,200 to Ukraine, and they still need help. Just donate it. You do not need to send a soldier. To see the history, the last 30 years, during the last 30 years, the U.S. got total failure in Somalia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya. So don't directly join the war, but donate it. Just give money, or which side you support. It's very complicated, the situation in Russia. In Middle Russia, South Russia, and East Russia, there's Muslims, such as Chechen, Dagestan, Ingush, Dagestan, Mongolia, Buryatia, Mongolia. So it's very complicated. Nowadays, our society, based on Yalta system after World War II, now Russia destroyed the system. So it should be punished. This right. Okay.
All right, well, that's a twisted view of history, and you're entitled to it. Next.
Yeah, that's.
Are you from Finland?
We got Cola.
This guy is from China. I'm pretty sure he said he
No,
was.
he's from Taiwan, but he
Taiwan,
speaks
right,
Mandarin. Yeah.
Made in China. No, not a Taiwan. Made in China. Made in China.
Yeah. So Cola, if you're there.
Yeah, hi. I'm not sure if I understood the speaker. He said that Russia screwed up the world. Was that the?
Yeah, that's really not the premise. Just to speed things along, because we're at the tail end of this space. Just if you have any questions, Cola, we'll just address them as quickly as we can.
Yeah, don't really have any questions. The Earth is round. Russia's a piece of shit. I'll land it there.
All right. Don't forget, guys. Drop us a follow. Like I said, make sure that you are following this this space, and everybody on the speaking panel. Everybody on the speaking panel. So that when we go live again, you're joining with us. So we do want to get this space as big as possible. So appreciate everybody.
Do you have a schedule, by the way, Alpha?
Yes. I'm usually off of 3 days of work, and I usually try to do spaces on these days because I'm trying to grow this channel. So today's.
You first responder, just being nosy.
No.
Okay.
But
they usually do 4 days on, 3 days.
Yeah. Today's my second day. Tomorrow's my third. But yeah, you guys can probably join in tomorrow if I do it. And I usually go on at 11 p.m. Central Time. So that's the time I go on till like right now. Usually around 6, 7 in the morning. So
tell her about our recordings and our home server and YouTube and all that.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you want to go ahead and Amish, you already kind of said it. So go ahead if you wanted to.
Yeah, please join the Discord server. Because you
don't you have to be invited to Discord? I tried to follow Mark Hoppus from Blink 182, and I never did Discord before.
Catherine, I don't know. You can follow Alpha. He's got all of the links, and so does the 24/7 bot that's recording us right now. The 24/7 Flat Earth Discord bot that's in the chat right now. You can go and click on that or touch it. And you can get the links to all of the Discord servers that we're a part of. The main server is discord.gg / flat earth or something like that.
That's exactly what it is. It's that simple. / flat earth.
Yeah, it's flat earth. And we have a ton of information in the archives of that server. But you can also join us because we're not super active in the home server. We've been branching out a lot like we are right now. And on other servers, they gave us like a little corner in their server. Like we've got the politics server that we're in and the politics and religion server that we're in.
Like Rumble? I think you said Rumble earlier.
Rumble is just a stream. Like it's just recording where we are in Discord. So yeah, it's only going to give you the recording or live recording of us in Discord. So you can come join us and join the conversation in the Discord. So we would love to have you. We would love to have all of you actually. So that's why we need to put that out there. This is just the rounding out time that we usually do. Because Alpha, his hours for his work are like 6 to 6, I think. So
that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. Well, thank you for opening up my. Like I said, I'm open-minded. I'm not shut off. I don't think one way or the other. I actually lean against what we've all been taught. I'm hungry for information, so I really
keep joining the spaces. That's what I will say. Keep joining the spaces. Keep coming in here. Keep like you'll see.
Keep coming back.
For more times that the more times you come in here, you're going to see the people in here fumbling around with their information they don't know, and we're going to demonstrate that to you live.
So. I already noticed it. That's why I mentioned the narcissist thing, because that's all they can do is argue, and then they have no point. All they can do is talk over you and repeat whatever they've said, and it's like there's no.
Yeah, we call that chanting. It's a religious. It's like one attribute of a religious zealot.
It's crazy. They're like not even saying anything, and it's like just because you're getting loud doesn't mean you're right. And just, it's crazy.
All right.
But you guys are putting out information.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and say thank you very much for joining us this space. We will be again probably tonight for another space. Join us again for episode number 25 in the continuing series of 24/7 Flat Earth joining on X. So we're going to probably have a different title than this one, but needless to say, we're on the same characters that you see now, maybe some different. But thank you for joining, and we'll catch you again later on tonight or tomorrow. Later. See you guys.
See you, AV. Thanks for the stream.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.